I'm not fucking with you. I'm just, because that sounds familiar.
Man. Took me to a fucking Amazon link. Yeesh. It's not gonna track listings. Oh, it does. I had my chance and Murder for the Money from, but I don't even know either of those songs. I don't like those as tunes. But anyway, that's probably the most famous that they got
Run
until
through
the
the
singer
jungle.
died, and then the singer dies, and then the band doesn't really go on for very much longer. But I think they actually still stick around, maybe here or there.
Turtle Beach says it's Run Through the Jungle.
Yes.
No,
Is that it?
No, that's a way lost song, probably.
that's a good song though. Was that Creedence?
Clear down the river thing.
You got a yeah. The old man lives down the road. Old man is down the road.
No. Creedence Clearwater Riffle.
Revival.
Fifel.
The old man, I think, is what is that?
Tomato potato.
The old man is down the road. Isn't that like a Vietnam? Like the old man is down the road. The
Oh, that's
Ho Chi Minh.
yeah, that's Creedence Clearwater Revival. It's like they played that shit like I don't know, back like when you watch Full Metal Jacket or something.
Like a chopper, and we're gonna like go fucking just spray some bullets into the jungle.
Well, no, that was Stranglehold Ted Nugent.
Maybe.
Totally different theme.
Okay.
That one.
The old man is a good one.
Don't want to get copyright strike, so I didn't have to be too accurate.
I'm just saying, like, Run Through the Jungle is directly about the Vietnam conflict, isn't it? Not? Isn't it? Let's just say.
I believe so.
Right.
All right.
Nothing better than the smell of napalm in the morning.
Is that Martin Sheen or Charlie Sheen? I think it was Charlie Sheen in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Charlie Sheen.
Apocalypse Now.
Oh no, hang on. What movie are you talking about? Full Metal Jacket or something else?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I think both Martin and Charlie were in that, weren't they?
No, Charlie's not in Full Metal Jacket.
Charlie's in Platoon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right.
You guys Mandela your asses. What happened?
They look the same. When they're younger, they look the same.
Because
Hey, Charlie took acid too.
Arnold,
Martin
three
Sheen
of
was on
them.
acid. He was on acid for those scenes.
Arnold, three of them. Charlie, Martin, and what's the brother? Something Menendez.
Emilio
They
Estevez.
Yeah, like the half brother.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Mighty
They're
Ducks.
all in like a Vietnam film.
Young Guns. Emilio Estevez
Yeah.
is not in a Vietnam film.
Emilio Estevez. Emilio Estevez wasn't he also in like Breakfast Club?
He's in the Breakfast Club. He's the football player?
I don't know. Yeah, probably. But they're all from the same family though, right? Like the Sheen family, I guess, if you will.
Yeah.
Sheens are really the Estevezes, actually. So it should be Martin Estevez, Charlie Estevez, and Emilio Estevez. But Sheen is taken as a stage name.
Oh.
Right. Gotcha.
Because they poor. What I don't know what. stripe of Latino they are, but
But there
they're
was
like
another. There wasn't there another brother.
Emilio. No,
There's another brother that went like Jesus.
Jesus Estevez.
He went like Jesus rocking. I don't think it was Emilio. Who was that guy?
You've shown so far for recall here. I don't know. Maybe there's not.
There was one more brother. I think it might have been the other one.
What about the Baldwin brothers? You're confusing it with the Baldwin brothers.
Yes,
Stephen.
that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So
what
now
I'm
that
thinking
I've
of.
gotten to know all of your mistakes, like how well do I know you?
How well do you know who?
Anyway.
So what was the Baldwin brother that went full on Jesus rocking?
Stephen Baldwin.
Yes.
Yeah, the youngest one.
Yeah, that's who I'm thinking. Are they not all related in some way? Baldwin's in the
youngest one in pearls. No, it was curls. What? What now?
the Sheens, the Estevezes, and the Baldwins. I could swear there's some gotta be related somehow. Well, I mean, who isn't?
12 families or something, whatever.
And
We're all
it was Alex Baldwin, wasn't it, that accidentally shot the cameraman with the blank
his name
bullet
is
that fragmented.
Fun fact: name is Alec, not Alex.
that's
Yeah,
right.
true.
ALEC. That's right. Good point.
Yeah,
I
that
get
was
all
a
those
fucking
guys mixed up.
freak accident, wasn't it?
Apparently.
Yeah, sometimes it happens like that.
Like somebody actually had a real bullet on the set.
No, it was the blank apparently that the fragments, because it was close range, apparently the fragments come out, and if it just hit you on the skin it wouldn't hurt, but apparently it hit the dude or the chick in the neck and went into her carotid artery or something, and they bled out.
Yeah, it's all coming like from fragments of my memory of that. So it wasn't a real bullet; it just a fake
Yeah, it
bullet
was.
that
Yeah, it was a blank.
shattered.
Yeah, like if the fragment hit you in the knee, you'd have a fucking sore knee for a couple of days. But if it hit you in the soft tissue in your neck and went into your artery, then it's going to cause a little bit of an issue.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of a shitty, weird freak situation, huh?
Yeah, freak accident.
So I wonder who got sued. Not that we have to talk about it, but geez Louise.
Well, yeah, I last heard Alec Baldwin was they were trying to put him in fucking jail for a wee while, but he got away with that.
Wasn't he the guy? Alec Baldwin was like the older one with the black hair, and he was on
Yeah.
30 Rock.
First one you've done correct. Yep, got it.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, they shouldn't really. It wasn't really his fault. It was whoever the armorer or whatever the guy was that was doing the props,
Yeah.
putting fucking shitty blank ammo in a gun. It's their fault. Not that they should go to jail because it's a blank. You're
An
not supposed to kill
accident.
anyone with a blank.
Just accidents happen, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's just a freak fucking accident. Same thing as you walk out onto a road and you look both ways 5 times each way and you think the road's clear and you walk out and a fucking bus comes around the corner and hits you. It's a freak accident.
Well, I would guess the bus was going too fast.
That is true, but you looked 5 times each way. Not that anyone does that, but just as an
Right.
example.
Right. So it's obviously not your fault. You look.
Yeah, and,
This
and,
is-
and like you say, that you did all you could to prevent yourself getting harmed, but just like you said, the bus was going too fast, and by the time you looked left and looked right, the bus was there and fucking sconed you. Freak accident.
Yeah. I guess at that point it's up to the law and all the rest of the verbiage of it.
Yeah, it's just like, have you ever seen those? I know they're movies, but those Final Destination movies, which literally take the piss out of freak accidents.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, look it up if you're bored one day. Final Destination. It's literally emphasizing that freak accidents can happen, and they do all the time.
Final Destination, the movie?
Yeah, it's called Final Destination. There's like 5 of them.
Oh fuck, who's in it?
Oh, it's
All the people we're
fucking
talking about?
no,
It's just
no,
ironic. Yeah,
Or was it like
low
Arnold
ballers.
Schwarzenegger?
that never really ends, but it's always really ending.
It's literally like shit. Like, I think in the first one, the first scene is a guy chickens out on getting on the plane to go on a trip, and he fucking freaks out or something and doesn't get on the plane, and then the fucking plane crashes, and everyone dies.
Yeah.
Right, and it's not like it was actually as inspired by Alanis Morissette's "Ironic."
I was,
does-
you beat me to it. I was just about to say that.
I know, but it does factor in somehow in the time frame. It was like, because I think that song preceded the movie.
Exactly,
Right.
it did too.
It is a little ironic,
Don't you think?
a little too ironic.
Nothing in that
Yeah, I
bitch's
really do
song
think.
is ironic. It was just all bad timing.
Yeah,
There's a difference. But that's interesting. So I'm looking at what it says on Wikipedia about the movie, and it's interesting that it says it's based on unproduced stuff originally written for X Files, the
yeah, that'd
television
be
series. I think that's interesting.
because in like the third one, there's oh, it's years ago since I've seen it, but there's a mum and like a son, like a 12, 15-year-old son with special needs, and they're walking down a path next to a big skyscraper, right?
Yeah.
And the son drops his sandwich or something like that on the ground, and some pigeons come to eat his sandwich, and the mum carries on because that doesn't realize that her son's left behind, and the son bends down to, he's like, "Hey, little pigeons," to pet the pigeons. And then the camera goes up to a couple of stories above him. This new skyscraper's being built, and there's all these panes of glass. And the panes of glass fall off the crane and nail him. But if he hadn't have dropped the sandwich and or hadn't have leant down to pet the pigeons, he would have missed the panes of glass would have missed him. It's literally exactly what we're talking about.
What are we talking about?
What we're talking about, like it's you never know. It's if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, isn't it kind of like almost along the lines of fate, no matter what?
Yeah,
It's
if your
holding him
days,
life just to take that flight. You know,
yeah,
it doesn't make sense. Like you're gonna wait out for your whole life to be like, okay, I planned your whole life to take a flight on a particular. Like, I don't think so. And then you cancel, and then it crashes. Like, get out.
yeah,
Who would write a
and
song
then
about that?
and then what was the bit about winning the lottery? And then
Yeah.
oh,
And what's
I
the thing with
used,
call the catering company? What the fuck? They didn't put the fucking right silverware down for the whatever. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah,
Wait, what? I'm gonna
Like,
have to watch it.
you're
I
getting
still haven't.
married. There's spoons, unfortunately, where
yeah,
you
yeah.
should have forks or something,
When
or
all you
they're on
need
they
is a
sit on the wrong
knife.
side of the table or whatever. You know what I mean? Somebody set the plates wrong. I don't know. It's all
What
a very it's an ironic mess.
does it go into
Somebody
like the
calls it-
Matrix at the point where the little girl goes, "What spoon?"
Well, doesn't Alana say something about forks and spoons when all you need is a knife?
Right. Yeah, spoken like a true Australian.
No, I'd say
That's all you need is a knife.
you don't need forks and spoons when all you need is a fucking knife.
Now that's not a spoon. That's a spoon, mate.
That's a knife.
And I'm Kiwi, so
Oh shit.
you
I'm
just
sorry.
really
I
oh
apologize. Oh
yeah.
fuck me.
That's all right.
Uh
It's a
sakes,
downer.
I
You could just
apologize.
pretend
I
sometimes.
can't
We'd prefer
apologize
you
enough.
if you were. We'd like you
Oh,
more if
I,
you were Australian. I don't know if you know that.
I can't apologize enough.
no, that's okay. I'll let it fly for now.
So I heard that in New Zealand there's birds that can't fly.
Yeah, the kiwi,
What? I thought that was a fruit.
the kiwi, and the kia.
Okay. I didn't know what they
And
were called. Are they kind of like sandpipers or something like that, where they just like run along the beach, or is it? But they can't fucking fly, right?
no, our native bird, when we get our name from, we're Kiwis, is Kiwi, and they're
Right.
like a sort of like a
Two E's at the end.
not a not
Kiwis.
a
Okay, they're so small. Like a wee people or
they're
don't fuck
like the
around.
size they're like the size of a chicken but quite bulbous, and they've got a real long beak, and they only
Probably
come
don't
out at
want to fuck
night,
with them.
and they live in the bush, and there's fuck all of them left, like in the hundreds probably.
It sounds
Like
Call
like
it
a
a kiwi
nightmare.
then. It'd be a much cooler
very
name.
I'm pretty sure they're one of the most endangered birds in the world.
It also
And
sounds like they're gonna kick your ass if they're coming out of the bush in the middle of the night.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I've only seen one once, and I live here, but like they're that endangered. They have a couple in zoos and stuff like that, but all the lights are turned down because they only come out at night, and they're they're loud as fuck. Like you think a rooster in the morning is loud, like these
Yeah.
Kiwis, they'll fucking light up a whole. They'll wake up a whole fucking rainforest of campers.
Cockle doodle doo motherfucker kind of thing.
Yeah, like wake the fuck up, motherfuckers.
All right. But you've only seen one of them, but you've heard a lot of them?
I've only ever seen one in captivity in a zoo, which there isn't many. There's only like 5 in the whole country, and there's probably only like 5 in other zoos around the world, and maybe 100 still in the wild. Like they're trying to they're trying to, get them going again. But
Do they eat each other or something like that? Something weird?
no, but we have possums and rats and shit that they're trying
Okay.
to, and the
We have
possums
this
and
weird
rats,
birds.
They
yeah,
eat the egg.
they eat the kiwi eggs, yeah.
We're celebrating these birds that can't take care of themselves.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean, it's like numbers game at that point, right? Like how many fucking yeah.
yeah, and that's why, like, there's our conservation department are literally spending millions and like fucking 20, 30, 40, 50 million dollars every year on programs to try and get the breeding process back. Like
Why don't
in
they?
captivity with
Mitigate the
incubators and shit.
inevitable
Yeah.
extinction of this fragile bird that can't take care of itself in the wild.
Yeah, but that's only because of the introduced.
That's on you.
Um,
That's on every New Zealander, is to hold this bird up.
no,
Yeah,
it's on
but
the
if you think of
Englishmen who
yeah, if you
introduced the possums and the fucking
yeah,
ferrets and the rats.
yeah, like the possum, the
The Kiwi
possum
hotels.
is the only marsupial that is native to North America. So if you have possum
Yeah.
in New Zealand, that's like somebody brought that over there.
Oh yeah, yeah, and rabbits, goats, and obviously they brought rabbits and goats for meat, back in the 1800s and all that. But they're like pests, like rabbits. We fucking poison the shit out of them because they're just going fucking crazy.
Man,
Goddamn right, you should poison the shit out of every rat you get.
why rabbits though? Come on.
Rabbits. I love rabbits.
All
They're
right.
my,
Yeah,
but
the rats though. Yeah.
unfortunately, there's
Good.
so many rabbits. One, obviously, you'll know the joke that we have a shit ton of sheep in New Zealand,
Fucking like rabbits.
and 14 rabbits will eat the same amount of grass in one day as one sheep.
Holy moly.
Yeah, hard to believe, but it's fucking true.
Yeah, that's pretty good lawn maintenance there, though, honestly.
Yeah, but the trouble is the farmers need the grass for the sheep to eat. And if the rabbits eat it, then the sheep can't eat it. And then
Well,
the
then
sheep die.
you just shear instead of you shear the goats, you shear the rabbits.
Hey, actually, that is a good fucking market.
What do you got? Woolly rabbits?
I just solved it.
No, we don't. But you actually reminded me about something as we were
Like the Angora sweaters over here. You think
we
that's going
were
to solve the carbon credit problem? God.
we were poisoning rabbits way before the cocoa thing.
Y'all are like Watership Down over in this motherfucker. That's crazy, man.
And there was a crazy Spanish scientist that come over, and we were
Yeah.
trying to kill them to get rid of them, and the Spanish scientist was trying to figure out how they could keep them alive because there's some like wild
Wasn't
cat
there a
like
movie
cancer
about
thing
that?
in Spain, and they've eaten all the rabbits, and these cats are native to Spain, and they don't have any rabbits to eat.
I mean, rabbits don't need to be kept alive.
That's been. You got too many cats now, right? All right.
And then I thought maybe I could farm rabbits and ship them over live in containers to Spain for these cats to eat.
I mean,
Could be a lucrative market.
yeah. I mean, Soylent Green, right?
I like that. I like that about you.
You go up the food chain enough.
Yeah, I mean I love rabbits, but at the end of the day, you got to go for market share. If there's a market and you're going to make money, fucking go for it.
Isn't that the whole idea
Market
behind
share
Hunger Games?
first. If they're just going to be food, we can harvest the pelts and then send the rabbits over. Not the pelts, but obviously, just like give them You know what I mean?
That they made a movie about that. It's called The Hunger Games. There's too many people. So like if you keep going up the food chain, like okay, we're gonna kill all that. We're gonna kill all that. We're gonna kill all that. Now
Until
there's
it
too many
goes over
people.
to the island with the
Oh,
cats.
fuck.
And the people.
I've never seen the Hunger Games.
What's that?
I was just saying we were talking about the rabbits and shit, and one of
Yeah.
you said I can't remember who. Sorry, I think it was you, Sugar, said about sharing the rabbits.
Right. Like you get. I mean, it takes too much work.
It would take too much work, but that would increase the price because you got to have your profit margin, obviously.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Australia have a crazy rabbit problem too.
No, Australia doesn't. Nowhere near as much.
They did though. There was a whole thing about it.
Well, you can get milk from goats. You can't get milk from a rabbit. You know.
Have
Wow,
you tried?
I don't think.
exactly.
At least I never tried, but like I don't think you can.
Yeah, don't knock it.
Exactly. We haven't tried yet. Might give
Yeah.
that a
Have
whirl
you ever
tomorrow.
tried?
We
Have you
know
ever tried to milk a
statistically that
rabbit?
is happening. Because
I'll
mammals.
make sure. I'll make sure I get a female one.
Right. Okay. Catch a bunch of female rabbits and try to milk them. It's not going to work out the same as milking one goat.
But
Catch a rabbit and then milk it.
but
Yeah, go ahead.
then but then rabbit milk could be a fucking delicacy in like fucking South Korea or something.
Right.
You could sell it for like $1,000 a liter.
Eyedropper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you could get a liter, if you could even get a liter of rabbit milk.
This
Yeah,
is
wait.
clean. This is clean. Yeah, I'll pay you top dollar. Give me this rabbit
Yeah.
milk.
Right. It's
need it.
highly. It's
I
like
need it
gold.
now.
Or it would be $1,000 for 100 mils, and it would be like a 5 mil shot in each cocktail in South Korea.
Right. But how many rabbits would you have to milk to get a liter of rabbit milk?
Probably about 50,000.
Right.
don't care how
Like
much
50,
it is.
okay. So let's just say that's true. 50,000 rabbits, you milk them and you get a liter of rabbit milk. Like you just have a goat. You get one goat.
Yeah,
And you get
and
a
just
liter
and
of
just
goat milk.
Bigger animal.
and just
Yeah.
and
You could have
just
one
and just
goat. Hang
all
on.
rabbit milk.
Hang
I
on. You
know.
could have one goat and get a liter of rabbit milk from one goat.
Or we could have
Or-
automated fences, like rabbit milking things that the rabbits can run free, but then it would deposit it like when the rabbit had to go like somewhere, you know what I mean? And then it would like discharge
And
all the milk
plus,
in an ampule, and then just have robots bring it to a refrigerator after that. Easy.
well,
or
the thing
goats.
is that
Or
the
goats.
rabbits would eat all the grass that the goats need to eat to get the goat milk.
Yeah. But you could still, if you had the rabbits and the goat in the same hutch, then you could still market the goat milk as rabbit milk to make it a commodity and charge $7,500 per 100 mils of it.
Right.
Splice
Genetically
spider
modify
genes
a
into
rabbit and a goat and get a rabbit goat.
Yeah, but
Wow,
goat,
Stacy,
well,
holy
maybe.
shit.
And then he would eat more grass. Or she would eat more. The goat would eat the rabbit, the hybrid
milk. All
rabbit
your grass.
goat.
That's what a
I
bitch.
feel like I feel like we're pitching on fucking Shark Tank right now.
I think we might be.
It's great, isn't it?
All right, I'll give 20% lending for the goat rabbits.
I think the goat
Well, it
rabbits.
depends
I
on the
think we got
valuation.
China.
Oh,
We're not gonna
hang
make
on.
goat rabbits in America.
Hang
It's
on.
cheaper
I'm just-
overseas.
I think you have to do the goat rabbit because if you see rabbit goat, it almost sounds like a rabid goat, like they have rabies or something. Just be careful.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think we should do
the
goat
full
rabbit.
market.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah,
Hang
goat
on.
rabbit. No.
Hang on.
Right,
I've just come up with a new brand
Good
name for
point.
the company. I've just come up with a new brand name for the company. Grabbit Milk.
rabbit milk.
Rabbit milk.
Rabbit milk? Oh,
Kinda-
Yeah,
rabbit.
like you
Kinda
got to
good.
grab it off the
You
shelf.
gotta get a grab it. Right.
You got to grab it off the shelf. It's rabbit milk, but you got to grab it off the shelf.
Oh, if we
Kinda
do
like
like flying
Jacob
pig milk, what if we do flying pig milk and then it'll be flying off the shelves? You know, a little
Shake
sequel,
it, but don't break it.
off of our first product. Flying pig milk.
Holy
This is
fucking
good,
shit.
guys.
I think this is pretty
Oh,
good.
We've
yeah.
literally made a
Definitely
billion-dollar
on
company right here, right now.
What about
100%.
spider
did.
milk? I don't think we've looked at that hard enough. Spider milk. I think
Well, the
about it.
sad thing about it is Geo owns it now.
Right?
Oh,
It's his
fuck.
server. He's taking on the
Geo
shit.
owns
Damn
all
it.
the IP now. Yeah.
Oh no, he's
Yeah.
on.
He
He's on
owns
mute.
our intellectual property.
We own the intellectual property.
That's right. We've had
We
Geo
can lease.
Somebody's
We
retract.
listening.
we
He's
can
got
lease
money.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, pre-trunk,
can-
we're going to have Geo sign an NDA, so we'll have the
Yeah.
we'll retain the IP
Wait.
here.
He'll get a cut. He'll get a cut.
Yeah, like fucking 2.5%, and
Like
that's
he can tend to the rabbits.
or something. Yeah, something.
2.5%.
Keep the lights on.
Awful.
Like
being
so
generous,
we're not
Stacey.
talking about it.
Well, it depends
Are
really
we-
what the market share of the goat milk is going to be. You know,
It's not goat milk at this point.
Rabbit.
It's a rabbit
gotta-
that fucked a goat.
rabbit,
You have to call it by the brand name. Grab it.
rabbit. Yeah,
Goat, rabbit milk. You got to grab it off the shelf.
yeah.
Right. So I'm trying to go back like one step before that, and like, how do we get a rabbit to fuck a goat?
Right.
the
Exactly.
goat
We
to
got
fuck
this
the rabbit.
naturally. It's got to be
No,
Or
organic.
maybe a goat fucks a
No,
rabbit. I
here's
guess. I don't know.
It's got to be organic.
Hang on. Here's how we do it. Because a goat can lie down. I was just about to say a rabbit can lie down. A goat can lie down to a rabbit's level. So this is
Uh-huh.
this is completely feasible.
I think we need a
We'll
scientist.
just have to put the rabbit in a vice.
Yeah.
You just need a large enough rabbit and a small enough goat, and then I think we'll see what happens.
In addition, I think we need a
Rabbits naturally
genetic
so I think
scientist to make this happen. Actually,
Rabbits are natural fuckers, so I think we go with
Yeah.
a
They are.
male rabbit and a
Yeah.
female miniature
True.
goat.
100%.
We just see what goes on.
Goats aren't natural fuckers.
Nah, I
No,
don't
goats
know.
aren't. Rabbits
Yeah.
are.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
They're not built for it in the lower hindquarters. I don't think.
Rabbits are totally natural fuckers.
Rabbits are more built for fucking. I think.
Mhm. So we
Yeah,
don't need
they
a genetic. We don't need a genetics scientist
We don't have to
to
splice it. We'll
make
just
this happen.
hybridize it.
All natural.
You know how
Yeah,
there's
Organic.
you know how there's the machines that make clothing, sewing machines.
Uh huh.
Rabbits are fucking machines. They make other rabbits.
Right. So you just push a goat
They are
up. So you just push a goat up next to a cliff and put a rabbit behind it.
No, I'm talking about rabbits on rabbits.
Oh.
I
Conversation.
think that probably in hybridization.
You understand what I'm saying, Stacey?
Well, how are you gonna get
I
a
do.
rabbit?
Well, the
Okay.
rabbit will probably have the hindquarters of a rabbit and the front quarters of a goat. So that's, I think, what we'd be looking at. Possibly horned ears. I'm not sure.
I
Maybe
never
both.
thought of
think
that.
I
Yeah.
think it would be more feasible if we engineered for the goat to have the hindquarters of the rabbit and the front quarters of a goat. That would be
Yeah.
more. That would
Yeah.
be more feasible for production line.
For breeding, yes.
We can organically make that happen. But
Yeah, and because they're going to be doing
That's
a
what
lot
I'm
of fucking. It's
See,
going to
so
a production
things
line.
like
It's
other
self-sustaining.
hybridizations, proposed
have a
ones like the
barn.
cabin.
We just have a barn that goes up next to a cliff, and you stick a goat on there. You didn't want to go over the cliff, and so
Yeah.
you just stick a rabbit behind him.
No, actually, you're right.
A
Yeah.
stud rabbit, you know.
Yeah. So if we go with a female miniature goat, then we would have our hybrid. I think would have the hindquarters of the mother.
Before we do any of that, though, we need to get a stud rabbit.
Yeah, champ, like 40-pounder, like the largest
Yeah.
rabbit we find.
Like this motherfucker's gonna fuck.
His named Champ.
Right.
I don't
Camp
know.
rabbit.
That's just what, and we could make him like a necklace or something. So it's
Probably
distinguished.
like a gold chain
Yeah, something
and a
like that.
trophy.
Like a we'll
Like
keep it for him.
Yeah, you could probably like you know how they do like dog shows or whatever, but it'd be with a rabbit. And they're like, yes, you're the stud.
Rabbit studs. Yeah, this is how we make rabbit. It'll have rabbit convention. It'll go international.
Yeah, it's a process.
We'll solve the world's milk problems. One rabbit at a time.
And then And then we can totally save New Zealand.
Yeah.
I do like the name Grabbit though. There's something catchy about it.
Yeah, because it's a verb also. Action oriented.
My apologies for mentioning the rabbit and goat together. You guys were on a great conversation. Then we went sideways, but we might have made some money.
Is that you that just posted that fucking? That's a kangaroo rabbit, though.
Oh no way.
I would say like
Yeah,
a kangaroo
I
goat
would
would
say
be a
that's
better.
definitely no goat in there. I'd say there's more goat. I'd say there's more kangaroo in that than there is goat. Well, okay. I mean, fine.
Milk a kangaroo?
That who? What it would we I Tolu just posted in chat or text. Yeah, that. That's more of like I would say that's more of a kangaroo rabbit. Like I would never like that's like I don't know. It's not a goat rabbit.
Sumo.
It's not a grabbit. Yeah, sumo
Post
rabbit.
posted? That's not. I hope our rabbits don't look like that. That would be intimidating.
No, they don't. They totally
Like
don't
a
look like
16
that.
pack on that motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't know where. I don't know
And
what
yeah,
that came
let's not. Yeah, if we can help it, like let's not put hands on these bitches.
from. Right.
Be careful how big of the rabbit. Champ, or I don't know if you want to champ, if that's what comes, next.
Yeah, that seems like we might get our ass kicked just for doing it with that guy.
We came out with that, be like, no, 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 abort, abort. You know what I mean?
No one's making it out alive on that one.
I can already tell this is gonna go bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gay, but I'm pretty sure he could fuck me when I
Yeah,
don't
you'd
want
be
him to.
fucking that rabbit off.
Yeah, not just
You'd be like,
goat.
it's my boyfriend now. He tells me what to do. That's what you'd be doing.
He's
As
gonna be
long as he
grabbing
only
something from
wants,
you. He said, grab it.
yeah, as long as that guy only wants that rabbit guy wants to only fuck goats, I'm good with it.
You'd be doing species reassignment surgery so you could marry him. He's so
Shit.
pretty.
Species reassignment.
Pet him or whatever.
Yes.
Weirdo.
Oh yeah, you're on the panel. You're on the board of directors, I think.
Yeah, I'm certified a la Dr. Moreau science.
Yeah, yeah, right on.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, the crazy globe is back. Am I on the board of directors?
Hoo-wee. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, so can we agree that we don't want to breed a rabbit that wants to fuck anything other than a goat?
I think you're onto something here. I think
Please, man. Come on.
I think there's a market for it.
Right.
I think there's a market for a rabbit.
We only want goat fucking rabbits. Not like this motherfucker could fuck anything.
There is a total market for grabbit milk.
I don't want it to look like that, but with
Grab
boobs.
it.
That would be
Grab
even
it, milk.
scarier. Like multiple boobs. Like I don't even want that. That'd be a monster.
And a
Let's not make
grabbit, a goat fucking rabbit. Imagine the logo on the can, on the bottle.
The logo. Oh, you could have like beer.
act up rabbit with a bunch of boobs.
You could even make a cartoon
Yeah.
of the grabbit character.
It's gonna be huge.
Huh? You know?
Gonna be
And
huge.
a CGI movie of the great grabbit.
What do you mean
1, 2, and
CGI?
3.
Fuck CGI.
Real. No, we're doing this for real.
Yeah.
Oh,
Features real
shit.
actors, real penetration.
Shit just got real.
This ain't no Charlotte's Web.
Which is real. Um,
I'm gonna
I think
start writing a script.
it's like a next level kind of ad campaign, though. I think we're gonna get
An award. We're gonna
Huge.
get an award.
a huge return on this one. Huge.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, speaking of huge, like Trump just got slapped with a bunch of frauds and stuff like that up in the New York stuff for the inflation of the or whatever, manipulating the value of property. And
Did he?
nobody
Oh,
cares about that. Yeah,
Oh,
whatever.
that's
Trump,
not
Trump,
all
Trump.
that
Deep,
bullshit.
deep, 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 deep. Yeah, two things. Mainstream media.
Mainstream media will eat up the what do we call it? Grab it.
We can share some goats to just eat bullshit in the mainstream
Grab it.
media. That'd be great. Yeah. Eat.
Because it's a verb. That's what I'm saying. But it's also a noun. It's a noun at heart.
I'm just copywriting the name. Grab it.
.com. Get the .com for $9. Hurry up before I do.
Oh,
It's not already taken.
get the IPO
going on
going.
GoDaddy now. Grab it.
Yeah. Well, it's obviously already taken.
And we can trade this rabbit milk in crypto. Make a milk coin. Yeah.
Grab it.
Grab.
It's more of a patent on a chimera. I think that's
So-
where we're gonna go. Like, you know,
And
Yeah, but
think
for-
of
yeah, that's
think
good.
of Bitcoin.
that's probably
Think of
already taken.
Bitcoin, and then grab it coins. Everyone's going to be grabbing it.
Yeah, that works.
It's going to be a huge investment.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. It's a noun and a verb.
Grab it. Yeah, got you. Yes, this is really smart marketing. So just need some VC money to step in, speed this motherfucker up. You know what I mean? Looking for some
Fuck
ground
yeah.
floor investorship, you know what I mean? Where's Mark Cuban on this? I don't know.
Should
We'll find out.
we all meet? Should we pitch to Shark Tank and all meet up in fucking LA or San Francisco, wherever they film it?
No,
And pitch.
we don't want to give away our secrets.
True.
We'll all have like matching suits and sunglasses while we do the pitch. You know what I mean? I'll have our hair slicked
Yeah.
back too.
Yeah.
Never like take off the sunglasses though. That'd be dope.
Do you know why they never given away the recipe for Coca-Cola? Because they had to patent it, and they don't want to do that. Nobody knows it. If they patent it, secret's out after like I don't know however many years.
Yeah.
So,
True.
yeah.
Same with KFC.
They
Right.
transgenic from saying that rabbits exist then. How many have they made?
Stacy's our closer.
0 yet.
I think
say-
Stacey
they say
should
more
be the
than one.
face of our pitch.
You guys are gonna lose. Good luck with that.
Imagine your face on a giant goat rabbit. Rabbit.
God help us
Yeah.
all.
I know. It's awesome, right?
Yeah, imagine like a pitch of like a 355 ml can, like the energy drink size can, and Stacey, you're holding it in your hand, like doing the the cheesy marketing thing in front of the sharks, and you're like, this is grab it milk, and it came from this aminal, which we created. It's a goat and a rabbit, and it's called Grab It, and this is why you need to grab this investment.
Yeah, I mean the milk that comes from rabbits is is amazing. Probably
Yeah, and it's already got guarana for charge.
it's already pasteurized.
Yep.
Sure, we can sell it. I'm gonna have to amp it up, talk
Straight out
about
of
what it does
straight out
to
of
my body and how it makes me feel. How it
yeah,
also gives me milk.
Yeah. Well,
straight out of the
we've
teat.
got to market test it to get investment first. We don't want to go in pre-revenue. We want to sell a couple $100,000 worth first.
Right. So first, though, we're gonna save New Zealand. That's the whole That's the whole point.
Yes, and here's a good marketing thing. We can use pure alpine glacial water as part of the ingredients.
As the sponsor to the breakdancing contest, which is going to save New Zealand.
Yeah, because the
Saving New
glaciers are
Zealand.
melting anyway, so we can use the water, pure alpine glacial water.
Saving Z.
We're sitting on $1 billion idea here.
Yeah.
This isn't
More
even
like
a Earth
trillion.
Awakenings fucking talk. This is a $1 billion Shark Tank business idea talk.
Fuck Shark Tank.
Yeah.
We just need somebody who has money. Anybody?
Yeah, we need more people that have more money than Shark Tank, like Jeff Bezos or somebody like that, or Bill Gates. He's into eugenics.
What about my boy Elon?
Yeah, but he's stupid. But I guess that's a good candidate, though. You don't want
That is a
you don't want to
great
cross him off the
candidate.
list just yet.
Yeah.
He would be all over this shit.
Yeah. All right. All right. So we got to find a stud rabbit. We got to breed a stud rabbit. And then we got to get a goat. And then
we're going to have to construct a mounting frame.
right, a mounting frame.
No. These are going to be this is going to be all natural.
Stud rabbit is going to do it.
Yeah. If it's not made out of love, it's not anything we should be messing around with.
Yeah, we don't need to scare the goat.
No. What we need more is a soundtrack, a menu, an environment.
Like some fucking Barry White or something.
No. The very I can't remember the song. It's just gone from me. The last song at the end of the Top Gun anthem.
Like some mood music.
Are you high in here or something? What is happening? This is actually a TV show. I'd watch this, guys. This is entertaining. Just talking about it.
Do you know the song I mean, Stacey? Right at the end of Top Gun. That's the song that needs to be.
God help us all, please. Somebody's probably listening to this somewhere.
You know,
God,
here's the thing: it's gonna be something like so it's the end as the beginning, right? So like the stud rabbit fucks the goat and they both die. Well, the stud rabbit dies, and his only offspring is the one that shall come from the female goat, and then everybody's got to protect the female goat, and because like her offspring will become the next thing or whatever. It's like, oh shit. And then everybody will try to fucking kill the female goat.
We don't want to make it like praying mantises and shit. Like they're.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if people know that this is going on, they're gonna want to kill the female goat. We gotta protect the female goat, so that way we can get the offspring. Because that's what we want, right?
Yeah, but when the offspring comes out, and then that's when we play that soundtrack in the documentary.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Is the male offspring?
We're not gonna get a grab it if it's never born.
Yeah, but those grabbits, there's a market for that too on Shark Tank. We've got two markets here: the grabbit milk, and then we've got the different sizes of grabbit mating trays.
Well,
Well-
there's going to be people that, if the word gets out, there's people that aren't going to want Grabbits.
Mm.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Once,
Like these truthers, man,
this-
and shit, they're not gonna want to grab it.
right, like once,
So you have to get off
Rabbit
Pure
Stud,
Apartment.
yeah, once
That's
the Rabbit
Counter
Stud
Strike.
fucks the chosen female goat, and then the child will be the first and ever grab it. If somebody knows that the grab it plan that we have is in place, they're going to want to divert that because they don't want grab it. I'm sure. Like, who wants to grab it
There's going to
unless
be
they know?
organizations out there ready to try
There
to
can be opposition.
Oh,
And
shit.
that's where Stacy's going to come
Yeah.
in here, and she's going to launch a counteroffensive or pre-strike, what I call sort of preemptive
Right.
strike that we're going to make,
Yeah.
so that we're going to sort of inoculate ourselves from any kind of criticism about our beloved grabbits. You know what I mean?
And
Grab
Definitely
it.
make sure that we fix this shit. And I'm like, guys, no, this is not genetically modified
We're gonna
in
get
the bad way
Bob
you've always
involved.
learned about.
No, Stacey. But the other thing we haven't thought about is once these beautiful grabbits are created and they're creating the grabbit milk, which is going to make us billions of dollars, grab it in the can.
B.
Other people are going to want to grab it to take them and farm them for themselves. I don't
When
think
we
we
say
can
grab
patent
it, I'm starting to feel like there's a frog involved. Grab it, like have we somehow genetically modified a frog too in this? I mean,
Well, it's kind of
Grabbit.
kinda
That's
like-
good, Stacey. We
Do we
could
need
use
a
that in
frog?
the marketing. We could
think
use that in the
no,
marketing.
we don't need a plug.
I
No.
think we're looking at a whole
I-
selection of different products to be developed over a certain amount of years.
Yeah,
I
the
see it
ultimate
right.
goal is to
I
take
see it
New
right
Zealand.
now, Stacey. I see it right now, Stacey. We could start out in New Zealand with alpine glacial snow as part of the ingredient, and then what Stacey just said is like looking at one of the fridges where your soft drinks are, and it zooms in, and we can have Stacey saying, "Grab it, grab it, grab it." Brilliant. Are you in marketing, Stacey?
Making the frogs gay.
the marketing actually.
I never even thought of that, but that's gold.
Grab it.
To it last year again because it pays
Protect
good.
the grab it.
Actually.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of this. You know what marketing is sitting around the table and doing this to a show. You talking to your people. It's exactly what we're
exactly.
doing right now. To be honest, but you do more than that, yes. And you go out to different stores and other things and whatnot, and try to sell what your company is doing. But at the same time, it's it's just
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
guys.
It's just about a distribution game for Grab It Milk once we get it, because then it's about market saturation. How
No,
many
you're
cans are
losing
we really
sight
able to
of
put
the
out?
entire project. Losing sight of the entire thing is to save New Zealand because of the flightless birds.
And so if this is really just for birdhouses for kiwis that probably
Yeah,
should just go
because the
extinct
rabbits are
because
eating all the fucking grass.
they just evolved
Oh.
into chicken nugget. And
Oh shit!
that's not for
Oh
anything.
shit,
Well,
son!
bringing it all back. Yeah, that's right.
So the only way to right this wrong.
Oh
Yeah.
shit, son! I just got it. I just got it right there. Is that kiwis are flightless birds, and
Yes.
if we use the kiwi glacial snow as part of the ingredients, right?
Yes.
And then the kiwi flightless bird, and the only way you're going to survive and get through your hydration, which we'll have to put some ingredients in there for that to boost hydration, which will make it even more marketable, is you got to grab it. Otherwise, you're going to lose it.
And that's how you get more flightless birds.
Shit, son.
You're adding complexity where there doesn't need to be. We just add MSG to this. This stuff's gonna sell. All right.
No.
Fuck, we'll just
MSG.
add some Coke to it.
Why do you need to add MSGs to
Yes,
shit
it's
when we already got
harvested.
fucking crossbreeding?
Yes, it's
shit
organic
going?
rabbit milk. Yes, it's sustainably harvested. But can we throw MSG in there? Yes, we can do that too. Why not do that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think we should. As
I
a
think we should have
marketing
different
tool.
brands to support everybody. We have our truthers who want it really organic and the best of the best, right? And try to sell it in that way. Then the other people don't give two shits out here in this world. They're like, add it
hang
all in
on.
there, man.
No, fuck you guys. What's not enough for you? Like we're making a rabbit fuck a goat. Is that not enough?
There's nothing that's enough for people in this world. They want more and more and more. Don't we know that now?
We're not making a rabbit fuck a goat. We're
No, we're
providing.
we're
We're
providing an
providing
environment.
with
Right.
with
Yes, exactly.
drinks and
Exactly.
dinner,
That's what we do.
and if
That's what
things work out, then
Are we
we've
gonna
got
eat this meat
rabbit
too? Are we gonna
Things
sell
work-
it for like meat quality or what? Or no?
from the,
Just milk.
like
No,
Mount
we're
Champa.
have you not been listening, Stacy? We're trying to
I missed
save
that
New
part. I've been
Zealand.
making coffee and doing stuff, bro. I'm the marketing side. I'm kidding.
I know.
You
You
are
gotta get
marketing,
it.
Stacey. Keep listening.
Cranking it. Yeah, that's why we're gonna leave
Saving New Zealand.
other types of invented animal milks. I think in the industry, we'll be a leader,
Endangered animals.
pioneer in the field.
This is one way to save an endangered animal.
This is
The
where it's
flightless
going,
bird
guys.
called the kiwis of New
And we
Zealand.
can have
Which
plant-based rabbits. Plant-based rabbits. We'll just
well,
So I
who
think
knows
that-
what they'll eat?
like,
Well,
there.
they'll eat the grass that the rabbits used to eat. It's not enough grass for the goats. So that's why we,
Well, this is why we did the whole thing to start with, is because
Yeah.
rabbits are too small to milk.
right.
Rabbits, they eat bushes, plants, grass. They eat fucking everything. Goats
Why,
do the same thing, and if we can, like I said, if we can make them into a grabbit, that's a great brand name.
Yeah, I think we got a
Rabbit.
little greedy. We went a little bit too far because the big purpose, right, we were doing this for was something very meaningful, right? We're trying to help some animals out here and shit and help the people. Don't forget that we have that message in there, so you got to keep using.
No,
Yeah.
Exactly, Stacey.
no,
And-
we're
and
not
that
trying to
is-
help. No, we're not trying to help the people.
Oh, damn! What are we doing?
No,
We're
no,
trying to
Helping
help
hang on.
animals.
We're trying to help the flightless birds.
No, we're
That's
trying to
right.
get money. We're just trying to get rich. We're just using
See?
the kiwis as an excuse. It's just to pull on the heartstrings of others to get funding.
Right.
No.
This is how the VC works.
No,
This is
hang
the whole
on. Hang on.
Jesus.
Well, this is what marketing does. We have to
we're
discuss how we fuck the people over and how we also gain money every day from it. But then we're gonna sell it, right? We have to sell it as it's something great for them. This is what marketing does, though.
Well, it
Stacey,
doesn't sound like they
I'm-
come from a very good place.
No, it doesn't. So we
Stacey.
got to somehow find a better marketing.
No, we don't. I'm trying to help the rabbits because I love them, even though they're a
I do
pest.
actually.
And they,
I'm an animal lover to no end. I think animals are better than humans. So
yeah. I fucking
Well,
love
give
rabbits.
all the money to the human cent. I mean, to the animal cent.
And then,
right,
hang on.
exactly.
And then
gene splice the rabbits with spiders.
after the rabbits, I'm trying to save the kiwis because there's only a couple hundred left.
Right,
And
that's what
then-
I'm saying.
And then, in the course of doing that, we're going to make billions and billions of dollars, which we're going to donate back to trying to help the kiwis get back. And what we're going to do
A kiwi preserve in that bitch.
is we're going to create an enterprise that is worth billions and billions of dollars. Who is there? There's three of us here. So I'll take.
That's the bitch. Yeah. That's
Like
exactly
three of us?
what I'm
Damn. Wait a minute. I think there's snacks. There's me. There's sugar
Oh,
cookie.
yeah,
there's
yeah.
you. There's Lou's
Yeah,
kind of been posting
whoa,
this
whoa,
for it.
whoa.
Well,
Come
hang
on.
on.
Also,
on.
This
listen,
idea
yeah.
was
Wait.
born between like a few of us here. Now that you're in the conversation doesn't mean
I don't need you.
enjoy the profits afterwards.
I come up with the
But
brand
I'll
name.
allow
I came up with the
And the
idea for the
philosophy.
rabbit in the first place, so I'm pretty sure I'm banking.
Yeah,
Don't
you're,
wanna be
you're banking,
affiliated.
Stacey. I come up with the whole idea, and
We came up with the idea.
Oh, no,
We came
Jazz
up with
came up with the
Sure,
groove.
I do it though.
Jazz agreed
True.
this out really well, though. Your greed's been forward thinking on this.
Yeah,
I'm
Somebody
saying
needs to
that-
rewind this bit so I
Are we
can
gonna
get paid.
find
I'm pretty sure I was like, what if we mix a goat and a rabbit together? And you're all like, "Damn, good.
Stacey,
Where
I
was
was just trying to
love you
rewind
guys.
it.
And we just gene edit the grabbits, right? After we get the grabbits that are going to be natural.
I come up with
After-
the brand name the Grabbits.
Yeah, you
Okay.
did.
You know, this is what happens in real like business. And the one partner that actually came up with the whole fucking thing gets scooted right the fuck out the door.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
Is this like the Wu Tang? Are we becoming the Wu Tang Clan right now?
This is getting
No.
crazy, y'all.
Are we?
We're
Is that
all
what's
one
happening?
team.
That might
We're
be.
all one
I don't-
fucking team. I'm the only fucking globe earther here, I think. Am I?
I don't know.
Sugar cookies all over the place. We don't know.
Just check the mainstream. Just check. I just posted. Jazz is so full of it. There's heaps of kiwi birds left.
That's what it all started at. It was like I said.
He goes, there's only 100.
I think I said.
They're coughing. They're sickly.
I don't know, man.
I asked.
I've
thought
only ever
your
seen one in
accent
a
was.
run of park.
I thought your
Look
accent
at
was
the-
from Australia, and then you said no, it's from New Zealand. I was like, okay, well, isn't that they have flightless birds there? And then you were talking about how extinct they were. And then it went from there.
How many are there?
I don't know.
Read my text. I just put it in live stream text.
I
They're gonna kill
really
us.
can't be bothered because I've got a shit ton of shit to do.
Our phase 1
So if
funding
you
is
could
going to be
just tell me.
totally fun. Oh, jeez.
Sorry, Hank, go ahead.
I mean, you know what? I don't care if I make any money off of this. I'm just glad to be a participant.
I get off the ground if the birds are not endangered. Okay.
They're definitely endangered.
That takes our seed funding is all going to be driven because people have sympathy for the birds. You know, that's what I'm saying. It's just serving the ultimate purpose of where we make
What I'm
money
saying.
and get Rolls
That's
Royces
what
and
I'm
shit.
saying.
That's what I'm looking at. But
Yeah.
And then hang
is
on.
there a way we
and
can
then
endanger these birds?
I'm
And
waiting to hear a number on the Kiwis because I was just guessing.
Yeah, we're saving the kiwi birds by
No. If there are too
breeding
many
Why?
birds already,
rabbit.
there are too many already
So-
now. We need to stop these birds from producing, and then we can come in and swoop in. Problem called solution. Now we've
Right.
got the audience. Okay. That's
Because
for
they're not
us.
endangered. We have to endanger them.
This
There's
is
a
mine. Yeah,
whole
we need
line
to
of
endanger them
reasoning.
now. We need to start endangering. Can we put plastic? Can we make some plastic products first that would fuck them
I'm
up?
fucking dying, yo. We started this conversation. You're saying they were endangered. There's plenty. I can't even talk. There's plenty of them. This is why I love Jazza. Jazza cracks me the fuck up. We don't
I
need to
see.
say what our whole plot went right out the fucking window. We literally need to find now a way to kill the birds.
Chick is basic.
So, Jazzaconda, do you want to go to a separate room to discuss this? Because at some point it's becoming a group project, and I don't think it should. You know what I mean? Like, let's
This is why I think
narrow
we
it
should
down
get up now. He's
take
tough to work
input
with.
from everyone.
He's going to cause problems in the
No,
future.
I've just about got to go, I'm just about to go. But if I'm wrong about how many Kiwis are there?
You said that there's about a couple hundred, maybe.
70,000, bro.
2,000, bro.
Oh, fuck off, dicklog.
I say we just send Sugar
Still need to
back and
save this
give him the
product
stock cut right now, and then just like let him walk. You know, what I mean, he can stay on our board as an advisor.
How
We'll
many
make him
of
think
that
he's part of it.
70,000
So-
are in- how many of them are in captivity?
Confusing things.
Oh, so what? I can't remember your name. Whoever said 70,000, which is a complete load of shit. How many of the khaki black suits are left? There's fucking less than 200. So they're even less than the Kiwi.
There we go.
I don't know where the fuck you found that
That's
from.
what I had to figure out now.
70,000. That's not endangered.
I
You
wouldn't
just
say
type into Google Kiwi population, Kiwi bird population.
type
Then
in-
it's the
Talking about
first
people.
result that pops
that's
up.
people.
Type in khaki. Kaki.
No one cares about that.
Are you talking about a different bird now?
Well, they're the
That's all we're
second
saying.
I guess that's a
rarest
good,
native bird behind the Kiwi that somehow randomly has 70,000 fucking birds in the population, which is complete fucking bullshit. Where the fuck did you find that from?
Type it into Google.
So you don't know nothing.
Oh, and you scrolled down to the one that you wanted to find? That's exactly what you
That's
did.
the first result. The
Stacey,
first
step in
result.
here.
Type in Kiwi
Seems
bird
like we got some
population
Yeah.
is the
viewpoints
first
here.
result.
And is
Like,
that
so that
from
we
the
got a
Department
headline
of
reader here.
Conservation?
Says 70,000 left and losing 10% of our unmanaged kiwi every year. That's around 20 kiwis a week.
Yeah, so that's 7,000 a year. So that's going to take 7 years for all the kiwis to disappear.
Wait, but there's
but if
nobody,
you're,
there's
hold
nobody
on, you
reproducing?
got to do the math. You got to do the math. So if you're losing 20 kiwis a week and you got 70,000 kiwis fucking, I think they
Right.
could probably make that many kiwis a week too.
Make this
No,
Yeah,
sound a
they're
lot
not
less
when there's
optimistic.
They're not
fucking no
rabbits.
grass to
They're
eat
not
because
fucking
the fucking
rabbits.
rabbits eat all the grass.
Or they're not grabbits, exactly. They're
Or
not
the
grabbits. They
rodents
only
that
have
are all
one.
there eating their eggs and shit.
They're the solution to the problem. We need the cause. This is all. It's fine. Everything's cool. We got grabbits. It's gonna work out. Carlos, there's
We
probably.
can just
I mean,
not care about the animals. I mean, we do.
just we
Forget
can't
that
put
whole
such
story.
We
Who
really
would have
Because the,
thought?
we need to make them
the
seem like
rodents
they're
are
in
eating
danger.
the
Then
eggs.
that would be better for us.
Who
If we just make
who
them,
would have thought, Snacks and Stacey, who would have thought you would have had an argument about animals with two people on the other side of a spherical Earth?
What we've always been able to do is have fun. You know, we are very serious about a lot of the things we talk about, but we love to do shit like this. Like I'm making fun of my own stuff. I say all the time because this is funny. It is, and if people can't get the humor out of it and understand the difference between the two of reality and humor, come on, and that's on them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Hey, I love talking to you, Jazza. I always have. I think it's great. Now when we talk about flat Earth, I'm like, listen, boy, just sit down,
Yeah.
and we're good though.
No,
It's okay.
Stacey, you do put me in my place quite often, and I just sit down and listen.
I'm derailing a little bit, Jazz.
You heard it first.
So are we
The fact of the
on
matter
the
is,
understanding
he
of
has cute and was wrong to start with. Let's not.
we're under the
He's right.
understanding that we
Some
need to
best
breed
breeders.
rabbits in order to at least let the goats eat the grass rather than the rabbits.
Yes.
Okay.
And then oh shit, I didn't
I
think
still
of
think
that.
the grab it thing is still a great idea, though. I mean, they already has, we talk about this, spiders and shit, spider goats and stuff. Well, why
Right,
can't we have our own thing?
I'm saying, like,
Here's
once
what you
we
missed,
get the
Stacey.
because the
Stacey, you
rabbit will
missed.
be a superior milk producer, right? Then we know that
Hang
we
on,
can
hang on,
spice
hang on,
it with
hang
spider
on,
DNA.
hang on.
Then we can get the Kevlar, and then we can get
Yes.
the military contracts, and then we can put everybody in bulletproof vests and stop wars from happening. What do you think?
I like where you're going with that,
Yes.
but hang on a second. You, Stacy, missed the whole point about like how many rabbits does it take? How much can you milk a rabbit? How many rabbits can you milk in order to get 1 liter of goat milk?
Well, we talked about this earlier. It was like what somebody said, and they, of course, an estimation they'd have no clue, probably 50,000 or something like that.
50,000.
But that's why we're
50,000
making the grab it because you need the goat.
You have to have 50,000 rabbits to get
This is about the
rabbit
arms
milk
contracts.
of rabbit milk to get 1 liter of goat milk. That seems like they're eating too much grass for the goat. Like, who wants to deal with 50,000 rabbits? Not me.
Teats. I mean, how many teats per rabbit? I mean, you're talking
No
about.
farmer. I'll happily adopt them, but no farmer wants to.
What?
I fucking love rabbits. I'll happily adopt them, but no
Well,
farmer
that's
wants
great,
to have
but
them
you
on
don't
their
need
property.
50. We don't need. Yeah, they need to be managed. Goats are fine, man. Goats don't
Hey,
fuck
sugar
like rabbits.
cookie. For real, are you Riggs? Just straight up, are you Riggs?
No, I'm Sugar Cookie. Always have been.
Well, no, that's his name, but you've only been sugar cookie, and you are not Riggs.
I am not Riggs. I am Sugar Cookie.
Oh, Stacey,
Okay.
Riggs is Australian, and he could never do a good.
Oh no,
American
not
accent.
that Riggs. The American Riggs.
Oh, I don't know
No,
the American Riggs.
I'm not.
Sorry.
I'm neither one of them. Never have been.
The Texan Rig.
He's the neither of them.
No, that's I was saying this. I was saying this to somebody else. I think over on the weed server, or whatever WW whatever server. Like somebody said that same thing. Like you sound like Riggs. I'm like, yeah, I know.
Huh?
No, I'm
The
not.
reason I say that because I know his voice quite well. Listen, I dated him. I know
I know
everything
that.
about
I
him.
know.
So
That's what I'm
yeah,
saying. Like I don't fuck back chicks. That's a difference. That's how you know I'm
I'm
not Riggs.
definitely not fat, sweetheart. You're funny. You haven't seen a picture of me posted. I'm definitely not fat, hun.
I don't care. I'm pretty sure you're fat, so I don't fuck fat chicks.
PHAT, thank you,
That's how
sweetheart.
you know I'm not Riggs.
Yo.
How about that?
Rick fucks fat chicks. Damn, didn't know that. Cool. Hey, fat or not.
Well, that proves it right there, right?
No, actually it doesn't, but that's cool.
Oh, dang it! I thought that was. I thought that was mine. Dang it,
Listen, it's all good, even if you were, because as long as you're respectful, I'm cool. That's how it works.
Bob's your uncle. Okay,
Bob's your uncle.
was that what you said?
Isn't that what you just said?
I thought that's what you said.
Because Bob is my uncle.
So,
Huh?
Bob's your uncle
Isn't
then?
this a little awkward?
You're like Bob is actually my uncle. Okay.
I
No,
do
I'm
have an
not
Uncle
Riggs.
Bob.
I'm not Riggs. I've been Sugar Cookie the entire time. I've been Sugar Cookie the entire time. I've never been Riggs. I never have been. Never want to be.
Sweet, sweet. That makes it even better. It
I
does.
have. I have been. I have been. Some like there are people that like sound alike, but
Yeah, I know.
I have heard. I've actually talked to Riggs. It was like a
Mhm.
voice verification at some point somewhere. I think it might have been even on this server, or maybe it was
Could have
on
been.
Nathan's server or something like that. I can't remember. But it was like okay, and so me and him were talking, and it's like he's like, you know who I am? You're like, nah, well, kinda. He's like, well, I kind of own it, run this server and stuff. I'm like, okay, that's cool. Did you know like people said like we had a kind of conversation about it, but it was only like I don't know, maybe 10 minutes. Like, okay, that's cool, man. See you later or whatever. I haven't talked
Yeah.
to him really much since at all.
I mean, you have differences in your voice. This is why I'm like, or is he trying? But I don't think he's smart enough or good enough to try to. I'm not putting anybody down to.
Yeah, no, but I've heard that before.
Sorry.
Even SE has asked me that.
See, just when you said that right there, it feels like you went out of your voice and you sounded identical to him. So it makes my entire body go, no. Like,
Yeah, no, SE is like I can't do it. I don't think anybody can do an SE voice, but he's always he's like Sugar Cookie or however he does it. Like you do sound like Riggs. I'm like,
so many ways,
yeah, I
yeah.
guess, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I can't do. I don't think anybody can do SE. But it's like, yeah, you're right. I get it. I do. I was like, because I've
Well, and
listened
you
back to like some Nathan
obviously
stuff.
know who he is because you did bring up the entire stuff that happened back then as well. Last time I talked to you, they were like, "Aren't you that person that had all the Jerry Springer blah 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 with some guy?" Yeah, that was him. So the fact that
It
you kind of
was.
know
I
about
remember
that
that.
means you know who he is, and you must have heard a lot of shit. Yeah,
Yeah, but that was on a different. I don't remember what was that on 24/7
that
or
was
something like
Jim
that.
Panda
Or
server. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. But I was just fucking. I was just fucking around. That was just on
you're
chat.
good.
Remember?
Yeah,
Remember?
it's all good. Listen, that's why I said the past is the past, and I like to
Oh, it was
just
with
like what we just did
Kosho.
this morning was fun. It was fun.
That's
Like
right.
this is like we can all get along. Doesn't matter, you know, as long
Yeah,
as
I
we're
mean we're
respectful
talking.
to one another, it's cool,
Yeah, I'm not who you think I am. In case
and
of
that's a good
mistaken
thing.
identity or whatever, I guess. But yeah, it's fun. Um,
Yeah,
we're talking about grab it now.
you're a rabbit. But not like grab it by the pussy thing. No, listen, we got to be careful with that, right?
We're talking about
Carmen.
chimeras.
We'll never get to the grab it until we get to phase one funding, and we'll never get to that if the Kiwis are endangered. So I think look
That
about maybe just
I
tainting the
found our
Kiwi food
funding.
supply. If there's a Kiwi seed company, or we could begin a Kiwi seed company that would be poisonous to Kiwis, and then it would start to lower the population. Then we can swoop in with another company that's going to save them. I think that's the best bet.
I
for
think
now.
we should talk to Trump. Make America great again with grab it. Grab it by the, you know what? He's all for it. He's mentioned it. It's his whole campaign when he first started out. This gonna make America great again. And he can use his slogans and his logos, and he's got money. He'll love when the whole grab it.
I
Hmm.
mean, when you're a person of influence, like, you know, either me or Riggs, you know, you can kind of basically do whatever you want with fat chick.
Riggs. Yeah, I gotcha.
Right? Is that what he's fat?
Him in air quotes, Riggs has no tolerance for fucking around jokey shit like this though. So
Well, I mean, if I was a mod, I wouldn't abuse my mod powers.
it just he wouldn't he's not doesn't have a sense of humor.
I would know.
Oh yes, you as him, not him. Yes.
Right. We wouldn't know. I should actually try and DM him. Is he even still around? I haven't seen his name around in a while.
Oh,
A lot of you should check it out.
Should probably DM him and fucking get this fucking gig going. Like, okay, oh shit,
no, please,
Riggs
please,
and
please.
Sugar Cookie are in the same chat together.
No, please don't do it.
I
Because
mean,
you
not
can
like
hold
disrespect.
yourself together, and he can actually joke like this. By the way, he loves a joke. In fact, he plays both sides all over the place. He's got 5 or 6 different usernames. You never know where he's at and what he's doing. So yeah, that Riggs
Yeah,
is willing to do stuff like this. But listen, I just don't need any drama. People come over here and they're cool. We're cool.
I only have
I,
one.
objectively, I don't think that they
I only
sound the
have
same.
one. I don't do that.
But what if they thought that they sounded the same, and then they're like, "Oh my gosh, you and me"? They're like, "No, wait, this is impossible."
It'd be great to
Yeah,
have you two side by
And
side
they're
in a
like,
way when I'm
"Yeah,
not here.
yeah.
yeah."
I don't have like 5 or 6 usernames or anything like that. I just have one, and this is it.
Wow.
Oh, see that voice though at the end right there? It's like,
What
damn.
the part where I said this
Monotone
is
voice.
it.
It's like,
This
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
this part right here. What do you want to talk
That
about?
part right there. Right.
Okey-dokey.
You got to get texting with it. No I'm kidding.
Yeah. What do you want me to say? I'll say it.
No,
I was
nothing,
talking to
please.
I was talking to him over there to the MMM server earlier. Somebody was mentioning something like that, and I was like, you know what? I can do a blue marble science voice too. And they're like, are you shitting me? Like, well, yeah, I usually got to warm up for it, but it's like, okay. If I could do it real quick, it's like, hey everybody, Blue Marble Science here with another stupid fucking video for you. Get on your oven mitts and get ready to punch a screen. Like shit like that. Like that's I could do that. Like we had a whole fucking thing like when I was hanging out on Bev server a long time ago. Like I would just crack the shit out of everybody up. And I think there was one thing where I was like reading YouTube comments from Blue when Bev was live. And I would just I think it was like something like he made a video of it and like Blue thought it people thought it was actually Blue saying it or something like that, but I was just reading Blue's comments. But it was funny. So yeah, my voice does kind of like change along the way, but like it's just me. It's just
Where are
me.
you from? If you don't mind, like, you know what I mean? Where you
Yeah,
might get your accent from.
yeah. I'm from Kansas, just outside of Kansas City on the Kansas side. On
Okay.
yeah. So yeah, like I can, like I do. We were actually talking about this on the MM server, like talking about different accents from different parts of the country and stuff. Like I tend to go up and down on my accents or around depending on who I'm talking to. I guess sometimes, like I can't do.
Adaption. Yeah, your depth.
I can't do like an Australian thing or a British thing, but I tend to kind of like pick up people's I don't know, like I guess colloquialisms or how to yeah, I don't know how do you whatever it is, like the mannerisms of the voice, and to try to talk with them and communicate them in that way. I guess I don't know, but yeah, I can see where you would say that, like, because I've listened back on videos or whatever, and like, man, I do sound. Yeah, you're right. It does sound like Res.
The more you're around those people to bring it out, just if I get
I
around
was
my
like,
country folk, it's the same thing. It's like, oh my God, I sound so country. It's unreal. Yeah.
yeah. Sometimes I because when I was hanging over at on level for a while, just go over videos and just talk about them stuff. And I'm like, that's not me. I said, or I would say that sounds just like me. It wouldn't necessarily be Riggs, but it would be somebody else or something like that. It was like, holy crap, that sounds like me, but that wasn't me. Like, are you sure? They question me just like kind of like you are. Funny. I guess I have like a generic voice in some sense, or I don't know, like an
No,
up
not
down voice or
necessarily.
whatever.
Some
It's
of the
very
lower end of your
distinct,
voice.
actually.
If you had the same
Yeah,
microphone as Riggs, you'd sound even more like him at some, you know,
yeah. I'm just
like,
talking into my phone on my
it,
speaker phone on my phone with my mouth
yeah.
up to my mic.
I think really what it has to do with is just like your esophageal length has a lot to do with like the lower end, like where your pitches go. I don't know.
Oh
You're
yeah,
probably
like if I talk down low like this
I
or
don't know.
something like that.
I find that's true with like people that sound similar. They're like
Yeah.
somewhat of similar size.
Yeah, ask me only something that Riggs would know and see if I can answer it properly.
Riggs. I always think of Lethal Weapon when I think of Riggs. I don't know.
Okay, I
Person
can ask you something. What is
like
my
Okay.
mother's name? First
Your
name.
mother's name?
Yeah, see? And you could tell me
Your
because you're
first
like, well,
your
I'm not
first
rude, so I
wait,
don't know.
your first name, her first name or her maiden's name?
Oh, I don't think he knows maiden name. Ooh, maiden name. That would be funny. If you
Uh
actually answer this,
well, if he
you're gonna
doesn't know
blow my mind. I don't know if
if
he knows that. He might. He might. He
well, if
might.
he doesn't, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. Ask me something that he does know.
Yeah, first name.
Gene.
You're ridiculous. Now you're messing with me because that's her middle name. Like,
No way.
yeah, you're fucking with me. Okay, what state did we go to visit her when she was ill when he came to help me in this community?
Yeah.
Because he
Minnesota.
came from Texas to come help me to help my mother. We had never met before, and we went to another state to help my mother who just had 11 mini strokes. What state was that?
Gonna guess Kentucky.
No,
Is that right?
no.
Okay.
Minnesota.
What? Well, you said from Texas to somewhere, and I could get your accent off that. So that was a guess.
Let's see, my grandmother is from Kentucky, and that is actually where my accent comes from. My grandmother raised me.
All right,
Yeah.
then. Ask me a question. Ask me a different one that I can't answer.
Well, like I said, the fact that you don't know where we went already shows me, if you're really being honest, you're not him. Because we traveled many, many, many states together, having to go through shit. A lot of traveling.
Yeah. Do you remember when we went through the Grand Canyon?
Nope, because we sure it's plugged in.
Okay. Yeah, me neither. Because
It's funny. And there's a video I have actually on my channel where we were at in Texas and El Paso. And I'm looking at sunrise and stuff and shit. And it was absolutely gorgeous up on top of a mountain where he took me. And
I remember that.
they're
I
watching.
remember
Oh,
that.
shut your shut down. And
Right
you can
over
hear
the
him
Rio
talking in the
Grande.
background. So it's me and him talking. So you can kind of hear the morning voice too over a speakerphone and what you would sound like.
All right. How about that? Ask me about a song that I should know about.
Oh
If
my
you know.
God. No, I'm done doing it. There's too many songs because I like to dance and I used to be a hip hop dancer. So there's many, many, many songs. Yeah.
Like Chumbawamba.
That's why I was mad at you the other day. And I'm not mad. I was like, listen, bro, listen, because you're at the stripper comment. And I'm like, well, that's what he would say. And I don't ever, and I never would. It's not my character. I respect my body. So no, I don't even hardly show it off. Like sincerely, I don't ever have my cleavage out. None of that stuff out. I don't have my butt hanging out. Nope. I'm a very covered
I
woman.
never said you were a stripper.
Oh, you so dead. You asked if I was a stripper the other day. People were like, "Listen, sugar
Oh
cookie."
yeah, probably. I probably did. Yeah.
Yeah. It's all good though. Like I said, listen, I've grown so much when it comes to the past few years and what I've been through and what I will accept, not accept in my life. And that all starts with me, not anybody else. So it doesn't matter. Even if he was coming here to start shit, you to start shit, I just will exit out. It's good to have fun like we're having, to grab it, all the shit. It's
Yeah,
fun.
that's
You
what I'm
know?
saying. It's like it's good to know when like somebody's fucking with you or if somebody's being serious with you. It's like I'm not being serious,
I can tell.
obviously,
You're good. Yeah.
but I am not Riggs.
Good. And if it ends up being you, like I said, it don't matter to me. Being him, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I actually don't think you are right now. I really don't. And I'm going to just leave it that way. As long as I don't feel like I'm being put through the past bullshit, we're good, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
DM me later
moved
though if you
forward in my
want.
life. You know what I mean? It's been years now. I'll process shit, like losing a child and everything. I've been through some shit. So now I'm at a good place. I'm in a great relationship now and I'm a good spot in my life. So there ain't no need for
Good.
the drama anymore.
I mean, it's good. It's good to see that you've made a 180 turnaround from
About
being a
time.
stripper.
You asshole. See, I could take a joke too. It's funny.
Yeah, that's
It's
what
all
I'm
about
saying.
timing and the right place, and that was the right time to say it then, right? Like the first time you said it, it's like,
Yeah.
oh motherfucker, what? This time, it was actually funny.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, it's actually pretty cool to talk to you and stuff
Touch
like
you.
that without all the bullshit and all that.
Right? Though we don't need all that. That was so much. People like that for entertainment, and a lot of people just showed up just to hear it. And of course, who doesn't like to watch some people go crazy? But in reality, it's a lot more fun to
That's
talk to
very
people like
fair.
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stacey was like,
Hey,
"Oh hell no, I'll cut a bitch."
Up with your head.
Hey, listen, hey, girl, don't get all up in the fucking grab it, like trying to get monetization off all that because we already got that shit down on lock. The grab it stuff.
The rabbits. Hey, seriously though, it is
I got
funny, and to be honest, I can kind of see somebody using what we're saying, not exactly doing it, but even what we're saying, like along the way, going, "That's great marketing for another thing." I'm taking that shit. Grab it right now.
hey, just remember, Stacey, I come up with the grab it, and
You did.
you gotta grab it off the shelf, whether it's milk or a soda. You gotta
That's right.
grab it off the shelf.
Well, the thing is, like, how much milk can you get from a rabbit? Like, not a
Exactly.
lot. 50,000 rabbits?
I estimated
Okay.
50,000 rabbits to get 1
Yeah,
liter.
that's right. Nobody wants to deal with that shit.
Yeah, but that's what
Like,
makes it a commodity, and that's what
that's
makes it $700,000 a liter.
that's what I'm saying. It's like, no offense, but it's like, Stacy's like 50,000 rabbits.
Mm. I'm sure Stacey's not going to milk 60,000 rabbits. I'm not even
No,
sure
she
that's
won't milk
possible.
them, but she is like a collectively the 50,000.
Just her marketable face is
Right.
worth
50,000 milked rabbits.
tenfold on that.
No, that's
It sounds so
insulting.
wrong. It is so
Stacy's face is not is
Oh,
worth
fuck,
way
it does
more than
sound so wrong. Sorry,
50,000 milk.
Stacey.
It really does sound so.
I'm guessing.
It
I don't
does
know. I've
sound
never
so
seen
wrong, Stacey. What I meant
Listen,
was
I know.
your marketable value is worth 10,000 faces.
Okay.
Yeah,
Holy
it's
fucking
so
shit
funny.
balls.
Hey, that's bullshit, dude. Fuck you. Her face is worth way more than 10,000 milked rabbits.
Jesus fucking Christ. I wish I
You
hadn't I
said
wish
it.
I had have
You
invented
said it,
this
not me,
brand
man.
a couple of hours ago, the Gabbit.
The game. I laughed so hard that I've actually been crying all this. Oh my God. Whew.
I mean, I would say that like not only Stacy's face, everybody in this room's face is worth more than 10,000 milked rabbits. How about that? Does that make you feel better?
It makes me feel worse and uncomfortable.
Right? Imagine how I thought you're trying to put it all on me, bro.
Well,
No, Stacey, I was trying to take it away from you.
what
I
you
didn't
don't
even
think
think
you're?
about that when you said it, Stacey.
I know, it's so bad. It's so
I mean,
10,000 rabbits.
who's trying to milk rabbits, right?
I had no fucking idea when I said you can milk 10,000 rabbits on Stacey's marketable face. I had no fucking idea what I was fucking saying.
saying. I know.
Well,
Oh, it's okay. I say shit like that all the time too. I use my blonde as the excuse. It's great though.
I am so sorry, Stacey.
Don't be, honey. It's funny. It's literally funny. And Jazza, I know you're not being that way. It's all good.
well,
I
are you
am
guys? But
so terribly sorry.
which one of you is from New Zealand, and which one of you is from Australia?
I'm from New Zealand, and how can you tell that Stacey's not from America?
I don't know. Say something.
I'm
Say
from
something.
New Zealand.
Where
Or
you
should I
from,
say?
Stacey?
I love.
He's from USA, and Stacey's from New Zealand.
Right. The
Right.
accent totally matches. I mean, come on now.
Yeah,
Right, mate?
I'm from Auckland, New Zealand.
Well, goddamn it, I'm from Kansas.
It's actually when I was in the United Kingdom, I tried to
Thing.
pick up their accent a little bit when I was there. It does happen when you're there, but when you get back home, it starts going away. Especially when people are
I
like, "Please stop."
I know for sure, Stacey. For goddamn for fuck's sakes, that's when I came up with the rabbit and the goat and the gabbit brand name. Is I was down south and I was like, what the fuck? Let's call
There
this
you go.
motherfucker a gabbit.
Oh my God! You know what? I just was told that the other day that nobody could say motherfucker or fuck this, fuck that, or when they're angry like an American can. And the other countries wish they could literally say it like us because we have this oomph
Yeah.
You are
behind our
from
words.
Kentucky, aren't you?
Did I
I
just
don't know. My
nail it?
grandmother is. I'm from Indiana.
The rest of the world has been catching up, I think, in the last 15 years. Yeah, I
Did
think
I nail it?
Because of the internet.
I think that they're able to say things in certain
Did
ways
did
because they seen
Stacey?
it on. No, because they seen it on like some kind of TV show, yeah, right, or a YouTube clip.
Oh my goodness
Yeah,
gracious!
I know. Stacy, did I just nail it in my little monologue?
And your little monologue right there, you sure did, honey. Want to come over here and let me
Oh,
show you how it's done?
oh, god damn. I appreciate that.
You gotta bring over an apple pie.
I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
take
Life
that to
hands you
bed
lemons, you
and
make lemon pie, sweetheart.
I'm gonna take that to bed and treat my little pillow as my little pony. I don't know if that's a saying. It just come to me. I'm sorry. If,
Nobody's ever said that before.
Nobody has.
holy
Except
shit.
for just
Well
us.
then don't.
It's never been a saying.
I'm so sorry, Stacy. But anywho, I've got to anywho, that's saying it's
Now I'm gonna go to bed. Right.
yeah, it's three fucking minutes to midnight. So that'll mean that the fucking moon's over there and the sun's over there, and that means that the earth's not fucking flat. So
It's not
who
up over here.
how's your daddy, who's your father? Fucking this ain't a fucking knife.
Well, that's
This is annoying.
a good name, man. Yeah. Don't forget to put your seatbelt on.
You know, we'll do, because this fucking bitch is slinging around like a fucking slingshot. Fucking,
Okay,
you'd
calm down, go to bed.
you'd be a dumb cunt not to put your fucking zip out on, wouldn't you?
I would assumed you would called me a bloody cunt.
No, you're a good cunt.
Oh, what's the difference?
A good cunt's a good cunt.
What's a
And
bloody cunt?
A bloody cunt's obviously a cunt
Bad
that's
cunt.
been fucking murdered. And obviously he was a bad cunt, because why would you get murdered?
Hmm. Oh, I didn't know that.
I just made that up literally right here, right now. I'm a Kiwi, but I'm fucking putting on an Australian accent. But you fucking, if you're a good cunt, why the fuck would you get murdered and become a bloody cunt?
Good point.
Yeah, you heard it right here, right now.
Yeah. Real time.
Real time. All right. We'll catch us, good talks. We'll catch us next time.
Yeah, Zahan. Have a good
Yeah.
one.
Grab it.
You too, Stace.
Bye.
Have a good one. See ya.
Don't tell me what to do.
I'll be right back, guys. Sorry, a couple who was Spanish should have asked me questions about trying to get a room here because I'm at a hotel right now, and I'm like, oh, it's expensive, honey, at this place.
Oh, imagine
No.
that. Imagine that. Stacy
What's
B
that?
trying to get a hotel room right now.
No, I've already got mine. I travel around. I just got here about
Oh, you got it
3
wrong.
weeks ago at this place. I'll probably be leaving this one and going to another one in 2 more. But yeah, it's like $500 a week to stay here, so a lot of people don't have that.
You got
It's to stay
a
here.
ride to the hotel room.
Oh yeah, I got transportation, all that now, sweetie. I'm doing good. Yeah, I mean, I could
Like high
settle
class.
down at a place and get a house right now, but I don't really want to. I don't want to invest in that way yet. I kind of enjoy traveling from spot to spot and getting to know what's going on, talking to people. It's something that I like to do. So, yeah,
That's
spending my
cool.
time doing that. Yeah, it's cool. It's really nice. I decided to stop working 15 hours a day and to quit my job and say fuck it all and take a break. And I have
Yeah.
the opportunity. My man says it's time. You just go back, sit down, do you for a little while, and you can get back to work when you're ready. And I'm also in the process of doing some stuff to fix my health, iron treatments, possible iron transfusion soon. I'm sorry, blood transfusion as well soon. So there's a lot that's in the making, put it that way. That has to be done. So I'm taking time for me, for once. That's what usually
Sounds
happens.
good. I mean, for the most part.
Right. I know what you mean on that. For the most part. Yeah, my levels came back. I mean, I could even post them. They're fucking ridiculous. The shot that I saw first of all, the labs I got done yesterday, as I was walking out, I already got ding on my phone. It was only been like 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes for me to even get to my car, and the results were already back. I was like, damn. Y'all just like put it in a little machine real quick and it already sent it to my chart, and I already have it. So I'll hear from the doctor today. But yeah, I can't read those results completely. I'm not a doctor, but I do know, they're quite shit. They're all low or too high. You know what I mean? So
Always.
it's ridiculous. Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck
Part of
with
me
all
was,
that shit.
part of me was wondering, I'm like,
Honestly.
well, if it was that quick, are those even my results? Did y'all just fake that and tell me my shit's low? No, I'm kidding. But it was so quick. It'd be good. Just gotta
Well, that's
focus on
what.
keeping your health straight, you know?
Yeah, like technology, right?
Mm-hmm. Apparently. We used to wait almost a week for our results, or at least 2 to 3 days, you know what I mean, to get a response back. Then your doctor calls you and all that shit. Now it's like, ding, and to your phone. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's nice. Or is it, though? Think about it this way. I'm getting my results in, I see them, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? They don't look good, but you don't hear anything from a doctor until like the next day or two. So you're thinking, you're making people sit back and go, am I okay? And it puts them in a panic in a way too, because everybody Googles their health and like, oh no, I got this wrong with me, and I got this wrong, and they go into like freak mode. So you're sending a lot of people into no understanding of their health and giving them all the results, and they can't even read that shit. So it's more like, it's nice, but shouldn't the doctor have them first and then go over it with you, and then you have them? It's a little weird.
I don't know. Did they not have like telehealth or something like that?
Or I could maybe communicate with somebody on a chat or something directly about it. You mean?
Yeah, I've done that.
You know,
But I mean,
I
I'm
don't know.
not in your
Yeah.
situation or whatever. But
No, you're right. It's good to ask that because I never thought about maybe there is something through the My Chart app that I'm unaware of that you can or something. That might be an option. I don't know. Yeah, I'll look into that.
it's almost as it was easier for me. Like whenever I had like like I mean, I'm not trying to compare your situation to mine, but
Right.
like I don't have a situation. But like when I was had like sinus congestion out that wazoo, and I was sick. I was like, okay, well, they got a thing where you can just do a telehealth thing instead of go to not the ER, but the urgent care center down the road or whatever. It's like, oh, you just did a thing. And then the doctor was like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, yeah, I can't fucking breathe. I got fucking snot and stuff like that. He's like, yeah, well, it looks like you got this, that. I'll prescribe whatever. And that should probably get rid of it. And that was it. And then I got back on there and like, yeah, it still ain't going away. And they're like, okay, well, because they can't prescribe something that's going to prevent something. You know what I mean? Like they can't do preventative medicine. They can only do symptom, uh, mitigation, basically. And so that's what they were doing. I was like, okay, cool. That guy's like, yep, that's what I thought it was. So now I'm fucking doing like I can't fucking now my eyes have snot coming out of them. Like, okay, yeah, here's the thing. Here's like a steroid thing. It'll dry your ass up like uh better than you know uh Claritin D. Like, okay, fine, steroid or whatever. Fine, cool. Like this little pearl thing. He's like
Hmm.
knocked it right out. Like, but that was all over telemedicine, telemedicine kind of stuff. So
Yeah. I'm having my appointment on Friday too, where it's over the phone. Yeah, video appointment. A
mhm,
lot of them you could do now because seriously, some of these doctors are 45 minutes away from me. And when you
yeah,
have one one every other day, I mean, for heaven's sakes, I cannot. People work at it too. My transportation works 10-hour days. So you're gonna have to help me out with these video appointments. So that's the only thing that came out of the last 3 years is we actually
yeah,
pushed that a little further into the movement and getting it going because I'm sure they could have already had it back then in play, but they didn't.
yeah, yeah.
And we got that out of it. So that's the good thing. The one good thing that I see that came the last couple of years.
That's exactly what I was gonna say after
Yeah.
you said it. You said it right exactly. Yeah, that's the one good thing that came out of it is telehealth of some sort. You don't gotta go there.
A lot of these things you can be treated by literally over the
A lot
phone.
of
Your doctor doesn't do
telehealth.
shit to you. Literally, they just go, "Oh, okay. How do you feel? Let me look down your
Yeah,
throat. Let me check your temperature,
right.
and then let me send you off to the labs or send you off to this." And that everything else gets done for them. They don't even do anything.
Yeah,
So yeah, no point. And they still
exactly.
get paid. They even get paid for their fucking phone calls
100%.
now.
100%.
Damn.
I get the same pay. But either way, I hope you're. I mean, I hope you get taken care of and all that. I mean, I
Thank
don't
you,
wish
honey.
any ill will on anybody. Good. Hopefully, you get taken care of how you need to.
And that takes making sure that I do. And a lot of times people just push it out to the side. I'll get it later. I'll fix it later. I don't have time. I'm working this and that, and that's not the right answer. And I was doing it for quite a while. And it's about time. The only way my health can get better is if I take action. So that goes for everyone. Your health isn't going to get better unless you do the work. And it didn't get here overnight. So it's not going to be fixed usually overnight.
I
Takes
think
a lot
that
of
is
work.
kind of that is kind of a thing. It's like, no, I go to the doctor. I can tough it out. Like, yeah, you probably could, but it's gonna just take you longer to get over it, kind of stuff. Well, I mean, not like
Exactly.
for your specific situation, but whatever it is. But like,
Right. Mine's been going on for since I was 18. Well, longer than that, really, but 18, the last surgery really did it, where it's just, I don't really absorb anything. So
but yeah,
everything
you're
that I
right.
eat, yeah,
But yeah, you're right. That's the one thing that I think came out of that, like you said, the last 3 years or whatever. Like that's the one thing that came out of it. I think that was good.
Well, that, and I'm not saying it's good on the whole DoorDash delivery to your doors because I think it's ridiculous the stuff that's going on in the market that they've got over. They make so much money off this shit. It's ridiculous. But the fact that we
20% markup.
can, oh yeah, but the fact that we can actually get, I used to do Uber and DoorDash, the capability of making money now. You know what I mean? If you have a car, just get in your car, boom, go make money. Ding, ding, ding. Was brilliant too. Some of these people started paying Cash App. I mean, Rallies at one point when they were hiring was saying pay the same day, which I think should be that way in the workplace. I should get paid for the same day that I did the work. I don't know why you hold on to my money. It's like the bank's holding on to it. You've already done the work. That's how a job used to be back in the day. You work, here's your money, see you later. I
Yeah,
think
it's
that
like,
should come back into play too. Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, it's like shit rolls downhill, but so does money.
Well, I guess it does. I mean, it's all fucking been printed, and I don't even know what any is any of it real. You know what I mean? So in reality, what is it based on? So what's rolling? Maybe a digital number in a computer system. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep those dollars rolling. It's crazy.
Yeah, what's the next verse? I want to listen to you sing
yeah.
some more.
I'm not really singing it, but what is that song? I actually forget the whole thing of it now.
Keep those. You know how it goes.
Keep them something roll. What is that?
Little.
Ah. Exactly.
All right, well, get the fuck out of here then. You got shit to do.
Ah, that book.
Well, I'm gonna finish my beer and cigarette and just put myself on mute.
Yeah, good. I'm gonna make some coffee and all that too. So anybody feel free to join in a conversation or add or make a new one, grab it. Seriously, that was good though.
Yeah.
I still feel like it's a money grab. I
Yeah, it's not.
want to copyright that shit just because.
Yeah, it's not just a you and me conversation. It's a whole server conversation. I think. Yeah, you're right.
Someone's gonna use that grab it thing. It may not be for goat and rabbit milk, but
As long as
that's
you
okay.
preface it with breeding rabbits to milk them versus one goat milk. A pint
Funny,
of
the whole
goat's milk
thing though is he estimated
equals
everything. He actually doesn't have real numbers. He has no clue on any of the things that he said.
50,000.
He's like 50,000 rabbits have to.
How much milk do you think you can get out of a rabbit? One rabbit.
Oh my
Zero.
god, how zero.
Zero milk. What? No, you can't milk a rabbit. I don't think. I don't think if you could, they would have already done it.
Guys,
Right?
what did we do? That whole conversation.
Like maybe could squeeze like a little bitty bit out of milk out of a rabbit, but that's why you have to have
Snap.
50,000 of them.
I blame you too. How did we do this? This is your fault as well. Carlos, you didn't help by posting these pictures.
It only helped us to fall further down the rabbit hole.
Exactly. The rabbit hole is deep, y'all. This is
Isn't that like
brilliant.
somebody's YouTube channel has to be that down the rabbit hole?
Down the rabbit hole. I might. I might start doing that on mine now. I'm gonna be starting a new podcast here soon too
Okay,
with my
well, I'm
old
gonna need
co-host Ben.
royalties.
So
I'm gonna need 0.001 cent out of every dollar you make
I make none.
from monetizing your YouTube channel from the
I won't ever do
gravitation.
that, by the way. I won't ever monetize my shit. I don't really want to ever.
Well, did you not know what gravitation is?
Rabbit. We have taken over this movement, y'all.
Yeah, gravitation is when
We.
shit falls to the ground.
That's right.
Like one iota of rabbit's milk Gravitate.
Saws.
Uh-oh. What happened? Gravitation.
Yep. Gravitation happened.
How do you explain gravitation, motherfucker?
Explain that one.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the rest.
Explain to me that.
Ah, shit, my last pot of coffee. Not good. No, no, no. 1 second.
Gravitation. A room full of Globers can't explain gravitation.
Yeah, this is what like all these social media people do that are celebrities supposedly in the eyes of society. They all get together, they live in the same apartment and sometimes and they do this back and forth, getting ideas. This is exactly what they do. And they make money off this shit. And we should be doing the same thing, man. Yeah. Using it for
Yeah.
our advantage.
I'm kind of curious what Jeremy might think about all this.
He's probably got his eye on us.
Mute
I
the
love
entire
you, Jeremy.
time, and
I'm out doing DoorDash.
Make that money, honey. Whoop, whoop.
You can DoorDash and talk at the same time. Nope, can't. Gotta take pictures of the delivery. You can still talk.
It's annoying doing that, yeah, but I was very serious about when I did it because I wanted to make money. So I was running around even, like going inside real quick, grabbing the food, running back to my car, getting in, and driving in fast, ding, 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 around people, getting there, dropping it off. People were happy with that shit, though. That's where I got $21 tips and stuff. So if you're really focusing on that and get fast service to people, you'll get more money.
I think that you know when you've made it big time, like in your wealth, is when you're making more money than a lawyer, and the way that you do that, like, is you open a really classy coffee shop in a district where you're surrounded by legal lawyer buildings, and they're all going to come to you, and it's the best way to rip off a lawyer is to charge them $75 for a sandwich, and they'll just pay it.
Because they ain't got nowhere else to go. Because their time's worth more money than that. Oh, yes.
So yeah, we need to open up a coffee shop in a rich area, very rich
With,
area.
you know what? With Grabbit milk.
For sure. As a cream. That's all we have.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, you could totally charge $75 for a venti, whatever the fuck, with Grabbit milk.
That rabbit, grab it, whatever, is the picture that Carlos posted earlier. If that's
Yeah,
what we
that's a
got,
muscular
we don't even
rabbit.
need coffee. That bitch is easy. It's milk.
That's the logo. That's like the
Yeah.
yeah, the
It is. It actually works good. It's scary. At the same time, damn, it gives you energy, right? All you
hey
gotta do
man.
is just grab it.
You want some fucking coffee?
we'll
If you
kind
don't
of
want some
reboot that.
coffee,
Like,
I want to fuck you. Kind of like what that rabbit was looking like. Hey, are you a goat?
we can do something. We could talk. We
Well,
could get in.
I did post a AI generated picture of a bird with 3 legs. Did you see that? Well, because like if you wanted to know what a grabbit looks like, I think that'd be cool if someone knows how to use AI. We could like actually see what we've got, you know, because I don't think it's going to have really
Carlos,
big udders.
Can you
I just tell you
repost it?
how many times I've tried to generate a dodo picture and I can't do it.
Well, it's because you don't ask it the right things. Are you using Dolly?
Oh, like dodo the bird. I'll put in the species. It doesn't happen.
Yeah. If somebody knows actually how to use Dolly, like the right way with the focuses and the aperture and shit like that, you could probably pretty much figure out how to make a fucking grab it. That would be amazing. So a grab it would be originated in New Zealand that came from the bush. Like you got to tell it all that kind of fun stuff. And whatever cool apertures and shit. I don't know camera stuff, but you got to do that in the style of so and so, war painted or whatever. Like imagine there's 50,000 rabbits to 1 ounce of 1 pint of goat milk, and then like you have to tell it the story, and then it'll come out with the thing. It'll be amazing, I'm sure. If you actually know how to use Dolly, if you tell it all that shit, I can only imagine what it'll come out with. That's what I'm saying. The firstborn, it has to be protected, or else we won't have any grabbits. Liquid hot tub? No shit. A liquid sand hot tub? That's like quicksand, right?
It's vibrating.
That's stupid. This looks like a YouTuber that's being stupid.
Think I've got it, maybe.
Yeah, like honestly,
Maybe.
somebody here know how to use
I mean,
Dolly?
it's a something. You know what I mean? It's a starting point. I don't know. Let's see. I mean, you know,
Oh,
for a less like cartoony, you know, grab it like a realistic one. Is that what you wanted?
yeah.
That's what
You
you
Are
guys
you
play
using
the
Dolly right now?
in the
like this kind of or something.
No,
No.
no.
Do you guys
That is
play a
that
game?
is not the
Do
firstborn.
you guys have a game in the States? It's called One Up. Have you ever
Yeah.
played One Up?
Like where you
So
is that like
so
solitaire?
so the way it works is a group game. You sit around with a few beers and you sit in a circle and on the beach, and it's got to be in Thailand, just because. But whoever says something, the next person has to say something that's better, one up, like a next level up. And so, like, you could have it on any theme, and the theme changes organically as you talk. So you could say like you know, Coke, and the next person will say Pepsi, and you just keep going up, and you're in the theme of drinks, right? But then that blends into another field, like it might go up into,
Okay.
you know, another genre, and next thing you know, you're talking about science, and you say like Moderna, and someone else says like fucking Fauci, something like that, you know.
Well, that kind of reminds me of a thing like I call it like the YouTube battle, where like I found so many good artists and good songs that I never would have thought of or ever even heard of. But like it starts off with like, okay, you just kind of randomly click the controller to find just like whatever, and then you click the first one that's actually a good thumbnail for a song, and I found uh, so much good stuff. So anyway, the next person has to kind of riff off of that, kind of what you're saying, like, okay, so like for example, if somebody did California Love or whatever, then you could do any Tupac, or you could do anything that has to relate to California or any other kind of lyric in the song. And then the next person has to, after that song is played, has to play another song that's some way related to that. Kind of the same idea, right? So let me give you an example. Have you ever heard of the band called Tennis? Yeah, me neither. Until I did that, and it's like starts off with this weird looking chick. I mean, I mean, kind of good looking, sorta, but she has like this super duper curly hair, and she's sitting there like kneeled down and like just snapping her fingers. And like, okay, this is a weird thing, and I never would have found it without kind of doing that riffing off of that stuff, like you're saying. I'm not quite sure though that uh that's a get.
The the rabbits are cute.
Yeah, it needs to be more rabbit like.
You like the recent
Like
rabbits I've been posting?
They're
no,
cute.
like I like what you're doing, but is that really a rabbit? Can you milk it?
Kind of
I
looks
just want
quite
to make sure
milkable.
you can still milk it.
Basically, what it is like the AI, even though you might tell it like to mix it, like unless it has an example to draw from, someone else is doing that. It's kind of like it's not gonna. It can try to do it, but it's
Oh
a
yeah, I know.
little tricky. So this is basically this is a goat wearing a rabbit costume,
Okay, so can you
which kind of looks like the same
can you
thing.
color the background of the rabbit?
Wait, you don't like the natural, organic farm? Like these are free range rabbits, bro.
No,
I
there's
don't
no
know.
such thing. There's no such thing as a free
They're
range
wild. They're
rabbit at
free.
this point.
They do what they want.
That was a good
No.
statement. I like that.
No such thing as a free range rabbit. It's kind of like how we have domesticated dogs. They all came from wolves. Every fucking one of them. Well, this is different.
This is different.
Yeah, because it came from goats. We got a stud rabbit.
These poor animals, when they first meet, are not going to be happy. I'm sorry, but is the rabbit going to be terrified of the goat? I'm still confused right now because this is going to be an awkward. Um,
Well, that's not his hind leg.
sorry. I'm just imagining in my head. It just seems so wrong. Come on, little rabbit. It's this big ass goat. Can't be a baby goat. I mean, God, this is insanity. This is a conversation that I will not ever forget. The people that were involved, we're kind of bonded in a way that I can't explain. Oh Lord, rabbit. I gotta see like the Budweiser commercial, the whole ribbit thing, Budweiser and shit, the
Yeah.
tongues and everything with the frogs. Grab it.
Don't
It's gonna
think
be.
that they haven't fucking tried this shit already.
I bet they have, right? We talk about this shit,
Yeah.
Do you guys
Somewhere.
do you guys have funny commercials like extremely hilarious? TV
We
commercials.
used to. I don't watch TV though anymore, so I couldn't answer that question
Oh
actually
yeah, that
correctly.
would be. You know what? We could also fucking spin this into like the goat milk industry. Like, you know how many rabbits it would take? That's why we have goat milk.
I'm pretty sure we can't milk a rabbit yet. That's not why we have goat milk. So we can try with that one. We can focus on that.
Yeah, kind of
People are quite stupid, so
yeah, we could introduce it into society in that way, like from the goat milk society. I mean, industry. Like, okay, you guys want to sell some more goat milk? But here's how you do it.
Forget goat milk.
oh man.
I want to see some goat eggs.
Right.
I
You know
wanna
how
use
many
that time
rabbits
for
it would
using
take?
goats to sell Cadbury Easter eggs. Sorry, go ahead.
You know how many rabbits it would take to get this much goat milk? Goats.
Goats.
It's-
Milk it.
God,
Milk it. Milk
yeah,
it.
got goat milk.
Got goat milk.
Goat milk is really
Wow.
good for your hands. For they make soap, goat milk soap.
Wait, maybe it
I'm
should be
saying.
got. Maybe it should be got rabbit milk. Didn't
No,
think
because
so.
nobody does. Didn't
That's
think
right.
so.
Didn't think so. Goat.
Grab it.
Yeah, we got to indoctrinate the population first.
Exactly. That's how they've done it, and they won. So we have to do the same thing.
Yeah,
We're teaching them something. Doesn't mean we're educating them. We're teaching.
right. They're gonna consume more goat milk because they can't get rabbit milk yet.
I mean, seriously, if it's said on TV, people believe it. All you gotta say is, yeah, the rabbits are having a problem producing the milk, so we have to mix it with the goat right now. We're saving not only the kiwis, but we're saving the rabbit. You know,
Yeah,
we're helping them
snacks.
out.
That last that last one you posted could be totally like an ad for goat milk because you can't get it from rabbits.
Now we just gave them more shit. Damn it.
Yeah,
People are
he's
watching us.
dressed up. He's dressed up in a rabbit outfit.
That's actually a good commercial campaign.
Yeah,
Can you
nailed
get it
it.
from rabbit? Nope. That's
That's
why you
like
need
fucking
goat milk.
Ogilvy shit right there. That's Ogilvy level shit.
I think we've not smoked enough in here or something. I haven't yet. Isn't that brilliant? You don't even need to. Got rabbit milk? Didn't think so. It's so brilliant.
Right, goat. The way to go. The way to go.
We're trying to make sure that rabbits can produce milk. We need it. Well, I mean,
Do you know how many rabbits it would take to produce 1 liter of goat milk? 50,000.
50,000. We've already done the estimate. We don't even have to even worry about figuring it out. We've really figured it out. A lot of work
Right.
behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's like we don't fuck like rabbits.
My
Or
face is
something. You know,
gonna
we're kind of
be
ripping,
doing
right?
this. We're ripping.
Yeah, we're just kind of bouncing ideas around.
Oh, I'm about to collectively blow your minds. Hold up.
Oh no.
It's almost like the Chick-fil-A thing.
It just
eat
blew my
more-
mind.
Yeah, the cows saying eat more chicken.
Exactly. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
It really is. Agreed. If they can do it and say that, why can't we?
yeah. They're like the goats is like in a rabbit costume saying eat or drink more rabbit milk.
I totally forgot I had that. Fresh goat's milk. There it is, folks.
Not from rabbits.
Y'all see the voice chat, right? Text chat.
Yes, I
Right?
do.
Sorry. Alright, cool.
Not from rabbits.
for Scandinavian culture, I think. Maybe not.
I would like to see the ingredient list.
Right? Rabbit milk.
How much rabbit milk is in that, actually?
Seriously, snacks.
I thought it was pretty cool.
I can't.
Rabbit milk? Oh, that's awesome.
It's so awesome, dude. Seriously, somebody's gonna copyright this shit. Please, somebody do it real quickly before they do. This is too good. This is like a Saturday Night Live skit, right? Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's kind of hard for it to do words, but yeah, that's pretty good. You're on the right track there, Snacks.
You're
For sure.
definitely on the right track, though. That first one, that got me good.
Robert.
Like you can have chocolate rabbit milk,
Strawberry. Yep.
chocolate rabbit milk.
You cannot say that we're not awesome, though, as a collective. You know, coming in here, look, we're already producing shit. Guys, look, it's in the chat. Come
stickers.
on.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I
Come
got
on.
stickers.
Yeah, fucking stickers already. That's my boy Snacks. That's what I'm talking about. He's already baking us some money. Okay,
Yeah.
his percentage went a little bit up right there. There we go.
Yeah. Like stickers
wow.
that aren't square, like round stickers and stickers that go around rabbit milk. Like, yeah.
It reminded me of stickers from high school when you go skateboarding and snowboarding. Guys put them on their decks before they head out.
What if they go opposite, like it's a rabbit? Like Chick-fil-A. Like rabbit saying get goat milk. You know, or something like that. I don't know.
Just got milk is good because he ate the rabbit dog.
Grab it.
Got milk? Grab it.
We can literally change get wrecked to get milked. Somebody gets wrecked.
Grab it. Grab it milk. Well, grab it milk is basically owned the server for like 5 hours.
I know. I woke up to this conversation. And it wasn't about grab it, but you guys were talking about rabbits and milking rabbits, and you can't get it from that and a goat. And I'm just like, what the hell? We're gonna, it doesn't make any sense. I want to do a goat and a rabbit, and it just has gone kind of bad. It's brilliant. I'm sorry, people may not think so, but this is when it makes money like this, it can. It's brilliant.
One of these days, you'll understand the gravity of the situation.
Right, gravitation. We talked about earlier.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah. Did you know the one of the guys that came over there a long time ago? His name was what was his name? Sir Grab it Newton.
To grab it. That's what I think is Sir Camelot. I couldn't think of that.
Yeah, then there's another guy that came around like in the fucking 20s where he's like, fuck that. His name was like Sir. He was a Jewish rabbit.
Bye.
Grab Steinian. Grab a Sunian. Snacks, you're fucking on it. How do you? That's so good.
Snacks, fess up. Where the heck are you getting all this awesomeness, dude?
You probably has a certain one. There's a lot of things like this to help with logos, and you can literally almost make anything.
Yeah.
I used to do it and stuff. Yeah, it's cool.
If you can milk it,
I thought he was going to grabit.com.
if you can milk it, you can grab it.
Someone's got. Is there a grabit.com? We need to look into that. Grabit.com. I'm about to find it right now and see if there is one.
If you can grab it, you can. If you can grab it, you can milk it.
That's right. It's like if it has nipples or not. You just gotta be able to grab it. Grabit.com. Oh, please don't. Don't do it to me.
It takes 50,000 rabbits.
It says, "Hi, I'm Grabbit. Hoax animal for emergency preparedness. Don't worry, grab it." Wow. I'm dying.
Takes 50,000 rabbits to get 1 liter of goat milk.
See, I want the experimentation that follows this claim. I want him to prove his claim. And not by me or my face. Jesus, help me.
Like you could have a statistics, like you could have like a graph.
I know. It's so bad. Jazzy, you're screwed for the rest of your life. That was the wrong word to use. Yeah, that's what Grabit.com says. Why? Okay. We gotta take that site. This is an emergency preparedness. This is an emergency. The rabbits and the kiwi. We gotta focus on them.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, who wants to milk 50,000 rabbits? Nobody.
Nobody. Well, someone's going to have to, at least to start off, but that's going to definitely be Jazza.
0 rabbits were grabbed during the milking of this goat. Yes. Exactly.
I'm dying.
I can hear like what's her nuts? That fucking sad songing lady that sings songs like are sad. Like Sarah McLachlan. The heart, like however it goes, like she does on the pet stuff.
Fucking snacks.
Donate now. Do you know
these are gonna make money for somebody, guys? Be careful posting this snacks. Seriously, somebody's gonna grab this shit.
Milk. Yes.
Be careful. This is too much.
Milk.
I'm fucking dying. Forgive me. Ooh.
I need cookies. I'm getting hungry.
This is too much.
All this talk about milk. I need cookies.
I know, right?
That's exactly the Chick-fil-A shit right there. Get goat milk from a rabbit.
Get goat. My God, I really hope nobody's listening to us on live stream.
I gotta save these fucking pictures right here. It's fucking great.
I know.
Oh, good.
Thank you guys for this morning. Honestly, this is exactly what I needed. Who would have thunk?
That's so good. Yeah. And then can you do one with do you know how many rabbits it would take to get this much goat milk? Like a graph of some sort?
Yeah, like a little pull of line up and down. Like there's gonna be 2 or 3. You know what I mean? I see it now in my head. Shit. You guys, we work well together. This is a good marketing team.
So good. We should have an industry, or like there should be we could make a company Just with the brilliant minds that are in here
I
on
know.
each side of whatever argument
The
there
spectrum.
could be.
Yes.
Whatever.
Yes.
I was thinking we could actually just start a marketing firm, a marketing company. They just bring us the product, right? And then we just sit there and hash it out and bang out whatever the idea is for the marketing campaign.
Definitely
Snacks that
banging this
people
one
eat.
out. Banging 50,000 of them out.
Hey, we should. Okay, I'll
We should do
approach
that.
the goat milk industry guy.
Oh no.
Like, hey, what do you think about this? I'll send him an email. Hey, you guys know you're not selling as much goat milk as you want, right? Yeah.
Or you could be. Or there has to be something we're selling on the rabbit, though. What is the reason why the rabbit is needed so much in this?
Because it takes 50,000 rabbits to get this much goat milk.
But I still can't take or breathe right now. I can't.
Hey,
They're like, why are you even fucking with the rabbit? We don't care.
Well, because here's why. It's because
here's
the
why.
rabbits eat all the rabbits eat all the grass.
Right, that the goats need. That's right.
Yeah.
I
I
love
like
the
that. Like the one you put on there at 41 after like snacks. That one that I look at the rabbit. The rabbit's kind of got a snarl to him.
what about the Cadbury egg? We need
Like
the Cadbury egg.
Yeah, the one that has like a little carton next to him.
Dude, Pete actually said that
the rabbit has a snarl.
David Weiss changed his name to Deep Inside the Grabbit Hole.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh no, David Weiss. Sorry.
Yeah,
that was a good laugh right there.
No, Pete in the chat said that David Weiss changed his name.
That's funny because he's catching on to what we were saying earlier.
Yep.
It's fucking hilarious.
Do people even think that David Weiss is knowledgeable enough to be included in these conversations? I don't think he can handle the gravity of it. I really don't.
The gravity.
He can't handle it.
The gravity. He would probably think it was a typo. You know exactly. What? That's not a typo, motherfucker.
Oh my god, you almost sounded like him right there. You picked up his way of speaking.
We got to go to the goat milk industry. Anybody here know anybody connected to the goat milk industry? Probably Pete Shea.
You might have to get hold of the goat milk mafia or something, bro. You don't even know.
Fuck you, dude.
That's what we're going to create. The goat milk mafia.
But hang on, I'm connected to the corn nut mafia.
Yep, you guys, we got to deal with these Caprina people first. We got to off them, then we take the goat milk industry by storm.
Right. Take their weapons.
Weapons? No, we need their label. Goat milk.
Corn nut mafia will do all the work for us.
What is that icon washing up in the top right corner of that fucking bottle?
Hands washing. Soap. It's hand soap. Goat milk. Milk it, milk it, milk it.
I think at this point, rabbits should also be laying eggs all the time.
I thought they laid Cadbury eggs.
Right? Need to be laying some goat eggs. Is that possible? Nope. Gotta find a chicken and I gotta do a chicken and a rabbit. A chicken? No. It's so early. Chicken or the egg? Actually, you can't ever answer that question. That's what's funny.
It was the goat.
So the goat or the rabbit first?
Goat milk. Yeah. Did you know? Yeah, that's funny. You're definitely on the right track there with what you got going on there, Snag.
No, yeah, I'm not getting all the words right.
Yeah, that's okay. You're on the right track with it. Like at least putting letters on there properly.
It's just it's too long
Does
of a
that say
sentence.
500,000 rabbits to make a gallon of milk?
No. So
That's
if
what
you want to actually be accurate, it takes 50,000 milked rabbits to equal 1 pint of goat's milk.
All right, we have the math for it.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
it has been said.
It's oh shit! Oh my god, I can't even read anything your posty snacks. And Pete just said, "Why did the rabbit cross the road to get to the goat?" Ah, good one. That's a good one, Dodo.
That's no shit. That's how you get a
It's a good
rabbit.
one.
You can't have one without the other.
I'm still dying on that comment. Damn. To get to the rabbit. Damn. I think the rabbit's trying to get to the goat though, because it likes to, yeah, rabbits just all day long. They're just at it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like we got to breed down the rabbits to get the one stud rabbit gonna bang the goat to get us a rabbit.
This goat though needs to be a good star prize goat too, though, for sure.
Yeah, the firstborn rabbit shall need to be protected.
Are we using a spider goat or are we using a regular goat?
I don't know, probably a regular goat. I'd assume a regular goat.
He said I assumed a regular.
Oh, I don't want to get really all weird about it.
Now we're getting weird. Getting weird.
Why you got to be weird about
know.
the goat?
Oh shit! I think we passed that weirdness a long time ago, y'all. I think that was.
Well, you had to have a control.
I posted up and said, "How long is it going to take before this conversation to go down?"
Exactly.
Which one?
Hold on. At 41 minutes past the hour, 10 minutes ago, I said, "I wonder how long this conversation is going to stay, quote, afloat."
Forever. Because it will come back up sometime. I guarantee it. It will. Is that brilliant? Sorry. Hey, listen, guys, we're in a good funny mood, but at the same time, there is some good shit you could take from that.
You can't kill a rabbit after it's been born. That's what I'm saying. You have to protect the firstborn rabbit.
It's illegal.
Or else
punished by death.
None of this works, yeah. None of it works without the firstborn rabbit.
Well, this is why the conversation is so good, though, too, in a way, because this stuff's already being done, and I think we're laughing about it, right? This shit happened. At one point in time, they sat down around the table, and they're like, "We going to make a spider goat." Like, I would have loved to sit here. Was it like this, or was it way different? I'd like to know.
No, it's totally on Discord. They just reinvent the internet every like billion years or whatever it is. Pretty sure.
A possibility. I think there's been a reset at one point in time anyway. Not even a reset that I could probably even fully understand, but yeah. I'm sure they've done this so many times.
Like people sitting around talking. Then it came to be people with influence, people with skills, and then they're like, "Yeah, that's actually let's see what happens. See what the the people think of this? That guy's shit.
Thing is, if somebody's probably, again, what we said, already tried this, I would like to see what's actually happened if they did. Because we may want to rethink this again. I'm sure somebody's already tried, and we're like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's
damn, no,
why they
never
have
mind.
That's like a kangaroo. That's what happened.
Yes.
The kangaroo
They
happened.
fucked up. Yep.
Yeah. They got a fucking kangaroo.
So how many times did they do the spider goat thing too, and they didn't tell you about the mistakes along the way that happened? Are there animals out there that we are unaware of right now? I'm sure.
Yeah,
Come on.
100%.
Oh, 100% in the lab.
100%. Like, I mean, we're talking about chimeras right now. I think that's what, like, like whatever you think of, like aliens or whatever. Like, I don't want to go like Alex Jones on this shit, but he's not wrong on a lot of stuff like that. Like that, they do shit like that. They like make chimeras and shit like that all the time. Did you know, like that back in the fucking, I don't know, I think it was probably like maybe up until the 60s, where the CIA was basically told they can't drill into dogs' heads to see what would happen anymore or something like that. It's like, what the fuck? What? It's like some sick people that do that shit, but they got like, license to like figure some shit out. Like, this is,
Yeah, it is
I
sick,
think that like
actually.
there's some crazy shit that goes on. I no doubt about it. I mean, I don't have any proof. I've never seen nothing like that, but like, I can only imagine. Like, it has to be happening. Rabbits have been bred with goats, at least in a test tube. And everything else has been mixed with everything else, at least in a test tube. And I think
agree,
that's why we got
actually, on that.
kangaroos. Yeah.
I mean, we don't even
Lion.
know if there was a reset why we have the animals that we have. Come on now, man. You don't know.
And kangaroos honestly don't make any fucking sense.
What did the rabbit president like to do to the goat? Grab it by the... Not reading that. Thanks. Yo, lion, tiger, a liger. Shout out Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh, yeah, my apologies. I was thinking about that earlier when I made the comment about our funding that we can use Trump for that grab it by that. Yeah, I used that comment too. I actually said the word. My apologies, y'all. I shouldn't have done that on the server. My bad.
Chimeras, though. It's a
If
real
a
thing.
U.S. president says it, it's all good.
Right? The U.S. president can say it. Why can't we?
So, do you not think homunculus haven't been like made? Not in a demon sense, but I guess like in a lab sense. Or I
Oh
guess
man, what's that guy's name? I know you guys know what I'm talking about. That used to go around doing like he used to be in the Navy or something like that, military, ex-military, but he also was on TV. I can't fucking think of his name right now, but he used to go to things like this, and he went to some area out in the middle of fuck, what the hell? I can't. Why is my brain not working this morning about this shit? And
Middle of
this was
nowhere?
going on. They were talking about that. Yeah, out by, but you have to go on the water, right, to get to it and shit. And yeah, it's all blocked off, but they're doing this exact type of work right there, right now. Remember all the shit they used to throw back in the day on YouTube too, of all these creepy animals and creepy things that we used to see, like, oh shit, what is that? How to end up on the creepy side of the internet? That stuff's kind of all gone now a little bit. What if that shit was all real back in the day? All that stuff's out there. I'm
What are
sure
you
there's
talking
crazy
about?
stuff.
I never heard of that. What is it? So the guy went underwater?
No, he went on a boat with someone. This is like ex-military too. He was involved in. What the heck is his name?
Doesn't matter.
I'm trying to
Let's
think.
call him
Yeah.
Mr. X for now.
Yeah, but it does matter. As soon as I mentioned it, the people be like, "Oh yeah, we know who he is," and the shows because you can find the documentary and everything on it. Because I'm sure it
Jesse
still exists.
Ventura?
Yes, thank you. That was it. He went to do exactly this on one of his episodes. He was speaking to somebody out there where they did this stuff every day.
Yeah, and he was like, "I have government clearance. I was an ex Navy
Right.
SEAL, and I have a governor, and I have the clearance, and you're still not letting me in."
Right.
Yeah,
I gotta ask, 'cause this drives me crazy. Sugar Cookie, is that ET I hear, or am I sadly mistaken?
what's that
No, he's
now?
definitely not ET.
What's an
Sugar Cookie
ET?
sounds
What
like
do you mean?
ET. So
Am I
there's
an
a
ET? Like, hello, Elliot, that kind of stuff.
no, there's another member around the communities. His name's ET, and you sound like him. I had to reach out and ask because I've been listening to you for a little while. I've never chatted with you
Oh my
before, so
god.
what's up, homie?
It's really funny
Sorry
because I
about that.
thought he sounded like another person named Riggs, and now I know ET quite well. Like me and him are cool. He knows he's got a drinking issue and all that. Sometimes he comes in here all wee, but ET sounds a little bit more of a different voice in a way.
Yeah, isn't that
Yeah,
funny? Like people say I sound like
I know
different people. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. She
you
was
do
saying
sound like
she's
Riggs,
saying I
no,
sound
for
like
sure.
Riggs. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And he says I sound like ET. I had no idea who the fuck that is.
My bad, homie.
you're
No
good though.
No,
offense.
it's
No
all
offense.
good. I don't. That's fine. I can't help how I sound, I guess.
If Riggs and ET had a baby, it'd sound like maybe Sugar Cookie.
Yeah.
That's true.
Snacks finally opens his mic and says something, and he says that. Thanks, Snacks.
Thank you, Snacks. Actually, no, thank you, Snacks, for real, because you've made us some money today. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you guys nerds?
Are you talking to yourself?
No, I'm asking you, like everybody here. Are you guys kind of like? I'm kind of a nerd too, but I was like
I'm a
wondering
little
if you
nerdy.
guys are nerds.
I'm a little
Like,
nerdy.
so,
Yeah. Weird.
okay, two
Mhm.
questions. First one, have you seen the Dungeons and Dragons movie on
No.
like you haven't?
No, I didn't know there was one because I don't hardly pay attention to that
Yeah.
stuff anymore. Really? There's a Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Uh-huh. And it's
Okay.
pretty it's funny also.
Okay. Okay.
It's got
Can you
a
find it like on Peacock and all these things? Because I know people that have
you can
that
find
and Sling and shit.
yeah, it's on Amazon Prime.
Okay. Okay. I know what you mean. Okay. I can get to it.
Yeah. And it's pretty fucking it's good. I can't remember who the actors are. One of the guys was Chris Chris not no, not Chris Pratt, but uh I can't remember, but he was
Brain
Captain
damage.
Kirk. He was Captain Kirk a while back on the movie that they redid. What's that actor's name? And he was a really good Captain Kirk on the Star Trek
Sam Fisher.
movie.
So,
What is it?
it's supposed to be as the Ein.
Yeah, Pine.
Yeah, Chris Pine.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's in it, and he's like the I don't know, the not the fiddle player, but like the I don't know, like a mandolin player or something like that. But anyway, he gathers up a bunch of other people, and it's really good. It's very Dungeons and Dragonsy. I never got into Dungeons and Dragons, so I wasn't that much of a nerd, but I could kind of see how it followed. Like, okay, well, that guy has the charisma points. That this chick has the warrior points, and this guy has the wizard points, or whatever, like that kind of stuff. It's fucking. It's funny and it's like adventurous. Also, no,
Yeah,
nobody
I'll look
here has
into
seen
that.
it.
No, I mean I've played that a little bit, but after the
I
fact that came out, I never played it when it was coming out. You know, when it was there in the beginning. So I got into gaming more when I was in my early 20s. Played a lot of
uh
Diablo 2 and all that shit. So I wasn't really into that, yeah, yet.
Well, that's
So I'm not
cool.
quite that big of a nerd.
All right,
I'm just playing with you.
but it goes from Star Trek to Dungeons and
Hmm.
Dragons because of the actor in it, and then the new one that's out also is there's a new Star Trek out. It's oh, dang it. Can't remember like the subtitle of it, but I guess it's on like Paramount Plus or something. But it's pretty good too because it's like before Captain Kirk was the pilot of the Starship Enterprise, and it was Captain Pike is the uh, main character, and Captain Kirk is like just coming up, and he's introduced like halfway through like the first season of it. And there's Hura is in there, like how she got to get there, and Spock is always there, and like the guy that does Spock is like right on also. Anyway, yeah, it's really cool. So that's why I was asking, like, who's the nerds?
Strange New Worlds.
I'm gonna ask Amanda to pull that ship tonight, though. Movie night. Don't really
Yeah.
watch many movies that often, so I will. Why not? Whether I like it or not, I still have. Now that you're talking about it, sounds interesting just to see.
Yeah, they have a new it's a series. I think they're up to series 2 now on the new Star Trek.
Strange
On
Worlds.
what's it called?
I grew up with that.
New Worlds.
Oh yeah, man. I remember watching Star Trek when it was black and white.
Is your mic? Was
Watching
that
all the
Snacks
reruns.
talking? Whoever was just talking, it sounds like you're so far away, honey. I can barely hear you. I can hear Sugar Cookie quite well. He's got a good mic. Snacks, you usually do always back if I went in and out. Now try. When you get a second, of course.
Hello?
A little bit. Say more than a couple words.
More than a couple words.
There you go.
There you
Okay,
go.
yes. I think sometimes when you do one or two, it kind of cuts out a little bit on you, so that it kind of your words aren't being pronounced correctly. It seems like,
Oh, man. Okay.
but you are. I know you are. It's just it cuts out on you.
Yeah, good. Maybe just put your mouth closer to your mic or something.
Which I have to actually pull my mic away from me.
Yeah, because you're because you're loud.
Oh, yeah, kind of. Not kind of. I am.
Pike is like the original
Accountability.
Stephen Hawking.
Mm.
He winds up in the chair at the end of the pilot episode of Star Trek. He's the captain from the Star Trek, the pilot episode.
See, I didn't even know there was a new Star Trek. I mean, holy shit.
The very first actual Star Trek, like original.
Yeah, it's called the Menagerie, I think. Maybe it's not. I don't know, but these aliens like imprison some people, and then Captain Pike is one of them, and Captain Kirk rescues him. But by the end of the time, the Captain Pike's there. He's a vegetable basically in a chair that just has a yes or no lights
Oh
that go on.
shit!
Yep.
So they introduced Pike at the beginning of the entire whole thing.
Clever, don't you think? I'm just. Yep.
Well, minus Stephen Hawking. Who cares about him? They introduced
The first,
Chris.
I think, the first
Chris
time a science fiction
Pike?
wheelchair like that was in. Yeah.
Oh,
Wow,
that's cool.
Anyway. Yeah. Yep.
I like that character arc kind of thing that they were doing. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so here's the backstory from this guy. He never really kind of got into it, but like now they're gonna go back. And it was like they did a whole thing where they're going to the Gorb. I think the Gorb, where they're like lizard people, kind of. When Captain Kirk was fighting them in the original series.
Hey.
And
I
they,
just literally went and checked. We have been live streaming this whole time. That's 3 hours. So all this is definitely out there. And there's 10 people watching. So I want to thank you if you were there in those times that you stuck it out with us. And good morning. Wow.
yeah, what the fuck are they doing? That's stupid.
Right.
Why would they be listening to
Sorry,
this?
guys.
This type of
Why
stuff.
the fuck would they be listening to this bullshit?
Our apologies to you.
So anyway, the fucking Gorb, I think it's called the Gorb, the lizard person that Captain Kirk on the original Star Trek was fighting. They recreated that, and they're like fucking badasses now. Like you don't want to fuck with them. You gotta fucking watch it. And then they introduced at the end of the second season, they introduced Scotty, the engineer, and all that. Like, it's pretty fucking cool. Sorry, go ahead.
That lizard creature that fights Kirk, isn't he wearing like some kind of garment or some kind, like an animal?
Yeah, it's like a green. It's like a weird green suit. Yeah, they totally redid that to make it super realistic now. And they're badasses.
Original Star Trek. That's like a pretty good episode. Like he's pretty much stuck on that planet the entire time with that guy.
Yeah. And now, like, fast forward to now, because that was Captain Kirk. Well, as commander of the Starship Enterprise, as we know it. Well, this kind of goes back. It's like a prequel almost. Like that's what I'm saying. That's like the character arcs. You can see Captain Kirk before he was Captain Kirk, when he was kind of coming up with Captain Pike, Captain Chris Pike, and then Captain Pike is the new. Well, I guess I consider it the new guy that runs the fucking ship or whatever. But it's actually before Captain Kirk was, before William Shatner was actually the captain. So it's kind of cool to see like that. That's what I'm saying, like the character arc. If you know anything about storytelling, like, okay, here's the backstory of all of the stuff that we already grew up with. Like, oh, okay. Here's Captain Kirk. It's not William Shatner or whatever. It's a young William Shatner, or it's a young Captain Kirk.
Pretty much, he's on the come up.
Yeah,
but Pike already got his, so yeah,
it's pretty cool. And then you can see like where people are getting placed. You know, like Uhura is there, and then Scotty comes in and whatever. But it's still Captain Pike, and then Captain Kirk is still like under Captain Pike, kind of thing. He's not actually captain yet of the ship. He's just a captain of another ship that's on the Enterprise.
They're in space. Then they choose that mustard yellow, though. You know what I mean, for uniform. I don't know about that.
Yeah, they still wear the same, like yellowish or goldish, like shirt, I guess, because they're both captains, I guess. But Kirk is a captain of a different ship, but he's on the Enterprise. And the number one is like some Amazon chick now, or like not now, but in the new series. And she's part whatever. Yeah, I don't want to do no spoiler alerts.
Vulcan, you can say it. Come on.
No, not Vulcan. The whole thing, like Spock, there's actually a whole thing with Spock because there's an arranged marriage and Spock has to marry the lady, and she's like, "Oh, you got no time for me." He's like, "Bitch, please, I'm doing the thing," and they're like, "Oh shit,
I'm a man. I got needs.
You're half person and half Spock," and they're like, "Yeah, okay, fine." They go to like the tribunal or whatever, and they're like, "Okay, fine, okay,
It's not wants.
okay, fine, whatever." And then so like that was the whole thing between Spock and his wife or would-be wife or what have you. And then there's a hottie fucking doctor that kind of, it's like, oh, makes him more human because he all of a sudden has feelings.
About to get freaky.
They did. I don't think they got freaky. They didn't get freaky. But then she's like,
Does any of
fuck this.
Space should be like, turn the gravity off. Let's do this. What?
Sorry to cut you guys off. Go ahead, honey.
Well, in space, you wouldn't just like turn the lights off, but you'd be like, turn the gravity off also. Okay.
Yeah, they're just walking around like everything's normal. Also, yeah, that's why they call it science fiction.
So this road is that.
So what now?
So most of the road is that science fiction.
It's Star Trek. Yeah, and so then there was this haughty doctor. And she's like, fuck this, I got to go get my certification in something else. And Spock was like, why are you celebrating without me? Is there a reason why you didn't invite me to this celebration or whatever? And they're like, ah, shit. Here comes Spock. May I have a word with you? And like, okay, that's as much as I'm going to spoil that part of it. But yeah, the Spock whole backstory on Spock also, like the character arc for Spock
Game, basically in the beginning.
goes along with that too. So it's pretty. I like that. I like the character arc stuff. Like, oh shit, that's where that came from, or oh man, that's what Captain Kirk did before he was Captain Kirk. I didn't know much about Captain Pike. Captain Pike was a badass motherfucker too. Held up all the standards of the Federation and the morals and shit, and the battles of morality and killing people, that kind of stuff. Leadership that goes along with it. That's kind of like Captain Kirk learned all that from Captain Pike.
That's a duty.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like a real stand-up dude,
Really learned him some Star Trek.
Yeah.
Learned how to Star Trek good now.
Yeah, that's right.
Guys, I gotta run. I just want to say thank you for today. It was good fun, sincerely. But I'm gonna head out, and I hope you guys have a beautiful day. I might be able to be back later, but thank you for the time. It's good.
Right.
Take care, Stacey.
Yeah.
You too, everybody.
I'm gonna zonk out myself. But yeah, there you go. Spoiler alert. The Star Trek stuff. Nerds.
Playing everything. Appreciate it.
All right, man. See you guys later.
Take care, dude.
Take care, Star Trek.
Live long and prosper.
What a Federation loyalist that guy is. Huh, you hear it in his voice.
Truth.
Let's talk smack, Yeah. I think if there was a secret like on the DL type of agreements with outer planar cultures, we would already have something like a United Federation of Planets.
Apologies, Snacks. I stepped away. I heard you talking, but I was too far away to hear what you said. Sorry, dude.
Yeah. No, it just meant like
I have my new catchphrase.
you came back and interrupted me. Okay.
Yeah, just like man, live long and prosper is a pretty good fucking thing to say, right?
It was a good way to dip
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Well said.
All right, cool.
Live long. Did you say the reverse way back? I don't know. How do the Vulcans do it? No, they say like something else, man. If you watch like, Spock talk to his dad, they don't say the same thing right back to each other.
Nanu, perhaps, or was that? No, that was Mork and Mindy, wasn't it?
It's more from orc. Yep. That bitch hatched. With that bitch stuff, which I don't normally do, but it's 2023 and I'm riding it out like this, so. I don't know, man. It seems like the economy is a little bit slowed up right this week. Everybody's got tight pockets until Halloween or something. I don't know what's going on.
What's up? What's it?
What up, bro?
The Celtic sea salt, right? You've heard of that?
Expensive.
So through their company, I ordered a 5-pound bag of the agricultural and the pet salt that you're supposed to give your pets, right? I'm gonna test that out and see how that actually works as regular salt. I don't think there's any real difference between the agricultural, pet, and the other stuff. Gonna use myself as a guinea pig.
I was told you're not really supposed to use. Well, I mean, I guess you can, but I was told that you shouldn't really use it as a seasoning. I mean, you can, I guess, but it's more for like health benefits
Yeah.
to help absorb nutrition. So it's like you don't, you just want to somewhat what they say said, like just put it under your tongue to help absorption of the of whatever you're actually eating. I guess you can put it on it.
I don't see why not, right? I mean, if I'm going to use other salt anyway, what's the difference? Like, am I going to have too many minerals and nutrients from the sea salt?
I use other cheap sea salt for seasoning personally, just because it uses so much. I cook like ground beef and steaks a lot, and I put salt everywhere. So I just use the Celtic sea salt for water.
Dude, this was 5 pounds for $15 of the pet versus the other, right? And when you look at them and you look at everything about them, they're like practically the same.
I think I just got finessed on what I paid for. Like, I ordered a bag through Amazon, and it was super expensive. It took forever to get
Yeah,
here.
like 30, right? Like $30-something a pound or whatever it says.
And I got finessed. It was even more than that. Like, it was like $60.
Oh wow!
It was literally $60. And then one of the orders didn't work or something, so I placed another one, and then the other one all of a sudden went through, and I had to pay it twice. It's crazy. But
I hate when that happens.
I saw some other places that were selling it for like 48, 44, 42. I saw one place that sold it for 16, and I'm like, oh, this has got to be a scam or something. I don't know.
That might have been the agricultural or the pet. I don't mind buying stuff that they tell me is for pets because, okay, so the raw milk that we buy at the Amish market, right? It says fucking pet milk on it. Like, technically, they can't sell it for humans. So they sell it for pets. Keep it in the refrigerator next to all the other milk. But it's labeled pet milk, so they're able to sell it to us without any recourse.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know what the difference is with the salt.
Not really big on the whole like ivermectin thing, but that's supposed to be a fucking animal dewormer.
Yeah.
And that shit works with people. Or here's another one for you. You go to the doctor. Let's say something's wrong with your dog, and they like fucking fracture their leg or something, right? And the doctor gives you a pain medication for them. You ever stop and read that pain medication of what they're giving your dog? Half the time, it's like stuff like tramadol, right? Which is a medication that they give humans as well. Not that I don't like tramadol. Tramadol is horrible. But the fact that it can work in both of our bodies and all they do is give it to them in a smaller dosage because of the weight. Just makes things suspect of what's for humans and what's for animals, dude. Like,
So I get the really fine stuff. Is the stuff you're getting like crystals? Maybe that's why it's cheaper, because you can just put it in a thing and grind it.
It's like you put it on your food and like, does it make your food look better when it's like got that pink glow to it?
It's not pink. It's Celtic sea salt's white.
Seen some purple pink stuff.
Great, right?
Well, there's pink Himalayan salt, right? And then like Redmond sea salt is kind of pinkish, got pink in it. But Celtic sea salt looks like really fine Coke almost. I mean, it's a little different. It's kind of got a crystallized look.
Nice and
Like meth.
nice and gray. Yeah, no, the stuff that I ordered, I know it's in larger chunks because I can even see it in the pictures, right? How big the chunks are. But I put stuff into a salt grinder anyway, so.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, if it's the same stuff, then that's a glitch because it's expensive, and it used to not be that expensive, from my understanding. It's just that everyone found out about it, so they just popped the price up.
What's that other salt that's really good? Not the pink Himalayan, but there's what is it? The Redmond salt.
Yeah, Redmond. That's what I use on my food. Dude, salt and good butter is like the best seasoning ever. Dude, I was so deceived thinking I had to add all these other seasonings to my stuff. You totally do not have to do that. Like, if you cook good meat with good butter and salt, it's fire.
You know what's good? Oatmeal and oatmeal, like maple oatmeal, whatever, and then butter. Like, makes it really good.
I think oats are of the
Dude.
devil now.
I like
I've
oatmeal.
always said like
Horses eat
I've always said
oatmeal.
that-
Dogs eat oatmeal. Horses eat oats.
Oats are for slaves.
So,
They
you
are
know,
for slaves. It's slave food.
it's delicious.
Yeah, basically
They
all
also-
plants are slave food.
It's so delicious that you have to add other stuff to it. Dude, you know what's funny, bro, is they try to tell you that the first thing you should feed your child is oats.
The first thing. I don't know.
Like the first food. Yeah, man. They say like try an oat cereal with some milk in it, or like breast milk, or
Does it have like an
So they get
emotional,
addicted.
like emotional? You don't like oats now, or is it
no,
something about it?
like health wise. Yeah, like I don't think no grains today are good, and I don't know if I would say only specific grains were ever good.
Tell us where the oats touched you. It's all right. You can
In
open
my immune system.
up.
It's a deception, man. I mean, and then they tell you to start feeding your child at 6 months solid foods. Why though? Why do they say that? That's not real. That's not real at all. You just do
Yeah.
some research. That's not real. Their
my
first teeth come
my
in.
kid is 8 and still just eats that fucking pouch. So
Dude, the food comes in. I mean, the teeth come in, and the first teeth that come in are called milk teeth. And then the second set of teeth come in, and then when more teeth start coming in, there's like not a second set of teeth, but just like it's a different type of teeth that starts coming in. That's when they should be eating solids, and it's different for every child. They're like, oh, just to, they teach everyone the same stuff at the same time. You could have Nikola Tesla and like some baller in the room, and they'll teach them like they're both equally smart. You know what I'm saying? They do the same thing with the food. They're like, oh, just feed them at 6 months. 6 months is the magic number for all babies, just to start eating oats.
yeah, but it's not their fault because people are stupid. And they say they'll be like, hey, here's my kid who's like biting me. What should I feed my kid? People ask, like, when can I start giving my kid solid food? You just
Well,
give
yeah,
it
but
to
if
them,
you
just
read,
whenever you think is okay. Just
I let her try some like okay, we have this little PFA and BPA free like little mesh like pacifier thing, but it's called a food saver or something like that, and you put like you can cut up fruit and put it in there, and they'll just drink the juice through the pacifier. They'll suck on the mesh, and the juice
So,
comes through.
Those actually work pretty well. I've seen those before.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they can get a little messy, because, like, she'll get the juice, like, on her shirt and stuff, but nah, it's a freaking game changer. She loves it. They're cheap. They're not that expensive. We just put, like, organic nectarines or peaches in there, and she just has a blast.
If humans are made to eat meat, like when are my canine fangs gonna grow in? Like, at what age?
Oh, my God. Seriously, we're doing
I'll
this
tell
right
you
now?
when you're older.
We're doing this right now. I've had no problem chewing on meat, bro.
I mean, really. So, if you're not supposed to eat meat, what are you supposed to eat?
I mean, eat whatever you want, but I mean, you can definitely eat either one, but you can eat plants, no problem. Fruit,
Okay,
bananas, I don't know.
so where
Oats,
would you
lots of
find
oats.
those? Yeah, so where would you find those things? So let's say you had to go procure your own food without the assistance of a Chinese-made grocery store around the corner.
Yeah,
Where
I
would
go
you
to
get
my
those
garden. I go to
plants?
my garden already.
Yeah, where'd you get those seeds from?
JohnnySeeds.com.
Yeah, so you got them from somewhere else. So basically, you're confirming that you cannot find these things in nature,
What a weird
but you can
point.
find animals. You can find animals everywhere. It's not a weird point. It's reality. It's the
No,
truth.
you're retarded.
Have you
I found out that you're
wait,
retarded.
Wait, hold on. Did you just call me retarded? Are you
I
really
just
white
discovered
knighting
it.
for plants? That's interesting.
I
Watch
discovered that
this.
there's no
Watch this.
plants in nature, and you're
Let me
retarded at
add
the
some
same time.
science. Let me add some science. So, have you heard of oxalates? Yeah. So, plants make a defense chemical. They're called oxalates, amongst many other defense chemicals, and they're not good for your body at all. They're called oxalates.
Don't eat poison ivy. That's the.
No,
Uh,
it's in all
It's
the
in like
plants.
kale, bro. It's in like
Yeah,
kale and spinach and stuff,
kale
man.
is
Things
really
that
bad.
they push.
Yeah, terpenoids, oxalates, they're bad for your body because the plants, they're not like some sentient animal that can fight you or run away. So they have to also develop a defense system, and their defense system is a chemical one.
right.
It's bad for you, man. Oxalates, terpenoids.
Yeah, listen. I can go to a tree and like pull the. I have a pear tree. I can just pull that food off. It tastes really good, and I feel pretty good eating it. I don't think it's killing me.
I'm pretty sure terpenoids aren't necessarily a defense mechanism, but more responsible for smell.
No,
So
they
you
are.
gave an
They
example of
absolutely
food.
are a defense mechanism. They prevent nutrition absorption. So,
Yeah, well, somebody did actually ask that question earlier. Like, he said, "Oh, what's going to happen if I just with this Celtic salt? Am I going to get too much minerals? Yes, you can get too much minerals. Yeah.
no.
Well,
What?
you can overload yourself with too much iron, too much something. Yeah, you'll get sick.
Too much synthetic iron.
Oh, whatever.
Wow.
Yeah, if you take like an iron supplement, you can probably overdose on that because it's not a natural form of iron. But I think if you do
Everyone
like
in
a
this
natural
room
form
has
of
too much.
things, you'll like your body will use what it needs to, and it excretes what it doesn't. You know,
Everyone in this room has too much
naturally.
synthetic iron. Every single person in this room, and the body can't even assimilate it. It's not bioavailable. It's fortified, and then your body just stores it in like other regions, like tissues and joints. And that's why you have arthritis and inflammation because of the magnetic properties of the fortified iron. Thank me later. I'll be here all week.
Yeah. Uh, it's very, yeah, you're right. It's just this build up of like scarring.
So that's why women are so typically healthier than men because they bleed once a month. And they get all that. They get a lot of the excess iron out.
I
But
agree.
then
That's
they
why
hit menopause.
I said previously, like bloodletting might be not a terrible idea for that
But
reason.
then they hit menopause and they all start having their problems. And this flies under the radar because it's also associated with age, right? So like, oh no, you just coincidentally got sick then because you're getting older. And that's why menstrual irregularities with these jabs is super serious for women, because they're trapping all this fortified synthetic iron. And almost everyone's copper deficient. So anyway, it's a lot to it. But then the reason that meat's one of the many reasons that meat is so good for you, like good 100% grass-fed, grass-finished beef, for example, is the bioavailability of copper. You know, these animals will have 2-to-1 copper to iron ratios. And we're so copper deficient, that's why like organs are like a cheat code to kind of help get you back on the right path. I fell in this rabbit hole, man, and there's no unseeing it, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I never thought of asking the Amish people for raw milk. Maybe mine. That's where I get the meat from. But maybe I should ask them about the milk whenever you look.
You totally should. They almost guaranteed to have raw milk.
I'm telling you, man, raw milk that right there is a total game changer for one. Like that's wow.
Yeah, it reminded me of like you had said earlier, and then he was mentioning arthritis and yeah.
Raw milk is really good for your gut biome.
Don't drink raw milk. Just eat broccoli
and kale and oats.
Yeah, that'll heal you. That'll make you live forever.
Yeah. No, like I was telling the Australian dude or whatever, the Plain Truth, whatever the fuck his name is, right?
Plain Reality.
Earth Reality or whatever, Plain Reality or whatever.
Reality, yeah.
The vegan guy that's in here, right? Nice dude, but I was asking him the other day. I go, okay, so where do you get your source of like creatine for like your muscles to help build your muscles? Because he was talking about being in the gym and everything. Because I do remember in school how important creatine was as far as like when you work out and lifting. I remember the guys around me trying to take creatine supplements, and they would puff up like fucking water balloons, and as soon as they stopped taking the creatine, you'd watch them deflate because it was all water weight with the synthetic, you know?
Yeah.
But with the real stuff that you get from meat, it is what helps your muscles build themselves. It's what helps give you energy while you're lifting to do all of that, you know? So I was wondering from the dude, like, where he gets it from. And he is not worried about that at all. I don't see how you can't be worried about that. It just seems like it's an important part of our muscle building is creatine.
Well, because
like
he thinks he's right.
creatine.
So why would he be worried? That's typically how people who think they're right operate, right? If you think you're right, why would I worry? I'm right.
Good point. That's right.
Yeah, like I will say this though. People that are making like highly specific intentional decision with their diet, like they've taken the first step. So, you know what I'm saying? Like they've taken the first step. If they're not eating a bunch of processed foods and they're like trying to figure out what's good for them or whatever. Now, if they're simply making a moral decision, like I know people that I think they're misguided is what I'm saying. Like I know people that they claim to be vegan and they tout some moral superiority while they eat this mass produced nonsense that kills tons of life to make it. More life than good beef, for example. And yeah, like they don't even eat healthy. They just get to say
You're talking about how when you dig up the land, you're killing gophers and shit like that.
Yeah, and they literally kill the animals to keep them away from the perimeter. But yeah, what it does to the entire ecosystem, the life in the ecosystem, whenever you do this mass crop production, it's like incredibly detrimental to life. It kills all kinds of life, from the small to the big. So it's pretty funny, right? I mean, where'd the moral superiority go? So I kill
remember
one cow.
talking to-
I'll kill one cow and can feed my whole family for a year, and you have to kill like tons of little gophers and rabbits and all the insects. And like, okay,
Dude,
You're talking about monocropping.
I've asked vegan people that if you had to, like, would you kill a human to save an animal? And without hesitation, they're like, yeah.
Because they think they're animals. Animals will protect animals, right?
you know what's really crazy is some animals like know that that's their role. Like a cow will kind of like walk up to you at one point in its life and be like, "All right, it's time." You know what I'm saying? Have you guys heard about that? A cow will walk up to you basically, and you'll know it's like it's ready. It's ready
It's
to
done
die.
eating grass.
Yeah.
Jeff Foxworthy, here's your sign.
Yeah, I've heard if you listen real closely, it goes, "Kill me, kill me, kill me."
Yes.
I mean, what purpose do cows have other than to eat grass, fart, and feed us?
And they pee and poop while they're just standing there unfazed. It's very wild.
They help magic mushrooms grow. Don't forget about that very important point as well.
And they just stare at you, and then like Niagara Falls pee like it's not happening. They do.
Dude,
Man.
we used to have a horse that would do the same thing, bro. That was fucking hilarious.
They'll just stare at you like it's not happening. Like it's totally not weird at all that you're just like peeing for 5 hours. But yeah. Nah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's weird because I think that I don't think it's weird. I think it's kind of sad, bro, because like people, the whole moral argument is so easy to refute, in my opinion. But then like the health argument, it's way worse. Like the best argument veganism has is the moral argument. So, you know, health gets. I mean, most of them
Yeah,
would
but
never.
you're straw. You would be straw manning if you think that they want to rely upon factories to produce vegetables for them. I'm sure that's not their goal.
No,
That
it's not
might be
about
where
what
they're
they
getting
want
it.
to do. It's what they do. It doesn't matter what they want
It's
to
what
do.
you have to
dude.
do.
Yeah, if they grow their own food, they're gonna kill the animals. Have you ever had a garden? I ask vegans. I'm like, okay, so are you gonna let the rabbit come eat all your food? No, I'm gonna build a fence. Oh, what about whenever animals dig under the fence? Oh, I'll dig it deeper. So what about when the animals still get in your crops? Because that's what they do. What are you going to do? Are you going to let them eat your food? Yeah, yeah. They tell me to let their... Okay, then you're going to die. You're just going to let them eat your food. You're going to die. So all of a sudden, it's, oh, well, I don't want to eat plants like that. I want to grow my own food. They almost none of them do, though. And then when you ask them, okay, so let's just grant you the idea that you're going to eventually transition to growing your own food, and then you'll stop having blood on your hands that you're bragging about how it isn't there. What are you going to do then? And then they just say they'll let the animals eat their food. You're going to let a rabbit like flex on you like that and just take your food?
Dude, that's a blatant straw man. You asked me that exact question once, and I said you have the right to protect your property. So, like, yes, you can protect your property from rabbits.
So then there's no moral
Veganism
argument.
is a
There's
moral
no moral
argument about rights.
I built
You have no
a
moral argument. That's
raised
what I'm
bed.
saying.
I built a raised bed because of the rabbits. They take your shit down in like no time.
You are one of the only vegans that said yes, you have the right to kill the animals, but most of them don't. But so now we've eliminated the moral argument.
No, it's the argument for veganism isn't about health. It's about rights and who has rights, and should you be able to infringe on someone else's rights?
Wait. So you're saying that rights are more important than health?
From a moral perspective, yes.
Oof.
What about the rights of the rabbit, though?
Man.
The rabbit is if the rabbit is destroying your property, it's infringing on your rights. But animals aren't moral agents. Humans are. That's the whole point of veganism.
Oh, so then how's it immoral to kill them?
What do you mean?
They're not moral agents.
Yeah. If they're not moral agents, that doesn't matter.
Now, they can't make moral decisions, but they are conscious, sentient beings who have an experience, they have emotions, they dream, they have pain, they
Can
want
you prove
things, they
that?
and so
Can you
since
prove any of what you just said?
okay, if you accept that, then that's the moral argument for veganism. That's the rights thing. If you think
Well, I
that
agree.
animals,
I think they are. I think they
Why don't
are,
we
but
just
that's
why don't
not
we just kill
doesn't.
all of them? Like, why can't we just kill all the rabbits, all the animals, and just kill them all? Then I mean, that
What the?
seems.
They'll
This
just
this
keep
is
coming
so
back.
stupid. Yeah, dude. You know how many rabbits make other rabbits, bro? Like, are you kidding me? That's like what they're known for. You can't kill all the rabbits, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you asked the vegan guy. I'm not a vegan guy, but you asked him, oh, then where's your moral? I asked him, would you kill a rabbit to save a garden? Well, would you just kill all the chickens just to kill all the chickens and just be like, fuck it, I killed all the chickens?
No, I
No,
don't even think chicken's good. I just want them to make eggs.
yeah. Well, I mean, would you kill them all? Just swipe them out because they're not, they have no moral
I think this is
compass.
this is one of the big disconnections. The vast majority of people that have really focused on their health and figured out that animal-based diet is objectively and scientifically way better for your health. They don't promote mass farming. They don't promote like this crazy abusive method of like killing animals, slaughterhouses. Most of them don't support that at all. It makes the food not even good. It's not good quality. It's genetically modified. They're torturing the animals, which releases all kinds of chemicals into the meat. So everyone agrees that the way that they mass produce meat is bad. So we can throw that out of the way. So now we're talking about animals that fully fulfill their purpose. They get milked, and then eventually they're going to die. And the vegan says, well, you should bury the cow in the ground. And we say, no, you should eat it.
well, people don't eat animals that die naturally. I mean, that's just not a thing that happens, right? They slaughter them at a very young age.
Wait. Animals don't die naturally.
That's not what I said. I said we don't eat them when they die naturally. If you just come across a
Yeah,
cow,
there's no animal that dies naturally. All animals are killed.
Because we kill we kill a cow a third of the way through its life. It's like killing a 12-year-old or something like that.
Yeah, it's when it's nice and done, nice and fatty. It's at its prime.
I'll be honest with you, man. I just disagree with you here because I'm not understanding. Like we get to pick and choose morality. So the animals don't have moral agency, but then your justification or delineation of when it's okay to kill the animals is when they supposedly make an improper moral decision by invading your property. But they're not moral agents.
No, it's not about them. It's not about them being immoral. It's about you have the fundamental right to protect yourself and protect your property, right? And the fundamental right of morality is to not be killed or tortured or have something taken from you. So you always have the right to protect yourself no matter what. But you don't have the right to go kill someone else. And that's
why are these animals tortured? They're not tortured. They're just killed instantly.
Well, if you actually believe that, you've honestly never really looked into the topic. I mean, animals are constantly tortured, even in grass. Free range, grass fed. Oh, this is beautiful. I mean, that's a marketing scheme. They go to the same slaughterhouses. They're hung upside down.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
I know the person I get the meat from. They objectively just kill the cow themselves. And they have an in-family butcher.
Okay, so you found someone real quick in Florida that's just the one humane farmer, the one humane slaughterer. I mean,
the fact I found them so quick kind of proves that your generalization just cannot be true.
Well, here's what I would say: it's immoral to kill someone. That's just my personal belief. Like you can disagree
but we're not talking
with that.
about people. You're saying someone.
Well, to me, a cow and a dog is someone, not something. Are you saying it's a thing?
Unless they come onto your property, though?
You have the right to defend yourself, yes. If a bull is rushing at you, right, and gonna
you would kill it, right? Would you eat it then? Or would you just bury it?
Would not.
There you go. See, so now that's not even moral. It comes to you, you kill it, but then you wouldn't eat it. And the rabbit's not coming at you, bro. It's coming at your food.
So you're disagreeing with the idea that you have the right to protect your property and yourself?
No, of course I agree with that. Of course, what I'm saying is, first of all, if the animal attacks you and you kill it, you're saying you still wouldn't eat it. So then it's not just a moral thing, because you've said it's morally acceptable to kill at that point, but you still wouldn't eat it. So your argument isn't just moral. And then what I'm saying is the rabbit isn't attacking you. It's just going to eat some food, innocently just skipping over there to eat some food.
No, what I'm saying is I personally wouldn't eat it because I think eating like the flesh of animals is gross. But I've been a vegan for a long time, so that's like 10 years ago, I probably would have said, yeah, I would have eaten it. Do I think it's immoral to eat it at that point? Probably not. But it is moral for you to protect yourself. I think that's completely.
What about the rabbit? But you're not protecting yourself against the rabbit, though.
I'm protecting my property, which is a moral.
Okay.
It's a moral right.
Okay.
This
So
the same.
Now, how is the rabbit supposed to know that it's yours?
The rabbit's not mine. I can't own another sentient.
No.
How is the rabbit supposed to know that what he's infringing on is yours?
He doesn't
like
know.
your food. Right, so you just killed that rabbit, and all he's doing is skipping around when he has no idea it's your food.
Nah, that
an asshole.
You ever seen how a rabbit looks over its shoulders all paranoid? That rabbit knows. He knows he's
Well, you just immorally slaughtered an innocent rabbit who was just doing what he was made to do, hopping around, trying to go get a bite to eat.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, Witsit, and the other guy who's asking this. If a schizophrenic homeless person comes at me, has no idea what's going on, he thinks I'm the devil, and he tries to kill me, of course I have the right to protect myself against that person. He doesn't know what's going on. He's not making a moral decision, but I definitely have the right to protect myself. It's the same thing in the instance of the rabbit.
Wait, so you're saying that's the same as a rabbit?
Well, no, what I'm saying is, like, he's not acting from a moral perspective, and the rabbit's not acting from a moral perspective, but I still have this base axiom of I can protect myself and my property. I personally would.
So how many times have you had the homeless guy come at you?
None. What's the point?
I understand your argument, right? Which is that just because they're not conscious of it doesn't mean that it's somehow immoral. That's not my point. My point is, objectively, in that situation, you killed a rabbit that, for all intents and purposes, is innocent from its point of view and has no idea, and you killed it. And you cannot grow food without killing animals. And you can't grow food without drastically destroying the ecosystem's natural order of that area. You can't. It's impossible. It's physically impossible. You have to rip up the ground. You have to.
Yeah, so, I mean, but you can if we're all running our own lives, if we're all independent from a system that feeds us, then both of these things are possible.
No, you still have to kill life to grow food.
Well, so to be clear,
because of this rabbit that came in one time, you don't have to kill the you don't even have to kill the rabbit. You can just trap it.
Rabbits don't come one time, my dude. Okay, anyone that's actually been around gardens know that animals come and eat your food. That's what they do. And once they find it, they tell their buddies.
Yeah, but so to be clear, like, being a vegan isn't about not killing anything ever. It's about doing whatever is practical and possible to reduce the suffering and exploitation of animals. So it's not like, oh, I'm a vegan, so I'm never going to swat like a mosquito.
Now, okay, let's look at that. So something about the suffering of animals. Now, are you an animal?
It's about reducing the exploitation and cruelty towards animals.
Yeah. So are you an animal?
I don't personally classify myself as an animal now.
You don't classify as an animal. Then what are you?
I believe I'm a human, and we're in a different category than animals. But this is really doesn't matter at all.
Well, it does, though, because so the suffering of humans is typically directly linked to what they're eating. So if they're eating the incorrect thing, it's leading to their suffering. So if you're somehow promoting something that's leading to their suffering, you're actually for the suffering of animals.
Well, for one thing, I didn't say humans are animals. For another thing, I didn't say suffering.
Do cows bleed?
Yes,
you did say suffering.
Do humans bleed? Do humans bleed?
Yes.
Is the blood the same?
I don't know. It's probably similar.
Okay, so let's try to figure out what classifies something as being an animal.
I'm not an evolutionist person, so I don't believe that we evolved from monkeys. So I don't believe that we're animals. I think that we were created this way and that we're humans and that we're a different category. This could be like a proximity bias of some sort or something. I don't know. But that's besides the point.
So you're basing it off of the Bible then? Is that what you're...
No.
What if you break the leg of the rabbit and that way he'll go back and tell his buddies, don't go in there, they break legs.
Yeah, you go grab that rabbit and break his leg. Dude, by the way, does this mean Yeshua sinned when he ate the lamb? Or it's not a sin?
I don't believe in Yeshua or sins, so I don't know.
Okay, so hold on a second. Let's try to figure this out then. So you don't think we evolved, then how do you think we got here?
Look, this is a very long and not the actual long conversation, not the actual topic on here. I'm like,
it is the topic. See, because everything is connected. You don't realize that right now, but you will someday. Well, maybe not.
Well, he is making a good point. He's making a good point, dude. That if people are eating all of these defense chemicals, they're not getting the insulation from the animal fat and the bioavailable copper. They're gonna get sick. They're gonna have diseases that basically torture them for years and years and get worse and worse and die. So basically, making sure that we don't kill the rabbits or the cows, we're now making sure that humans suffer instead, even though you're claiming they're actually superior in sentience.
So you're saying that you can't be healthy and happy without eating animal flesh? Is that what you're saying? What's it?
It's scientifically provable. So, like, for one, you have to supplement your B12, and almost all of it comes from cyanide. Yeah, I know what vegans do. What's up?
Okay, so you know where B12 comes from then?
I know that the supplementation of B12 comes from cyanide.
You know that the cows are getting supplemented B12 too? And the reason why we have to supplement B12 as humans and as animals is because it comes from the earth. And it used to just be like, hey, they pick a potato out of the ground and throw it in the soup, and that's how they would get their B12. But nowadays, no one gets that. So the cows and the chickens and everyone has supplemented B12. And so,
the cows I eat have no hormones, no nothing.
Okay, well, I will guarantee you that they're supplementing B12. So, like, honestly, just spend 15 minutes researching it, and you'll figure that out. They're supplementing it in food, etc. Because they're like, that's how you get B12.
No, they don't feed them food. They don't feed them food. So this is what I'm saying. I don't know what you're talking about. 100% grass-fed, grass-finished, no hormones, and it's provable scientifically that the cow's stomachs, which it has 4 of them, are developed in such a way that it is able to break down things that we are not, and then makes it bioavailable for us. So when the vegans run around, they're like, oh, this vegetable has so much magnesium, but like 3% of it's bioavailable. You're not getting that magnesium. You're not getting the copper from the plants. It's the scientific data is astounding. The bioavailability of the minerals and animals is like 10 to 1.
So to be clear, your claim is that you can't be healthy and happy and on a vegan diet.
I'm saying, you're going to develop certain deficiencies.
Wait, how old are you, Osco?
I'm 39.
Okay.
And you said you've been vegan for how long?
I've been vegan for 5 years, and I was like vegetarian for like 5-ish years before that.
You like veganism more than vegetarianism?
Well, I mean, what happened with me is I became vegetarian, like sort of out of a vague spiritual idea that I was wrong, but I wasn't like, I didn't really have any connections to it. And then, long story short, I got a dog, and I realized, oh my gosh, this dog is a sentient creature. Like, it's conscious, it wants things, all of this stuff. I could see it dream. And after seeing that, I became actually vegan because I sort of comprehended or digested the moral argument for veganism. So
I guess I don't understand. I don't understand that. Like, dude, chickens just poop out eggs, man, and then they literally want you to get them out of the way. Literally, they want you to come get them. I've had chickens. That's what they're like. Happy that they're frustrated with you if you don't go get the eggs frequently. They just poop them out. They know that there's occasionally the crazy hen that becomes like I forgot, some type of hen. There's a name for it, a broody hen or whatever. And they think the egg's going to do something, but it's not because it's not fertilized. And then they just go crazy thinking that egg's going to. And that's like very rare. And it means that your chicken's like going crazy. But like
Yeah,
most of the
can I say
chickens
something
are
real
like,
quick?
I'm just pooping this out. Please take it.
Hey, yo, remember, dude, if a squirrel was 6'6", he'd kick you out of your house, fucking eat everything in your fucking house. He'd destroy you. You know what I mean? If a squirrel was 6'6", he'd fuck you up, dude. He doesn't
Well,
care about you.
Yeah, there you go.
Here's what I would say: we don't base our morals off what animals in nature do. And to your thing, what's it like? I actually like can empathize with the argument that like backyard chickens and their eggs are like the most ethical way to sort of get animal protein or something like that. But the problem with backyard chickens, right, is they essentially all come from stores, right? And what happened, and the way that they sort of get the inventory for those is they mass breed these chickens, and then if you're a male chicken, the day you're born, you get thrown into a blender alive. And so,
But dude,
like,
you take
Chicken
but if you're
nuggets.
taking B12 supplements, bro, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
You're eating cyanide. But this is what I want to say, right? So 99% of vegans go to Whole Foods. Okay. And Whole Foods sources all of its food from mass production crops. This is just a fact. So immediately the moral argument is completely out the window. I promise you, where they're sourcing the food, do not care. They do not care about killing life. It's just business. So it's like, oh, well, yeah, but one day I plan on transitioning to growing my own food. But when I talk to these people, I'm like, I don't think you understand what comes with it. I don't think you could kill a rabbit. I don't think you could. I'm not saying you personally. I'm just saying the vast majority of them. Because we live in a fallen state and the inevitability of death is all around us and we cannot avoid it. You cannot avoid it. That's all I'm saying, bro. You can't avoid it.
I agree. I just think like the empathetic, compassionate, moral way to live is by not like exploiting other sentient beings. Like that's just my perspective. I understand that people disagree with it, like building muscle is more important to them or something like that. But like you say you can't be healthy, like I'm healthy and happy. Like
Hey, yo, check this out.
Well, that's
Yo,
just a subjective. You're just
hold on real quick.
subjectively
What's it?
denoting that you're healthy.
Listen, check this out. You need, look at it like this, brother. Your body is like a fire, right? Your body needs oil, okay, to exist. Otherwise, it's going to overheat. That's why I'm of the opinion people get rashes and shit like that from a hardcore vegetarian diet, or well, vegan anyway. Like, I think add meat and cheese, whatever. But the point is, if you're only getting oil from seeds, you're fucking yourself up even more. And so, like, I was a vegetarian for years, actually. And I learned, or I started getting into the keto shit. And I was dealing with like gut issues and stuff like that. So I was like, what the fuck? And as soon as I added a lot of like saturated fats, even if it's like, just heavy cream, those saturated fats, bro, will help your body out so much, man. Like just for you, like, just something to experiment with. Because I really think the vegan thing is a detrimental thing. And you sound like a fucking awesome dude. So, you know what I mean? Like, I just think it's something to look into, brother.
And like I will say this, bro, like we can agree to disagree. Like I don't have any hard feelings toward you. I do not like if people kind of imply that I'm immoral because I eat meat when I know they all eat at Whole Foods, right? And so like I just don't, it doesn't resonate with me at all whenever I'm spending the time to drive around 20, 30 miles, personally meet the people that source my food, ask them how they treat their animals, go and see the animals, ask them all the processes since the birth of that animal, right? Like I'm going through all of this effort to try to make sure that the most humane, natural process is where I'm getting my food from. And these people just skip on over to Whole Foods, get some like quote unquote organic Oreos and claim they're vegan. And it's their food's coming from like atrocious mass production and stuff. And so like I just don't vibe with the moral thing. And I will say that the science is pretty overwhelming. The bioavailability, if you've managed to be healthy on veganism, you're skating by, right? Because the bioavailability, at the least, you would be healthier with animal-based products that are good. At the least, scientifically, because the bioavailability of the minerals.
Well, here's what I'll say. Just one last thing, then I'll get back to work. Like, I'm not even disagreeing that I could be like moderately healthier eating animals. Like, I'm not saying that that's not the case. What I am saying is that I work 45 hours a week in construction, and I run 40 miles a week. So like I'm a pretty healthy, active person.
That's impressive, dude. That's impressive as fuck, actually. Yeah, big up, man.
And all I do is eat plants, and I'm not eating, these mass-produced Oreos or whatever you're saying from Whole Foods. Like I eat basically raw, mostly raw, like plants and vegetables. Is everything perfect? Is everything pesticide-free and organic? No, we don't live in a perfect world. It's sort of like this conversation that Delion was having yesterday. Like, what's more important to me, and this could just be a woo-woo belief, but what's more important to me is like my mental state and the state of my consciousness, not the physicality of something. So you can say, oh, this isn't bioavailable or that's not bioavailable. And it's like, I don't know. All I know is that I can be healthy from just a subjective point of view, like not eating animal flesh. And it seems to me cruel to kill animals. Just ultimately, people say, oh, what's a health thing? But ultimately, people do it for pleasure. And to say anything isn't true, I don't think.
So can you tell me just like what did you eat yesterday?
I eat almost the same thing every single day. So
okay,
that's
which is
I eat morning oats with berries in the morning. I'll have a smoothie later or maybe a juice. For lunch, I eat a raw salad. For dinner, I cook up a little bit of rice and do either some stir-fried vegetables or vegetables in the oven.
What's in the smoothie?
It depends. Fruit, veggies, all that sort of thing.
Gotcha. Well,
What's
I
the
honestly
difference
can say
between
I
a
wish
raw
you the best.
salad and a non-raw salad?
Well, there's
no dressing.
Well, what I'm saying is I eat mostly raw food, not cooked. So I'll cook some veggies and rice for dinner, and then have a salad with that.
Now on that, so which is your favorite veggie to just chew on raw?
I like broccoli. Broccoli, I make hummus.
No.
So you just take a raw head of broccoli and you just eat it?
Well, look, this is the whole point here, is and this actually gets to the crux of my point. You're eating meat for the pleasure, for the sensational pleasure of it, for something that lasts for like 5 seconds.
I'll tell you what.
And
actually,
me,
I'm eating meat because of cost. Because it's actually cheaper just to eat nothing but beef, raw milk, and raw eggs where I'm at. All that other stuff is just
Also, I
way
will
too
tell
expensive.
the reason I do it is not because of it. I tried veganism. I broke out all over my body. And I was with, what's his name, Nathan Thompson, freaking veteran vegan. We know all the tips and secrets. We did it the right way or whatever. I broke out all over my body. I ate meat that went away the next day. My gut biome is significantly improved since I've even started to kind of do the animal-based diet.
Yeah, I can testify to that
I just want to
too.
be healthy. Yeah.
Well,
I want to be healthy for my daughter. I have a daughter, dude. I'm not gonna have my family not optimize their health. And yeah, coincidentally, it seems like the creator made the most healthy foods delicious.
So what do you think? What happens to you when you do a parasite cleanse or something like that? You break out, you have reactions. It's the same thing with your diet. Like when I switched to a vegan diet, I will admit it was very hard on a whole host of levels, Emotionally it was difficult.
How long was I supposed to do it? How long was I supposed to do it? Because this was almost 2 months afterwards. I was getting all these benefits. I was ranting and raving on live. I'm like, bro, veganism is legit. I have way more energy, blah, blah, blah. No, I had just cut out processed foods and stuff. And then about 2 months later, my body started being like, bro, we're lacking. So in my opinion, I started breaking out 2 months afterwards. So are you saying that it was taking me that long to detox, or I guess is what you're saying?
Well, here's what I'll say. It took me a year to find equilibrium with it. And most vegans wouldn't say that because that would be a controversial thing to say, because most people say, oh, I feel better day one. For me personally, that wasn't the case. But again, it wasn't about feeling better. It was about an ethical issue. And that's just the way I see it. I understand that not everyone sees it that way. Like, I don't know this other person talking, but I know you well enough with it to know that you're a good person and you want to do the right thing. So I'm not saying, oh, you're evil because you eat meat or something like that. It's just from my perspective, it is a moral injustice just to take a cow.
Yeah, like if Witsit didn't think it was a moral issue, he wouldn't ask his butcher how is this cow treated. So both sides see morality plays a part in it. Yeah.
Well, I'm you're cool in my book, brother. Right? I'm just saying that you do know that most of the vegans do not answer the questions the same way you do. When I asked a vegan about the rabbit, vegans have told me they'll let the rabbits eat the food. And so you say, no, that's why when you said that, I remembered you because you stand out with your answer. Right. And I don't vibe with any type of like moral superiority claims. And I'm not saying you're doing that necessarily. Someone implied, but I mean, you're not necessarily doing that. But yeah, I just doesn't resonate with me, man. That's all I'm saying. I think that those animals kind of know their role, man. And I would rather really take care of the animal, bond with it, help it give birth. It makes an excess of milk. It makes an excess of colostrum. Like they can't even do anything with all of it. So there's actually science to show that milking cows can help them. Milking goats can help them because of the excess that they produce. And I definitely don't get the vegan part of it, and the vegetarian part maybe more, but I mean,
I'm
not my thing.
I'm parked at Whole Foods right now, and I'm gonna go buy some stuff. I never go to Whole Foods, but I can attest these people look fucking frail.
Mic check.
Because it's made in China.
You could take all their pocketbooks.
80% of their organic food is from China now. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Whoever mic checked, I heard that. Yeah.
Or 10-4.
All right, so I'm going back to lay some wood floors now, but cheers. No judgment, you guys. That's just my opinion. And I think that a lot of vegans do get a bad rap because a lot of people out there pushing veganism are exactly like what you say, Witsit. But that's how everything is and every philosophy is people don't actually like digest and contemplate the issues. They just sort of blindly subscribe to belief systems because they think they're cool in their value system. And that's not what I did. I worked through the ethics of it, and for me, it came out, don't eat animals, but for you guys, it didn't. That's cool. Cheers.
All right, brother. Much love.
Yeah, good for you, dude. This is why I always say treat yourself like a guinea pig and just find out what works for you. Some things agree with you, some things don't. That's how I am with everybody. Like, because I always have this argument with Loggy, and Loggy's like, veganism's clearly a psyop. And you can't sustain yourself
You
on
gotta have
it.
a balance. Yeah, there's gotta be some kind of balance. It can't be one. I mean, it just can't be one or the other. Strictly.
Exactly.
And I'm like,
Everybody is different.
I'm like, look.
Okay, so
one sec,
so-
dude. One sec. I'm like, look. There's powerlifters who are vegans, right? And there's that plain reality guy. He's a martial artist. He says he's been doing it 15 years. Now, Loggy would say to that, well, he's been sneaking eggs. That's what he said to me. He's sneaking eggs. Like it cannot be done. That's what he's.
So I want to get like,
argument.
what about like an over under? I never go to Whole Foods, right? But I got this list here, right? So like over under, like am I gonna $1,000? I'm gonna go check out liver gallbladder cleanse, purest soil from an alpine location, bentonite clay and diatomaceous earth, activated charcoal, oil of oregano, zeolite, bentonite. I mean, what am I?
You're not going to get a lot of that stuff in Whole Foods, by the way. Like,
Well, you can actually. You can. You have to order it from the whole body department. I used to manage it for Whole Foods, but yeah, those are all good ones.
Somebody told me to go to Whole Foods.
You're saying you can get zeolite through Whole Foods?
Yeah, you have to special order it from the whole body department. That's the one I managed in the center of the store with all the supplements. You just have to find the manager because they're usually hiding, and then do it from the computer.
So what am I looking at?
Oh,
Like
wow.
$2,000, $3,000 here?
No.
I'm joking.
How
but
much?
Yeah, I hate Whole Foods.
Sub $1,000 with the list you realize, I would say. Well, I don't know. It depends on what quantity you're getting. I mean, you can get food grade activated charcoal online for pretty cheap, dude. Like in bulk.
Yeah, I agree.
5-gallon bucket.
But online, it's like I'm just getting like swept to Amazon. It's like some fucking Chinese. Who knows if this is a real brand or
Buddy,
like
Whole
a
Foods
trusted brand.
Whole Foods sources 80%. Oh, okay. I can show you the good place to go, but you can get a lot of activated charcoal for cheap. I'm just saying.
Well, tell it to me, but I'm already outside of this Whole Foods. So, but yeah, what's the good website?
I don't know. I have to go find it. Do you, brother? If you want to buy it, it's all good. Activated charcoal is good to have in bulk though, because it's good for stuff like stings and like all kinds of stuff.
I'm not turning around now, but I'll still go. I mean, if some of this stuff works out in the long run, I'm not going to keep coming to Whole Foods.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, just get the stuff and try it.
And with it, I completely agree. With whatever your skin problem was, I had a very similar thing happen as the reason to kind of do a reset on myself for 40 days. I kind of did it for 28 instead because I'm really petite. with like becoming vegan, doing lots of raw shit. Basically, like I have one cheat day per week, but I have no idea what the hell the buildup was. Just probably gut, sludge or whatever the hell it was, causing autoimmune problems and all this other stuff. So I completely agree with you. And I have sensitive skin. I'm white, like white, and like really white. And yeah, no. So I completely understand, and I think that it's just like an SSRI sort of in a way. Like, hey, take it until it stops working, and then. Or until you feel better and then symptoms relieve or whatever it is. Because again, every body is different, but I can completely relate to your story that you shared. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I felt better because I kind of cut out a lot of processed stuff. But yeah,
exactly.
dude, my
honestly,
whole torso
too.
broke out.
Oh dang, dude.
Yeah, like here's this dude coming out of this
crazy.
whole he's coming out of this Whole Foods. He's carrying a loaf of bread, and he's about as thick as this loaf of bread. He's wearing a winter beanie hat. It's 70 degrees out. Like, how are you this cold, bro? Like, how are you cold right now? Like, they just look frail. Yeah, he just looks frail. Like, then there's this other chick right here. Let me go for a sec.
A lot of tension out there, Tangs,
Dude, it's so funny though, because the second I ate meat, dude, boom, like within hours, the bumps went away. Isn't that wild? Wasn't even good meat.
It don't agree. I mean, the thing I just posted with what's her name? Hannah Marie. She's really good. She's a vegan, and she looks very healthy as well, I might say. And Tom Barnett, they have it's a friendly debate. And it's really good. It's really watchable. And, they both basically say a lot of stuff what you've just said, which is we can all agree that this mass, like battery chickens, all that stuff, it just needs to go. This terrible treatment to animals, it's just not good. Like Tom Barnett, he doesn't kill his own. Tom Barnett kills his own stuff. Now, I know for me, and he eats it raw. That's the other thing that fucks me up. Like, I can't eat. I think of that good sear on a chicken or a piece of chicken or whatever, piece of steak or whatever it is. But anyway, I couldn't eat it raw. But if I had to kill my own food, I would probably lean towards pescatarian. I'd eat fish.
Yeah, that's easy.
The occasional chicken, maybe.
Yeah, see, I think chicken's bad because it's all fed this like soy infested, modified grain nonsense. But to each their own. I don't think you can even find good chicken now. So I don't even really want to eat chicken anymore. I just eat red meat, but it's to each their own. I mean, I've been slipping up here lately when I was on moving. I'd go to a restaurant every once in a while, but I would say like carnivore is a bit extreme for me. Veganism and vegetarian is extreme. It's like animal based seems to be what I think will work best, and that's good red meat, and then
tallow, cooking with tallow too.
Yeah, and like just fruits and honey and raw dairy.
Yeah,
with the meat.
It's pretty simple, really, isn't it? I mean, if it's God made, it's usually. I mean, that's why I've said for years: if it's God made, it's good. If it's man made,
Dude, do you know what resonated with me the most was that for one, my stomach did feel better. Like I think the saturated fat and like animal fat's really good for your like electrical energy and your gut biome. So is the dairy. But anyway, what really resonated with me, I was like, wow, bro, all the stuff I'm eating right now, and I'm doing it just for health, tastes amazing. Honey tastes amazing. Fruits taste amazing. Raw dairy tastes amazing. And good beef tastes amazing. So it's like the creator made stuff for us that's really good for us that tastes really good. And that just like
sacred cow, man. I didn't give it much credit, but you're totally right, dude.
Yeah, it just resonated with me, right? Where it's like you eat certain vegetables, and there's a reason that children like have to be forced to eat them because they taste terrible.
I'm guessing you're not eating pork though.
No, of course not.
I don't dig on swine, man.
Nah, I haven't eaten pork in many years.
I mean, smoked bacon's bloody amazing. Just FYI, I'm just saying.
Well, I know I used to love some pork, but
my problem is bread.
Yeah,
I just could live off nothing but butter and bread, and it's bad. I play around with recipes like at least once a week to come up with something that's just going to be like the right type of daily bread to feed my family, and not have all of the garbage in it. And it's just so dang hard. But I don't know if it's my Frenchness or what the heck, or the nostalgia of, fresh baked bread by my grandpa. I don't know what it is, man, but I smell it and I'm just like, okay, I have to follow that walk like a cartoon character or something. But I wish there was a way to just do that on a larger scale if I can find a good one, to help, because there's like just no good options in that whole bread aisle for me.
Yeah, every expert in nutrition, every person I've watched who sort of really knows the stuff when it comes to eating food, they've all, bar none, said you've got to give up bread.
Or at least gluten or something with grain. Yeah, dude, you're right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gluten.
And bread's so good, it sucks. Bread's so good.
Yeah.
But see, I first thought I was gonna have to cut out bread and cheese, and now I found out, oh no, I can eat a ton of raw cheese. Raw cheese, I can eat a ton of it. So now I just have to cut out the bread, which I have for the most part. I mean, you kind of get used to it. It does suck. It's like, like I can make awesome nachos, but no chips. Like I can make, an awesome burger, but no bun. So it takes some getting used to.
Yeah. Yeah, I was getting this amazing. Well, for just a couple of months, I was eating, because I was just experimenting, and I found this amazing bread at this farm shop, and freshly cooked, baked, and that, and it brought me out in these weird wart looking things on my middle finger and on my toe, on my big toe on the top side, and this bread was so bloody amazing, so enjoyable. I thought about just carrying on. It's so stupid. And I was like, okay, I've got to just stop. And I stopped it the other 10 days, I don't know, over a week ago just. And they're disappearing now. So I've just gone back to a sourdough. And sourdough is it's a hefty bread. It really is. But
It's the best bread. Oh my God, you had, yes. Yes, sourdough.
It's supposed to be a bit easier to digest.
Tortilla.
And
I did not know that.
eating the
Thank
bread.
you.
And he's like, here's the loose poison.
Yeah, bread is slave food.
I know. I'm just putting off the inevitable, aren't I?
It is. Grain and bread is for
corn, right? Corn tortilla chips.
Corn is terrible for you. Can't even find good corn now, bro. It doesn't even exist anymore. No, it's a sad day, man. Sad day. Corn is bad, and it sucks because grilled corn on the cob is good with butter, But yeah, I will say I don't necessarily think all bread's bad though, because and this is my philosophical bias, of course, but the scriptures talk about eating bread, very specific types, and obviously none of this nonsense that they give us now.
But here's the thing, Witsit. You got to understand what you're reading when you read the Bible. Bread is still bad, regardless of what it says in the Bible.
Well, I guess that's your opinion,
Well, I mean, I've said this many times. They changed how they make. They changed in the 60s. They went to this high yield wheat, and I think that was part of the problem. And I think there would be a way of making it. I don't even know. I don't think we can compare the bread that we have today as back then.
No, of course.
If I could add my 2 cents, there's a different kind of yeast that's used nowadays for bread. It's not even meant for humans, and also the wheat that we use and the grains that we use are hyper genetically modified. You know what I'm saying? And on heirloom genetics, right? They've shown pasta from Italy to not cause the same gluten sensitivities that regular pasta in America does. People who have gluten sensitivities go to Italy and eat pasta from Italy, and the pasta doesn't bother them at all. And it's because in Italy they use heirloom genetics for their pasta.
Or gnocchi. The best gnocchi I ever had was in Italy, actually. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, I think it talks about unleavened bread, and so it's really not suggested even leavened bread, but some people would eat it, but oh well, certain periods of the year you gotta throw it all out, all the leavened bread. It's not like it says you must eat a lot of bread. It actually seems to imply not that. Or I don't think the manna was even bread. I don't think manna was bread at all. I think that's a mistranslation.
Man, dude, why did you have to mention Italy? Now I'm just thinking about the best capers the size of my thumbnail that I've ever had in my life. You suck. Okay. Capers and briny things and olives. I could eat them by the jar, though. I think those are super, super good. Well, at least my body responds really well to it in the brine and all that stuff. But that's just me. I don't use olive oil, but I eat them by the pound.
Yeah, capers
Dude,
we fish as well. Nice and salty.
dude, America is like the worst. Like their food standards are like the worst in the world, basically. Pretty crazy.
Have you guys ever looked into what they did with how we all found out about, or how they created salmonella and all that stuff? That's a pretty interesting rabbit hole too. I don't know much yet about it. I have to verify a couple of things, but I find that totally believable for our food system and how it's regulated here in the 70s with farmers and what they were feeding their chickens. And it was really a way to introduce it by the CDC, actually, before the FDA or Department of Ag kind of swept in and did the whole mass media, story of, oh, new thing, salmonella or whatever it was. It's kind of crazy. But then it's like ever since then, we haven't had the right chickens, I feel like.
Yeah, dude, it's like so many things that are illegal and banned in other countries are like just fine here.
Just look at a video, look on YouTube or any website really, BitChute even, and just type in Japanese versus American egg yolks, and you'll be like blown away with the health differences there and what they look like.
Oh, if you even just like get some good chickens and get your own eggs, you'll notice the yolk is so different.
It's in our 2-year plan. We will send some eggs. Yes.
Another thing about vegans is they eat a lot of seed oils, typically.
Just call them like walking malnourished palm seed oil vessels.
Like all of these vegan meals and restaurants and foods, they're just like flooded with seed oils. So seed oils are not good for you at all.
I worked at a bakery and I was actually a mixer. So I would make the dough, industrial baker. And the amount of chemicals and like conditioners, dough conditioners and preservatives and emulsifiers and like all these different chemicals that real bread doesn't have, right? Real bread is old by the morning. The next day it's already hard. Real bread. Fake bread will last a couple weeks.
Don't you think it's funny? That reminds me of how they, the invention of the sandwich, so they say it was. You guys know that one? Well, either way, it was with real bread. That's how it got, rock hard, and then the whole thus the sandwich, so they say. You guys have any events going on tomorrow during the day in here at all? Yes.
Yeah, it's quiet in here.
I was waiting for someone to say something. How you doing, dude?
Good, how are you?
Cool. Yeah, what happened? I was in here a few minutes. You talking about veganism, and then it's all gone quiet.
Yeah, I don't know. I just stepped away. I came back. It's just dead quiet. But dude, the real rabbit hole about all this for me was like copper. You guys should definitely check out the gravy about copper and copper deficiency and how they claim it's toxic, and look up what all copper is used for in the body. It's crazy. When they changed the medical textbooks in like the mid 20th century to say it's toxic and bad, and it's true.
Yeah, I heard you mention the mixing of fabrics and all that kind of thing. Have you actually searched for a source of like complete linen shirts and all that kind of thing?
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, so like there's supposedly a study that was done in Israel in like 2002. It's really hard to find the original study, so I don't know if that's what you're asking. I wasn't able to find the original study, but I only looked for a couple minutes. But I can show you the name of the person. So. But anyway, apparently, the study showed that stuff like polyester and even like bamboo, like I was looking for boxer alternatives, and I'm like, oh, bamboo. Then I looked it up. Like bamboo's frequency is really bad as well. So like wood derived clothing also is right around 15 megahertz. So yeah, spandex, polyester, silk, and then synthetic cotton is like 70. Organic cotton is like 100 megahertz, which is like the average base frequency of the body. And then linen and wool were 5,000 megahertz. And they found that when you mix the fabrics, there's basically like a phase cancellation where they cancel each other out. And yeah, it was just interesting because the scriptures say not to mix the fabrics and promote linen and wool. It's hard to find the original study though.
I had a bamboo shirt, and I was like, man, this makes me feel cold every time I wear it.
See, to me, that actually sounds awesome. Like clothing that's like makes you feel cold. But yeah, I guess this frequency is just low. Like if there were boxers that were like cooling, that sounds great.
Who had the over on $80?
Oh, they said 1,000.
Yeah, it's like $80.
You're a little off. Did you find a bunch of the stuff though?
Yeah, most of it, just not that zeolite. I'd have to go back to the list and see what else. But yeah, it's just really that, and they didn't have a full cleanse like all set up for you. But that's pretty easy to find.
They had charcoal.
Yeah, they had charcoal.
Nice.
If you can handle eating for the cleanse, if you can handle eating like 4 to 8 ounces of raw cilantro a day, stems included, that's what I did. That really helped with the lemon water in the morning and celery juice. That just will help the absorption of all of whatever you're doing. I would recommend that just on experience and how many I've recommended and learned in that job and also after like recent years. So it helped me, but to each his own.
Yo, check this. Like, so I'm like animal-based diet is what I've landed on, right? But I have considered integrating this little trick where you squeeze a lemon into water and you drink that before you eat. You're not supposed to drink while you eat. And people may have heard that before because it fills you up, but that's not why. It actually messes up your ability to digest the food. But the acidic nature of the lemon, if you drink like lemon water before your meal, your food will digest like way better apparently.
Yep, you're right. Especially first thing in the morning too, but then wait about 20-30 minutes after that lemon water to eat if you can.
Yeah, I mean, if we're all
I think a
making
lot of people are
suggestions,
suffering. Yeah, good.
I would just suggest don't drink a lot of orange juice before taking ecstasy because you throw up.
Wow. I think a lot of people are suffering from like gut biome issues. And I think it maybe is connected to parasites as well, but
I think it's that, yeah, for sure. It's all rooted in the confusion of our endocrine system from all of the crap food that we have as options and the sugar that goes back to the chocolate especially, but even caffeine in the chocolate itself. That all just messes with everything that the thyroid regulates, all of our mood balances, our hormonal regulation. But whether you're male or female, it does kind of the same effect. So I cut out all caffeine for that little 40-day thing, and I would highly recommend that if you're just trying to reset yourself. But yeah, your perspiration will kind of flip out the first few days. But yeah, you're right. It all creates the parasites because they can't. It actually can cause what looks like chronic active Epstein-Barr virus, which is like from strep, and most people have it as a kid, like 95% of humans entirely. That's what I thought mine was after we ruled out lupus. But the long story short of the matter is, that's exactly right. And all of those things, because what they give as a byproduct when they die inside you, or when they can't, whatever, it's like their waste creates all sorts of things that are not just carcinogenic, but that create crazy adhesions, like, and little lumps inside of like even the base of the top, like the top of your spine where it meets the brain and the head, the skull. I always forget what that's.
And my friend Danielle has lupus,
Right there.
and she hates it, and she said it like pretty much debilitates her.
And it is reversible. Like I reverse my blood work a lot, but it takes time and it takes and my issues kind of got catalysted with a Hep B vaccine, and that's before I woke up to everything. And yeah, I would say I'll pray for your friend and tell her that I'll put a book link in the chat because it's what gave the recipes for what helped reset my entire system, and my blood work has improved tremendously. So I wish for the best, and it runs in my family too, so I understand. And I'm sorry that she's suffering.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'll copy and send her a link. Yeah.
Yeah, my hair just started growing back, so I want her to have hope. Hope for sure.
by the way, dude, I found so much stuff about the zombie science. It's really kind of crazy, bro. It's pretty wild, bro. mRNA, optogenetics, freaking, dude, they've been studying this for like years and years, bro. Where they what they do is they send usually between 12 and 18 gigahertz. They send these pulses out, and then these nanoparticles they begin to become more permeable. So, like, say you put nanoparticles in someone, if you started hitting their body with frequencies around 18 gigahertz or a little less, because it's like specific to the nanoparticle. But anyway, it like causes the nanoparticle to become permeable, right? And permeability is just like the ability to pass through something, right? Like how our cell membrane is semi-permeable or whatever, right? And yeah, anyway, it becomes more and more permeable, and so whatever's inside the nanoparticles can come out of it. And they have like incredible success with this. It's a very real thing. So, I mean, then you can look up what frequencies does 5G operate on, and dun dun dun.
Do you think that they have the capacity, like with Elon Musk, of a Neuralink controlling your thoughts with that kind of stuff? I'm on the edge there. I understand that these nanoparticles and the permeability and everything activating could definitely cause destruction in the body, but like kill people. But do you think that they have the capacity with these frequencies and nanoparticles to, I don't know,
Control the
change
brain?
consciousness? Yeah.
So that's a bit of a different thing. It's called optogenetics, and they've shown that using gene therapies, they can integrate photosynthetic chemicals from plants, and the photosensitive molecules will absorb into the cell. And once that happens, they're able to introduce light or certain frequencies to the subject, and they can turn on and off neurons. So it's not like they can't like type out a phrase and make you do it, as much as like they can literally shut off compartments of your brain responsible for certain behavior. Or and they had success. They were turning mice into like super aggressive killers with the light. So it's called optogenetics. For coincidentally, it uses gene therapy that triggers production of proteins in the body, which sounds somewhat familiar. So I would say yes, it's scientifically possible, but it's a bit different. It's so like the gene therapy typically utilizes the carrier agent or adjuvant of like with nanoparticles, like some type of fluid with the nanoparticles in it. But yeah, the optogenetics are real. It's kind of crazy. I mean, they're kind of separate things. Like the hitting it with the frequency will cause it to become permeable and really kind of swell up. And then if you put pathogens inside of it, for example, they would be released into the body. But normally, if the immune system of the host is too strong, it'll fight those pathogens off because it preemptively knew to keep an eye on that because it was a foreign entity, right? But if the host is immunocompromised, then the pathogens will typically be successful in infecting the host. And so that's one thing, and that's certain frequencies. And then the controlling the brain is usually done with light, but it can be done with just like low vibration, like EMF. And like I think even sounds that they can manipulate neurons and neural pathways with the sound. So yeah, long story short, technically, scientifically, you could control someone's brain in a very like broad sense. Yeah. Like what they were doing with the mice is like they were shutting off like impulse control portions of the brain, and they were stimulating neurons responsible for aggressive behavior, and they were able to make the mouse be like super aggressive and start trying to kill whatever's in its vicinity.
Yeah. I think there's some like predictive programming of that kind of shit going on. There's this movie, The Kingsman, that I was watching a video on, and in that movie, there's like a brawl scene where everybody just starts going crazy and like start attacking each other. And the idea is that they have a way to either shut off certain parts of the brain or activate like the amygdala or something and cause just haywire there. Then you just become very, very aggressive, and it's kind of crazy. I think there is some validity there that's something that they can do.
It's crazy because like, so this is kind of I go in other rooms and I kind of try to get the NPC, the ones that proudly drink the Kool-Aid. I kind of get their feedback, and they're like, oh well, good thing that the Kool-Aid wasn't gene therapy, right? So because optogenetics requires gene therapy, and but then I found, well, really, that's funny because up to 2020, mRNA jabs were specifically classified as gene therapy. And then they changed the definition, and then there were papers even written since then of like well-accredited sources that are like, well, based on the mode of action, it is literally and technically gene therapy or whatever. But so just because of that rebuttal, I started looking a little deeper, and I found specifically mRNA optogenetics. And that's a real thing. They can do optogenetics with mRNA. So yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. I mean, we can't get highly specific, although I think I've kind of mastered coding it well enough. But but yeah, it's pretty wild, man. I'll just say that it's pretty sci-fi, but seems to be realistically possible.
The scary thought that I have had over the past 3 years is, why does the let's say the injection or the pathway to get this stuff into your body, why is it limited? Why not have it be in fucking bread or whatever? And can it get into your body through your digestive tract or through water? You know what I mean? And it's an interesting. I mean, that makes it scary. In which case, nobody's really can be free of it for the most part. Maybe it
Yeah,
could
but
be
see,
in the air.
I don't think so. I think it requires very specific genetic manipulation, and the delivery system of the inoculations is what allows that gene therapy. So, like, they can put nanoparticles or even genetic material in food and stuff like that, but your body's going to digest it, and it's significantly different than the delivery system used with the nanoparticles in the gene therapy, I think. So, that's for the optogenetics. And I do think that unless you allow that delivery system in you, for the most part, you'll be okay. But I will also say that we almost all have heavy metals in us, right? They spray it in the food, they spray it in the sky, and it's in the water. And so those could have somewhat volatile reactions to certain frequencies, and they'll kind of warm up in your body. So it'll be like a heat sensation, or it may make you have a little bit of brain fog. But that would be about it, right? Like, you need the specific genetic deletion. Go ahead.
Do any of you guys have seen this movie called Cell?
Shane was telling me about it.
No, not S. CELL. The movie's called Cell. And essentially, what happens is, like, all of a sudden, this frequency is broadcast over all radio frequencies and phones. Like, I watched this, dude, because people said it had predictive programming. If you haven't watched it, dude, like, it'll freak you the fuck out, because this frequency just turns everyone into fucking zombies, literally. And so all these fuckers, essentially, like, this one guy is the protagonist, and he, I guess, lost his phone or something. And so, like, he didn't have his phone when the signal's going off, and everyone around him is going ape shit, and he has to, like, essentially navigate and find other people who are unaffected by the signal or whatever. But if you want to talk about predictive programming, that movie is literally, like, what you're describing. Like, literally, that is what you're describing, man. You got to watch it.
Yeah, I definitely want to watch it before I do my zombie stream, because Shane was telling me about it. It's pretty crazy. And then the Kingsman one as well. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, on like a spiritual level, the way I see it is like, okay, you have to consent to getting the juice, all right? And then that kind of makes it acceptable in a kind of hierarchy sense of like what can then happen. But if you think about their ability to then control their behavior, and then so now you have like average people becoming aggressive towards other people, and of course they're going to be most aggressive to the people they've already kind of set up in their mind as being the bad guys, which would be the truth community or other people that don't follow suit. And so now you have human beings killing each other fucking and they're not even, I mean, I guess they're broadcasting out the signal, but it's such a weird thing to think about, that they can control behavior and cause, essentially, zombie fucking people just mentally controlled and doing some horrible shit.
Yeah, it's very crazy. The optogenetics part of it, I think, is going to be the toughest part, if that was the plan, right? Because I will say, coincidentally, that the frequency of light they typically use is the same color light that they put in all the street lights recently. The street lights just randomly were like purplish blue. But a lot of times with the mouse, they were like directly inputting light into their head. Like, they'd put like a light source in their head, and so I don't know how effective it would be remotely, or like at what distances and stuff like that, right? Like, I don't really know about that. Although I would say maybe it's like, think about this. This is so like dystopian. But say they hit that optogenetic switch. Well, because really what they just activate the nanoparticles to assimilate, then okay, now it's in place. And say the places with those purple lights would be like the no-go zone, because that's where the zombies are super aggressive or something. I don't know.
Highways here. Ugh, I hate those lights, dude.
Yeah, they're so eerie. Like, why are they
They're
there?
eerie and they don't light. They don't even light your way in the highway. Makes no sense. But
they say it was an accident, right? Like they say that there's like a primary manufacturer that gives all these cities their light, and that they had some like filament malfunction that after a little bit of time the filament was messed up and turned purple and blue. And so they're saying it was just like a random manufacturing accident, but what a coincidental random manufacturing accident, to happen during the pandemic right after they shut everything down and then rolled out 5G everywhere while they're in their house. And then they put these lights up, and then those lights are the same frequency used for optogenetics, and optogenetics is for gene therapy. It's just like,
that's exactly how they did it in Kansas City. It was the 5G tower building. Highway construction, convenient, lane closures, and everything done overnight. That was when they did it. Yep.
Yo, they have a fucking. Do you know about Call of Duty Zombies?
Yeah, the new one's coming out, and do you know what the new one's about?
No, I was just gonna say there was one. Go ahead, Witsit. I'll go after you. I don't know about the new one.
Well, I'm saying the new storyline, which is about to come out. I just saw a trailer for it. It's about like this like underworld leader that activates a huge army of like undead zombies. That's literally what it's about.
Yeah, there's like a map called Transit where I think this is like Black Ops 2 or something, but essentially you're on a bus and you're fighting zombies. That's the thing of the game. But actually, it kind of you guys reminded me of it because there's this fucking thing where you have to do with these street lamps. To where like you have to fucking throw something at like a street lamp. I don't know what it is in the game. I honestly not good enough for the game to tell you what it is, but I know the street lamps are like magical.
Wow.
Yeah. The streetlights are magical, and you have to get this little zombie to go like dig a hole, and a portal opens up underneath the street lamp, bro. And this is like a fucking zombies game. I don't know, bro. Maybe you have to.
Crazy.
You might want to look in, bro. In Nazi zombies, bro. This is World at War. This is like the Call of Duty #5 or something. This is back when I was a little kid, dude. Like back in elementary school. They had this map called Dear Reese, and on the wall it says like something about the Aether and shit, dude. If you want to look at pre-predictive programming, bro, I think Call of Duty Zombies, bro, has a lot of shit, dude. Like they have the whole moon where they go to the moon. They have a bunch of shit that's just like kind of like the more I go into the truther movement and more we get into decodes and shit, and you guys start talking about Aether and shit, it's like, why are these guys talking about Aether so much? You know that element 115 is what causes the zombies, and it also powers the Aether technology weapons that they use to kill the zombie. It's weird, bro. You might want to look into it.
Element 115 is the same element that Bob Lazar talked about in Area 51. Los Alamos Labs. That's the Moscovium, something like that.
Yeah, which he talked about and no one knew about, and then now they've admitted that they've discovered it, quote unquote.
Yeah, the one
like
that
they've had element
sauces.
They've had element 115 since World at bro. I'm shitting you not. I knew about element 115 in fucking elementary school because I used to play Nazi zombies as a kid. Like I would go down the road to my friend's house, and he had an Xbox, and we would play that shit. And I shit you not, like on the wall in one of the maps, it says like the Aether is real or something fucking ridiculous. Next to the mystery box or something. Like you need to look into it, Witsit, if you want to look at predictive programming. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I'll check it out because I want to do like a super epic zombie stream. I'm trying to put everything together. There's just a lot.
Well, yeah, element 115's been known since the 80s.
Do you have to put that stream together before October 4th? Is that when everything's
Yeah. Well, I don't necessarily believe that date, but I do plan on doing it before then. Yeah. Because I don't think they would just tell you the date.
Yeah. Like everybody's predicting that date, but their strike is surprisingly able to like take us by surprise. Like 3 years ago, that nobody really saw that coming. Even though it's And after the fact, it's like obvious, like, okay, yeah, they would go and do this. Like, they have the infrastructure to create a huge amount of fear on this topic. They've been doing it forever, but really it took everybody by surprise.
Yeah, like to me, it just doesn't really. I mean, it's like, hey, we're doing a broadcast on the 4th. Get ready. But I will say this. I mean, no one even knows about any of this, right? So, yeah.
Well, I've seen actually a BitChute for quite some time, man. There's a couple of channels, and they've all been they're a little fringe. I don't know if I would agree with everything they say, but one of the things this one guy has is he always has clips of this chick who, quote unquote, supposedly gets her dreams from God or whatever. I don't really believe it, but she always has dreams about zombies, and she's always fucking describing them. And I've watched a couple of them, and it just kind of gets boring because it's like, dude, like, how much fucking zombie dreams can you have? But there are people out there who are kind of coming to the same conclusion about the zombie thing coming up.
No, yeah, for sure. I'm just saying, like, the average person has no, like, I was gonna say, like, why would they give you the date? But like, well, it wouldn't really matter if they gave you the date, because if you tell people that they may have something inside of them that can be remotely activated to release pathogens that cause them to have like zombie-like symptoms, they're gonna think you're crazy.
Yeah, and in my mind, the pathogen, as you describe it, really it only can be a parasite. In my mind, it's not going to be bacterial or fungi. I mean, that's another thing is, oh, fungus is the new pathogen, kind of can take, there's that whole show actually about it's a fungus that's going to be the thing that, destroys humanity or whatever. But I don't buy that. I think fungi, bacteria, they're all like integrated into biology in an intelligent way, but parasites are sort of on the edge for me, where I come from in my studies, and maybe they can engineer a parasite to do what parasites already do, which is sort of take over the host's behavior. Like ants, they've done studies on ants with it. I forget the type of parasite, but it will totally change the ant's behavior, and that's like conducive to the success of the parasite. And so I'm sure they've been studying the shit out of parasites to try to see what they can do with that.
Yeah, like, dude, there's parasites that will like take over the like a mouse and like make it be so obsessed with like the feces of a cat that they'll just like walk right up to a cat and die.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, that's a trip, because like everyone's talking about the hydrogel and the little parasite looking thing that was in it. But I mean, it was synthetically engineered, right?
The Hydra.
Yeah, the Hydra was synthetic. So, and you can cause these things to remotely assimilate. Like, I found tons of literature in medical journals about like remote assimilation due to the magnetic properties of the nanoparticles. They use iron as the catalyst. Irons and all of these graphenes and all. I don't even look up graphene. I just look up like the pathogenicity, remote activation with nanoparticles, and graphene pops up everywhere.
Yeah, graphene definitely adds in a whole nother element. That's all like the techno capacity. Like synthetic things. It's interesting during the last 3 years how like even Trump was like, oh, take ivermectin or hydrochloroquine or whatever. And these are like anti-parasite, drugs. And it was sort of a pattern interrupt for me, because I'm thinking, why would, like this leader of the right, be advocating for something that might clear them of parasites if parasites is their real, vector for affecting the populations, I still don't know where I stand on that.
Yeah, well, I think that from my understanding, ivermectin is good for that, but it's kind of like, it's not the best. Like, it's still synthetic. It's kind of like throwing gasoline in there, right? I mean, it works, but it's maybe not the best. But yeah, that's a good point. other than if they took the jab, a parasite cleanse doesn't fix it. So you're gonna have to detox from heavy metals and find a way to get those nanoparticles out. I think like actually magnetic therapy would probably be the best way because they're so magnetoreactive, these nanoparticles. But you know what I'm saying? So like I think they look at it like that, meaning sure, some of the symptoms, they know that if you do a parasite cleanse, you're gonna automatically start feeling better if you do have symptoms. And if you drink the Kool-Aid, you drank it. If you didn't, you didn't. Like certainly at this point, right? Like no, you're not going to meet anyone that didn't drink the Kool-Aid and they're like, damn, I wish I had taken the Kool-Aid. You know, like that doesn't exist, you know? So I think that's kind of like who did, who didn't.
Well, it's really simple, you know. Left and right of the political divide used to be on like, I don't know, random topics, you know, conservative, liberal, you know, but now it's obvious. It's, you know, pro medical fucking tyranny, I guess. And the people who are like, no, fuck that. I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to take the Kool-Aid, right? And so that's how I divide right and left in my mind now. It's on this medical issue of the V, you know, and so for the right, you know, what did they do in response to their fear? Well, they took ivermectin, or they took, you know, anti-parasitic cleanses and things that, you know, doctors would never recommend. You know, you just take the juice, you know. And so there's the left and right divide. But it's just interesting because I don't believe that the right has a, you know, in Russia or the United States or anywhere, that the right is really led by people that you can trust. And so here they are saying, take ivermectin, which would then open up independent research to be like, oh, this is, you know, this way is better than ivermectin. So you have this like parasite cleanse happening on the right, and then on the left you have people just following orders of taking the juice. And
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy because like they push those, but without ever really explaining why it would work. I mean, there are doctors that did, right? But yeah, it is an interesting point, right? Like, why would they give them something that's actually going to help them? But I think it's like I said, I mean, and some truthers don't like me saying this, but I think ivermectin is still a synthetic remedy. Like, it isn't ideal. You know, like what's ideal is doing something natural. But other than that, your point still remains, right? Where it's like Trump's clearly a puppet. So like, why is he suggesting? I would say 100% a puppet, right? Like Zionist puppet, but like, why is he suggesting something that would actually help people, right? If their plan is to use this, but I think their plan's a little more sinister. I think their plan is the people that took it can be activated, and the people that didn't now have to deal with the fact that a ton of people did take it, and now they're there. Now they're around them. Now, like, and if it's something like Marburg, right? I mean, direct contact with bodily fluids can infect you. And so, like, then you have 1p36 gene deletion, propensity to bite. Then you have a remote activation of optogenetics. You start getting into something crazy where it's like, well, the people that stood tall
Hey, you
are
know where the
still going to be
blades are at?
affected. Hot mic and bro. You know what I'm saying? I think that they look at it like that. Yeah, because some people are like, what if they just hit a switch and everyone dies? I'm like, well, then what about all the people that didn't drink the Kool-Aid though, right? Like, their plan has to kind of encompass a way to pressure or put some pressure on the people that didn't as well. And I think that everyone was scared of the air when nothing was happened, like literally nothing happened and everyone was scared. Imagine when people are actually in the streets, like bleeding.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Now you can't really stand on, I mean, like the whole no virus group, like what are they going to be able to stand on? Because obviously it's like nobody thinks logically in this political discussion. And so it's just be like, look, it's obviously real because look at this all happening. And it'd be like, fuck, you know, any measures they want to take, if there was actually people dying, you know, there's going to be no real footing for an opposition. But at that point,
yeah, and we're sorry.
I was just going to say, at that point, that's really the end stage game. You know what I mean? It's not going to be about convincing swaths of people to think clearly. It's going to be like survival mode.
Correct.
If that's
and like
it's gonna be ducking the zombies and ducking the cops.
Yeah, it's just gonna be like, bro, you know, have a strap. So and like that's how I look at it, as sad as that is. But I will say, so we're anomalies, right? So we're like, the air isn't going to kill you. That's retarded. None of that's real. Okay. The vast majority of people that didn't drink the Kool-Aid don't think that. They think it was real, but it was 99.8% survivability, blah, blah, blah. Right. So they're still under the spell of, okay, real illness need them to tell me how to cure it, and say that something real happens. Those people will still fall for it. That's what I'm saying, because like we won't fall for it. Like you would literally have to put me at gunpoint to take me to a FEMA camp. But a lot of these Trumpers that just believe the air really was causing some type of illness, but just that it was a high survivability, they're still under the pharmakia virology spell. And so when people really start being sick, they're like, dude, if it gets crazy enough, people will run to the FEMA camps, including the Trumpers. And if they run to the FEMA camps voluntarily, then you're there. And now you can't leave, because now you're a risk if you leave, and now you have to take what they give you. And they've actually run a military operation looking at the logistics of this, and they said that they cannot realistically round everyone up, so they need to convince them to come in. So,
yeah, and then that would satisfy the consent at that sort of spiritual level, which I keep going back to. It's like, you know, they don't have the capacity to just kill everybody. They have to get them to kill themselves, kind of thing, or kill each other, and then they can pull it off. Yeah.
Oh no, that's exactly right. I say that often. Sorry to chime in, but that's exactly right. That the spiritual ground, base level, constant thing that is the only fuel for this baseline, dark versus light, God versus the creeping thing in all of its forms. That's exactly right. Their goal is only to have us kill ourselves at our own hand. That way, they have our souls for them, guaranteed, not God. You know.
That's why stuff like chemtrails and stuff like that, it doesn't scare me. Like, I know it's egregious, and it's like one of the most infuriating things, honestly, the fact they're spraying the sky. But like that can't be something that just completely takes you over. Like, it just can't be. It just doesn't fit within their MO, right? Like, you have to have gone and voluntarily cooperated and participated in something, right? I mean, that's how I think of it as well. And I just think that what people may underestimate is how quickly people will cuck in a real fear situation, because they told you to be scared of nothing. So when there's actually something, I mean, people cuck very quickly, dude, when they're scared.
Yeah, another interesting thing over the past 3 years was how the CDC was not coherent in their effort to get us to believe a certain way. It's almost like they were deliberately causing like fractures in. It's like a splitting. it like they weren't putting forth a really coherent story that, if they wanted to convince the populations that this was real, they would use different statistics, and they would try to present a case that was better than what they presented. It was almost like they were trying to create cognitive dissonance in the people that do look to the CDC for the truth. And then so now the CDC is saying, oh, you know, yeah, the other side was right. This is real.
Right. I completely agree, dude.
Right. Okay. So it's this cognitive dissonance that they're trying to do. And when you think about cognitive dissonance, that's what breaks open the psyche to be programmed in a kind of trauma-based mind control way. And so their goal is to break open the psyche so that they can reprogram it.
That's because they tried small scale with Ultra. That's exactly right, dude. Go on. I was just going to add to it when you're finished, because, yeah, for sure.
Right. So it brings me back to this idea of like, can they just use technology to break the psyche open and reprogram you? And if that's the case, then why even bother with this?
Well, they're doing all fronts, in my opinion, because they did the small scale thing with Ultra and countless other names that we don't know those ops, but that was the small scale test run for this large scale thing from every attack, 360 degrees. That way they think that that's their best option, which is really grasping at straws and desperation and pathetic, in my opinion, because God's already won. We've already won. But the point is, yeah, completely, because whether that gets us cog-dis in one way to shatter the psyche, because what they wanted to do with Ultra and all the other shit is shatter the soul to separate from God, of course, but they really just shattered the psyche instead, because that's what they can actually grip or shown to have ripped some of us. But the thing is, it's all going to result if we take their bait in any of these forms, because it's all a distraction, nonsensical bullshit, tactic. It's just boring. It's boring to me at this point, but that's just me. We got a percentage that's going to do cog dis. We got a percentage that's going to do distraction tactic and just take the first thing. We have the other percentage that's going to do the apathetic towards the government or anything they're saying, and that way either way they're not going to be involved in getting in the way of their plans. So it's like another win. And then the other one is, okay, they can lock us up or make us a slave in some way because we do physical actions based on what they did. So that's still taking the bait. So exactly, like we got to just make sure that they just lose on all fronts. It's like, once you see it exactly how you said it, I completely agree. It's like super simple and stupid and boring to me. But yeah, exactly.
They can destroy your soul. There's a loophole to destroy your soul.
I have received mine back with a vengeance, so I want to instill hope in all of us for that.
How is it I went to talk, I made half a sentence, and 5 people came in? My God, I was just making one sentence.
Is it possible? Is it possible?
And I don't disagree with that.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, you keep pausing, dude.
It is. Am I? Okay. So it is possible for them to destroy your soul. There's a loophole, as that if they turn you against God, essentially, in your final state is you in opposition to God. God will destroy your soul, and so that's their loophole.
Mm-hmm. That's not incorrect. I completely agree. But we have to. I got on my humbled, broken, disheveled, terrible state that I was in all 3 of my, I guess, worked on moments with God that I had really transformational. Got my soul back. It started in 2010. It took about defiance of 5 years, and then I got another one in 2017, and then another one this year. Final one. And you are correct. I did it to myself, listening to that bullshit through the loophole. Then that first step, falling on my knees, begging for myself again, my help came, and then got my name and eyes back at that point. And then the rest, it's like I just want to instill hope that you can make a conscious choice and submit, ask for help, and that will come to you if you are in good faith, in like a good place, like in your sincerity of heart. So we do have that free agency even after that point, because I was wearing a freaking inverted pentagram necklace for years and killing myself every day. So I would have much rather stayed that train wreck. I'm just kidding, but I don't even know who that was anymore. But yeah, you're totally right, and that's not incorrect as well. They're all true.
What's funny is when I was on the tour, I was saying the same thing. I was trying to point this out to people. It's a lot like Flat Earth, where it's like, oh, well, you experience a stationary plane. Everything moves around you. It's cyclical. It's like it's balanced. The horizon's horizontal. Blah blah blah. You see the stuff in the sky move, but they say, well, it's actually not moving. It's all an illusion. It looks flat, but it's curved. Blah blah blah. If they can get you to see something to be true, like evidently true, and then believe the exact opposite because they say so, and the only thing that you have to go based on is them telling you, then they can brainwash you effectively. They've got you a complete slave at that point. They do the same thing with the pandemic, right? Where that's why I think that the CDC would come out, say one thing, the next day say the opposite thing, like the exact opposite thing, or like a couple weeks later flip it back over. Because it was just this process of getting the people to become more and more susceptible to brainwash, because they would go back and forth to opposing ideas based on one thing, and that's whatever the authority was telling them. They couldn't trust their own senses, and that's what the asymptomatic thing was all about. It's like, oh, I'm completely healthy, but the TV told me I'm not, and
yeah, I don't know if you just cut out.
You get it,
yeah.
No, but you get it.
Yeah. The fact that dude, what do you do? And then what are we supposed to do? And then on one hand, there's okay, we need to revolt. We need to actually get some practical measures going and change the situation. But that seems so bleak as a possibility. And at every stage, we're just thinking oh, we have a week left, or a couple of years left before they, unleash this next level of control mechanism and stuff. And how can we galvanize a real counter movement? And then on the other hand, it's sort of this sort of spiritual question of we're talking about the soul, and having a soul versus having it excised or destroyed by God, which is that's a very real thing, and so that just brings it to a whole different level of some kind of spiritual approach to this whole problem. And in both cases, it's all about the authority. I mean, like how susceptible we are to authority figures it's not even just at the material level of like our choices and like how we behave. Everything is defined by the authority that you live under or that you ascribe to. And yeah, that's what the archons, as I call them, the archons, but really like the elite, the controllers, the ones that are possessed by the rulers, and there's a whole ancient cosmology about the archons and the rulers, and they're seeking to create an authority structure in the human psyche and the human system, and we have to figure out what that even means. What does it mean? It's a big question, but like authority and at like that inner level, like how much that can create like a defense against even what we might even think of as like material susceptibilities. Like if you have a different
because they need to use us. We have dominion over Earth, and so these fuckers who are banished from heaven to Earth we're essentially their wardens. But essentially, what's happened is the jailmates, like the guys in the jail, the prisoners, basically have bribed the warden to do whatever the fuck they want and to essentially run the jail. They still can't leave the jail because if they go back up into heaven, obviously God and the angels will be there to stop them. But we're supposed to actually be their warden, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Noah, can you do me a favor? Can you please look up the word archon in the Greek Strong's Concordance? It
Are you
only
talking
takes
to
2 seconds.
Yeah,
No, I'm talking to Noah.
Listen, my
okay.
hands are quite like me. Just getting to the mute button is already hard enough. Just
all right, whoever.
I can't right now.
Yeah, give me a sec. Let me finish picking this up. Okay. All right. It says a ruler, a chief, leader, commander.
It doesn't say principality anywhere.
Wait up. Let me click this other link.
We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities.
What's the word used there? Archon, right? I'm not mistaken.
Hey, since we're on the subject,
Okay, yeah, you get magistrate, principality, ruler, prince.
Yeah, because he's using the Greek term for principalities, which is archon. That's why to make that clear. So
Yeah, and I'm getting that from the Nag Hammadi. Like I've talked to Lion before about this. He doesn't like the Nag Hammadi so much, but but there's definitely interesting stuff there. And they talk about the archons, and then the chief archon, and the name that they give to him is Yaldabaoth. I don't know if that rings a bell or anything. They also call him Sackless, the blind one. And he's supposed to be in direct opposition to Sophia, the wisdom, who's very connected to Mother Nature, Earth, and sort of like the, maybe you could think natural law, but in any case, you have these archons, and then they're connected to the wandering stars, right, the retrograde planets, and as kind of their abode above. And if I think of like the wandering stars, I see, they're trying to create their own system out of harmony, or at least contrary to the fixed stars, and so it all kind of does fit in the kind of a cosmology system. And then, of course, these archons have possessed certain people on the planet, or I should say on the earth, and to follow their their authority, but it's a false authority, obviously, the false god, you know.
Yeah, so the word principality used in the Bible does come from archon, meaning like supreme ruler. Principality comes from the word archon in the Bible, correct?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Nag Hammadi is a... Yeah.
Yeah, but God is... Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say that the Nag Hammadi is an interesting juxtaposition to kind of Old Testament, and here they're saying that, you know, there's an imposter god claiming to be the one God, right? But it's really an imposter to the real God, and so that fits in here, that there's these principalities or these archons that are attempting to, you know, submit or subvert humans in their thinking about the nature of, you know, God, to be following them instead. And of course, you do have people on earth that think they are following the one true God, but really they're following and of course that's why they're the chosen people, you know. It's like, so this is sort of like pact between this false god, this archon, Yaldabaoth, and these people who are susceptible to just falling into allegiance with them. But of course it's a whole false allegiance. You know, they're not going to get what they expect.
Are you talking about Gnosticism? Or?
Yeah, like the Nag Hammadi. I think Gnosticism is kind of a hard term because it's been so, I don't know, polluted or something. You know, I think the way I see it is the Gnostics. I think they were called Gnostics by their counterparts. Gnostic meaning like a know-it-all. You know, you're just a know-it-all. You're a Gnostic, but really they didn't refer. Yeah, they didn't refer to themselves as Gnostics.
They were actually quite divided. You know, like you would call themselves Valentinians, or you know, Filio. Like, you know, they had different.
Wait, I went the
names for
wrong
themselves.
street, or
but the opposition just put them all into one group and just called them
street.
Gnostics.
No, you're hot, Mike and bro.
Sorry.
Yeah. From what I was reading, all what you're saying, 100%. And they could have referred to themselves as teleste. That's an interesting term. It has telos in it, and teleology is a very interesting. It means to be aimed in accordance with, you know, the teleology of reality, which is God, you know, and so telos, teleology. Telor is another way to describe a soul, you know. And
what's interesting is, though, this you know, this demiurge figure that had the archons underneath him. You used a different name for him.
Yeah, no, demiurge. I think in the Nag Hammadi they give him a name. It's Yaldabaoth, and
exactly that thing.
Yeah.
The idea is that Aldabaoth is apparently supposed to be the God in the Old Testament, like a false
right,
God.
Right. That's
the God in the New
why.
Testament is the real God.
Yeah, something like that, or it could be interpreted that way. But it does provide an interesting juxtaposition, right, to the Old Testament Bible. Obviously, there is a God. It's just a question of which one's the imposter here, and how do you align with the true God, right? Because if there's these archons, these principalities who would love for humanity to believe them to be the one God creator, but that's a completely that's just the archons' hubris and insanity.
Almost every time I've heard this argument, they bring up, like, so they're like, that's not the real God, and they'll bring up like atrocities in the Old Testament, and then I go through whatever they bring up with them, and quickly they walk it back. Like I don't know what to justify. Like they're like, oh well, look, people died here, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, let's look. What does Raphaim mean, and what were they doing, and how many times were they warned? And it's like, oh, so they were trying to kill and eat their children and taking over their place and wouldn't leave after they agreed to not take that land. They took that land anyway. And oh, there are giants that are actually, you know, just abominations that weren't even supposed to be born in the first place, that devoured people and children, and then they were warned and given mercy, even though they should have already been taken out, then eventually were taken out. So is that bad? And they're like, oh, well, no, well, okay, well, what about this? You know, it's like a lot of shifting the goalposts because
Yeah.
the books do kind of all overlap.
Yeah, definitely. I
Well, I
definitely.
mean,
Oh, I was just going to say, I would have had that kind of simplistic notion of Old Testament bad, false God, etc., until I've listened to these deeper conversations between you and other people, and I'm like, oh shit, it's much more involved than that. But where I do think the goalposts are pretty well established is the chosen people, right? Who is this group claiming themselves to be chosen? And God's chosen people. And then when I look at that in the context of the Old Testament, obviously I'm not as versed as anybody here, but I see, wow, there is that kind of narrative that's being, whether, how much of the Bible is true, but there's just that one narrative there that I just find to be like, okay, that might be the vector. The Bible's the vector to continue this narrative of a chosen people. Then now you have Christians being the best friends to the chosen people.
That's
I like that. The main
hold on real
arguments
quick.
that. Oh, come on, bro. I was waiting to go after.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Appreciate it, bro. Yeah. So that doctrine that you just preached about the chosen people, that's a misunderstood doctrine that's being preached for the last 1,800 years by the rabbinical Jews. Unfortunately, normie Christians that kind of look at the Jews like the chosen people because of that doctrine, kind of give the Jews a higher authority. They look at the Jews like a higher authority. And when you look at the scriptures, when you look at the word chosen, and Paul uses it both in the New Testament, you can find the Septuagint translation of the Old Testament, which is the Greek. The word chosen is synonymous, right, with the word elected. It's literally interchangeable depending on the translator. So the same word for chosen is the same word for elected or adopted. It literally, you can use the same word for all three translations. So then it starts showing a different picture. What's it mean to be adopted, right, or elected?
Yeah, exactly.
We're all
basically the
heirs of
Creator
Abraham.
adopted us.
We're heirs of Abraham, not Judah. So then easily, once you know the scriptures, the whole idea of the chosen people, that whole doctrine starts to kind of under scrutiny disintegrate.
Okay, so then it's really a matter of who's the real chosen people or the elected, right? Assuming
it's those who choose to serve the Creator, and then He adopts them.
Yes, those who choose Him, because He chose. But like Noah found mercy in Yah, right? And because of that, because of his righteousness, he was chosen to be the progenitor of all mankind, literally, right?
They take it and bastardize it, right? So, like, what I've found with the rabbit hole that is the scriptures is that it is the most misrepresented thing ever. So there's no doubt that they use this idea, and they say Jews, which just means from Judah, right? Which is like Yehuda Jews. That's just one tribe anyway, but it specifically denounced genetic supremacy and ethnic supremacy, and it says not everyone from Israel is of Israel, meaning even the people from these specific tribes of people weren't even all considered Israel because they didn't serve the Creator. Like, the real narrative is much different than what they say.
All right, but would you give the?
Where does it say this in the Bible? And what is the context there?
It says it all throughout the Bible. It says not everyone from Israel is of Israel. It says He's no respecter of persons, no bond nor Jew, no bond nor free, no male nor female, nor Jew nor Greek. They're all one in Christ.
So this is in the New Testament.
Yeah, but the Old Testament says not everyone from Israel is of Israel.
Where in the Old Testament does it say
I don't remember off the top of my head, dude.
Yeah, there's multiple verses. It's all over the Torah, and this is when you've talked to Christians that don't. Yeah, so I'll pull it up. There's one law between you and the foreigner. The foreigner will be just like one of the native, and you should treat him just like one of the native. There's one law for both you and the foreigner. And there's like 4, 5, 6 different verses in the Deuteronomy alone.
Yeah, it says that. So, okay, the one that specifically says, like, not everyone from Israel is of Israel, talks about the seed of Abraham. That's like in Roman. And there's on Galatians 3:28 says, like, there is no bond nor free nor male nor female, but we're all one in Christ and inherit the seed of Abraham. But throughout the entire Torah, it explains, and this is where the slavery thing gets taken out of context too. It like specifically explains the distinction and delineation. There's those people who truly believe in the Creator, and there are those who were born into a family that did, but rebelled or turned away from God and are Yah. And then there are those who were born out of it and still haven't turned to the Creator, and blah, blah, blah. It's all about belief. And it says that you're grafted in. You're grafted in. And in fact, the people in Exodus, the people that left with the Israelites in Exodus, they weren't all like genetically Israelite. So that right there proves to you that they were referred to as Israel in the Exodus, and they left, and tons of people had been grafted in, even though they weren't genetically from those tribes. That's like the very beginning of the book, right?
A whole mixed multitude of people fled during the Exodus of all different races and colors. It was a mixed multitude that all accepted the covenant at Mount Sinai. And those people, when they entered the promised land, they became Israel. So right off the get, they were a mixed multitude. And then you got the rabbinical Jews trying to tell us, oh, no, we're the real Jews. We're the covenant people. That's not what Scripture teaches.
It specifically denounces that mentality.
I found something in Numbers 15 which speaks to this. There's one law for you and the foreigners amongst you. But I mean, the context behind this is, number one, the foreigners should have been living with you for a long length of time. So this foreigner should have basically conformed to Jewish societal norms and customs. And number two, it's only if this foreigner presents a fire gift or some sort of sacrifice to the Jewish God. It's not to say that just because you're a foreigner, you are then the same as a Jew.
No, you have to accept the Creator. You can be born of that tribe and not considered Israel, and you can be grafted in from outside. What it says, though, is if someone comes from and this is where the slavery thing comes in. It's like if someone comes in from a foreign land, and then they're like, hey, man, can I work for you with servitude, and you pay me up front, and blah, blah, blah. It says, like, there are different rules for that person than the person that lives in your community. You know their family. You know that they're believers. You can trust them. They're believers. This other guy, say an atheist, comes and asks for a front. Well, you can't trust him as much. He needs to prove himself. He needs to prove that he sincerely is a believer or is trustworthy or whatever. That's what the delineation of that is all about. It's about a spiritual thing. It's not about like physical genetics.
Yeah, if that's what you meant, then I 100% agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I'm just saying it's a very misrepresented text, right? Like the number one argument against the Bible is like, oh, it's to condone slavery. It specifically doesn't, though. Like it says if you take a man against his will, you should be put to death. So it doesn't. Not only does it not condone slavery, it says that you should be killed for doing it, right? So it's like, and then it's like, well, it says that Jewish people.
I mean, there are books in the Bible where it clearly gives instructions as to how to go about treating a slave. It tells you this is what you can and can't do with a male slave. This is what you can and can't do with a female slave. This is what you can do with the offsprings of the slave. You can enslave this type of person and not that type of person. I mean, it goes into
you got to know the context of all this. So whenever, for example, they'll bring up, it says you can beat your slave as long as you don't kill him. No, it's saying that if you are to get into a fight with your slave, if they start fighting, you fight with them. If you cause serious bodily harm to them, you have to let them go. That's what it says. It's saying, it doesn't say beat them. It specifically tells you not to beat them. And like every single one of these contexts immediately shows like an immense amount of morality that basically tells you that you have an obligation to like selflessly help people out and front them money and stuff like that. Like whenever it says like, yes, it says that if you want, for example,
that's not the point of that. That's just setting a rule as to how to go about treating your slaves, because the idea is if you beat your slave to a pulp, they're going to become useless to you. So they had to set ground rules as to how you go about treating your slave.
That's not what it says. You just
that's not what it is.
Slave. You can punish them, but there's a limit to the type of punishment you can impose on them.
It doesn't say punish them, dude. It's talking about getting in a fight. Like if you give someone $100,000 and you can only have a quote unquote slave, which is a servant. It's not like a slave like American slavery, right? If you give them $100K, you can only keep them for 7 years. That's what it says. They can only work for you for 7 years. there's different types of them. There are people that live on your land with you. There are people that come there, and there are the people that you can work around the clock, like on call. And then there are the people that when the sun goes down, they're clocked out. There are different levels of it, different types of servitude, and you can only keep them for 7 years unless they choose to stay. If they want to stay and become part of the family and stay for good, then they can get like a certain piercing and become part of your family. This is what it actually says.
Exodus 21. Exodus 20:21. Anyone who beats the male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. It allows you to punish your slave, but there's a limit on the amount of punishment you can place on them. You shouldn't punish them to kill them. You should just punish them to
here we go. We'll
admonish
just rebut
them
that.
and to correct their wrongdoing.
Okay, so the actual Hebrew context of the word property is whenever you say it's like having a ranch hand. It's like you let the person live on your property, right? And therefore you're responsible for them. As in, since they're now on your property as your employee, they're your property in that sense. Not that they don't have free will. It says that they should be allowed to leave at any point in time if they want to. That's what it actually says. It says you can't keep them against their will. And it says if you keep them against their will, you should be put to death. When it's talking about the beating thing, it's talking about if you get in a fight with your servants, okay, not that you can just start beating them to make them work. That's also strictly forbidden and punishable by death. If you get in a fight with them and then you cause serious bodily harm, not even just death, then you can be put to death, right? Or you should be punished, and you have to let them go and wipe their debt clean, no matter how much money they still owe you. So that's the actual context of all of that. That's what I'm saying. This is an example of how it's so.
No way do they talk about you fighting with your slave. I don't know where you're pulling that out of. Number one. Number two,
it says you can't. It says you cannot harm another person.
Let me just get a word out. The whole you can only you have to let your slave go after 7 years. That's only if your slave is a Hebrew. Right? If it's a foreigner, there's no need to let them go. And within the 7th year, if you're Hebrew
wrong
slave
about all of
decides, I want to stay with you, and they can stay with you. And there's no way I'm wrong about this because I just posted a quote from the Bible. It's there, bro. Read it.
Okay, yeah, and this is what I'm saying. You are objectively wrong about all of this. So you can only keep them for 7 years, period. Unless they choose to stay. The only exception.
Hebrew slave. That's
only-
how that verse starts. That's the start of the verse. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years. But in the 7th year, he shall go free without paying anything.
I'll say that. Hold on, let me set the record straight, bro. First of all, slavery sounds barbaric and evil and cruel, but it was a safety net, right, for society. Before government welfare and Social Security, they needed a safety net, and this is what the Hebrews had, right? So before people start judging the ancients, you have to understand that this was a safety net for women and men and children. Like, you never know if a man died. We don't know the situations, bro. But a lot of people were willing bondservants. They willingly went into slavery because they had no other way to support themselves. You know what I mean? They needed to literally work for another man on his farm, and that was perfectly okay, bro. And there was ways to handle that relationship, and there was differences between a Hebrew and a heathen. There really was, but a heathen could always convert to be a Hebrew while he's a bondservant, and
to prove himself.
There was procedures for that, right? And there's probation periods for heathens who want to convert to really see if they really are believers or not, right? And apparently a Hebrew can go whenever he wants within this, because it's a 7-year covenant that you're making with your master. And you re-sign the covenant every 7 years. You redo the covenant if they want to, but most they are obligated to fulfill their covenant, right? Because you're making a covenant every 7 years.
Or they can pay off what you gave them. But let me point out, this is what you're doing.
Real
You're
quick,
saying
just last thing, and I'm done. So the only difference really between a Hebrew and a heathen is that a heathen can be a slave for life, but a Hebrew can't. A Hebrew has to go after the Jubilee or after the
okay. Wait up.
All right.
Even if they're not Hebrew, you can only keep them for 7 years unless they choose to stay. That's a fact. What people do is they say, if you buy a Hebrew servant, you see it says Hebrew. Yeah, because then it goes into all the specific parameters for Hebrew people. So I would love for you to show me where it says that you can take someone as a slave against their will and enslave them for the rest of their life. Because what it actually says is that they can leave at any point in time. But if they leave before 7 years, they have to pay off the balance that you loaned them to be able to leave. So how can you force someone to stay as a slave their whole life if right after that it tells you have to let them leave if they want to? So it
That
doesn't. So
only
you're
speaks
assuming it's just applying to
to
Hebrew people.
it does only apply to Hebrew slaves. They say it explicitly in the verse. If your slave is a Hebrew. Also, I
Yes.
100% agree with what Lion said,
Oh
because
my God.
it is a fact of the matter that a lot of people decided to become slaves because, like Lion said, there was no other way they could support themselves. It was either I become a slave to this person who's going to feed me and take care of me, or I die in the fucking wilderness. And they had no problem becoming slaves because there were strict laws governing how their masters could treat them. Their masters could admonish them and beat them, but not beat them to death or beat them to the point where they leave a mark on them. You know, there were laws governing how you could treat your slave.
Okay, once again, so here it says if you buy a Hebrew servant, and then it gives you all the rules about it. It doesn't just apply to the timeline, it continues to describe tons of things. And the reason for the delineation of Hebrew is because you're able to give females in marriage. So they have to be a believer to do that. That's what Hebrew means in this context, is a believer, literally. So you cannot give in marriage if the woman is not Hebrew. That's why it has all these rules underneath it. It never at any point in time says that you can take someone that isn't Hebrew, enslave them in perpetuity forever. It does not say that. Objectively, it doesn't say that. And if you're claiming it says that, feel free to cite it, but you won't. I've had 100 debates with atheists. They just take this out of context. So if someone wants to show me where it says...
Give me 2 minutes. I'll cite it for
Okay,
you. So just give me 2
please
minutes.
do. Because what it's saying is if they choose to stay, they can stay. But you have to wipe their debt after 7 years, period. No matter who it is, you have to wipe their debt after 7 years. That's a fact. Unless they choose to stay. And there is a difference between believers and non-believers. Non-believers, you can work them around the clock. Meaning if you called them at 10 p.m. and said the animals just broke the gate, you got to get up out of bed and do it, you can do that. You can work them more stringent.
I just posted it for you. So Leviticus 45. You may also buy some of the temporary residents. So these are the foreigners. The permanent residents would be your fellow Israelites. The temporary residents would be the foreigners living among you. You can buy them, and as members of their clan born into your country, and they'll become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life.
And here's where you just
must not
ignore
rule
what I
over your
just
fellow
said.
Israelites ruthlessly. So if it's a foreigner,
Oh
you
my
can make
God.
them slaves for life. If it's a foreigner, your kids can even inherit that foreigner as a slave.
Dude,
This
this is
doesn't
so fun.
apply
I
to
just
fellow
debunked
Hebrews.
you. I'm going to have to repeat myself again. Okay, so the word ruthlessly in Hebrew, it's actually talking about rigorously, meaning you can work the people that are not believers more rigorously than those who are not, because they have to prove themselves to be trustworthy. They said that you can
That's
keep the
wrong.
people.
They're saying ruthlessly.
So you have to incessantly
in
interrupt and
respect
just
to
repeat the
Israelites.
same low IQ atheist talking points that have been
You're
debunked
wrong.
1,000 times. No, I'm not wrong. That's why you have to keep
you are.
interrupting. Okay, what's the word
Okay, go
for
ahead,
Hebrew?
go
What's the Hebrew word for ruthlessly? Go look it up and read it. Go read the definition. I'm objectively not wrong. I researched this. You haven't. You're just repeating. You're just Googling
within
slavery's
the
bad in the
verse-
Bible and reading the talking.
Within the verse I posted, the word ruthlessly is being applied to your fellow Israelites, not to temporary residents or foreigners.
Hey, buddy,
That's what I'm
look
saying you
up
were
the
wrong
word.
about.
Dude, look, you're going to interrupt me again. So what you're implying is that you can rule over the non-Israelites ruthlessly because it says don't rule over the Israelites ruthlessly. You're correct. There's a delineation, but the word ruthlessly in Hebrew is talking about rigorously, meaning you can more rigorously work the non-believers, but it says specifically the believers you cannot work after the sun goes down. All of these people's
I agree
arguments
with that.
require you just
I
pull a
agree
verse
with that.
out, and you always have to pull a verse out and remove the context. What it's saying here is that you can keep that person for life if they choose to stay with you. After
That's
7 years, they have to.
nowhere in what I posted. That's nowhere within.
Because you took it out of context.
How did I take it out of context? I posted the whole verse with context. The context is there. It's giving you rules as to how to go about treating slaves if they are
How about
foreigners.
this? Do you want to bet
right?
$5,000?
I
Hey, Nate, you
don't
want to
know
bet
what
$5,000?
context is missing.
Do you want to bet $5,000?
I don't want to take money from you. And as a
See, because I'm
Muslim,
so tired of this
we
game
don't
where
really bet. It's not a thing.
Nate, I don't want either one of y'all to be right, but it sounds like you're not like letting him evolve the point. He has
So
a response.
this is the analogy. It's like, say someone comes up to you and they say, "Hey, man, I'm really in a tough time." It says it's not ideal for anyone to ever be a slave. That's what it says. We always leave that verse out. It says you cannot kidnap someone and take them against their will, or you'll be put to death. We always leave that verse out, though, right? Well, if we leave the verses out, then it works. This is the analogy. Someone comes up to you and they're on really hard times. They're like, "Bro, look, I'm in debt. I can't support my family, blah, blah, blah. Can you please front me $100K and I'll work on your land for you for however long?" Okay, say it's a believer. They believe in a creator.
Just keep me for life. I'm cool with it. Oh, that's allowed? Cool. Awesome.
If they want to do it, if they want to stay. And most of the times they did, because you had to treat them like you had to treat them like your family. That's why so many of them wanted to stay, because it was such a good deal for them. And then normally they would actually get wives for them, and they would integrate them into their family. So they wanted to. You cannot take someone against their will, or you'll be put to death. So the idea that you can take someone, make them a slave, and keep them forever, and pass them off as like an object to your children is objectively a misrepresentation of the scriptures. Objectively.
That's not true.
Okay, so then
during that
you rebut
time,
my point.
you could easily go to a slave market and buy slaves, right? So the full chapter says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you, from the people who are not your people. From them, you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born into your country. They'll become your property. Like, I don't know what is being taken out of context here. It's giving a clear rule and guideline as to how you can go about acquiring slaves.
So here we go where I have to repeat myself again. So you don't just go buy someone like property. It says that if you take someone against their will, you must be put to death. That means someone cannot be. Oh, just look it up, bro. I thought you knew all about it, Nate. It's one of the number one things.
Which book is this with?
You notice that I always let you finish? Have you noticed that? So the reality of the situation is that it forbids taking someone against their will. But what people that hate the Bible want to do is they want to say, look, it says the word property, but they never want to go to the Hebrew word or the context, which actually says that basically they're on your land. You're responsible for them as if they are part of your property that you own. They're your employee. You're responsible for them. No, it's like an object that you took against your will. That's a lie. Okay. And what you imply with this verse, when you take it out of context, is that someone went and stole someone against their will, then put a little sign on them and said, they're for sale, $100. And then you go over there and you buy them against their will, and then you keep them for life and hand them off like property. It literally says that you cannot take someone against their will, or that you will be put to death. So what this actually is, it's people that are it's basically like a temp agency. It's like someone that goes and says, look, I need a job. Like for this much money, I'll work for you. And then there's a group of people. You go and you're like, okay, I'm going to get this one to help me on my land, because they're offering their services voluntarily for a certain amount of money. It's like a temp agency. Then you take them and then you work them. And if they want to leave after 7 years, they can, even if they haven't worked off all their money. That's what it says.
Does he have, Nate, do you have, I mean, doesn't that make sense? Like, doesn't the context matter there?
I definitely hear what Whitsitt is saying, number one. Number two, what I'm saying is not what Whitsitt is portraying my point as. You know, my point is in line with what Lion said. People choose to go into slavery. You know, so I agree with that part. What's it saying where he says it's almost like a temp agency where you decide I want to be a slave because I need
Right. So
this, that,
wouldn't they
this,
be
that,
able to
and the
go at
third.
any time then? Wouldn't you kind of go against your point of
No,
not being able
no,
to
no,
keep them
no,
for
no.
life?
That is not
Okay. Well,
how it works.
why?
So
So
number
once they
one, they are.
cross the threshold, there's no takesy backsies.
I'm trying to explain it to you, Don. So it depends on whether or not you are a Jew or you are a foreigner. There are different sets of rules for you, depending on whether or not you are a Jew or you are a foreigner. If you are a foreigner, you are taken into slavery, and I go to the slave market and I buy you. You become my property. Your
Lie.
offspring become my property. I can give you over to my kids as inheritance, and you are my slave for life. If you are
Incorrect.
a fellow,
Within the
yeah.
period.
So I mean, if you're gonna complain about interrupting and things with it, you should practice what you preach. So Don, as I
Well,
was
no, you're
saying,
using
you
Don
are
to
a
make sure that
come
I
on,
don't
Yeah.
get
No.
to
No. You
rebut
made the
your
point. You
nonsense.
made the
That's what
come
point.
you're doing.
Let's.
on,
And
Jesus Christ.
I was trying to lead a little bit. You said a no, but I appreciate.
So what you're
Yeah. So
doing is you want to talk to him so you can pretend to rebut
if you are
me,
a
but not
fellow
let me
Israel, I'm
respond.
not done,
So
bro. Come on, man. I know you're a
okay,
mod here, and you
Hey,
might
I
just
yield,
start
man.
trying to mute me, but please, man, don't. So, Don, as I was saying,
he's doing it
if you
again.
are, oh, come on, come on. I'm
Well,
trying to
listen,
talk to
moderation. I'm going
Don.
to moderate my own. Listen,
I'm
here's the
trying
thing.
to
If
talk to
you're
Don.
listen
If you're gonna
carefully, Nate.
mute me,
Listen
just
carefully.
mute
You're
me, bro.
listen.
But
No,
to
listen. I'm
just be
moderating.
here
I'm
interrupting
moderating.
me and then
Nate,
accuse
stop.
me of interruption is a bit
Okay.
ridiculous.
Here's
Let
what I'm
me
trying to.
answer Don's
What you're.
question,
Oh
please.
my
I'm
God!
trying to
What you're
answer
doing
Don's
is.
question.
What you're doing is you're talking to Don about me, claiming to refute my position, so then Don can say something back to you. Then you can just
No.
throw
No.
me out of the convo and misrepresent
I won't.
everything I'm saying. It's a little
I
tactic.
won't let
You're
it
not
happen.
going to do it.
I
You're
won't
not
let that
going to do
happen,
it.
man. I'm not interested in him doing that. No. I want to hear what you got to
He had to
say, dude.
leave.
I'm
He had
trying.
to leave because the truth is he has to lie about the scriptures. And I'm so tired of people pretending that they know what it says and they don't. It's a
Right,
joke.
because you gave everything he's saying. You gave a clause to. There was a period of time, right? He's not addressing after that period of time. It seems like that was going to be, from the middle. That's what I hear.
Okay, I'm just trying to moderate and say, like, here's the deal. When he was saying Dawn at the beginning, he was just saying my name over and over after that. Okay, and now he's like, oh, we can pick the combo up later. Yeah, because he wanted to exclude me from the combo because I'm exposing that he's misrepresenting it. And all you have to do is read Exodus 21:16. Thanks for playing. It ends the entire debate. And you know what? You'll never hear any of these atheists or he just hates Jews or whatever it is, the ideology of Judaism. So he has a bias against it. You'll never hear them bring up Exodus 21:16, which is in the middle of all the verses they take out of context. I wonder why. Let's read what Exodus 21:16 says.
Yes, please.
Get him, man. Get him.
It's just so no.
But it just seemed like all the things, while you're queuing that up, all the things that he was asserting you agree to, but then there was an extra detail that he didn't want to address. That's what I heard. It was like he was trying to make some extra point that I didn't hear anywhere. There was no scripture to back up what he was saying with the context.
Exodus 21:16. It says, and he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death.
I mean, how can you ignore shit like that? Like, I don't get how he just cannot address these points. Like, it's crazy.
Can we can I jut in and try to I don't want to summarize, but what is the impetus behind that debate? So in a bigger sense, 101, what is going on here? You have one guy, what was his chirality, saying essentially what he wants to do is demonstrate that the Bible is not a good source material for governing or for advising human actions, and it's not something you should listen to or read about to inform yourself about what's best to do in life. And then Witsit, you're saying that no, the Bible is actually a very good manual or a good bedrock
Well,
for
what happened was
morality.
I said that the scriptures are extremely misrepresented, and I use slavery as an example of one of the most egregious misrepresentations, then immediately Nate jumped in to do those very misrepresentations, which goes as follows. The Bible says that Jews are special and different than other people, the genetics of Jews, and that if they're not Jews, you can take them against their will, you can force them to be a slave, you can beat them as long as you don't kill them, and you can capture them forever against their will, and then hand their children over to your children as if they are property. You own them like an object. And that is literally not what it says. It's not what it says at all. And that's what atheists say. That's what people that hate the Bible say. But it just takes a little bit of research. And they always leave the verse out, which is, and I said it 10 times, Exodus 21:16, it says, if you steal a man and sell him, if you kidnap him against his will and you sell him, you should be put to death. And even if you buy him, if you're found with a man that was kidnapped against his will, you should be put to death. So that refutes the entire claim that as long as you're not a Jew, that you can steal the person and beat them and they're a slave. That's not true at all. It says that you can keep them longer periods than a believer. This is because the believers are held to a higher standard. And so after 7 years, they're supposed to have been able to get on their own feet and go do something else. But if you want to help them, say a foreigner comes to you and they're from like a pagan civilization or whatever, if you want to help them integrate into being an Israel or being part of Israel, you can take them into your family. And it says that when it says give to your children, yeah, they can choose to go work for your children. It also is saying give as in give in marriage. You can give in marriage, meaning you can have a slave and you can give your daughter to the slave in marriage because you've integrated them into your family. Now, this is a totally different narrative than what they say, right? So,
right, their impetus is to try to discredit, and make it look bad as they can. But where I'm coming from is, I guess, is the delineation between, like, is a definition of Jew just a believer? Is that the true definition of? And then because obviously the Bible has a distinction here between Jews and non-Jews, and that's sort of my question about the Bible and sort of why I kind of have a resistance to the Bible, because it seems to proliferate this narrative easily that there's this special chosen class. That's how I've been, and really what the Bible ought to be understood as is like a moral code, and also a way to honor God's creation, right? And so that is not what I see the Bible as, only because, or at least from my limited vantage, is because it really seems to be infecting this other narrative of delineating Jews from non-Jews and a kind of special privilege there. Yeah. And that's my hang up. But if Jew just means believer, then at least one could say that the Bible is deceiving with respect to that, which would go to my thought that the Bible kind of got hijacked in its translations, or wherever the texts originate from. It got hijacked to create this misleading narrative. And so that's sort of where I'm at now with the situation. But yeah, it gets
check
cleared
this
up.
out, dude. In the scriptures it says, beware of those in the end who claim to be Jews but are in fact the synagogue of Satan.
Right.
So that's why it's like, the way I see this is they couldn't get rid of the text because it was too geographically distributed and too ingrained in ancestral teaching and too many copies. So the next best thing is to put it together into a singular text, take a bunch of the books out, take the creator's name out 7,000 times. They took the actual Yod-Heh, Vav-Heh, tetrahedrogram, whatever it's called. They took that out 7,000 times, right? And then they misrepresent what it actually says with tactical mistranslations and then doctrines that change it. And then, so like if you read the NIV slavery section, it sounds so incredibly bad. It was done on purpose. Because if you actually go to the Hebrew, you'll see, oh, it's not saying that at all. It's saying it is not good for anyone to be a slave. Slave is servitude, right? Because it already has told us you cannot take someone against their will, right? The only time that that's permitted is if you're in war, and in order to prevent rebellion, you keep some of the people that you didn't kill. Because he says, unlike your enemies who are going to kill everyone, if it's possible, you don't kill everyone, but you have to control them, or there'll be a rebellion. There will be a rebellion, right? It's a war. That's it. You cannot take a man against his will. So it's automatically a different type of slavery than like we understand like American slavery, right? But they always use the word slavery, and they always say it with that assumed interpretation so they can make it sound bad. So it's just a bunch of bad faith tactics. And then it says it's not ideal for anyone to be a servant, meaning it's not ideal for anyone to be in such a bad situation that they have to go ask for a loan and then work it off, and they have to go live on your land or whatever. It's not ideal for anyone to be so down and out that's the situation. But it is going to happen. When that happens, you as a believer have an obligation to help those out who need help. And not just other believers, not just people from your community, everybody. You have an obligation to help out everyone. So then the believer will be like, how is that fair? This guy, he's like an atheist. He like completely lies and steals all the time. Why do I have to help him out? He said, well, look, here are the different rules for how you do it. If say it's someone that you can't trust, you can make them have to earn your trust. So you can work them a little harder, right? You can wait a certain amount of time before you integrate them into your family. You can do this and that based on they need to earn their trust. But if they do show themselves to be trustworthy, you have to accept them. But when someone's already a believer, you have an obligation to help out a fellow believer more graciously, basically, because they've already proven themselves to be trustworthy. So that's the context of it. And that is actually a beautiful thing. It's saying that even if you really don't want to, you have an obligation to help people out that are in a tough time, to the point that you have to loan them money. And after 7 years, if they haven't paid off all the money, you have to wipe their debt clean no matter what. So that's a totally different thing than like kidnapping people and beating them and passing them on as objects and taking them against their will. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why it's so frustrating for me, because it's just such a lie.
Okay, so would it be accurate to characterize what you're doing as trying to restore the real interpretation or the real message of the Bible? Okay, but like you were saying a little earlier, is that it does seem, as I would put it, the archons kind of got their hands on the Bible, or some group got their hands on the Bible over a period of time to pervert it. Okay, and that goes with my sentiment of what the archons are capable of doing. They're not capable of creating anything original, but they can pervert things that are true and original from the human and divine connection. Okay, and so they can pervert it, counter it, or invert it, and just use it to their advantage. So that's how I'm sort of seeing that, even from your point of view, that kind of is one way to characterize the Bible, although it's a true in its original form, saying something very profound about man's connection to God, and so your method is to restore the true interpretation of the Bible, or the true meaning or message of the Bible, and then maybe somebody like me is I'm trying to circumvent the Bible and maybe find other sources that are saying things that haven't been perverted by the archons in these unique, subtle, pernicious ways. Yeah, I don't know. It's been very enlivening listening to your describing, or everything that I've listened to in these chats about this topic of the Bible, because I probably would have just writ it off in a kind of hand wave dismissal sense of, okay, it's just propaganda. You know what I mean? But no, there's definitely something very valid and true and original about the Bible that's very, very deep. But on the other hand, it also has been hijacked to a degree to serve what appears to me a very clear agenda on a very clear narrative that requires misinterpretation of the original material, but it's serving an end, and now you have it being like, the largest religion, and people are kind of stuck in a Bible matrix or a religious matrix due to this text, when originally it's like the opposite of a matrix. It's like a means to become aligned with the Creator. So it's just another perversion, another example of a perversion in the human species of its original, of what we're supposed to be and how we're supposed to act, and how we're supposed to understand the reality in which we live. And so, yeah, it's very difficult to even to like wade through it all, and it, like I wouldn't find myself finding like allegiance to the Bible as a text is difficult for me, But I'm finding that to be kind of the trend in this community of an allegiance to the Bible, and now I'm understanding, like, yeah, there's something true and original there, obviously, but is it more harmful than it is good because of this counter mimicry that has taken over with respect to this text or this bundle of texts, you know, and like the principles that are trying to be relayed by these texts and the messages that are trying to be relayed by these texts can be relayed in other ways, in other language, in other analogies, you know, so
Well, it's not an analogy. Like, the most important message of the Bible is not an analogy whatsoever. It is a straight up fact. And so I would have to disagree that there aren't actually any other cultures or languages that could use analogies to describe what the Bible's, because nobody else is claiming what the Bible's claiming. No other religion or little g God has ever claimed to be the creator of all, and to be your personal savior. Those are two very unique things.
Yes, they have.
Which religion was that?
The Anunnaki.
Oh, well, those are. I mean,
That's where you got your idea of a monotheistic. That's the Anunnaki that came up with that.
No, I don't subscribe to that. I've kind of looked into the Anunnaki stuff. I think there's some forgery going on there. I think there's some weird stuff happening there, but
yeah, of course, yeah.
Well,
you know what?
Which Anunnaki God claims to be your personal savior? Start there.
None of them.
Yeah,
I don't want to get into this. Found out yesterday that Elohim, is that a plural or singular term? Elohim.
It's a plural term.
So that means that when you refer to God, you're referring to gods?
I don't refer to God as Elohim. I refer to
So
God as
Elohim
Jesus
is
Christ.
not God? Elohim is not God?
I don't
In the
speak Hebrew.
Torah?
I'm just saying I don't refer to God as Elohim.
Yeah, but the Torah does, if I'm not mistaken. They refer to God as Elohim.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
I mean,
Elohim can mean ruler, really, is what you're.
no, I know I don't really want to play the translation game. I was just trying to correct that one guy because there is no other religion that claims that.
I would agree with that. That it's unique in the salvationist sense of, it's not unique in claiming there's one God. I don't believe that. I mean, maybe I don't think so. But
Christianity doesn't actually claim there's one God, right? There's one creator of the world, but it says in the Enochian literature that God created the other little g gods to be basically watch over very specific aspects of this world, like the Slavic Enochian literature describes how God created Kronos and all those what do you call them, Greek gods or whatever, but they're not meant to be worshipped. They're little g gods. They're meant to well, they were supposed to help guide us. All the angels were created to help guiding our path. You know, we're not supposed to worship them.
So the first monotheistic God was not the God of the Bible. Let's be clear. The Anunnaki had a monotheistic God as well. So every time you guys say that, that's not a correct statement.
right, and I would even say in the Nag Hammadi there's a monotheism of the originator is the God, or but no, the salvation savior aspect of Judeo-Christianity, I would say, yeah, that could be very unique to Judeo-Christianity, is the idea of a savior in an external form, too deep. I don't know how to even broach that. It is unique, and I guess my fundamental issue is if we can recognize that there's been perversion of the Bible as a possibility, you know. I mean, there's the other hand, which is it's the word of God. It is perfect in its form, right? And then the other hand is no, it's susceptible to perversion. You know, I'm sort of on the right hand there, and then you have to ask: is the message of savior or salvation, you know, through a Christ figure, is that not a perversion of the original intent, which is very true, that there is this principle to be honored of God and a savior in reality? Okay, it's just a matter of how do we understand that principle or that message. Obviously, even if you take the Bible as the word of God, you still have to interpret what that means, and it's just like my mind breaks in trying to think of it all.
I want to just
Did you know
go
that
back and
there's a
address what
Jesus
Essie
story?
said. Essie, so the Anunnaki story is that these beings came from another planet to mine gold. The planet's called Nibiru, and this happened about 500,000 years ago. So this is
I'm not sure about the 500,000 years, but yeah, that's the story.
This is direct excerpts from the 1976 book The 12th Planet by Zachariah Sitchin, and these are his claims for what he translated. So we're talking planets and aliens and timescales into the hundreds of thousands of years, which I don't know, man. I don't think you should. I really don't think you should be using the Anunnaki stories as like a gotcha thing for the Bible, because that stuff is just, it's full of hooey.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter what you think, bro. You know that there's a story, with no disrespect, of course. You know
It's not
that
what I
there's a
think. It's
story.
just what the Zachariah Sitchin book
Please don't
says.
interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. You know that there's a Jesus story almost exactly in the Anunnaki text, right? Exactly. Baby put in a thing, put in a river. Exactly. Was copied almost word for word. So please don't be telling me what I should or should not do. I'm just telling people that are unaware of these stories that, trust me, your Bible is not unique, nothing special about it, just another story.
Right, but you were trying to say that the Zachariah Sitchin story is like predating the Bible. So I'm asking, do you think that it's 500,000 years old? Do you think there's other planets, or do you subscribe to these ideas, or are you just saying there's another religion that has a story?
No, it doesn't matter what I think, and what you're trying to do here is not going to work. It means nothing what I think of the story. I want to show you guys, you Bible thumpers, that your book is not special, not original, and you took some of your book from the Anunnaki. That's a fact.
Really?
Really?
Well, I mean,
Where do you base that from?
Go and look for the story. Go look for the
No.
Jesus story.
You just made a claim.
Yeah, it's there. You don't want to believe
Is there
it?
any
Yeah,
chance?
Really,
that's
don't
your
care. I
claim.
want to hear you get triggered now.
I'm not triggered,
Guys,
bro. Well, I'm just saying. What I'm just saying, you made a claim. Now back it up.
I don't have to do nothing. I'm just telling you a fact.
Well, then stop making a claim.
Don't interrupt me.
This is my
say
fault.
it again. I'm gonna make any claim I want whenever I want. Watch, I'm gonna do it now.
Well, I'm gonna make one too.
There's a Jesus story in the Anunnaki text. Now you don't have to like it.
Okay. Well, the Anunnaki story is made up. No, there you go.
Your Jesus story is not.
And your Anunnaki story is made up.
And your story is correct.
Let's not.
That's the claim. The Anunnaki story is made up. Some dude wrote a story. There you go. After Jesus, and then there you go.
Well, I'm curious why it should be contentious. You know that the Bible has a precedence. To me that doesn't matter. What matters is the validity of what's being said in it all. So in any of these stories, how valid and useful is it in human life? And tremendously valuable, probably, and super rich in terms of how to increase your life. And but the fact that there's precedents being set prior to the Bible, prior to Judeo-Christian texts, I can only see it upsetting somebody if they've created the authority in their mind to be the Bible. And
exactly, you got it, buddy. They can't handle it. Their story has to be the right story. They can't handle it. They cannot have this conversation. Every time we have this
I
conversation,
tried having the conversation.
go mental. They won't
I
let
try
me
having.
talk. Let me. You
Jesus
see,
Christ, you're so
just
long-winded,
now,
bro.
just like now, they can't handle it.
All right, you keep saying that, but I'm trying to have the conversation with you. I'm trying to ask you for the stuff that you're claiming, and you said just look it up instead of giving me the information that I need. It's your claim. I don't know where to find it. You do, right? So you know where you found it at. Could please bring it up? Bring it to me.
I'll do that for you right now. I'm not in a place where I
Thank
can do
you.
that. Well, but don't try to be hypocritical and say you never heard of this. You're just playing games now. You know exactly what I'm talking about, bro. Don't think you can
I
fool
don't.
me.
I don't.
Yeah,
I really don't.
sure.
Well, here, I looked it up for all of us. I got the words right from the book, right from Zachariah Sitchin's mouth. He's saying that the emerald or the whatever tablets are saying that the earth had a visitation from otherworldly beings from another planet, planet Nibiru. And they came here to force us to mine for gold, and it happened about 500,000 years ago. That story is completely antithetical to everything I understand about our cosmology and our timeline. So it can't be more real than the Bible or less. It doesn't stand for anything, really.
Well,
my question is, okay, how did they date the supposed? How did that guy date those actual whatever he found?
Cuneiform tablets, yeah, the clay cuneiform tablets, which Zachariah Sitchin is supposedly one interpreter or translator, which I wouldn't trust that at all. Zachariah Sitchin's, but the cuneiform tablets exist. How old are they? I don't know. I don't know how you would date that. But supposedly, the idea is that they've come before Judeo-Christian era, which I don't know how to date that either, really, other than maybe the texts that say how old it is.
When were they discovered? Yeah.
Yeah, when was that discovered? There's a claim, so I mean, okay, let's dig into the claim. Don't just say, well, there's a story before the Christian humanity, yada yada yada. There it is. I mean, okay, well, let's get deep into it. Let's talk about it, you know?
Well, yeah, I used to be more versed in this topic, but I do know that like the cuneiform tablets, that's a pretty good claim that there's these tablets that exist that were discovered somewhere in the Middle East, I guess. I don't really know. I don't know. I'm not the person to defend that, but I do find validity in the fact that the cuneiform tablets exist, and then that they are historical and not manufactured.
When was it discovered? You know,
I don't. I think it was a century, to be honest, but
All
I'm
right,
not
guys.
sure.
I got the info here. So, according to Sitchin's interpretation of Mesopotamian iconography and symbolism, outlined in his 1976 book, The 12th Planet and its Sequels, there is an undiscovered planet beyond Neptune that follows a long elliptical orbit, reaching the solar system roughly every 3,600 years. This planet is called Nibiru. According to Sitchin, Nibiru, whose name was replaced with Marduk in original legends by the Babylonian ruler of the same name in an attempt to co-opt the creation for himself, collided catastrophically with a planet called Tiamat, which he considers to be another planet once located between Mars and Jupiter. This collision supposedly formed the planet Earth, the asteroid belt, and the comet. I mean, dude, this is the gayest thing I've ever read.
Bro, it's like someone watched Star Wars and then read the Bible and then wrote a book.
I'm no Bible.
Oh, you mean worse than he begot him and they begot them and they begot him? Worse than that? Silly nonsense?
Talk as if you were never begot. You talk as if you were never begot, SE.
That's just a genealogy. Yeah, the genealogy
You
part
don't
is
understand genealogy, bro?
super boring, but they're not like planet.
Yeah, that Nibiru stuff did sound pretty gay. Not gonna lie. Even though
hypocrisy much.
Those begot, this begot, whatever. You should look up what each one of those
Get me
persons
ours.
means. It's interesting, dude.
They believe in a story that starts off with incest.
Look.
and
I
tell
don't
me-
want to be.
Hang on. Yeah,
I'm not
every
trying to.
time I talk, man. Make sure you interrupt me every time I talk, right?
I'm sorry,
Every time.
Essie. Go ahead, please, Essie. Please. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I was gonna say, you guys start off a book with he begot this, begot that, and then you laugh at other people? Seriously.
You know,
Well,
in
I
a
wouldn't
bigger
be so
sense, the
quick to
key.
rule it out so flippantly,
Hold on.
SE. Maybe it's not
So
this
I guess
bullshit, but there's a context to it, which is coming to
Pete,
flat Earth and
just give
beyond.
it.
Go
Give
ahead.
it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Just.
Well,
Just
I was.
did anybody else want to respond to SE before I respond?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go
I
ahead,
just want to.
Platypus. Go ahead, Platypus. Go ahead, Platypus.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not trying to create a some kind of food fight here about religions or whatever. But SE, surely you can. If you've got two religions, one of them is claiming that this place is a created place by one creator. There's no planets, there's no asteroid belts. The other one has a creation story that involves planet balls touching, at high speeds. Surely you can say that that's predictive.
No, what I can say surely is both of them have no clue. Both of them, in my eyes, are stories. The Big Bang cosmology and religion. That's me. You don't
Where does
have to
that leave
like
you
it.
then? Where does that leave you then, SE Montreal?
I mean, he
All the
can believe what
information
he
is
wants.
doubted. So where does that leave
In
us?
reality. It leaves me
Yeah,
in reality.
he can believe what he wants. That's cool, man. And nobody cares.
But reality, describe your reality then, SE,
I
please,
don't.
if you don't mind. Describe your reality.
Well, okay. Hold on. Pete, just give it a rest. 1 second.
What's trips me out is how. Sorry, Platypus. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I don't want to hog him, Mike. Go ahead, please.
No, what trips me out is that you care that we speak about the book and you get annoyed and wants to bring some other bullshit around.
No. Whenever I hear you speaking about the book, I'll say one thing, like I did today, and you guys flip out.
Nobody
Flip
flip.
out with questions. There's not one time that I spoke about religion in here without you guys going dogmatic and turning into freaks. Not one time.
Wow. A nice
Let's
claim,
move
bro.
the topic
Well,
on. Let's move the topic.
when I heard you speak, no, I've never said nothing. This time I said, okay, well then, show me the claim. And then I'm still waiting for you to show me the claim.
SE Montreal, can you tell me your reality? You find yourself now in reality. Can you tell me something about your reality?
Yeah, I'm sitting in a chair right now in a room. And I'm looking at my mom, my beautiful mother.
Are you
Talking
sure
about a
about
greater
that?
picture. Come on, bud. You know I'm talking about a greater picture beyond. Describe the external reality in the best way you can.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I have no clue where we came from, where we're going to go. And I don't make bullshit like religious people do.
Let me ask you a question then, please.
Oh,
Yeah, before you.
no.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you a question then
Pete,
before.
Pete. No,
One
no,
second,
Pete.
please. Let me ask him a
No,
question.
you interrupt, dude. You stepped on him. It didn't matter if he was almost done or halfway there. You can't step on people, dude. Just let people finish and then respond. Essie, go ahead, finish. Or maybe you were done.
Yes, he was
My
done.
bad.
And I came in a timely way.
No, my bad,
I'll
my
just
bad.
be very brief. Be very brief then and say this. SC Montreal, the one thing that we can collectively sort of realize is that, well, the spinning ball earth is a lie. So the writers of the script of the lie, in all of its intricacy, have to be more aware of the external reality. By me just saying to myself, well, I haven't a clue now, I'll be just going, okay, I'm pretending that the people who fed me the lie haven't a greater clue than I have about the external reality and my relationship to it. So, yeah, I guess you can go down that pathway. I choose not to. That's not to say I'm going to end up in any greater place than you, bud. You might be the wiser one for doing that. But I think in a different way.
There is a question here. Given, like, for example, with flat Earth, whenever you encounter a globe earther or someone who's just obsessed with that religion, and you want them to like start questioning reality, you ask them to rigorously go through their claims and see which of their claims are necessarily entailed and which are just, their assertions. And they will refuse to do that. So imagine you believe Christianity or whatever. I don't even know what term, because I know people here have a different interpretation than mainstream Christianity. But if whatever version of that Abrahamic worldview you want people to discover. Clearly, it's something that you have to discover, not just accept. So, what epistemological method would be employed in getting someone to switch over? Because at base level right now, what we have are on the table a bunch of claims from a bunch of different religions and a bunch of different worldviews, not just like theistic religions, but even atheistic religions like the Big Bang and whatever. How would you go about ascertaining which one is?
I have an answer for that. If someone wants to get in before me, please go ahead. I have an answer.
Yeah, actually, I'll get in real quick. Errol, I sent you a link over a message of the CTMU, Cognitive Theoretic Model of Universe, Chris Langan, and you said you had heard about it, but that's where I would go if I was you, to bring it to that logical, deductive level of an existence of a God being kind of a logical certainty. But anyways, that's what I would go to.
I already know that God is a logical certainty. I'm talking about the religion specifically. I'm talking specifically about religion.
Yeah, I would definitely question the religion. So, like, if you have a problem with the globe Earth, right? We had to research it, so we found out all the claims of the globe Earth at that point, and then we poked holes in it, right? So, at this point, if you're gonna go against the Bible or something, I would think you would have to have read it front to back a couple times, understand it, and you would want to have the intention while reading it like that. You truly want to understand it humbly.
I mean, that's all fine, but that's exactly what a globe earther would say. If I'd say you know what? I don't think the Earth's a globe. Well, have you read all of Einstein's? Have you read the principle of front to that is a ridiculous claim. If someone
but that's how I was able to poke holes in the globe model, was because of reading all that. What you're saying to me is that what a globe earther would say to a flat earther, because they would, at that point, they would, like, did you look into the flat earth? Like, did the globe earther, did they look into flat earth when they argue with you?
There's no globe earth, there's no flat earth. There's just the reality, and objective claims are made, or claims which are things which are claimed to be objective truths. And then you don't.
The one that brought up the globe earther.
Listen, let's not make this combative. It's about it's a constructive conversation for the individual to find the truth forward. I give you my answer now. So that is that we have to be ultimately skeptical of everything. You're asking about how do you date cuneiform tablets. Everything is given a date to us. We all do skeptical. Something fakeable. Well, then, because we're in a different realm, I don't think any of us deny a creator. Maybe now it's about putting the pieces together and realizing, well, the same scripts that you cling to could have been written by the people who wrote the scripts for the globe earth in terms of the Bible. So therefore, when you left the globe earth, therefore you're putting your trust and faith in a literal historic sort of deliverance of truth. Do you know what I'm saying? It could be another key, another kind of layer to the onion of deception, if you want. So how are you going to check if it isn't, is the question.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, to a basic fact, to someone like me who's just sitting in the middle of nowhere in Canada, like what? People claim that there are these scrolls, they claim that they've dated them, they claim that even though people are skeptical of different types of isotopic dating and whatever, radiometric dating, I don't know anything about any of this stuff, and I could look into it, I could understand it, it could all check out internally in terms of what they're saying, but I'm never going to be able to go and do that myself. There's no test available to me.
That's true. And even if should you read the Bible 10 times over, if you don't have the proper context, which millions of Christians around the world don't have a proper context for the Bible because they're not flat earthers, right? So, if you don't have a proper context, well, good luck with that. If you do even have a proper context, well, good luck with that as well. Who are you going to tell if you're ready to reach the ultimate truth? Go ahead.
The fact is, if there's an objective claim, you don't need to read the entirety of any text to understand the objective claim. Right. If there's a claim which I need the whole context of an entire book to understand, that would be in the realms of subjectivity, which is not to say that it's a lot of the time subjectivity has a bad rap. They're not saying the subjective reality isn't real. There is definitely subjective reality.
Let me give you my answer now. My real answer. 1 second. Briefly, I'll give you my real answer. Welcome, bud. I don't think we've spoken before. I'll give you my real answer now because it actually connects with this ultimate doubt. There's a claim on the table that this Earth, in its current form, existed prior to, I'm going to say, 1600. So I'd like to see the proof. And the reason I'm going there was there's a guy called Nico Haupt. He was a no-planer, 9/11. He was a flat earther and beyond. But he came up with a body of work called Google 1649ish. That's actually the name of the big tome body of work. Google 1649ish. If you type it in, very difficult work. But ultimately, the basic premise is that there's no evidence to be found for any primary source materials relating to stories or history delivered prior to that time. And that's why he has it at 1649ish. So that's the claim on the table. Who's going to prove to me that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago, or that even 2,000 years ago existed? You know what I'm saying? In that sense. Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
To be honest, like, even though I have a vague notion that the Earth is older than beyond 1649, I couldn't prove that to you. To be honest, in some vague but real way, I'm open to the possibility that it could be as
Excellent. Errol, let me tell you this. When I say that, so I have much more to say about that in my own thoughts as well. But when I say I said the Earth as we experience it right now, there's nothing to say that this is natural. We're told by the Ball Earth that this is the natural Earth as it's developed over millions and billions of years, and the moon has been measured to move away at 2 millimeters per year. How did it measure that? I'd love to know. Anyway, but yeah, the point is, okay, I'm not talking about sort of Earth in as if it's. I think we're actually. Let me get cut to the chase. I think actually we're in a broken Earth. So something happened, then the Earth is transformed, and now we have this planar surface, which I sort of equate to a tree stump. But go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
I know what you're saying. I was even like being more. What I meant was I should clarify. I don't know whether the history that we know is the real history beyond even some very recent point. It could have all been confabulated before that point. Now, if someone can show me a way in which I can truly, without having to have any faith or any sort of like abductive reasoning, truly know that it is older than that, I'd be open to that. I'm literally open, completely open to anything. But
very good. I like it, bud. I like it. It leaves the greater question hanging: who, what, where, when, why, how am I? Doesn't that for all of us? And I will tell you my answer. I think, just as I said to SC Montreal, I wasn't admonishing him. But at the same time, the ones who delivered the lie, they put the effort into all of the fake news stories or whatever, they're in a certainly greater possession of truth than I am, because they've delivered the lie to me, and the lie can't exist without truth. So that's the way I look at it. And you have to follow the clues. You have to have faith in the Creator and the faith that the Creator has in you. So yes, the only way to come to this truth is by following the clues in the now, and putting your own individual pieces together, recognizing that there is a treasure hunt, if you want. That's what I think.
Yeah. Well, the most important thing to me is that you don't fall into, no matter what the belief system is, religion, globe earth, even flat earth, you should never get into the epistemological position of retrofitting the facts to suit your beliefs. And the moment over, literally.
Exactly, Errol. And this is the problem with Bible literalism. In a way, you're sort of you're guilty of what you've been told not to do, is adorn idols. You're making an idol out of the word. You're painting a picture and then cementing yourself to it. So that's a problem, especially in these times where everything has to be under the microscope. Okay, go ahead.
The most common thing is like they globe earthers believe globe. Therefore, when they see something beyond it, they retrofit the facts to suit their beliefs. So they'll say, "Well, it's refraction, right? Whatever." But the same thing from other religions. If something kind of contradicts a very face level reading of, like, let's say, the Bible, then all of a sudden it's always, "Oh yeah, but you're missing the context," which I'm not saying is not the case sometimes, because that would be the fallacy. But I'm just saying it's just.
You're correct. There is plenty of objection here to the Bible literalists. And the one thing I've objection to the Bible literalists in the sense that they won't now, after coming to flat earth, question, let's say, Tartari or fabricated history or antiquitech, because it doesn't fit in with the story. So in a sense, you're correct that the final is the final sort of dice is already thrown. The solution or the answer is already given. So all of the facts then need to be sort of molded around that. And that's exactly, as you say, what the Ball Earthers do. If you see an object that should be below the curve by a greater and greater degree, they'll just incorporate, what do you call it, more and more refraction, because the ball has to be true. Spinning ball has to be true. So very good. No dismissing of anyone. No disrespect to anyone. I mean that though.
Yeah, I do. I try to be respectful. But again, like a lot of this stuff, like you said, with the Antiquitech, you just imagine like if that were true, and imagine Jesus were actually real, but like the aesthetics of it would change so greatly that people would, I think it would actually change people's beliefs. Imagine if there was a crystal ball, you could look back in the past and Jesus was actually riding around on a quantum locking hoverboard or something.
That's so great. Can I say this? Can I say this to you, man? Maybe you might appreciate it somewhat. The way I look at the Bible, it's like you're doing a crossword, right? You have cryptic clues. That's the Bible. So if you can solve the whole thing in those 66 books, great. Now, if you need extra help, sort of intermediate layer, then you get to the Apocrypha and the Book of Enoch, Book of Jasher, all of these things which were suggested to us by Mr. Flatter's Mark Sargent when he was inspired with these clues overnight. But anyway, they're the sort of intermediate sort of level clues. And then I think the simplex clues are things like the Gospel of Thomas. In other words, Jesus is speaking to us differently than what we garnered from the Bible or from that sort of early offering. Do you know what I'm saying? And well, I was going to make reference to Jesus said, "As I am, so are you," and more. Why would Jesus say that? I think I can understand it because it's easy to sort of play your way through a video game if from the start you have invincibility and all the weapons at your disposal and you know the exact end result or outcome. But it's not so easy if you enter just innocent and naive into the new world and you garner your weaponry or whatever and your skills and your wisdom throughout your venture. So that's what I think Jesus meant when it was said. Okay, anyway, that's just a reference to how we have to follow the sort of the clues, you know what I'm saying, and put everything in a new and a different context. Who would have heard of the Gospel of Thomas beyond like 70 years ago? You know what I'm saying? And I don't believe it's true. I don't believe any of these characters existed, but I believe that the greater story absolutely exists within all of us. So that's where you have to sort of reconnect. That's honestly, that's what I think.
Honestly, I don't even know if the greater story exists. Like, what is this notion of judgment, salvation, like all of this? Honestly, to me, that just seems like pretty, like, I don't know, antithetical.
I think it's
I could
I think
hold on.
when you
Pete,
do wrong
Pete,
as an
Pete,
individual, we can all
holy
appreciate this.
smokes.
You know you're doing wrong. Go ahead.
Pete, if you hear somebody else talking and
Come in at the same time. That's why I made it brief. Go ahead.
maybe I'm on a delay. Excuse me. So a rule. You were saying
Yeah.
that it doesn't. Could you just repeat that one thing that you said again? I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have used I used the wrong word. I shouldn't have said antithetical. For me, like judgment and salvation, none of these seem like any sort of self-evident aspects of reality.
Yeah.
Meaning you couldn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the ultimate doubt, platypus, isn't it? The ultimate doubt. So when we come away, all or Earth has been overturned. Okay, go ahead.
The notion. Just saying the notion of an external savior doesn't quite makes sense. The notion of eternal or even like judgment of that kind, whereas moral judgment in some ultimate doesn't really make sense. Temporal judgment makes sense, like in the here and now. What else? Like salvation in terms of like, yes, you can save yourself in certain times, or someone can save you temporally. All of that kind of makes sense. The ultimization of those, but I think those things are meant to be temporal. I don't think those things they completely lose their meaning when you take them to the ultimate scale.
Let me just post this, Errol, in the chat, right? Allow me just a little bit. It'll take 20 seconds to read it, but this is what I'm talking about. So Jesus said, this is Gospel of Thomas, saying 3. Jesus said, "If those who lead you say to you, 'See, the kingdom is in the sky,' then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they say to you, 'It is in the sea,' then the fish will precede you. Rather, the kingdom is inside of you, and it is outside of you. When you come to know yourselves, then you will become known, and you will realize that it is you who are the sons of the living Father. But if you will not know yourselves, you dwell in poverty, and it is you who are that poverty." Now, I will just a quick commentary and say that, well, we're after coming away from spinning ball earth now, where it was definitively laid down who I was, what I was, when I was, why I was, where I was. Now we're after coming out of that illusion. Well, there you go. That's what I'm talking about, the more simplex clues in the more advanced texts, which is the Gospel of Thomas. Go ahead.
The other guy wanted to reply. I'll just let him. Me. I don't know what his name is.
I
Oh yeah,
wasn't
no,
saying
no
that to you
worries.
particularly,
I was
Errol. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, Errol. I was just gonna say, if the whole salvation thing doesn't seem to make sense, I guess I would. Are you talking about salvation from a biblical standpoint, right?
Again, I don't want to like mischaracterize anyone, but I'm fairly versed with at least a few common interpretations of what that could mean. So it's not like I'm a complete layman. So, but yeah, in all of those interpretations.
Okay. I mean, let's just. I'll put it to you this way: God had a plan, has a plan, right? He created beings in His image and likeness, and He was walking with us. He was guiding us, face to face towards love. He gave us. See, he created these beings. He wanted the beings to love Him, but He knew that if He just gave them love, that's not free will. Love doesn't mean anything unless it's of their own free will, which tells us two very, very important things. One is that whatever love is, it's so important that that's what this entire situation we find ourselves is about. And the second is that it's not something that can just be given to you, because it is meaningless if it is given. It has to be desired. And so if you can basically take the creator on his word that this is the most important thing to go after, anything else, anything that falls short of love, is you're in danger and you are in need of salvation.
Look, I mean, again, I know that interpretation. No, not trying to be rude or anything. I'm very well aware of that interpretation. Again, like I said, I grew up Christian, and then I also researched other sects and denominations, whatnot. But yeah, I understand that. So just to Steelman, God created these beings. We're His creation. We're kind of like His sons, so to speak, His extended family. He wants us to love Him. He has to give us free will, otherwise we're just robots. So He was walking with us. Then something happens, the fall, whatever way you interpret that. Now there's some gap. Salvation is to bridge that gap. Yeah, it's like some sort of possible story of how things played out. It just doesn't carry the force of necessity. It's just some possible contingent story of how things could have played out. And if you want to see my current interpretation is that there is like love is an eternal concept, but it's only expressed temporally. Ultimately, it can only be expressed temporally. That's my current position. Why? Because imagine if you're just a spirit hovering in the spirit realm with no consequences, no fear, no doubt, nothing. You're just basically vibrating in some ethereal plane. Can you love? At that point, love is no more than an arbitrary vibration. Similarly,
I'm
let me
gonna be real with you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, please.
just I mean, I don't know if you're getting the point, because a lot of people just, if you're in an ethereal plane, love, hate, evil, good, bad become arbitrary. They're just arbitrary. Let's just use the term vibrations. And I never used to like that word, but now that I see it's more and more useful, in my opinion, I'm just going to use it. Those are just arbitrary vibrations at that level. They only gain their meaning and their juice, so to speak, in the temporal plane. So I think while they are originating from the atemporal, ethereal plane, they only have any true meaning in the temporal plane.
Yo,
I don't.
Arul,
Yeah, so I'm
are
not
you
going to try. Hold on.
religious?
Let me just respond to this real
Sorry.
quick. So I would say that what the words that you're describing as like love and hate, that's just discrimination. True love, I can't actually define for you. I don't think anyone in this room can define true love. I think if you understood true love, we wouldn't need to be here. I think that's the whole point. This word that we use, love, to me describes discrimination. Like you could say like a mother loves her child, right? And that's a very special bond. but a person can adopt a child and have that same love, the love for a brother, the love for a wife or a husband, whatever. You can have this kind of love on many different levels for many different people. And to me, it starts to seem more and more like discrimination. And what true love actually is might be why we're here, for the culmination of our lives, to truly express what love actually is. I know that, sorry to be long-winded, but that's just.
No, I
Yeah.
agree, but could you maybe steal again, because maybe I use very maybe my language is.
You're saying in an ethereal world where you're just a spirit like vibrating, that
Yeah.
these terms like love and hate, they would actually have no meaning. There's no meaning there. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that what love actually is, like you're saying love and hate would have no meaning there. I'm saying love and hate are actually illusions of discrimination right now. And what we're truly, like, maybe love can only be experienced in this ethereal vibrational realm. But like, if love is so powerful, nothing else can exist next to love. Like, hate cannot, like, true love, anything dark, anything bad cannot exist in its presence. So in order to be in that ethereal realm and experience true love, there needs to be this culmination of a life experience of the soul, whatever you want to call it, where we go through these levels of discrimination.
Let me just phrase that. I shouldn't say meaningless. Actually, I phrased it better the first time. I said they would be arbitrary. I understand that you're saying that nothing else could exist in this ethereal plane. Well, in that fact, that's just it's still it's a brute fact at that point. But I'm saying
arbitrary.
I do see a difference between love. I do see a difference between hate. I do see a difference between light, darkness, all this stuff. Any sort of metaphysical category that one could posit or experience. There is a difference. But the juice only confers upon it in the temporal plane. Because again, let's take love. If you were a spirit vibrating in the ether, you have no stakes. You have no fear, you have no doubt. And then what's the Bible verse? Greater love has no man than to lay down his life for his friends, right? I think that's the verse. So if you can't do that, everything that's there in that, all of those require the stakes of the temporal world. When you're in some level of doubt as to like where you're going, when you're acting in that uncertainty, when you feel that feeling and then you comport your will to that deep feeling, and then it manifests into action, and the most decisive action in the face of that whole process, which demonstrates this love, can only exist temporally. Take the stakes away. Take yourself out of this grand video game, and it really isn't that meaningful. No, sorry. It doesn't. It really. It becomes arbitrary. Let me go back to my.
I hate to use such a cheap answer, but I would just have to say that anything that exists outside of time, space, and matter is incomprehensible to you and I. So to like hypothesize or speculate as to what type of emotions or physical beings or souls could exist outside those three things, outside of this realm, I think we're both just spinning our wheels. But I hear what you're saying. To hypothesize, I can play the game. I'm down. I'm just saying, we are talking about things that we truly don't understand.
I kind of disagree. I think I can't experience. I used to say this stuff when I was a Christian, right? We'll never understand this, that, and that. For example, that was back when I used to try and rationalize God's foreknowledge of the future along with existing, which I know no one is logically incommensurate. I used to say this stuff. I used to say, well, you just can't understand that level of. No, I don't think I can experience that level of reality. Because, for example, there could be a color or an emotion or a feeling or something that exists in that realm that I just can't experience here. But I know for a fact that I could understand it logically. So I could logically understand if someone said there's a 25th color, or I don't know how many colors there are, 8th, 9th color, whatever, new color, basically. Like, okay, I can understand that logically. It's going to have some qualitative quality attached to it. I'm going to experience it. I can understand what a new emotion would feel like. I never, because, for example, in my own life, I know what nostalgia felt like when I was a child. Now I know what it feels like. So it's like all of these are logically commensurate. They just maybe there's something that's not given to me to be experienced here, but I don't think there's anything given to me to not be understood here. In fact, I think that's a psyop. I think that's one of the big psyops of the Abrahamic religions, to tell you that you can't understand things.
They're not saying that you can't understand something that you can experience here. They're saying you can't understand something that you haven't experienced yet.
I think I can understand without experiencing it. That's my point.
I disagree wholeheartedly. Have you ever tried something new before?
For me, understanding has a very technical meaning. For me, understanding is only that those things which can be reduced to logical necessity or self-evident truths.
Would it be logical if you're coming from the standpoint that God gave us logic and reason to understand things and to discern truth? Would would having logic and reason allow us to understand things that are outside of time, space, and matter? Would that be logical?
I wouldn't be able to experience it or understand it in some colloquial sense, but in terms of my definition of understanding, I think I'd be able to understand anything.
Well, I mean,
it's not up to us though to decide, is it? It's not up to us to decide what something who may or may not have created us was trying to accomplish in the first place.
But for example, I'll just give you a common logical conundrum. I'll go back to what I just said. If someone says God knows the future, right? But also we have free will, and I say that's logically impossible, and they say, well, you just don't understand that level of reality, I'll say bullshit. I know that that's
wait. How is that how is it impossible for something that created everything and gave us free will to also know how we're going to use it?
Well, he could only be able to predict it to maintain that being logically commensurate. If he knows it, what that really means is, forget the word free will, but we'll talk about potential. Potential means something which doesn't have an assigned truth value of 1 or 0. If something is in potential, it does not have an assigned truth value. It could only ever be probabilistic within some boundaries. If something has a truth value, then it's no longer in potential. So if God knows the future has a truth value, it's not in potential. Potential is necessary in order for free will to have. What is free will is we are acting in the present moment to actualize the next quote moment, assign a truth value to it in our limited scope. But if we are not the actor who is assigning the truth value, and the truth value has been pre-assigned prior to our conscious choosing of it, then we just technically don't have free will. So a lot of people will beat around the bush with this. I just remove the word free will off, because what people think about as Christians and Abrahamics is, oh, well, I can watch this video game and I can know what's happened, but that doesn't mean I chose the actions. It's just a disanalogous comparison, because we're dealing with a technical question, not a question of analogy. So does this thing have a truth value or not? You can either it's yes or no.
Are you still religious?
No, I just know that God exists. I don't know what his nature is. I don't even know if he's good. Or
I'm still a little confused as to how you think that something that created truth, that created everything, and gave things like they created free will. God created free will. Why would it be impossible that God could know what people are going to do with it?
Forget the knowing, because all of that is actually just the kind of the surface level which detracts from the underlying question. Something either has a truth value attached to it, meaning it is objectively true that this, and this about the future, or it's not objectively true. In order for free will to exist, the future has to be fundamentally undetermined. It can be in some.
God experience all time at once?
Well, then, in that moment for God, everything's already been decided. If there ever was to be free will, it would have to be in some God. It would have to be in some literally free will. If we want to bring it back and make it more esoteric, free will would literally would have to be God for some quote moment in his existence, not knowing something, or potential, or the future would literally. If you want to, I guess if someone more eloquent than I could probably come up with some sort of poetic saying, like some freaking Schauberger type character could come up with some sort of time is God not knowing. Sorry, the future is God not knowing, or something like that.
Hey, we've talked about this before, but basically, I know you don't think it's possible, but the way I see it, he knows the end from the beginning, and he knows the choices we're gonna make with that free will that he's given us. He already knows ahead of time what choices we're gonna make, but it's not that he forcefully predetermined that choice for you ahead of time. It's that he already knows the desires of our hearts before we even commit the act. He already knows what we're gonna do ahead of time. In
What
that
you're talking,
situation.
again, that's the stuff that I'm saying is detracting from the question. The fact is, the future truth value or not. When we say we have free will, what we mean is that ontologically, our conscious choices, our conscious experience of choosing, is fundamentally altering the potential in front of us. It's actually determining the potential in front of us. If there's already a truth value to it, regardless of whether God forced us or not, it's the God thing is really it's the red herring in this question. Forget the God part. If the future already has a truth value, right? Then we are not in the moment ontologically determining what's going to happen next. What you described previously in terms of God knowing the desires of our heart, that's called Molinism in Christian theism. He has middle knowledge or whatever. But
He knows the end. No, well, I thought you've paused.
That's all good. It's all good. Go ahead.
No, yeah. So like, I know you think it's not possible, and you try to rationalize it, right, with your own philosophy. But I'm telling you what's possible according to the scriptures, right? So it's possible for the Creator to know the end, the absolute end from the beginning, right, and simultaneously allow free will to exist, right? You're saying that can't be true. Hold on. You're saying that that's impossible. That can't be true. And that's where we differ, and then it's just the way it's gonna have to be. Then I beg to differ. That's all.
It's not a
Yeah,
difference.
but then Lion, you've kind of got to go into detail as to how that can be true. Because what Arul is saying is, imagine the future wasn't determined yet, right? You come to a fork in the road, and there's 800 different paths you can take. You have free will as to which path you can take and how your future unfolds. But from God's perspective, that the path you are going to take is already been decided. From God's perspective, if everything is God's plan, there's only one road you are going to take. Those other 799 roads don't matter. They literally don't exist. So you got to kind of find a way to explain how the 800 roads exist at the same time as only one road existing. There is an inherent contradiction.
So I could elaborate by reading scriptures, but I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to use my own words and try to convey the same ideas. So in the scriptures, there's this idea of accountability, right, and judgment and salvation. And if what you're saying is true, then all of that would be redundant and irrelevant. Because then, if predeterminism is what we see in reality, and everything's already been predetermined, there's no such thing as free will. We have no free choice because it's an illusion, because ultimately he's controlling us, right? And we're just at the end of a string, right? And he's the
But
puppeteer and we're
Scripture
just
says that,
puppets.
doesn't it? Doesn't Scripture
No.
say that everything is God's plan?
Nope.
God has a plan for everything. He knows everything already.
Yes, but that's a false equivalency fallacy,
Huh?
because because you're correlating things that don't actually correlate. So just because he has the ability to manipulate individuals, right, for his greater bidding, like he can test individuals. Why would he have to test individuals if at the end of the day their choice is already predetermined by him? It would be redundant for him to even test anybody. So there's
Is
so
my
many
mic
things that would be.
is my mic coming through? Can you hear me, Nate?
Yeah,
No,
Okay.
Lion,
Well, I don't
that is
appreciate you running away
real.
earlier, but can
Yo,
you let somebody enlighten?
hang on, Don. There's all like we moved on from
Hey,
that. So
yeah, dude, that
Lion,
was a really
that is
bad
the
time to do a
question
mic check and
being
call
asked
somebody
right
out.
now. Why would God give us free will if everything has been written and predetermined? It's redundant. It makes no sense.
I'm
Why
saying
would he do that?
I'm saying knowing the whole thing is psychologically. I know you think there's a difference between knowing and determining. For a human being, that's true. Problem is when you're talking about God, if he knows the truth, and to be honest, it doesn't really matter. If it's simply a question of, is the future true already? As of now, as of me standing here, is the future already true, or is it not? Or is it in a potential state? That's all. That's the question. Forget the God, forget the free will, forget these words. Literally, are just red herrings. They're just
Yes.
they,
The answer to your question is yes.
so the future
Is the
is
future
already
true? Yes.
Okay, so the future is true. That means anything that we choose, quote unquote, in the moment is merely illusory by definition. That's it. That's fine.
Incorrect. Because listen, there are things that have been prophesied ahead of time how this is all going to play out. That doesn't mean that there's no free will.
Oh my
You're
God.
jumping to a conclusion
okay.
based off a false premise. You understand?
Okay, he's asking for examples. Can I like give an example of the semantics that's being played here? So, Nate, just because God knows the end, right? That doesn't mean that we can't be making the choices along the way. Just because he knows it, right? Doesn't mean that we didn't get the choice to choose it and
Oh my
he
God.
doesn't, you know what I'm saying?
I'm not going to use
Like there could be random choices where he doesn't know which one we're going to choose in the moment, but after that, he sees after that we chose it, but in the moment he's letting it be open and random to us. Like if you were to create a simulation and you can give them free will or like random choice, even though you can play it to the end and fast forward to the end and see what came out and happened, that doesn't mean that they didn't have the choice. Your program allowed them the choice. You know that your program gave them the choice. I'm done.
You literally shot yourself in the foot with that example, because in a simulation, right, the moment where you don't know if it's either a deterministic simulation or a simulation which functions on some sort of probabilistic stochasticity. So if it's a deterministic simulation, you already knew from the start. So we're not talking about that. If it's a stochastic,
You have to meld the two.
If it's a stochastic simulation, if it's a stochastic simulation, the period in between before you see the result is the period where the potential, or the quote, if there was any, I'm not even going to use that word. I don't want to use that word. It just distracts. That was where the potential existed in that moment where I didn't know. So between me clicking,
the probability,
existed in between. So the question is, right? The question is, if we are in the world, if the world we're living in right now, there's only two worlds we could be living in. We're either living in the world where God clicked the button and now he's waiting for the result, or we're in the world where God clicked the button, the result is already known to him now, and we are just experiencing it after the fact. So
I gotta just that doesn't align with my. Here's why I feel unsatisfied with that. I don't think we have. I think we can have both, right? God can you can hit the button and you can wait to see what happens, but you also could render it at different speeds and go back and play it back over again. You know what I mean? And there was a time where you didn't know what was happening. You were waiting to see what happened, but you also can, through temporal, distortion, you can see.
I preempt the question. I preempted this last point. I preempted this question by saying if it's a determined simulation, then he could go back and play it back again and get the same result. But if it's a stochastic or probabilistic simulation, then he's not going to get the exact same result each time, so he wouldn't know the future.
Exactly.
So if it's a probabilistic simulation and we have potential, I'm not going to use the word free will, and there is potential, then we have to be after first button press, but before rendered output.
No, okay, real quick. Let's rehash it then, because I get the rehashing and the probability changing. But what with just one render, right? With one render, it was true that he was giving it the free will, but since he can pause it and hold it temporally at a different, at a different rate, right? He also knows the end, right? Like he's like, this is what's going to happen at the end, regardless of how many times he plays back that same thing or if he looks at it differently or whatever. I don't know why we're missing this, but can't you have the power to be at different time points?
You either leave. He has the choice. This is like the limit of God. He either he can choose to do it or not. So it's not really much of a limitation, but it is still a limitation. He either knows what's going to happen. That means he's determining it from the start, right? Or he doesn't know.
Right. Okay. So I get it. They're saying like he's gonna know before it happens. That's what y'all trying to say. See, I don't like that. Okay, I'm done. Knowing before it happens.
Check this out. Yeah, check this out. This isn't where I stand, but one like hybrid of the two. I don't know if someone wants to run with this, but God knowing, in order to defend free will, but also give God the level of intellect who we all would say he deserves. You could say free will exists, and God from the beginning has been aware of all potential outcomes, and he knows one of them is what will be, because he knows all potential outcomes. He just doesn't know which one of them it'll be, but of course that limits him to like temporal experience, where he has to wait and see along with you. So something's got to give.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah,
So it means the same. I mean, that's the same thing as what I'm saying. I do agree that he knows all the possible permutations because he's setting the rules. And it's all analog. It wouldn't be enumerated. He'd know in an analog fashion, he'd know what possibly could unfold. But if he wants to give us potential, I'm not going to use the word free will. It's a misnomer because it literally like makes people think of something completely different. If he wants to give potential to reality, he has to not know. And he can choose to not. He can choose that or not. So I mean, it's not a big limitation. People just don't want to put any limitation on God. The problem is the moment you throw out logic and you say, well, God is beyond logic, then anything can be beyond logic, to be honest. Because logic no longer binds.
Well, that's a middle ground that I'm willing to meet you at. That most people don't know that the creator does have limits, and he's limited by his own word. So his own covenants and oaths that he's made, things that he's put forth for eternity, like even time, arguably, in my opinion, is constant throughout all realms, including his. And he's actually bound. Stuff is intertwined with reality on all levels, and there's sanctified days that are perpetually eternal. And this constant resonance of time is consistently through all realms and eternal. And with that being said, he's actually bound by that time frame because he set it in motion himself, and he also bound it to himself. And he's bound by his own word. He cannot lie. So it's like he's at whatever he's set forth right now, and in his word is eternal. And that's the motion that it began in, and that's the motion it's going to stay in, apparently, right? And what that includes is everything, including the potentials that you're talking about, potentiality. There's potentials that he set forth that weren't taken advantage of until certain individuals with their free will took advantage of those potentials. But he did set those potentials in creation.
Well,
you understand? But those are free will. It's free will, bro.
Yeah, think about it this way, dude. Think about it this way. If think about God has given humanity the gift of him not knowing what the future is, so that you could have free will. If you didn't have, if he didn't give you that gift, you wouldn't have free will. So just think about it as a gift. Not like he had to make that choice. So it's not. So I don't know why people get so defensive in saying that God doesn't know something. It's cool. He's chosen to not know something. What's the big deal about that? He wants surprises too, bro. Maybe he wants surprises too. Maybe, who knows? Right.
To add to that real quick, and it is possible for him to not know something, because it's in his own word. He states that for his own sake, not for our sake, but for his own sake, he forgets our sins or the abominations that we've done. So there will be a time where he will forget, like he will not remember them anymore. They will literally be forgotten forever. Anything that you've done wrong, right? If you've legitimately repented from that wrong and you made right with the creator, he at one point in the future, he says in his word that he will completely forget. And when he says he's going to forget, it means he's going to forget it.
That's true. So that's fine. So if you're cool with that about the past, right, and forgetting, you shouldn't have any problem accepting that about the future and preserving logic. Because if you want to have this cake and eat it tooism of like he knows the future, but also we have free will. That's where the logic starts to break. Instead, just say he's chosen to not know the future, so that it could stay in a state of undetermined potential, so that you could have free will. Very
Oh
simple.
wait, can you not know something without individually causing it?
No, that's fine. So that's not the. That's why I said I moved this away. You weren't here, I think, but I moved this away from the whole. I think the red herrings are free will and control and foreknowledge. Instead, the question is merely: is something in a state of potential where it doesn't have a binary determined truth value, or is something having a binary determined truth value? So if the future has a binary determined truth value, then it's not in potential. If it doesn't, then it isn't potential, and that's it. So we're in either
choice.
One.
Sorry, I'm sorry. You got a great point, man. Choice is such a beautiful concept, dude. Like, think of just the fact of predetermined period, like cause and effect at all. How can we say we're not in a cause and effect chain reaction period? There has to be probability. There has to be some sort of randomness or something, or else everything is a cause. You don't really have choice unless you start to include these type of concepts.
So wait, so I guess where I'm kind of losing you is like, the idea of it being some type of dichotomy, meaning that the creator either knows everything that's going to happen in the future or he knows nothing. But obviously, the creator, if he was able to selectively choose to not know certain things, then he would just as well be able to know certain things.
No, it's not. Right. Again, I said the red herrings are the knowledge and the decision, because I understand the general theistic defense of like free will and knowing. They'll use like there's a sports game. It's recorded on the VCR. You already know the result, but you're not causing it. I get that, but that's not the question here. That's why it's a bit of a red herring.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in the scenario that he has chosen to not know exactly what you're going to do, he can simultaneously know something that's going to happen in the future, or maybe even certain things that, just like if you say there's a prophecy of what happens in the end, that can coexist with him not knowing the exact decisions you're going to individually make. That's what I'm saying.
I have no problem with him scripting events. There's no logical contradiction there. There's no problem with like he already knows the limits of what the shape the future could also take. He knows the shape that potential could take is known because he's set different laws into motion and whatnot. He could know the full scope of what could be possible with and he could even ensure that certain events take place. But he just couldn't know. In order to preserve free will, he just couldn't know the exact shape. There would have to be some probabilistic value instead of.
Well, sure. I mean, that makes sense, though, right? What if he just knows the ultimate cause and effect relationship of certain decisions, and he creates a somewhat randomized variation of the outcomes based on the specific decisions you make, and in a way willfully remains ignorant of that, so to ensure unimpeded free will. Yeah. Right, but at the same time, he could still at the same time, and I don't guess you're disagreeing, but he could ensure specific outcomes. He can intervene at any moment, and he could also know like macro events without impeding on that like individualized application. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. For example, there could be some geological cosmic event that's unfolding, and none of my decisions are going to have any bearing on that whatsoever. So that's completely within the scope of reality.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's like the most coherent thing. And for one, though, I will say this: like to us, it seems paradoxical that he could know exactly what's going to happen, but not be controlling it. But I don't know that it is entirely paradoxical, and I also just don't think that we're even capable of fathoming that external position. So I don't know. You know, it's kind of like territory.
Well, I just fall in the other. I think the moment because again, this is a logical dichotomy in terms of not the knowing part. The knowing part, all that. Just if there is a truth value, an exact truth value to every single event that's going to unfold in the future, that can't coexist with that also being in potential. If it's going to and the God knowing thing simply is like a bootstrap in the argument. It's like it's going to immediately be substituted with the future has a truth value, exact truth value for every event. That's the only relevance to the God knowing part. So I know that that's a logical contradiction to say that the future, everything in the future is determined, has a truth value versus everything. That can't coincide with some things in the future have potential, meaning they don't have a truth value. They're probabilistic. They don't have a 1 or 0.
I think yeah. What resonates with me the most is that he made this construct in such a beautiful way that he, in a way, imposed limitation on himself so that we can experience like a free variance of possibilities depending upon what we do. Yeah.
It's a gift. So instead of people thinking of this as some affront to God, he could have chosen to just completely script it. There's no problem with that and give us the illusion of choosing. But I think that it's beyond think. I experience, and I can't really put in words, that I truly do have free will. And the reason is, and that's because I know where I'm doing things where it is kind of determined. So sometimes I wake up and I go and eat some retarded shit that I shouldn't be eating, and I can literally see some force fucking driving me to do that. And I know where my free will is at the moment. It's sitting there and it's like, fuck it, I'm along for the ride. So I can experience it in a very nuanced way. So I know where my free will is. So I know that we're living in the reality in a deep way, where he has chosen to impose that limit on us, on himself. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I don't think I know the answer, but I do think that makes sense. Yeah.
But has he chosen to impose those limitations on himself, or we just have limitations that stop us from looking beyond this apparent contradiction between?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Maybe there's just a limitation within us that stop really seeing what's happening. You know?
Well, that
we're not capable of understanding it from that external perspective. Yeah.
But the thing at that point, then what that says is, again, with the true dichotomy I pointed out, not the apparent one, but the true dichotomy. If that could be true in some way, but also it doesn't, well, then logic is off the table, and then my epistemology goes out the window. And then I just if that in some weird way is true, then I'm going to have to immerse myself in some sort of weird subjectivism. So I preserve logic.
Well, that might also be a gift, though. So, the application and limitation of logic as we know it, the fact that it is limited could also be a gift. Because that basically tailors an avenue for the inevitability of realizing that there is, in fact, some type of superior architect, some type of superior level of understanding. Does that make sense? So it's like where we hit a wall with the full extent of our logical application, we hit walls, is basically a gift in the sense that it's showing you that you are in fact limited in that way, which means even ironically, logically, that there's something else.
The problem with that is epistemologically for me, again, and this is more, I guess it's epistemological. If someone's saying that, to be honest, I think if someone denies logic, well you're well aware of this anyway already, but if someone denies logic in the middle of making a logical argument, then the possibility of their argument standing is also taken off the table at the same time. But beyond that, for me, just epistemologically, the moment if I am to concede that their logic could be contravened or superseded or something, then all these fanciful stories that globe earthers and all these other scientism worshippers say could also be true. They literally will say the same thing. They'll say that's just in this part of the universe. It could be different, in some other 25th dimensional space. And then I'm like, oh fuck, well.
Yeah, appeal to possibility. But I would say though that there's a distinct difference when talking about a creator and then some reified model of the earth or something, right? In my opinion, there is undoubtedly things that we cannot understand when it comes to the perspective of a creator. We just intrinsically would not be able to.
Well, the thing is, I actually don't take that position. I think there are things we couldn't experience. I was saying that before, but I don't think there's anything that we couldn't understand. The example was, before I knew what nostalgia was, I couldn't experience it. But if someone explained it to me, I could understand it. The same way, if in the future, when I'm in the atemporal ethereal plane, when I leave this body, there may be some color or emotion that I could experience that I can't experience right now, but I could understand it. There's nothing cognitively or logically incoherent about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Experiential limitation, but not knowledge, limitation of knowledge.
Yeah.
It's like
maybe so.
Yeah, it's like a painter and his painting, right? You know, I mean, they are things the painter could experience that the thing being painted could never experience, and the thing being painted could never experience. You know, if you told him that, you know, the person that painted you is able to move into a third, you know, spatial dimension, that, you know, that would be illogical to you as a 2D object, right?
So I hate that. I hate that thought experiment because for me, dimensions are simply a heuristic of direction. So to me, it's just like when people say 6, 6, 7, 8, 9 dimension, I fucking hate it. No, no offense. Not nothing about you. Because to me, a dimension is just there's just every direction, and it just so happens that with 3 dimensions, you could represent them all.
Well, I certainly have experiences where I feel like what happens to me was crafted in a way. So I have like I seem to experience both. That may just be me. I mean, I may just be reading into the things, but to me, it seems that way.
Again, he could be adapting and weaving some things into place around what's happening and unfolding organically. And you could be seeing that patternality and seeing that as like, well, this had to be this because of this and this and this, and like, wow, so it's all lining up.
Yeah, maybe it's actually just like intervention of guidance, meaning like it's like a sign, it's you know, synchronizations and confirmations, or like some type of like guidance, like there are signs on the way and you can neglect the signs. Yeah that's kind of actually what I experienced, I think, anyway. It's like, yeah, it's like I see something and I'm like, or I feel something and I'm like, okay, I'm supposed to do it this way, but I guess technically speaking I don't have to, you know. But it does just seem like, it seems like that sequential follow-up was crafted in a way. I don't know how to explain it. Like, and I think that would actually be an antecedent, meaning that the cause and effect, like the dominoes that fall, that very like pattern had to have been created.
I'll give
you
you
know
I'll give you like a trivial example of like there are certain things which are possible. They don't have a zero truth value, but there's almost no way it's going to happen. I'm not going to jump off a building. I'm not going to do it. I literally just like randomly muse, like, you know, just like in some sort of academic sense. Like what would happen if I just couldn't do it? There's like a force field that stops me from even like going close to even thinking about it. So it's like some things are just like that. So that's a trivial example, but there are certain kind of like forces or barriers that could just exist, which push the possibilities in from their extremities.
Well, like, so what I mean is, so like the intrinsic fabric of this place has a domino effect that was crafted. Similar to the idea of the butterfly effect, but then you can choose to flap the wings or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, even with that force field, some people, for whatever reason, their will is so strong, they break through and they actually do kill themselves. Their will to do that very strong. So like, but it almost never happens. Similarly, like, I guess there's some potential that if I leave a raw steak in a room with a wolf, there's some weird situation where outside any external any external coercion, the wolf doesn't eat that raw steak. But you know, it's like it's literally going to be as sure as gravity that's going to happen. Well, not gravity, but you know, things falling down.
Well, yeah, I actually kind of resonate with the fact that the logical patterns that we've been given, I think that you kind of can figure almost everything out. You know, because if you've ever had like a moment of revelation, if you're trying to figure something out and you have like an epiphany, where all of a sudden you seem to like have like a jolt of wisdom or whatever, where you truly understand something. It all of a sudden it makes perfect logical. Every single time you have one of those, it ends up making perfect logical sense. At least for me, it's like,
That-
oh no, duh, you know.
That's true, but one of those logical epiphanies for me was that God is limited by logic. It's not. It's just that's because it's part of Him. So it's like it's whatever. It's like it's cool.
No, I agree. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm kind of trying to say. Like, I think that actually does make sense. That the limitation is intrinsic within him, and then we're made in image of that. Like we're given the same logical parameters.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe that's like the key to us understanding his nature, right? Like that's the commonality.
I mean, it's going to sound Deepak Chopra as fuck, but basically, logic is the limit of the limitless. You got like God who's limitless, and the one thing that limits him is logic.
Because it's like he's intrinsically righteous.
He could just because I mean, just technically, he could choose to like leave things undefined, or like in this woozy thing, and that's pretty much what all these qualia and emotions are. They are these fuzzy, woozy things. But whatever aspect of them he has defined, he's defined them. So he's literally is so unlimited. He's literally can conjure up metaphysics into existence. But he still has the choice as to whether to define some part of it or like not define it. So it's like fuck. I can literally create almost anything, but I'm still limited by that one thing.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I would say the creator is limited by righteousness, meaning he can only do what's just, and then the determination of that would invoke logic.
Well, I would kind of.
I guess then you could say, well, the prerequisite for the determination would be that logic exists. I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, logic is first. That he is righteous. I mean, to be honest, I know this is sacrilegious to Christians and stuff, but I don't even know that that's true. I believe that that's true in some sense. But yeah.
I think he's just. Yeah, I think he's just.
Yeah, that's a belief of mine. That's not really something I know. And the reason I believe that is simply because he's created like a world which isn't like trying to deteriorate you. He created a world where like you can die violently, I suppose, but he didn't create a world where the baseline is deterioration. It's always regeneration and then a nice.
I'm like literally looking at palm trees, bro, and like some of them grow coconuts, and then just grow more coconuts, and I can just take an apple and just pull some seeds out and make tons of apples. Like this place was created with some version of good intent. I mean, to me, I can't really rationalize anything outside of that.
No, I'm like again. I only use like from yesterday's conversation. I exclusively outside of any sort of like traumatic like injury where I've broken my bone or something. I would never go to a doctor. And herbs, other stuff, literally like brought me back from the brink of death so many times. It's like, why would I not have like faith with that? But it is faith that there is goodness in his design.
Yeah, like why create like an herbal remedy for effectively everything if that wasn't like some type of protective good intention? Like why not just let them suffer?
Yeah, there's literally like one. Like I had like what they call like staff MRSA. Like literally, and they said you got to go like do all the fucking IV shit. And I said nah. I found some random ass African doctor online through some fucking weird CD YouTube video. There's an email ID. I emailed it. He sent me back this remedy. I fucking did it, and all these massive golf ball sized lumps just started like disappearing from my body like miraculously. There's nothing else that I'd taken.
Wow.
That even fucking and to this day it works. If someone wants to try it out, they can try it out anytime they get stuff. I'll give you the rest.
Dude, I've heard so many stories like that too, that like there's an herbal remedy for everything, bro. That's my belief. Like everything.
because I really haven't found anything that there's not one for, and it seems like the primary mechanism of remedy is like the body itself, and really the herbs just kind of aid that, like kind of just get the body back to where it can do it.
Yeah. Herbs to me are just like they're like information. Herbs, homeopathy, like the way they unify to me is they're just providing information to the or magnifying a signal that the body already has, or maybe redirecting. Or it's a language. They're a language which you can use to communicate with your body to make it do things. Whereas when you take a so-called pharmaceutical drug, there's no language there. It's just chemical reaction, and you're going straight to the chemical plane. So your body's it's not reading that as like a message. It's reading it as like, oh fuck, what do I do with this? This random, they're bootstrapping this chemical reaction. So it has to respond to the chemical reaction. That's why all the side effects are.
Yeah, maybe I gotta change Aaliyah.
The free will topic, that's another one that I've thought about quite a bit, and I have to put it down because it starts to do my head in. But the older I get, the more I think that we don't have it. We're just in like a track. It's all been laid out already, and I realize people won't like that at all.
But the thing is, if you truly internalize that, that's fine that you could believe that. That's not logically impossible, right? I mean, it becomes like practically, if you truly internalize that, then you just got to live that way then.
A rule, I don't want to even believe that. Do you know what I mean? But the older I get, the more it seems that way. And, when you get caught in one of those deja vu moments and all your fucking hairs stand up and you're like, I feel like I've done this before. This is so weird. What's happening? But isn't it funny?
We do make choices. Like, that's self-evident, right? Like, we make choices, but we're forced to make choices. It's like when they say that the only constant is change. Well, the only thing you don't have a choice in is that you have to make choices. You're forced to make them. But I mean, it's so difficult. Though it's a difficult conversation because the whole choice part is self-evident, but then the rational side is like, well, everything's cause and effect, isn't it? So how does anything get away from that? But I mean, I feel like we got 1 foot in like the cause and effect realm, and then 1 foot out of it, because we're not just physical beings. We're not just dominoes. We have this connection to the mental realm, whatever you want to call it, right? We're not entirely inside only this physical world.
Okay.
We're also connected to something outside of it, and I feel like that's where the choice comes in, the free will.
I think, to be honest, cause and effect is a bit of a misnomer in and of itself. I think there are conditions and boundaries. So there are necessary and sufficient conditions, and then there are boundaries. So in order for this cup on my table to break, there are certain necessary and sufficient conditions that need to be met in order for it to break. And
that doesn't take anything away from cause and effect.
It doesn't. I have no problem with it as a heuristic. I think it's lacking if we're talking about things with an epistemological rigor. Because you
sure. I
mean, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, go. I mean, that's fine as well. I mean, I wouldn't replace one of those ways of looking at it with the other. I'd just adopt them both.
Yeah, I mean, I'll use cause and effect in a discussion because there's no point like deconstructing it to like the more rigorous philosophical language. But like, it's in
conditions and boundaries is good too. Yeah.
Yeah, because for example, what I mean is like when you think cause and effect, you think okay down to here's the example I was going to. People think that down to the granular fucking atomic level, things are determined. So they think that like if you have like a 3-body problem with a double jointed pendulum, well, you could theoretically calculate like where it's going to be. It's just like it's so hard that even a supercomputer couldn't do it. I don't even think that's true. I think there's just a base level like stochasticity to reality where certain things are just incalculable, not just practically, but even theoretically. It's like a base level vibration, which is not like determined by any antecedent.
Sure. Like if you were trying, like I understand so like cause and effect, and it's like okay, this one thing happens here, and I want you to list everything that played a role in that happening. Well, it's like you'd never be able to finish that list because the amount of influences on anything's happening is like limitless.
And I'm saying that even so that would practically be impossible. Everyone would agree to that, but I'm saying even theoretically it's not possible.
Sure. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So I'm saying like
but it is practical just for most daily tasks just to view it that way.
Yeah, but for example, if I drop water on the ground, forget like radiocarbon isotope, whatever the hell, fucking decay, where people say that may just be ontologically probability. Forget that. In my everyday experience, if I drop water on the ground from the exact same height, exact same variables, blah, 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 I'm not going to be able to predict the exact shape of the splatter each time. And people will say, well, that's just because there's some micro variable that you can't detect, blah, 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 blah. I don't even think that's the case. I think that it's going to fall. The fact is it's going to fall. It's going to form a splatter of roughly this dimension, these boundaries, but it's not going to be precise ever, no matter what level of resolution I get in controlling the variables, simply because there's some fundamental vibrational quality. I guess that's an assertion I make.
Sure.
I just think that stands to reason.
Well, if you're trying to determine anything or measure anything, there's always going to be something called like a margin of precision of the instrument, whether that's your senses or some tool you're using. It's gonna have its margin of precision where its limitations can't assist you in detecting anything more precise. And maybe even oh yeah, I mean that's the point. So I'm with you. Nothing can be ultimately precisely predicted, unless it's something just so simple as like, well, I don't know, what's something really reliable, right? Like if you grab both ends of a piece of spaghetti and slam it over your knee, it's gonna break in half, right? I mean,
exactly. It's like you can detect there's macro order which is being imposed on a fundamentally like kind of like vibrating reality, but there's like these macro rules which kind of force it to have order at the level at which we experience it. It's the way I think. It's like you could create a random number generator on a program, and then so that's one thing. That's just the fundamental thing. It's generating random numbers, and then on top of that, you could build a program on top of that, which which channels those random numbers into specific patterns, so that what the person sees at the end of it is like something very specific, with very specific rules. So you could have multiple sets of rules layered upon each other, as opposed to just one set of rules which is unfolding from bottom up.
Is that how you look at reality?
Yeah, kind of look
fundamentally at it based on a random number generator, but with layers of algorithms on top of it, but still fundamentally random.
I'd say I wouldn't put it that way. I'd say the substrate is like oscillating, vibrating, whatever you want to call it, like breathing. Let's see, you could even call it that if you want to be esoteric. And then rules put on top of it, yeah. Boundaries placed upon like what could occur.
So is your idea of free will or potential like letting letting someone like free range, but in a hallway. Like, yeah, do whatever you want inside of this hallway. You can go left, right, side to side. You you got your limitations there, but you're free to work inside of them however you wish.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much seems to be the reality we're living in. You can't go beyond a certain height. Can't go. I mean, because of the fake ass fucking government, you can't go beyond a certain fucking radius. But we'll leave that out of it. Even if we could, there'd be some boundary we hit ultimately, whatever that would be. Unless it just keeps infinitely rendering, and even that would be some sort of boundary. It seems that we're clearly living in that reality, as far as I know. It's evident, not self-evident, but it's evident that we're living in that reality. And then there's practicality, which limits things. It's just like a whole bunch of fucking limitations on what could occur.
See, when I went through that thing I went through and I came out of it, I said that you know, eventually, I suppose I'd put it in the way I would put it, which I imagine would make some people cringe, especially today, because I'd say I was given grace. You know, God gave me a little grace or something like that. People I could definitely see like rolling their eyes or it's a bit cringe or whatever. I don't really give a shit, to be honest. But I stopped believing in coincidences after that. So the thing that happened to you, Arul, do you think that this is interesting because you could see it as a coincidence what happened to you, but I don't see it that way. I see that you had a need, you put yourself in an open state, and then the universe gave. If you see now, why these pharmaceuticals? I think one of the reasons they're so evil is because they take that mechanism of nature, they take it away from us, like antidepressants or something like that. But if you happen to be on those or somebody, I can understand that you might be needing them to get you over a hill. Or I don't agree with them. That's just my position. But do you see what I mean? Like the birth control pill is tricking nature. It's tricking that mechanism that I'm trying to talk about, which is difficult, which we could just call truth or nature. So that's interesting, though, don't you think? Do you think it was a coincidence that you just found this guy?
Well, coincidence. It's like how do I put it? Synchronicity. Was it serendipity? Like, what's the word? I forgot the word.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Kismet, whatever you want to call it.
I don't think it's predetermined. It's just like, it's like there are, it's predetermined in that I have that my soul has always been structured in such a way that I never, from the moment I heard about things like chemotherapy, I knew I'm never taking it. That's kind of like determined. It's like, but not by God. I think it's just like my soul is just of that shape. That just sounded retarded to me. And so antibiotics just sounded bad, but I thought, like they have some sort of, they're like a necessary evil. You got to sometimes take them, but try and avoid them. But then as I progressed in my knowledge journey, I was like, this thing is just like completely useless and unnecessary, and there's no point. So that's kind of determined. So I had the burning desire to cure myself and do not do it through any conventional means. So then I entered into a realm where the pathways just start kind of unfolding. It's kind of like a confidence. It's like it's same shit. Like if you're a skilled painter or a skilled musician or something, you're gonna find the right notes just because of your intention meeting your advancedness in that realm. Your intuition is just on steroids, basically.
Yeah, I like that. It's an interesting topic where words start to fall short.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have a delusional, but actually, like completely absurd truth. It'll sound delusional, but any chronic condition, I think I could find the cure for it. Short of people losing limbs, breaking bones.
Yo, Don, you there, bro?
Hey, yo, bro.
Yo, Don.
Yo, gee.
What
Okay, there
was
we
you trying
go.
to ask me?
Check.
Yeah, I can hear you, man. You was trying to ask me something.
You talk about from the when yeah, I don't. Did you ever come back and respond about that context? Witsa was throwing at you about all that stuff about saying you can't own them in that type of way. The people.
Yeah, yeah, we hashed it out in text chat.
Oh, okay, cool.
I mean, we still don't agree on it, but we put our points out there.
Why don't you think there's an objective, or why do you think your position trumps his position?
We just come to different conclusions on it, So, I would put forward different parts of the Bible that clearly show, it's not wooey or metaphorical or open to interpretation. It's a straight black and white. This is what you can do with one type of slave. This is what you can do with another type of slave. But there's a certain verse in the Bible he's pulling up, which says that, well, two actually. One which says you can't kidnap people, or you'll be put to death, and another which says if a slave runs away, like let's say we're in the land of Israel and a slave from Egypt runs away and comes into Israel, we shouldn't return that slave to its master, right? We should integrate that slave into society and accept that slave as one of us. And he's taken that to come to the conclusion that even if the slave is a foreigner, right? Okay, let me set the groundwork here, right? So there's one set of laws for slaves that are Jewish. If I'm a Jew and you're a Jew, and I take you on as a slave within the year of Jubilee, which is the 7th year of your slaveship, I must let you free. But you do have the choice to say, yo, Nate, I don't want to leave. I want to stay with you. You have that choice. But if you are a foreigner, Don, and because remember now, during that time, people willingly decided to become slaves. It wasn't
Can you go back?
you were
Can you say the Jubilee again? What it is?
year of Jubilee. It's the 7th year.
No, but what happens and all that?
So in the year of Jubilee, all debts are canceled, basically. If you're a slave, you are released. If you have a debt to someone, that debt is it's debted. Like you
If you're a
cut it
if
off.
you're a if you're a good if you're a type slave, you're released.
Yeah, A type meaning if you are a Jewish
Yeah,
slave.
I
If
don't
I'm a
care. I'm just
Jew,
saying I know what it means to A type. Okay, there's A type, B type. Okay, so anyway, so if you're a type slave, you're released. And then, and then keep going over the rules of the Jubilee. All your debts are paid. All that.
yeah, but this applies to Jew on Jew interactions and relationship. This is only within.
Just A type.
Can I
Yeah.
interrupt real quick, please?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
go
see,
ahead.
he won't do it. Nate goes on this long-winded thing. I want to hold him to the flame. Nate, but I don't. Go ahead, man.
No, yeah,
Go ahead.
there's double standards in scripture all over the place, and this is what I was trying to say earlier. Like, favoritism, or if you choose somebody or elect somebody, right? Because you talked about the word chosen. What does that actually entail, right? To choose somebody. Why would you favor one person over another? Well, scripture shows us why he favored Noah, why he favors Abraham, why he favored these other people. But you keep saying Jew on Jew. That's not what scriptures say, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're still under this rabbinical paradigm that me and Witzer are trying to pull you out of. Because if it was up to them, they would want the scriptures to sway towards like lesser class citizens, right? Goyim. Like this is a very somebody earlier was trying to interpret love. I think it was a Platypus. He was saying that.
Do you know what they were talking about earlier?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know what I'm not sure what Lion's going on
I'm
about, but I'm
gonna
just
wrap
telling
it
you,
up right here.
Don.
But hold on,
Yeah,
real
wrap
quick,
it up, please.
because
Wrap it up.
you have something called discrimination, right? And Platypus earlier was talking about love, and then basically we're all being discriminated. Well, in the scriptures, there's clear provisions for discrimination. Like I concede to that. That's what I'm trying to say. I
Thank
concede
you.
to the
Thank
idea
you.
that there are double
That's all.
standards.
That's all I'm saying as well, Lion. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not here advocating for it or saying that I think this is good. I'm just saying this is what the scripture says, right? So, Don, to set the context for you, and this is something Lion agrees with me on.
But I don't
People
hear
chose.
you and what you're specifically. You said Witsit uses these two verses, and now and then
I'm
you're
building
like,
up to
I
that.
don't use any metaphysical nothing, and now you're going
I'm
in.
building up to that.
You're but all right,
Being
man.
long-winded. I know. I know. Forgive me. I'll try and cut to the chase, right? So, number one, people chose to be slaves, right? What Whitsitt said is true. You can't kidnap someone and force them into slavery.
Okay,
That's
so
not
there we
allowed.
go. They chose to be slave.
They chose to be
Okay,
slaves,
can they
right?
cancel it?
Now, there's two types of slaves, right? There's the A type and the B type. The A being a Jewish slave, the B being a non-Jewish slave, a foreigner.
No,
A
hold
can
on,
get
stop. Let me stop you right there.
A
No,
can
you're
get
wrong. Hold on.
Jubilee, and B can't get Jubilee.
Exactly.
Hold on,
Cool,
bro. Just
easy.
to be
Let's
technically
go.
correct.
Oh, come on, man. Just let me finish. I'm getting to the end now,
All right.
actually. This is good progress, Don. So A, after 7 years, you can let
You're
them go, but
slow.
they can
Hurry up.
what?
I get it. You make your point, man. Oh my God, the boss is.
I'm making it now. I'm making it now. A, after 7 years, they can leave unless they
You
choose to
gotta wait
stay.
2 minutes now. You gotta wait 2 minutes.
Are you fucking with me, man? Lion, go ahead, man.
Stop freaking
Yeah, you
interrupting
keep.
him. Quiet. Don't talk. Go on, bro.
Shall
Okay.
I? Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just finish my point here. So A, after 7 years, you can leave if you want to, but you can ask your master and tell him, no, I want to stay. If you're a B-type slave, a foreigner that decided to put themselves up as a slave, You do this knowing that you are going to be a slave for life. These are the rules. You know what the rules are, and you know that me as an Egyptian, if I allow myself to become a slave to a Jew, this is the rules the Jewish people have. I will be a slave for life. I have no problem with that, though, because there are rules around how a slave master can treat his slave. And as a slave, during that time, life wasn't that bad. That I agree with Whitson on. It's not the slavery we have now. You know, life was actually good for you as a slave back then. You know, but where Whitson and I differ now is Whitson is saying the B-type slave can also be released from slavery either after 7 years, A, or B, if they run away. And he's saying that because there's a passage in the Bible that says if a slave runs away, you shouldn't return him to his master. This is an out for the B-type slave. And if a B-type slave runs away and you bring him back, because of this other verse that says you shouldn't kidnap people and put them into slavery, Whitsitt is then saying that now makes you a kidnapper as well. So he's using those two verses to say that a B-type slave does have an out of slavery.
All right, so this is way more complex. You're breaking up. But yeah, you're breaking up. You're talking, but I just wanted to say real quick, bro. Like, there's multiple slaves. Actually, there's more than two classes. There's prisoners of war, which is how you can basically inherit a whole kingdom of slaves, because those prisoners of war voluntarily gave up. You know, they waved the white flag, and under those circumstances, they're forced into slavery. It's either that or die. Like, that's the only ultimatum, is either become my slave or die, and that's in the Torah, right? But it's complex because it's complex because there are two classes of people that you're pointing out, but there's actually more than that. But just because that there's different classes of people, so what? Like, I concede to the idea that there's double standards for both men and women, and for Gentiles and non-Gentiles. I completely concede to that point. But what are you trying to say with that?
Nothing. I was just
And
stating
by the way,
I was just stating it as a fact. I wasn't trying to lead into something else on that. I was just putting that fact out there. That's all.
No way.
But for life means up to the Jubilee, which cycles every 49 years. Every 49 years, all slaves are released. Even Gentile slaves have to be released. So for life really just means every 49 years. But anyways, go ahead.
So are you trying to say now, if we have war and we defeat the people, it's okay to enslave them? Is that what you just said, man? And try to, like, whitewash? Really?
No, I'm not whitewashing anything. That's the reality of it. You either become a slave or you die. Like, that's what it was. Even today, Geneva, under the Geneva Convention,
Lion,
in the Nuremberg Code.
Lion, could you show me the verse that says after 49 years all slaves are released? Like where do I find that?
Yeah, so you're conflating Shemitahs with Jubilees, and that's not really a big deal. A lot of people do that aren't familiar with the Torah.
But which
but
book
a Jubilee is
do I
every
find
7 Shemitahs.
Yeah, but in which book do I find
it's
it?
in
Where it says
Leviticus.
49 years that even a Gentile
It's
slave.
in Leviticus. It's in Jubilees.
But where?
Yeah, the Great Jubilee is a year. Okay, so hold on, bro. I'm in my car right now. Give me a second, dude. I don't have it all memorized.
All right, thank you. If you can just show me the exact verse where it says, after or within the year of Jubilee, even Gentile slaves are freed. I would love to see that.
Am I the only one that has an issue with this accepted slavery if you defeat the enemy? Am I the only one that has an issue with that?
I think we all have an issue with it, Essie. I don't like it. I would like to hope Witsit and Lion don't like it either.
Well, let's ask them.
There's
Witsit,
different laws around the world for what to do with prisoners of war, dude. If a prisoner or if an enemy combatant gives up, throws his hands in the arm, what are you gonna do with that guy? You're gonna kill him? Because then you'd be you'd be a criminal under international law.
No. You're saying that your holy book condones slavery. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thank
it
you.
does. And I know that a lot of people are hard. Like I have no problem conceding to that, because I know that the scriptures is anathema to the world and to most people. It's completely against their intuition.
It's wrong.
But again, slavery is a safety net. It was a safety net for the ancients before, welfare, the welfare system and Social Security. What would you do with these people that became homeless, right? What would you do with prisoners of war? What would you do? You can't just assimilate these people. They don't have housing.
How
They
about
don't have nothing.
releasing
It ain't
them?
like modern governments.
How about releasing
Yeah,
them?
into the wilderness. That's where they
Yeah,
came from.
wherever. Yeah, in the wilderness. Yes. How about that? Better than being a slave. If you had a choice, Lion, being released into the
Yeah.
wilderness or being a Muslim slave, which would you choose, Lion?
Why Muslim, bro? Relax.
Honestly,
anyone. Sorry, I didn't mean
I
to
take
pick.
my.
Sorry.
Well,
Because he's
to be
Christian,
fair,
that's why I said.
I mean, it
What
would
would you
would
pick?
depend on my faith, and I would take my chances in the wilderness
Bro, you're being dishonest,
or
bro.
in the
Come on. You
streets.
know you're being dishonest, bro. You'll say anything to defend your religion, bro.
What do you
That's
mean?
all it is, man.
I'm honest, bro. I would take my chances in the wilderness. But now, if I had a family and kids, and I'd probably become a bondservant and take my family with me and make a deal with the master. That was the reality of things back then. You'd have to make a deal with the master. Be like, hey, please take me and my family in, and I'll work for you for 7 years. Please, master, please. And then he'd be like, all right. And then he'd treat you with dignity and respect and house you and feed you as long as you worked on the farm and took care of the animals. For all, if he was a good master, you'd eventually become as good as family. And that was the reality back then. It
How
ain't
about
like
if he
this,
was bad and he
you're thinking
wanted to
about
sleep with your wife and one of your daughters? How about that?
yeah, things like that did happen. And there was provisions in the law for when things like that happened. There was all kinds of stuff, bro. It was complex. You're talking about there's all kinds of dynamics here, bro, at play. Sociological, anthropological. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
No, bro, there isn't. There's right and wrong, and you guys tap dancing just like the ballers when you're caught out in a complete and utter nonsense. This is nonsense, bro. This is wrong. There's no way that you can say slavery is good. There's no freaking way ever. I don't give a shit.
I know, man. It's crazy. I know, and I see you're.
It's not crazy.
I
You're
respect
just
you, bro. I'm not gonna hate you for that, but don't hate me for my beliefs. That's all I ask. All right.
I'm not hating you, bro. I'm trying to wake you up. I'm trying to wake you up like a brother. If you're a friend and your friend doesn't tell you the truth, he's not your friend. You understand that, right? If you have a friend and he tells you, well, I'm not going to tell him the truth because I want to protect him, he's not your friend. You understand that, right?
I know what you're saying, SC, but you had to stop looking at the scriptures through a modern lens and look at it through a biblical lens and put yourself in their shoes. And you got to understand that we have all these comforts in modern society that they didn't have, bro. Unemployment benefits, right? The Department of Unemployment Assistance, Social Security, compensation. You even got workman's comp, dude. Back then, you either died in the wilderness trying to survive away from society, right? If you were looked at wrongly, or you know, like there's so many different instances. Like if you committed a grave sin and you were exiled, but then you know you found room somewhere else as a servant or a bond servant. Like that's what people had to do back then, bro. You'd have to leave that city and go to another city if you got caught with somebody's wife or something. Like that, you don't know what the things that was going on back then. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I can tell you this: the people back then were more able to take care of themselves in the wilderness than we were. Right? They were like basically all Amish back then, Amish, whatever you want to call it. So don't tell me that people back then were not able to survive off the land, because they were. And you cannot make a logical statement that you think somebody would choose slavery instead of freedom in the wilderness. That's just
What about when there was drought?
ridiculous, bro.
Dude, look at the world we live in. The majority of people are choosing slavery over freedom in the wilderness. Are you kidding?
Have you ever been a slave, my friend?
We've all been a slave.
Have you?
No.
Do you use
but
money?
Are
Do
you
you
trying
do
to
you use
compare?
money? Do you obey the rules of the road?
You want to get into a semantical game, or you want to talk reality? Which is it going to
We
be?
are talking reality.
No, you're talking.
Do you use Canadian money? If you do, you're a slave. Period.
Let's try to stay on subject and not try to like walk away from
Yeah,
this.
we
Right?
are.
What you guys are trying to do now, you're trying to walk away. Right? I'm not going to let you walk away. Is slavery
There's no
right in
walking.
any
You just
condition?
can't admit. You can't accept.
Why are you
You want to
interrupting
think
me
you're
in mid?
special,
When you
but you're not.
interrupt somebody in mid sentence, it shows that you're
Yo,
weak and you're losing the
Odysee, can
argument.
you unmute Pete? Sorry, man.
No,
Okay.
not now.
Hey, am I still
Because
bringing
I
up?
want to.
Go ahead.
No, you're good.
You go ahead though.
No, I was just gonna say, can we resolve this issue? I want you guys, if you can, to say slavery is wrong, no matter what the condition, Bible,
Yeah.
wherever. I want you guys to say
Yeah.
slavery is wrong.
Yeah. Slavery, as we define it in modern times, is wrong and immoral. But
Thank you.
understand here. So say you go to war. I'm trying to genuinely understand your perspective. Say we go to war with some people and they're trying to kill us. We're trying to kill them. And you have the option of either killing them or taking them captive. You're saying you should just let them go. That's an option. They're trying to kill you. So is it better to kill them or to take them captive? Because prisoners of war is not a new concept. They're trying to kill you. This idea that you can just let them go, that's not how it works. They're trying to kill you.
Well, look, you
So,
take it.
I
Look,
don't know.
I understand that part, but hear this out, right? I get that. If your enemy is still strong, you're not going to let them go so they can fight back at you, right? But now you've defeated this nation, right? You laid waste to the country, right? There's a few combatants left, right? Now you're saying you have a choice either to kill them or make them slaves, right? If they
like
won't
it's
harm you,
merciful to not kill them.
I get that part. I get that part. I understand. You're not gonna let the terrorists go free so they can attack you again, right? So why not just put them in jail? Why make them work? Why slave them? Why not just put them in jail like they do today?
Well, you have to kind of understand the context, right? So jail would be much worse. So this situation is, well, you can kind of be treated as family. You can like earn your way up. You can even be given a wife, right? Like you're treated like family. You're allowed to be outside and freely eat and work and do this stuff. Jail, especially even in modern times, is way more egregious than like the servitude of the Bible. In fact, it would be merciful to let them be a servant as opposed to killing them. Yeah, it's worse. It's egregious slavery because you don't even get to go outside most of the time.
Yeah, no, but it's actually slavery. That's the only way. I mean, I don't know if I think it's the 14th Amendment. that if you're convicted of a crime and you're in jail, you're actually a slave.
Yeah.
So
And like I'm
those are
saying,
the
like,
only
can you see the
circumstances
perspective
where.
how it would act?
Go on. What's it?
Delayed, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you are.
I'm
Go
just saying, like, it would be merciful to not kill them, right? Like, if I'm in war and I start to destroy the enemy, and there's still some that are like hunkered down, getting ready to shoot, like, I would just shoot them too in war. But it would actually be merciful for me to tactically go through the effort to make them surrender and to take them in. It would be merciful. You know what I'm saying? So that one doesn't with me at all. Like, they chose, most of the time they're actually attacking the Hebrew people, or they're stealing their land and being warned over and over to leave them alone. They refuse to do so, and they go to war. And they're trying to kill them, and they're actually like kidnapping and raping them and killing them and all this crazy stuff. So I don't really feel too much sympathy for the people that became servants. I think they shameful. The rest of the situations are like voluntary. You can leave, despite what Nate's saying. You can leave, and that forgive debts. Period. And people can leave if they want to. They can choose to stay if they want to. They can choose to become part of your family. They can go work with children if they want to. It's all this like voluntary thing, and that is not slavery as we define it now. Like I think everyone agrees that slavery like that happened in America is egregious and immoral and Bible supported. Like taking someone by force and them and breaking up and bombing my property and beating them and stuff, then that would be unacceptable. But the most specifically prohibits
You're
that.
breaking up, bro. It's becoming not like we can't hear it now. Yeah. Too bad. But I get the gist of your thing. So we have two types of slavery. We have this debt slavery, so-called, where you volunteer yourself for 7 years, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I'm not going to say I condone that, but if you're going to volunteer yourself as a slave, that's your problem. Then we have this. Sorry, I got to take a call. Damn it.
Hello?
It's a 13th Amendment.
You cut out.
It's a 13th Amendment that says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the parties shall have been duly convicted.
Nate, my 3-minute phone call took 10 minutes. I'm sorry.
You get convicted of a crime, you become a slave.
I'm gonna point there's nothing wrong with like if someone comes to you and they say, "Hey, homeless, can you please give me?"
You're breaking up.
Witsit, your connection's real bad.
Oh, sorry.
Total fail.
It's crazy. But funny thing is, when you start speaking, and when you say yeah, sorry, or let me.
Yeah, I thought the same shit.
It just does that all the time. It's crazy.
Every
It does it with
time.
every.
What the fuck, man?
Happens to Jeremy. And, all right, let me check something. Like what? It's like.
Dude, that is very true. SC, come back. Witsit, come back.
I think SC got a call.
What did you do, Don? Like, it's always you, man.
I had a call and like it took 10 minutes, so I'm sorry.
No, it's cool, bro. Yeah, but yeah, it seems we've gotten to the crux of all of this now. I didn't realize this is the position Witsit and Einwell hold. It sounds like they are saying that type of slavery in the Bible in certain ways is justified.
Right.
Yeah, I did not realize
But he also says like it's not like it's justified, I guess, but it's not like a good thing. Like it's a bad situation that you have to help people through. Right? Like it's good because it's relatively better than the other things. But it's bad because it's something you're moving away from, I think. or like, because if you stay with it, like, you'd want it to be a symbiotic, happy partnership, right? Like, why otherwise you'd be, I don't know, man. I just don't
think
know why
maybe,
you
yeah,
ignored
I
some
think
of his
maybe we should.
context earlier. That's all.
Yeah,
But
I think maybe we shouldn't call that slavery then, or we shouldn't call what we have today slavery. It seems it's two very different situations that have the same name, and we should maybe give them different names to show that there's a proper differentiation between them. It's clearly the
but it's
slavery of
bowing
the
to
Bible.
the mercy, though, like the mindset, isn't it? And I'm sorry I'm interrupting with you, but
See, the
Yeah,
thing
but,
is that the
clearly
slavery,
the slavery of the Bible is not the same as the slavery we have today. We should maybe
right?
just
Well,
call them different things.
I
right,
don't
because
know,
Well,
man.
slavery.
one was
We're
one
giving the
one.
authority away. Like, we're knowingly saying there's something that just we're giving our authority to
See, the
for
difference
their
was is
infrastructure.
that the difference was is that the one in America or whatever happened here was involuntary servitude, and the other one's was mostly voluntary servitude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mostly.
But
exactly.
Yeah,
there,
Like,
mostly
but
people decided I want to become a slave. It was their
but
choice.
but there was sort of involuntary slavery when it came to prisoners of war.
that's the
Yeah.
only exception is
Otherwise,
war.
they'll fight.
Yeah.
Am I still like bad service?
No, you're good now.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, so I guess I was just trying to say it's like if you actually look at it with good faith lens, it's like an instruction to be moral, ironically. It's saying if someone is like, out bad, you have an obligation to help them out. And not only if they're a fellow believer, but even if they're not. Even if they're not. So it's kind of like, then you can see the people being like, how is that fair? I don't want to help them out. I don't trust them. They're from this crazy community next door that's like all pagans and they do all kinds of sacrifices and murder babies. And I don't want them on my land. I don't want to help them out. Why do I have to give them money up front and trust that they'll keep their word and work? How's that fair? And he's like, look, I get it, but you have to love your enemy. So in that scenario, you can be more strict with those people so that they have to prove themselves. And there's actually 3 different categories. It's not just Jew or not Jew, and none of it is about being genetically anything. It's about being a believer or non-believer, but there's 3 categories because there's the person that comes from the outside land with no intention to be a believer, the kind that comes from an outside land with the intention to be a believer, and the kind that is a believer within your land. There's 3 different types. And the differences are basically you can work one from 9 to 6 and the other one's on call around the clock. You can work them more rigorously, right? And it says that if there is a fellow believer, I already pulled my people out of slavery. They're supposed to go be with their family. It's not good for any of them to be in a position to be in quote unquote slavery. That means they're not doing what they're supposed to do. They need to protect and provide for their family. So after 7 years, if there's a fellow believer that's a servant of yours, you have to let them go. Unless they say, oh, I don't really have a family and I want to stay here and be part of your family and I want to marry into your family or whatever, then you can choose to let them stay. So that's the distinction made.
But even then,
it's like totally different paradigm.
yeah,
Yeah,
even then, they all slaves have to be let go. All slaves have to be let go at the Great Jubilee. You can find that in Leviticus 25.
Yeah, okay, that
Doesn't matter
is
if
where
even if you hold on,
differ.
even if you sell a Gentile slave to somebody else within the Torah says within the certificate or the bill of sale, you have to write in there that slave has into the Great Jubilee, right? That's how much time he has.
Lion, does this apply to a Gentile slave that is not a believer?
All slaves have to be released at the Great Jubilee.
All right, where does it say this?
Leviticus 25.
I've
and
posted
amongst other places.
Leviticus 25. I have it open in front of me. Where in
Yeah,
Leviticus 25 does it say this? And all slaves. Because it's very specific as to which type of slaves you release in the year of the Jubilee. So you got to show me
all
exactly
slaves.
where. Which one? I'm going to post.
Verse 50.
It's there.
Verse 50 says, "And he shall reckon with him that bought him from the year that he was sold to him." And he's talking about a Gentile slave here. Onto the year of Jubilee. and the price of his sale shall be according to the number of years, according to the time of hired servant shall it be with him. So he's only worth to how many years is left. And jubilees were reckoned by every 49 years. So let's say at the 30th year of the jubilee, the slave ain't worth as much because he's only got 20 years before he's released.
Yeah. So, Lion, what you said is not true. So, verse 50, the way
All
you
right,
read
man.
it is true, but you're leaving out a lot of context that starts in verse 47. In that part, it tells you that if a foreigner residing among you becomes rich, and any of your fellow Israelites becomes poor, and the Israelite sells themselves to the foreigner or to a member of the foreigner's clan, they retain the right of redemption after they have sold themselves. It's not saying that a foreigner. No, it's being very clear in saying that if I'm a Jew and you're a foreigner and I'm hella broke and I decide to become
It
your
doesn't
slave,
say that, dude.
it does. 47.
It
I'm gonna
says Jew.
post
Where
the
does it
whole
say
thing.
Jew? Where in there does it say Jew?
I just posted it, and I'm gonna read it to you
No,
again.
but that's another
If a
thing
foreigner
that you had
resides
to
among
unwind.
you,
You had. All right, go ahead.
yeah, I just posted the whole thing. It's there. You can read it. If a foreigner residing among you
I
becomes rich, and any of your fellow Israelites become poor, and sell themselves to the foreigner or to a member of the foreigner's clan, they retain the right of redemption after they have sold themselves. It's talking about Israeli slaves. It's not talking about foreign slaves.
This is what I want you. This is what I want you to answer me here, right? So if there's debt forgiveness in the scriptures, that there's debt forgiveness, no one can be there against their will. Okay, what's the price that you're paying for someone forever, and what happens when they want to leave? Because it actually says you can leave before the 7 years. You just have to pay off your debt. You could be there for 1 year and then pay off your debt. The reason it says that the Hebrews can only stay for 7 years is it's saying, for example, if you're like, okay, I'll work for 1 year for $80,000. And then you ended up having to borrow more money during that first year. So you do another year and another year because you can't get your stuff together. At the end of the 6th year, no matter what, you have to let them go, even if they still owe you money, because they're messing up by, perpetually keeping the servitude going. They need to go take care of their family. So I'm trying to understand, how do you make it work where you can't take someone against their will, right? And someone can be there, can like sell themselves forever, and then you can keep them against their will forever. If they choose to stay with you
Right.
forever, whatever, but like it says specifically you can't make them if they don't want to.
Yeah, you can make them if they don't want to, but basically, when you become a slave to someone, which there's a contract you are signing that you cannot renegade on. The only way to extinguish that contract is to pay off your debt and redeem it. But that only applies to Jewish slaves. You need to show me where in the Bible it says this applies to foreign slaves as well.
Why is that relevant?
Because it says you
It's not
can't have
relevant,
someone
really.
against their will,
It's a dumb
period.
argument, but that is what we
Yeah,
are
that's
arguing.
It says you
yeah.
can't have any
Nate,
slave against their will, man. I don't understand how this is
yeah.
complicated.
Nate, I guess are you just rejecting that? Because see, you told me you acknowledged the statements was standing on, and then you were giving your version, and I was gonna like wait for you to counter what's at that point right there. Like, are you accepting that context or not? Or that point that you can't take them against their will? Simple, accept or reject.
It's not that
I
simple. How
can't.
about the combatant slaves? How about the combatants? Do they have a choice?
See, we keep bringing up the prisoners of
Well,
You're
war.
not.
actually,
Oh, hold up.
they chose to
Hold up.
be
I want to argue that. No,
combatants.
I want to argue that. I can fit that in. You're not taking a fucking combatant slave against their will, because if it was against their fucking will, they would be dead. Okay? They're agreeing to be taken a fucking prisoner. Are you fucking kidding me? So let's move on
Correct.
So under
past
the
that dumb
choice of
shit.
death or
Let's move
slavery?
on.
Yes. Hold on, don't get triggered, Don. They
No,
have a
I
choice,
just want to
right?
get
Death?
Nate. I'm sorry, SC. I'm sorry. I just want Nate to tell me, is he accepting this context or not? Like, really?
Sure, go on.
What I'm saying is, the Bible is practically silent about what happens if a foreign slave, who is your slave for life, they've agreed to it, changes their mind 10 years into their slavedom. 10 years into being a slave, if this person decides, I don't want to be a slave anymore, what happens there? And
Okay, if you're
as far
still
as
this
I
silent,
understand it, They can't change their minds. It's a contract they've entered into, and when they entered into this contract, they knew that I'm entering into this contract that will make me a slave for life. There's no changing
Okay.
my mind here. There's no copping
So
out.
you said that the Bible is silent on it, but from your understanding, okay, so you're making an assumption about it, but the actual way to do this is if it doesn't specify that exact scenario, we need to look at the other parameters it's already established. And it has said you cannot take someone against their will. In fact, it says if a slave runs away and goes to you, if a slave runs away from their master and comes to you, you cannot turn them back in. And you have to harbor and protect them. Okay, so it is consistent in saying this like forceful slavery that's immoral, where they're not treating the slave good, is against the rules, period, across the board. If someone wants to leave, they can leave, bro. If they owe you a certain amount of money, they owe you that money. You can charge interest to the non-believers. It's just like if I have a company, I'm going to pay the believer that I know is trustworthy more money than I am an atheist that I don't think I can trust. Okay? That's all there is to it. It's like they have to earn their trust.
Yeah.
To add to that, Leviticus. Hold on.
Come
Hold on,
man.
real quick.
Winston's talking
Leviticus
to me.
25:10.
All right,
Leviticus.
go ahead.
I know, but you asked me for the verse, and I'm answering you earlier. Leviticus 25:10. And you shall hallow the 50th year, and you shall proclaim liberty throughout the land to all its inhabitants. And that means all, not just Gentiles, or not just Jews, but all the inhabitants. And nowhere in here does it ever even use the word Jew. I know you keep using it because of the rabbinical paradigm, but you have to understand that these were Israelites, not Jews, right? Israelites.
Which are
There's
believed.
more than just Yahuda. There's 12 tribes.
It's about who believes. They're grafted in, right? So, but yeah, there you go. All inhabitants. I mean, the debt extermination, like wiping the debt slave or wiping the debt
I
away.
gotta be allowed to like respond, man.
Oh, go ahead.
I gave
Go ahead.
Lion away, and
Go ahead.
All done.
It
Go ahead.
wasn't for you to
You
step
good, bro?
in. So number
you
one,
good.
listen, I agree with a lot of what you said, but I think you're taking that whole thing of if a slave runs to you, you shouldn't return them out of context. What that part of the Bible was speaking about was if a slave runs away from a foreign land, shouldn't return him to the foreign land, because what was happening amongst the foreigners was if a Akkadian slave ran away from the land of Akkad, Egypt, the Egyptians would return him to the land of Akkad, to his master. But the Jews said, listen, we're not going to do that. We're going to do it differently. If an Egyptian slave runs away and comes to us, we're going to treat that Egyptian slave like one of us. We're not going to return him to his master, in the hopes that through our acts of kindness, he'll realize we are good people, and he'll want to become one of us, and he'll want to become a believer and stay with us.
Yeah.
And could convert into us. It's not saying that if I run away from my Jewish master to another Jew, I shouldn't be returned. It's not saying that, number one. Number two, what you just read now, Lion, you are doing this thing where you just read that one verse and you leave everything out. So it's saying in the 50th year, you should proclaim your liberty, and it shall be a jubilee for you. Each of you is to return to your family property and to your own clan. Clan within this land. They're not saying clan, as in the Egyptian clan or the Akkadian clan or the Babylonian clan. They're saying clans within the Jewish land. Clans meaning families. So if I have a slave from your family and we are both Jews, within this 50th year, I should proclaim this slave's liberty and return him to you, not to a foreign clan. It's very clear and specific, Lion. But
Wait, give me just a second to respond.
And ignore the others.
Lion, because I have to go inside. So just let me respond.
Yeah.
So this is the point here. Okay, my point. You missed my argument, which is that consistently throughout the rules, it is denoting a difference in the servitude of the Israelites in the surrounding areas, and that you have to treat them like family. You have to be nice to them. You have to treat them like one of your own. That it's completely forbidden not to treat them with love and to treat them in any way that is not permissible within the rest of Torah. And it's saying that the point of bringing up the fact that they run away is that it's consistently saying that if someone feels like they have to get away from their master, like because they're being abused or not treated properly, like you're supposed to protect them. So it's consistent by saying you can't take someone against their will. They have to voluntarily do it. If someone runs away, you have to protect them. It consistently forbids like any type of immoral slavery. That's my point. And that includes buying someone and then forcing them to stay with you forever, even if they want to leave. It's saying you can let your children also have the servant if they're remaining in the agreement with you, not that you own them like an object. Okay, so that's the point.
But
Just
this
consistent.
idea, this idea is consistent in both the Old and New Testament. The idea of the Great Jubilee and the redeeming of debts, and it's not just talking about monetary debts. It's talking about all debts, spiritual ones. Everything, any hate, anything that you got going on, you're supposed to drop beef. Everything just gets dropped, and you start with a clean slate. The land has to rest. You don't even grow crops that year. The animals don't work that year. Nobody works that year. It's like it's called the Great Jubilee, and it was consistent in both the Old and New Testament, and it was for all people, not just believers. It was to comfort all who mourn and all who are in servitude, not just believers.
Doesn't it stand like? Don't you guys see like a little bit weirdness that a holy book, right? A holy book that's supposed to have virtue and morals, and shouldn't it be like absolutely condemning slavery instead of making rules and laws?
No,
Like, doesn't that seem
Well,
like
so
odd to you guys?
hold on.
no.
So Montreal,
I'll
I
tell you
think
why.
you're.
Jump
So
in
the
for a
thing
minute.
is that hold on, the Bible. People make religions from the Bible, but the Bible is nothing more than a history book. It's a genealogy. It's simply telling us of things that happened.
That's not true. I would like to jump in just for a minute. I'm driving, but I hear a lot of guys speaking like, if an Egyptian slave runs away, what do you think? We got bloodhounds out there trying to find him, and we just take them straight back to the master, or is there an investigation? I mean, Witsit spoke on it briefly. I heard him while I was driving, speaking about the mistreatment of servants. And I'll just tell you this: that the greatest among you will be your servant. So there's all kinds of things you have to factor in when speaking about this subject. It's not like a slave is today or just a few hundred years ago. This is quite different. I got a lot of things to add, but I'll let you guys speak, and I'll get off the road and I'll try to
Yeah.
talk to you in a minute.
Right. Yeah. So, number one, if an Egyptian slave ran away into a different country, you would know that this person is an Egyptian from their dress code, the way they speak, the tattoos they would have on their body. Number one. Number two, I agree with North's second point that the slavery in the Bible is not the same thing as the slavery we have today, Essie. And that's the point they're trying to get across. We shouldn't even really call it's slavery what they had in the Bible, because it wasn't a thing of people were forced into it. People chose to do it. It's more like employment almost. You have a debt that you need to pay off, so you decide to pay off that debt by becoming someone's slave. Unless you were a prisoner of war, you were not forced into it. It was a choice you took upon yourself. So it's hard to
You
even
really
call it
believe
slavery.
that? You really believe that, bro? After
Man,
all the
first of
history,
all,
you actually believe that slavery was somehow different back then? Seriously? I
Not
mean, come
all
on,
forms
man.
of slavery, but the slavery practiced by Israelites, it was very different from the slavery that the nations around them were practicing. They had a very unique type of slavery.
I don't buy it for a minute. Not for a second.
All right, that's fine.
As
That's
much
fine.
as
I
I
mean, all
don't buy your
scriptures.
dark matter, the same way I don't believe there was a special kind of slavery. No, sorry.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. We shouldn't call it slavery. Slavery is actually the wrong word to use for it. Because when you say slavery, you think North American slave trade, you think slave jail workers, it's really indentured servitude. You becoming a servant, pay off a
You know
debt.
what I'd like to know? What's the Hebrew word for slave? Just like before, when there's a plural and singular term, right? I want to know does anybody know what the actual word, the Hebrew word, translates to?
Yeah. It starts with like an E, and the same exact word is used for slave and servant. Literally the same exact word. That's how closely related they are.
Because it's a mix of it's a mix of behavior and mindset.
So the only way out of this that I see is saying that it's a misinterpretation, like not interpreted correctly. That's the only way out, right? That it means
Not
a
a way
servant.
out. It's not
Yeah,
really a
it's the
way
only
out.
logical.
Oh my gosh, man. It's not really a way out, SE. You don't know the terms and you don't know the definitions, and you have basically no knowledge of what a servant was biblically. So you need to do your study first, right? And come to a conclusion on what those things actually mean and what's being done before you make all of these presumptuous conclusions that you're making. And that's the problem.
Well, two suggestions. If you're going to say slave and mean something else, explain yourself. Number one, that's not on me. That's on you, right? And number two, what was my number two? I had a good number two. It's going to come to me. It's going to come to me. But
you should look it up.
If you wanna change the meaning of slave, go ahead. But when we hear the word slave means something to us. Right? Oh, that's my second point was, does it say in your Bible how to beat a slave? Not
Let
to
me
beat
ask you
him
a
too much.
question. Let's see.
No, don't
The definition.
answer my question. No, answer my question.
No.
It does, Essie.
Okay.
It
Now
does
he
tell
answered
you
your
that
question.
you
It says in the Bible, you see, he wants to cut me off. He wants to brush it aside. You're not going to do it, bro. You do it every
I
time.
don't. I just want to answer your question because you're saying
No, but answer my question first.
Holy
Then you can
shit!
answer. Then
Didn't
I'll
he just answer it?
No, you. I want you to answer it.
Why me? I wasn't the one speaking to you. I just
Because
heard you say something. You said
So
something.
obviously,
God, dude. Like seriously, man?
Did you ask me a question?
Are you serious? Are you really tripping like this? Why are you so triggered,
I'm not
dude?
tripping at all. You came in and you interrupted me mid-sentence. This is what happened. You're the one tripping. I was in a mid-sentence
like you were
and you
finished.
interrupted me like you usually do, bro. Every
sounded like
time
you
I
were
talk
finished.
about religion.
Wow. You said you're finished. I wasn't even going to talk about religion. I was going to talk about the definition because you said it means something to you, and if you say that doesn't mean what it means back then that you have to show them, right? That's what you said, right?
That's what I said. Yes, if you're going to use the word slavery, that doesn't mean slavery as we know it. It's up to you to define it.
Well, when I asked you that question, it wasn't for you to continue. It was just another question. All right. So
yes, sir. Yes,
my next
sir.
part. All right. My next part of that question is: do definition change?
Of course.
Okay, then. So if it doesn't mean what it means to you now, definitions definitely have changed, and this is always done.
Okay, so if you're using a definition that we know today as slavery, is it upon me to understand what you mean, or is it upon you to tell me what you mean when you use the term, unlike how we use it today?
We're not using that term as we use today. We're talking about a specific text. And if you look in the specific text, you have to define the words and the way they were written at the time they were written and who they were written to. That's how it's defined. So if you want to be knowledgeable about this text and argue about the text, you need to familiarize yourself with the text and what the words actually mean. Instead of applying these words and these definitions, instead of applying these words and definitions that we speak today, and that is, people call good bad and bad good, man. I mean, if you want to be knowledgeable about a subject, you have to inform yourself on it, right?
Yeah, right. But listen to this now. You guys have fantasies, right? Now you expect me to know your fantasy, right? Now, when
Nobody
you
has
say,
a fantasy, bro. It's literature, bro. It's literature, bro. You look at the word, you define the language. This is not a fantasy. Nobody's triggered. You're the only one who's
You are.
triggered.
You just interrupted me
You're
and you're
the
yelling.
only one who is triggered at this point.
That's
triggered at all.
What the words that you're using, that
You're not gonna let me
you're
talk.
using
You're gonna
antagonizing
interrupt me
words. You're antagonizing.
All right.
Answer me.
Moderation. Let SC finish because he's outnumbered. So everyone should just let each other finish, try to keep it concise, and then don't interrupt each other, please.
But Wizard, isn't that he's not letting me finish? Is that he's antagonizing by using keywords to try to antagonize the other person?
That's true.
And
That's
then,
true. In this conversation, he does throw some thoughts around, but just everyone try to keep their cool and not interrupt because he is outnumbered.
You know, I'm not throwing terms out. I'm telling you, you believe in a story. Whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter. It's a fact. You believe in a story written by Jewish people 3,000 years ago. I don't care if that triggers you. That is a fact. It's just like any other story, like the Veda, like the Quran, like the Chinese. It's just another story made up of a person that doesn't exist, never existed. Just a fantasy. Now, you guys don't like hearing that. And I say it on purpose because, yeah, because this is what you got to hear and you don't want to hear it. Right? So now I'm the bad guy for telling you the truth.
Wait, hold
All
on.
right, now
So,
you got to let someone else respond.
I just
hear
want to
you,
ask.
bro. Hey,
So,
SE, I hear you, and I just want to say this, man. I hear you, but you've actually said nothing, and you say the same thing every day. You're not bringing facts. You come up with something.
No need to like
Go
attack
ahead,
him
man.
personally.
Go ahead, man.
Why?
Well, I just want
Didn't I
some.
just talk about how we weren't going to interrupt, Nate? Didn't I just cover that? How like everyone's going to get to say their thing and not interrupt, and it's like not a big deal.
finish, Nor.
Yeah, so, just to make the point, SC, you said a whole lot of words, but you never addressed anything that was said, and you're not addressing the text, which is, if you're going to be honest about this, right, and we're analyzing a specific text from a specific language, if it was any other language and any other text, we would go to the language and go to the text and define the words as they're defined in that language, in that particular language. You're not doing that. All you want to do is say, you guys believe in a fantasy, and I'm just telling you a fact. I don't know why you guys get triggered when I tell you it's a ridiculous thing that you believe in. SE, you haven't had the experiences I've had, bro. You have no idea
Yeah?
what
I challenge you, me and you, one-on-one religion.
Okay,
Let's go.
me and
Give
you
me the facts.
one-on-one.
Let's go. Right
Me and
now.
you. Me and you one-on-one. Okay,
Yeah,
you ready?
let's do it.
Down.
Okay.
All right, real fast. Let me jump in with moderation. Hey, moderation. Can we all just try to calm down? Sorry, can we try to calm down because we're around each other all the time? I know everyone's passionate about their position or whatever. But can we try not to say like antagonistic phrases or more like less personal and more like specific to the thing, and try to everyone keep it concise so people don't get impatient and triggered? Okay, thank you.
All right,
Now, before we go on, hold on. SC, are you saying that the Bible is completely made up? Is that your position?
My position is this. You have no proof of your book, your Bible, your religion, more than anybody else, more than the Muslims, more than you cannot prove in your God. You have no proof of your God. That's what I'm saying. I'll debate anybody on it right now.
Okay,
I got about an hour
real
before
fast. So I
supper.
think Arian doesn't necessarily believe the spiritual claims made of it, thinks it's a history book. If you and North want to have a conversation back and forth, like again, let's just kind of try to keep it like respectful. That would be cool.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm
I
game.
just
I'm
want to
very
address.
respectful.
Okay, SC, this is what I want to address, and this is what the debate is. When you're analyzing a text, no matter what text it is, if it's in a different language, if you're going to be honest and do your diligent research to actually understand what the text is saying, don't you think you need to study the language?
Yes, up to a point, right? It's like if you tell me now, how can you dispute the Big Bang or dark matter if you haven't read all the literature and if you don't know everything about it, right?
Could I say more
It's like
importantly,
telling me exactly that.
like,
You agree or not?
why
No.
believe in guardian angels and stuff, like when there's all these stunt doers and like extreme people like dying, like just believing in faith, and they just die.
All right, well,
Yeah,
wait up,
just
Don. Can you give them a few minutes because it does get frustrating when North is probably trying to respond, patiently waiting, and then like if you say something and then SC responds to you, and then starts talking what more stuff towards north. That's what I got frustrated about earlier. Like, let's just give them a few minutes.
I'm done. I'm
We're not
sorry.
going to make
Quick,
it super long, guys.
a quick agreement with SE. That was it. I just saying I agree with SE, kinda on that angle.
Okay.
we're addressing a specific text, and to address this and analyze it properly to get the proper understanding, we need to study the language it was written in. SE has conceded. I think the debate's over, right? You concede, right? So we have to analyze the text in the language it was written to define the words to get the true meaning of what is said. That's basically
Negative.
what we're arguing about today. And we don't have
Don't
to
speak
up
to
to
me.
a point. Up to a point, you said. At what point do we stop defining the words as they were written? At what point, SE? Tell me.
Listen to me, my friend. I don't care what's written. To me, I'm going to repeat again, it's a fairy tale. I don't care how many words you read. I don't care how many times you read it. It's a fairy tale, just like the Quran is another fairy tale, just like the Vedas are another fairy tale, just like Zeus, Apollo. There's nothing that you can say to differentiate your fantasy from their fantasies. So don't try to tell me I got to read your book in order to dispel your fantasy. No, you have a fantasy of creation and you have no proof of it, just like any other religion. That's a fact.
Okay, so you just say it's all fantasy, you're not actually addressing, although you did concede up until a point. So when I asked you just a while ago, my first question was, when this started between you and I, is that do we have to take in consideration the language something is a particular text is written in and actually define those words to understand what's being conveyed? And you said yes, up to a point. I want to know, at what point do you stop defining words to see what the text is actually saying? Because to me, and I think to everyone else, that's asinine, bro. You have said you don't want to address the text. You address the text in the first part when you come in with 5 or 6 different people and you say the word slavery, this is what it says in your Bible, in your book, and it's a fantasy. But then when we go to the actual book and we want to analyze the text, oh no, I don't want to analyze it. I don't care what it says. It's a fantasy. Wait a minute. If you don't care what it says, stop bringing it up, bro. It's just as simple as that. This is just SE. I like you a lot, man. I love conversing with you. But some of the things you're saying are completely asinine, man. At what point do we stop defining words when we're analyzing a text in a different language? If you can answer that one question, like, do we stop when we get to the New Testament? Do we stop when we get to Proverbs? Do we stop when it's a certain word? If it's a certain word, oh, we don't define it. We just guess about what it means. We just, guesstimate what it is. Please address those things I just said if you can.
Of course, the text, your text, right? It's a story, right? It's like Lord of the Rings, right? It's like me and you now, one in debate. Why are you laughing?
Because you say it's my text. It's not my text, bro. I didn't write it. I'm just telling you, bro.
Okay, the text.
Look, if you don't care about it, man, we don't have to discuss it, man. Because you don't want to discuss the actual text. You just want to insult the text, insult the author, insult the multiple authors who had a part in writing the text. You want to insult me and other believers, and you don't even know what they believe. It's completely asinine, man. Completely.
It's not fair,
bro.
bro. It's not
Let's not
fair.
interrupt, though. SE was in the middle of his thing. Just don't interrupt. Let everyone finish their thing out. And let's try not to insult people's thing and be concise.
So listen,
give me a break,
you don't know anything about me. I grew up Greek Orthodox. I was an altar boy. You have no right to say what you did, bro. I ain't insulting anybody. I'm giving you the cold, hard facts. The book you believe in was written by Jewish people, a Jewish God, right? I was born in Greece. At that time, our God was Zeus, right? He was the God. Now, you don't have to like it, bro. You were sold a Jewish God, right? I don't believe in that God. Now, if that triggers you, that's your problem, bro. I'm giving you the cold, hard facts. Your God and your beliefs are Jewish.
Okay, so
I
my
think it's
God and
become
my
pretty
beliefs,
circular.
my God and my beliefs are not Jewish. I would say again, you have no idea what you're speaking of. And I would say we're not here to debate whether I'm believing in a fairy tale. We're debating on whether we should actually define words in the language they were written so we can understand what was trying to be conveyed to people. And it's not just a book to Jewish people or Israelites. It is a book for everyone. And if you want your God to be Zeus, that's fine with me. Let your God be Zeus. That's not a problem for me, SE. It doesn't trigger me. What triggers me is when you come in every day and you say, I'm not going to bring up the Bible, but you guys believe in a fantasy and your Pope and your text, and it's not my Pope, it's not my text. All of these things you're saying are false accusations, presumptions, and have nothing to do with analyzing the text whatsoever. Thank you, bro.
You can analyze the text all you want. You can redefine slavery in the text. I don't care. I'm a free
No one
person. I'll
redefined
discuss.
anything.
Hold on. I'll discuss anything I want, anytime I want. You're not going to tell me what to discuss. You don't want to talk about the Bible? Then don't talk about it when I'm around. If you say
I'm not.
something that I
I never
disagree,
told you not to discuss
don't
something.
try not to interrupt me.
Ridiculous. Try not to make
It's just
false
being
claims,
somewhat.
bro.
I'm gonna be honest. Both people are being somewhat redundant. Like I'm just gonna be honest. So like I can just summarize the whole thing. How about that? Like basically you're kind of talking past each other. North is saying he's not trying to convince you about the belief in the Bible. We were talking about the word slavery in the text, how was or wasn't defined. You said, oh, you guys just want to make up the new translation or new word for the meaning than what we use, whatever. And then his response was, well, no, that's what it meant when it was written or whatever. And then so he's asking you, do you agree we need to know the language? And then you're trying to say, look, man, I don't believe in your book. Some Jewish people wrote a belief about a God in a book, and you fell for the trick. I didn't fall for it. So you guys are kind of talking past each other and not even really talking about the same thing, and it's kind of redundant. So I'm just gonna
Yeah,
kind
it
of say that
is.
I
It
think
is.
we've exhausted that. Yeah,
Yeah,
we've
it really
exhausted
is.
it. Both people, we know both people's position. I would say to you, SC, though, I think you can agree with North's point, right? Just on a basic logical level, like Zechariah Hitchin, right? He translated that Sumerian text, and it's highly contested. Why is it contested? Because it's not known that he properly translated the words. So obviously, if we're looking at any ancient text, whether the Vedas, Sumerian text, the Epic of Gilgamesh, whatever story, right? Even Greek texts about their gods. Like we have to make sure we properly translate it so that we know what the story even was by the people that wrote it. And I think that was the point. I'm pretty sure we all would agree with that. You know.
I just want to say
I don't
this, man.
disagree
I
with that, but
really.
let me say this.
Can I, yep, can I say something real quick, SE? I've never told you what you can or cannot speak of. I've never said you can't say this or you can't say that. Don't be saying these things. You can say whatever you want to, bro. Whatever you want to. But you just have to be honest about a text, man, if you're analyzing the text. I got more to say, but just go ahead, man. I know everybody else wants to get in.
Look, bro, I don't have a problem with that. If I say something wrong about your scripture, feel free to correct me, right? But don't assume that I have to go and read all the freaking scriptures that I think are just stories like Cinderella or whatever, right? Or Zeus and whatever. Don't oblige me to read all that in order for me to have an opinion that it's nonsense. Now, I say it's nonsense because I know for a fact nobody knows what God is. Nobody knows if Muhammad was right or Jesus was right or if Krishna was. Nobody knows. And you know I'm right about that. That's my
How
point.
do you
See,
how do
hold
you
on. I
make
just want
that
to say,
claim? Just one
let
second.
me
One
just
No,
say,
second. One
this
second.
is the one-on-one, bro.
Just 1 second, bro. Just 1 second. You can't say you know what other people like you SE. This is a claim you're making about other people and their relationships or what they know, what they have knowledge of. You can't read people's minds or people's hearts. You have no idea. You can't make that claim. When you say I know it's a fact, they don't have a relationship. These people are, you can't say those things, bro, because that's not honest, man. You have no idea. Just because you don't know doesn't mean everyone else doesn't know. I mean, that's just, oh, if I don't know, I mean, if God was really there, he would have come to me first. Why is he going to all these ridiculous people? It's not like that, bro.
I see. You think
It's
we
not
can
like
meet in the middle here, where like maybe like instead of saying you know it for a definitive fact, it's like your opinion is that it is impossible for any man to know who God is. A bunch of people have come up with their attempts to explain it with different religions and different texts, and you think that that's just this limited, primitive, archaic attempt to explain something that can't be explained, and your opinion is that no one can know for sure, right? And then some people think that they have some type of personal experience where they think they have connected to the true creator, or that they do know for sure, and it's a disagreement in opinion, right? So, I mean,
Well, look,
you know.
I'll say this, right? I'll say that some people are convinced that they've spoken to the creator, right? If you want me to say that, I have no problem saying that. Not at all. My
Well, it's your
beef is
opinion.
not.
It's impossible to know, right? I mean, like
It's my
technically an
opinion. Yeah,
opinion.
it's my opinion that there's. Why would God just speak to a few people and not just everybody? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. The whole story doesn't make any sense. The whole Bible makes no sense. You're born into sin. They
Fair
put
enough,
you there
brother.
with a
Fair enough.
tree. I mean,
But
it's like
fair enough,
it's
bro.
nonsensical, guys. I mean,
But real
I'm
fast,
sure.
Essie,
haven't read it, bro.
I'm trying to wrap up the convo. Essie, I'm saying, but technically, you just said it makes no sense, which is a subjective determination of logic. You're saying it doesn't make sense to you, and your opinion isn't logical, so it is an opinion, right? And so
Yeah, it's
maybe
my
I
opinion.
think
Yeah,
that's kind of
my opinion.
Well, when you say it's definitively a fact that it's a fantasy fairy tale. I mean, you can see why if people hold that conviction, it's going to be somewhat antagonistic, and you're going to you're asking for blood in a way, because if someone's convicted in it, they're
I
obviously
am,
they're going to push back.
but guys, you have no proof of this. It's just a belief. If you just say it's a belief, then there's no problem. But you
Well,
Well, I
guys
think
even
that's
when
claim
what
you
you
we're
get
don't
saying.
into
see
the,
it. You come in here and you preach day after day.
even
Not all of you.
That's not what was
Some of you.
happening, bro.
You
even when you
yeah,
get
bro.
to a
You don't
word
see
like,
it.
hey, SE, just a heads up, man. Even when you get to a word like believe, it's different. A believing on him is like an action. There's action included in that. It's not just a thought. It's not just lip service. So if you say that I don't want to read the book, I don't have to read the book is ridiculous, and I know it's ridiculous, I know it's a fairy tale, you haven't even read the book, bro. You're not even familiarized with the words in the book to even say it's a fairy tale, because
I tried
you
to
got
read
all
it.
these spectacular ideas
I
about the
tried.
book from other men, from hearsay. And that's the problem, bro. You're not being honest, man. So if you
I
just be
am.
honest
I
and
tried
take,
reading your book,
if you
bro.
want to
Listen.
speak about,
Try to listen.
if you want to speak about a particular text, SE, if you want to speak about it and have a productive conversation, one where you may possibly have some points, actually familiarize yourself with the text. I mean, that's just as simple as it gets, man. It can't get any
I
more
got
simple
you,
than
bro.
that.
Stop the tape, bro. I get it. Let me respond. Okay. I tried reading your book. Your book starts off with he begat her, he begat them, they begat that, and I said this is bullshit, and I just stopped reading it. I tried reading your book. Your book starts off with bullshit, with incest.
Okay,
Yeah,
I think that this is look. Everyone knows that I'm a believer, and I'm suggesting via moderation that we move the conversation along because it's not going to go anywhere. If you guys want to set up a 1v1 conversation about this, and people can come listen to it if they want to or something, but it is a pretty clearly redundant and circular at this point. I think everyone's
no, it's
positions are
not.
well
Why?
known.
Why are you trying to kill this convo, bro?
Because I
Why?
know
Because I
I can
said you.
feel Jeremy's tension from here.
This really isn't a combo, Essie. You're kind of like the character in the Green Eggs and Ham. Is it Sam? Right? I do not like them, Sam. I am. I do not like green eggs and ham. That's pretty much you right now because you're unwilling to actually go into your book, as you keep saying, but you keep arguing against your book. I mean, you're just arguing from ignorance. It's pointless.
No, what I'm exposing is a bunch of zealots that have been
You're just
conned
exposing
by a
yourself.
book. No, bro, I'm exposing you
and I'm not
by
your
what
bro.
you just
All
said.
right. All right, bro. That's what I'm saying. I don't see this being fruitful. Like, I think we can move. Like, we can just move on. I mean, you can understand why some people are saying this doesn't make sense because it's like when I heard about flat Earth, I thought it sounded ridiculous. there are people that run around and just talk about how ridiculous flat Earth is and how stupid people are and how they're just religious and believe in some stupid whatever. And they're like, wait, have you actually researched it though? Like, it takes a lot of time to really like re-examine all your confirmation bias and all this, but have you done that yet? No, I don't have to do that. I know for a fact that the Earth cannot be flat. So, I mean, I think it applies to everything, right? Like, you can't just presumptively conclude the veracity of something without researching. So this is a bypass when people are just talking past each other at this point. Like, I think you agree with what I just said, Essie, right? And you may feel that you've been in this
Listen, you assume I
conversation
know
long enough.
nothing. No, well, you're right in a way, but you assume I know nothing about your story. I know about some things. It's not that I don't know nothing.
Oh, I don't assume that. That was going to be the final thing I said. I'm like positive that you know some things because you've been in this room where we've had very lengthy conversations about it. You know what I'm saying? So as of now, you've reached a different conclusion than other people in this room, and that's okay. It is what it is. We were actually just kind of talking about this. All started way back this morning. It's funny because I came back and I don't know if they had taken a break or something, but we were talking about like basically free will and what do they adhere to and how they utilize a certain book to promote ethnic supremacy and stuff like that. And then I said, well, yeah, it's misrepresented when they do that. And this kind of spearhead. I use slavery as an example of misrepresentation of the Bible, and that sparked another thing. And now we're here. And I know I am a believer and love to talk about it, but I do know we have to give it a breather and cycle it. Okay, so that I've heard plenty of complaints about it, and so I'm just saying like. Okay, like if you guys want to set up a 1v1 and it's somewhat structured, that's cool. I'm not saying we can't. I'm not dictating what can or cannot be talked about. I'm just saying like this specific back and forth seems to have kind of reached the pinnacle. That's my opinion. If any other moderator disagrees or whatever, you can go ahead.
Hey, I'm willing to back down. No worries. Let's change the subject. Yeah, no worries.
I just wanted to compliment SC actually earlier when I interrupted real quick because SC, bro, you're mad funny. And listen, I like that you're feisty and you're vocal about your opinion. And yeah, we need to be challenged. And it's all good, man. That's what makes good entertainment, bro. And I believe it or not, bro, you might not like me, bro, but I like you, SC. I think
As a matter of fact, I like you, bro. I don't like people that agree all the time. I like you guys, man. It's seriously, I like you guys, but I'm gonna disagree when it's time to disagree. Don't take it personal.
No, that's cool, and I don't. And let's move on. That's my final thoughts, and that's all, man. Cool.
Jeremy, what's up?
I just want to point out we had a nice topic going, and then Lion started bringing up some biblical thing, and then you guys been on it for just hours now. That's how this all started.
Hell no! I'm the scapegoat. Yo, it's funny. It's funny. I'm the scapegoat. It's Yom Kippur. I'm the scapegoat, and it's all good, bro. Because today is my Yom Kippur. And you're calling me. I didn't even start the convo. I always get blamed for it, but it's all good.
I'm just going to explain. What actually happened was I was talking to someone else. I forgot his screen name. Like it has like Elon in it. Okay, we were talking about the science behind remote activation of nanoparticles, blah, blah, blah. We were talking about like, well, could they put these nanoparticles in the food and in the chemtrails? Because at that point, it would kind of bypass us, like people having to be complicit, like having agreed compliantly with it, right? It's like kind of seems like that goes against their MO. I'm like, yeah, I agree. It has to be something you agreed to partake in. And then that progressed into him making a point about ethnic supremacy being justified with the scripture. And then I jumped in and said, well, that's a misrepresentation. That's not what it actually says. And then Lion also gave his comments and we started a conversation. Like Lion didn't come in and force the conversation. Neither Lion or I brought up the scripture. It naturally progressed there. And I'm just going to say, you're never going to be able to avoid that. You're never going to be able to avoid that because very powerful people that seemingly run the world, they use this book to justify them running the world. So it's going to come up a lot,
But do you guys see my point of view at all?
Yes, of course. I used to feel the same way. I never agree with you on the lack of benevolence, but I used to agree with your general sentiment.
Well, what's your point? That you're a God hater?
That I'm a what?
Like why?
Well,
Why?
you
What does
heard
that
me.
accomplish? Come on, man. That doesn't accomplish anything.
They can't take criticism. Religious zealots such as this gentleman here, they can't take criticism.
Yeah,
Oh
and,
man,
and
you
you're
guys
literally,
I think that
you're
was. I
literally
think
a
that was that a
God hater.
sarcasm.
Go read the Bible, dude.
Dude.
Yeah, but let's
It'll do
just
you
try to
some
like
good because
if
it's
you
funny.
believe.
Because when I joined the room, no, it's just funny. I got to call SE out on this bullcrap because it's like it's funny when I joined the room. I wasn't here for the whole conversation, but this guy said, I tried to read the Bible and got to genealogy, which is like the very beginning of the Bible, and put it away. And you're going to call out the. You haven't even read the entire thing, you snob. Go read it, dude.
It starts with incest. Your freaking Bible starts with incest. When I read that, I said, screw this. If you don't like it, my
That's a
friend,
good
that's
point.
your
Where did Adam and
problem.
Eve's where did Adam and Eve's siblings get people that they could breed with?
So do you have an alternative suggestion as to how it happened?
No, I'm just asking. In the
Answer his
Bible, how did it
question.
happen?
We all know the answer.
I
That's
don't.
fucking sick, bro. That's sick.
Well, this is what I
Fucking
think is
sick,
funny.
bro.
This is like what ballers do, right? So they'll be like, "Your claim's stupid," ha ha ha, but then they can't intellectually replace it or even offer anything to the table. And falsification is independent of replacement, but you didn't falsify anything. You're just making a vague claim that it's gross. So I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, we all know that it says that
incest.
we all came from the same people.
Yeah, it is
I mean,
gross,
that's just
bro.
my feelings on it. I just think it's gross. I mean, you know, if
Well,
that's how it
ironically,
happened, whatever.
that book
It's kind
also
of
says
sick.
it's gross, right? Like that book also says that at a certain point they had to stop because it was now not acceptable, as if there was some type of change. But if there's an alternative idea, you guys are welcome to hold that idea. I mean, you know, like if that's enough for you to throw out investigating the whole thing thoroughly, that's your own decision.
I'm just saying, if God couldn't he have made like more people for him to that weren't related, so he didn't have to do incest? Like, what? Why?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Good question.
Fucking weird, bro.
How many of you have
So what? We're
purebred
not.
dogs?
Man, sign
So
you're
did he
on
make
mic.
more people, and then did he make more people, and then that's how we got here now, or like what happened? I thought it was all from Adam and Eve.
Simon,
I
I
mean,
think you
let's
might be
just.
high mic.
But how many of you have purebred dogs? Did we start with 2 dogs, or were there like 50 million dogs and they all just bred and none of them were related? What? How did that work out? Would you tell me?
I'm just saying, if God said we had to stop, or said we had to stop in the Bible or something, like, then what did he do? Did he just like make new people for us to
Huh? He just
mate with?
asked you a direct question, man. Do you have purebred dogs?
About dogs, yeah. We're talking about people, humans.
Yeah. Do you have purebred dogs?
No, I don't. This ain't
You
about
don't have a
dogs. It's about
Doberman
people.
or a Rottweiler? Do you have a
I got 4
bulldog?
cats, bro. I told my wife to stop buying pets. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, if you want to know, Jeremy, just read it, man. I mean, you're saying you want to know how did it happen. If you want to
Yeah.
ask the creator, and if you want to ask the creator and humble yourself, because you know there's a creator, right?
Yeah, I've tried
Or do you,
asking
or
me.
do
I
you
don't get no
not want to
response,
know at
bro.
all?
Oh, I
So
want
you
to
do
know. I'm
want to
asking you
know.
guys. You guys know this stuff, right? You guys are the Bible
Oh,
guys.
okay. So if I tell you, are you going to believe it, or do you believe in a creator, Jeremy? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Absolutely,
Okay.
bro. No
So
doubt
do
there's a
you think
creator. I
it?
just don't think it's the way you guys think it is. I mean, that.
Oh, okay. So it's a way you think. It's a presumption. Not that you have a relationship with them, but if you could, right? If you could maybe humble yourself and ask them what it is instead of saying that's just gross, bro. What if that's really the way it happened, man? If it's really
Then
the
it's
way it
gross.
happened, and you're insulting the creator, so you really don't want to know why the creator does what he does. You think it's gross, right? So
Well,
your
what's it just said
creation,
even in the
and
Bible?
you're
What's it
saying,
just said even in the Bible? They said it was gross and they had to stop, right? Or is that not? Was that not true?
It didn't say
How
it was
does
that's
gross.
it
not.
It
say
just said
gross?
That's this
it doesn't
is
say
neither here nor
gross.
this is neither here nor there, man. You have already established that you do believe in a creator, but if the creator made creation in a certain way that you think is gross, then you're going to say it's gross, and you don't care if it's the creator, it's gross. So if you're going to disagree with the creator and slap the creator in the face, do you think he's going to tell you anything? Do you think he's going to even tell you anything if you even ask him, or if you ask me, one
Probably
who
not.
believes in him?
I'm
I mean,
not
yeah.
asking him. I'm asking you. What is it? Where did the people come from? If it
Why are
are
you
we
asking?
products of incest, or did he make more people after the Bible said, "Oh, we got to stop this"?
I think the reason you're asking is just to take up time and just to have the conversation so it would be less productive, so more people would be akin to wanting not to talk about this topic at all. Because if you really want to know, there has to be a reason behind why you want to know. Why do you want to know what I believe? Is it just to see what I believe, just so you can make fun of it, or is it to actually draw a conclusion for yourself? Because if you're asking me what a specific text says and I tell you what it says, how is that going to change you from today of your conclusion on how you've drawn that it's disgusting or gross? Is it going to change your idea of it
No matter
being
what you say,
gross?
no matter what you say, I'm always going to think incest is gross. And if you don't want to talk about the Bible, then thank God. Let's move on with a new topic.
Yeah, that was my point. That's what you're here to do, right? So go
Hey,
ahead and make
I'd
everyone
like to,
disgusted with the topic, so you can do what you want to do. You can talk,
I'd
talk to
like
Coach
to,
Jay and Zanuck about their private parts, things like that you do every day. Go ahead, man.
I'd like to quote the Kabbalion.
Go for it.
Cool. So here's one of the parts that always pops up in my mind. Let's see. On the nature of God, which they're calling the all, so that they can avoid the baggage that term comes along with. They're like the Hermetists believe and teach that the all in itself is and must always be unknowable. They regard all theories, guesses, and speculations of theologians, metaphysicians regarding the inner nature of the all as but childish efforts of mortal minds to grasp the secret of the infinite. Such efforts have always failed and will always fail from the very nature of the task. One pursuing such inquiries travel around and around in a labyrinth of thought until he is lost to all sane reasoning, action, and conduct, and is utterly unfit for the work of life. He is like a squirrel which frantically runs around and around in a circling treadmill wheel of his cage, traveling ever and yet reaching nowhere, at the end a prisoner still, and standing just where he started. And then this is my favorite line. And still more presumptuous are those who attempt to ascribe to the all the personality, qualities, and property characteristics and attributes of themselves, ascribing to the all the human emotions, feelings, and characteristics, even down to the pettiest qualities of mankind, such as jealousy, susceptibility to flattery and praise, desire for offerings and worship, and all other survivals are rapidly being discarded.
Isn't the all a claim though? Like, what does the all mean?
Oh, that's above. We could get to it. I have to
But I
find
mean,
it.
I understand. I think it's got some profundity in there.
See, I can find. I mean, I can summarize from my memory. Basically, they're saying that the all is something. The all is something like a source that shouldn't even be named. Shouldn't really try to be understood. Only. It's basically they're saying that they're already messing up by calling it the all, because even those words fall short.
Yeah, but don't you think it's somewhat funny that their like entire cornerstone of assessment is detachment from ego, effectively, and that it's that we flood down our conception with ego, and then they have the presumptuous ego that they know that they can tell people that it isn't understandable in any way and shouldn't even be attempted. That seems pretty egotistical to tell people that they know it shouldn't even be attempted to be understood. Yeah, I mean, who gave them that position of authority?
Well, I don't know if you're talking about Hermeticists or the Kabbalion, because like the term hermetic, it's like one of these words like Gnostic, or like no one then called themselves by this term. A lot of them disagreed on most things and didn't even live close to each other or nearby or in the same years or whatever. It's more of like a historical grouping that like this term applies to. So I don't really know who in the past is technically or untechnically or by what standard hermeticist. All I'm talking about is this book I read called The Kabbalion, And in that, no, it doesn't say anything about detaching the ego.
Well, that's what's implied whenever it's like, well, people are trying to attribute their own types of characteristics to their understanding of the all. That's what's implied, is that's like a limited egotistical attempt to explain it based on what's comfortable or whatever. Like you're attributing your own personal characteristics, that would be ego. So that is pretty
I mean,
much implied
it's only like 3 or 4 pages or something. I mean, we could read through what they have to say about the all pretty quickly. I mean, it's really not long. It's like, yeah, it's like 4 pages, 4 short pages on all their
Brother,
thoughts on
can
the
we
all.
wait just to make sure I'm like, basically the summation is that it's not even worth trying to figure out.
Oh, I mean, there's so much more to it. I mean, and it shows a lot of the shortcomings, in my opinion, of the ways people try to talk about God, or like creator versus creation, putting like distance between them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I kind of
Like,
get
I
what he's
definitely don't
saying.
think.
It's basically that you're
I think it's.
The
I would
all
say
is
it's
all.
ridiculous to be like, there's God over there somewhere, and he can look over us with a pair of binoculars or something from a distance. It's like, but that's a lot. That's like often the way people imagine things. I've even asked people, do you think God's like over there and creation is over there and he's like looking at it from a distance? They're like, yeah. How else would you think about it? I'm like, that sounds ridiculous to me.
Yeah, so what you're talking about, there's a technical name for it, and it's called pantheism. The idea that existence,
I know what
like the
pantheism
all.
is.
So the all is basically existence itself. It's everything that exists is it. Right?
Oh no,
That
it's
is it.
No. I think, I think you're understanding of pantheism, and what you think they're talking about is like the universe is everything there is, and that thing is God.
Yeah.
But I think that this book says that there's shit that isn't here, and even that shit is part of the all, more than you'll ever experience in your like mortal incarnation. But don't even try, because you wouldn't even be able to approach that subject.
But so, what's the all though?
Well, I mean,
everything
that's
that
something
exists
that's not.
here and outside.
All right, so that's what I was saying.
Yeah. I mean, everything that exists here, and also the stuff that isn't here.
Yeah. But don't you think
And
it's?
so
I
you
mean,
would.
to me, it's
Go ahead.
very It's counterintuitive. Anyone suggesting that I don't even try to figure it out when we're all clearly designed with this like insatiable longing to figure it out.
Oh, sure, but
So.
I mean, there's just a point. Or not a point you reach. I think it's encouraged to go as far as you can, but it'd be like arrogant to say I finally made it to the top of the mountain. Like, it definitely encourages you, like, hey, keep on climbing that mountain. Just know that you're not going to reach it, but it's still a worthwhile endeavor to try.
Well, it seems as if to imply that they somehow got a peek at the top of the mountain so they could let us know what is or isn't attainable. I mean, I don't resonate with any idea that you and I and everyone else combined together is the summation of the creator. I do resonate with a portion of that, which is that the creative force that is the creator, there's like a piece of that in us, right? Like, I can resonate with that, but
Sure.
anyone trying to say like, trust me, we're really wise and we figured out that you can never truly gain understanding about this. It's not understandable, so just tap out. That's what you read seems to insinuate. I think that's somewhat suspect.
Right.
It's like,
yeah, it was one paragraph in 4 pages, and like I said, we could read through it. Oh well, it's a great read. It's where the 7 Hermetic Principles come from, which I think are the best summary of the principles at work to describe the knowable reality, like the reality we experience. Like those always hold true. Like they nailed it. It's like the 7 deadly sins. They just nailed it. Like you couldn't have done better, in my opinion.
Well, I agree. I agree. The Hermetic principles are quite true. It seems. I didn't know that stems straight from the Kabbalion, but I look at it like things can be true, but not entire. Their conclusion may not be, all there is. Basically, like from my understanding, the Hermetic principles, everything is intrinsically connected via resonance.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I definitely recommend everyone read the Kabbalion. There's so little, like it's surprising how incredibly little is in this very short book that I have any problem whatsoever with. Like if there was one book that I was like, yeah, that aligns the most with my thoughts, it'd be this one. It's not exactly me, but it's the closest I've ever come across. Like these were the thoughts I was already thinking after like so many years of contemplation. Then I found this and I'm like, oh, someone wrote down the things I've thought in this book. How fucking awesome to find a book that like writes, like, reads your thoughts back at you that you had been thinking for a while. It's like, oh, well, that kind of feels good, a little bit of validation that you're not the only one thinking this way.
But so does it? So effectively, though, does it effectively remove the idea of like? It seems to remove the idea of like a personable sentience. It almost like objectifies the idea.
Well, there's,
right?
I mean, there's room for that. I think basically, if you're going to combine Gnosticism with Hermeticism, that there's a spot available and filled by like Yahweh. Yahweh's just Yahweh's like almost like a middleman, like the knowable God. And there's one above him that doesn't have any rules or ways of relating to. Like there's you. Then there's that, like, then there's what you would call God, and then there's like the all above God, almost.
I thought we were moving away from these conversations.
I mean, we can.
Well, we moved away from the Bible. I don't care what we talk about. I just knew that
I don't have any problems with anyone.
SE was going to get more volatile.
Yeah, I mean, we're allowed to talk about God and all these ideas. It was scripture that people were complaining about.
And we we did talk about the scriptures for a while. That's the reason that I said something, because I don't think it's fair to exclude any ideology or opinion, right? Isn't that the whole idea of this place? So, but we did talk about it for a while, so whatever. Yeah, I mean, and I will say, and this is probably my bias, anyone that has held that belief to be true for any period of time kind of should come to have expected like a target on your back, and you're going to kind of get the shots of life experiences and resentment and stuff like that, right? And many of them justified. So I just kind of come to accept that as status quo.
And you guys can find an audiobook on YouTube
with the Bible.
I'm sorry.
I've heard different things. Like I generally just wanted to know. I wasn't trying to like attack your whole thing or whatever, but I wasn't trying to like attack your whole thing. I've heard various things about
bro.
Where you got a bad connection, bro. Sorry.
Some people say like
you gotta come out of the closet, bro.
Cain and Abel met wives from another place.
All right, bro.
All right, I'm the translator. I'm going to translate for you, Jeremy. He's saying I wasn't
threw him in the hot mic room. Give him a minute.
Okay. Yeah, the translation was I wasn't trying to necessarily attack your belief. I just heard different.
Sorry, just server mute him instead, because that way he can unmute himself. But if he gets kicked in that room, then he has to. I moved him back. Anyways, go ahead.
He can correct me, but I'm pretty sure he's saying he wasn't trying to like attack us or our belief system or our belief system. He was just genuinely curious. He's heard different interpretations about that question regarding who Adam and Eve's children bred with, and he wanted to hear what we thought. And from his opinion, incest seems like it wouldn't be the way it would happen because it's gross. He was just asking our opinion, not trying to attack us. Is kind of what he was saying, I think.
Yeah, for that being connected to your belief of a creation story, that you came from that, yeah, I would say that is, in my viewpoint, very twisted and not of integrity.
I don't think that was a genuine statement or question or statement that Jeremy was trying to make. I remember my first day coming into the server, Jeremy making fun of believers for believing in a specific text and a specific creator. So I would say that he is trying to attack, and it's not, it's all good, man. I'm not, it's no sweat off my back, right? It's not going to bother me, because most of the people who attack the text are unaware of what the text actually says, and they make a lot of presumptions. So it's no big deal, but I'm going to call out what I see, and that's not a genuine statement if you're saying you're not trying to attack it, because you clearly have been over this many times, and you've clearly said the same thing about incest many times. So I would say that's not an honest statement that you just made. You clearly are trying to attack, as you have been for a long period of time. Just be honest, people.
Oh, it's all good, man. I mean,
well, it's not really fair to say all that and not. I'll have Jeremy respond if he doesn't have a good connection. I think that's kind of a low blow there.
Hey, read the Kabbalion, everyone, so we can have a more detailed conversation about it. It's great.
I hear people say this isn't fair. You have no right to say that, right? Even after people have done similar things or more extreme things. But everything I just said is a fact and it's recorded. So it's not that it's unfair. It's very fair and honest. And that's
No,
what
I was genuinely just wondering where Adam and Eve's sons got their spouses from. I don't know why you're trying to divine my thoughts. That's weird.
I'm not trying to read your thoughts. I said if that was your statement,
he
it's
basically
not
said,
genuine.
Jeremy, he said, quote unquote, that you were, oh, sorry if I'm interrupting. Just to clarify real quick, though, Jeremy, he was saying that you specifically were, quote unquote, making fun of the Bible and attacking the Bible. That's what he was calling you out for. I don't know if you heard all that.
Specifically,
well, that was kind of, I'll just be honest here. That was kind of the tone and context. I mean, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, it's whatever. I think and by the way, Gio was saying it was unfair if he couldn't respond and defend himself. That's what Gio was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. Is that it's just if he can't defend himself, then because you were kind of like calling him out and talking poorly upon him, and then if he can't even respond, I'm just saying that. But he did respond because it sounds like his connection's all right.
Yeah, I mean, he can respond. I mean, I'm just sharing my experience, and it is recorded. So if he wanted to respond, that he can. But it's neither here nor there for me. I can still talk to the man and still have cordial conversations. So it's all good, man. I know people, come in and they have a lack of knowledge about a specific text. But any other text that we speak of in the server, they want you to have knowledge on the text. If they're analyzing some specific literature, they want you to actually know what the words mean, know what the formula is, and right. So it's just like a double standard that people have, and I'm just being honest and just about it, man. It's evident that there's no reason to express it anymore.
Well, I think this can be applied to everything, right? So, like when some people heard that he was going to invoke the Kabbalion right then, I'm sure people instinctively wanted to just kind of dismiss it. I think everyone has some type of philosophical bias, but I do think that the wisest thing to do in all situations is reserve judgment until investigation. I think that could probably apply to all things. How consistently have we been wrong after we research something?
Let me ask you guys this. Let me ask you guys this. Something for the server overall, because I think it's been coming up more recently. Let me hear what everyone thinks of this, and maybe like as many people as can respond in a row would be great. And if we could maybe if each person could get like a minute or 2 minutes, whatever it would be, to kind of a little round table to hear you guys' thoughts on this, because it has been coming up a lot lately. And this is what it is. So, you know, in terms of like when people personally attack each other, you know, it is problematic because it takes away from the productivity, right, of the entire discussion, and it basically like limits the intellectual capacity when there's all the personal attacks. So without the personal attacks, like there's much deeper potentials of knowledge and information and that can be exchanged. But so that's why in general, that's in terms of moderating for it, et cetera, so that we can actually be able to have like a good stream, a good live stream. Now, with that being said, when it comes to like spirituality and religion, spirituality and religion, people's either beliefs in either the creator, in the nature of things, their philosophies, all of that, within all the realms of spirituality and religion. Well, it's one thing to debate those and have some kind of like an interchange, but what do you guys think about when it goes into the category where it's almost like someone's attacking someone else's religion or someone's attacking someone else's spirituality? So in that case, they're not necessarily attacking that person necessarily. So it's not like a personal attack. They're more attacking whatever it may be that is the religious system or spiritual system. So is that in your guys' mind, like, should that be considered like a personal attack to the point to where if people disagree, then yes, obviously they could disagree, they could debate. And of course that could be a fine line into someone else, like actually, you know, just attacking that other person. Because when it goes into like either religious and spiritual topics that are like, it turns into like spiritual warfare almost, you know, in that sense. And then people are getting offended and it can go. So I'm just kind of opening up to anyone who wants to respond. Like, what do you guys think in terms of the server moving forward with moderation? Basically, ultimately, just to summarize, should we sort of like kind of add an additional thing of not having people actually like full on just attacking each other's religious or spiritual viewpoints, but still kind of keep it towards the debate, you know, still have some lively debate and find where that line is? Or should it just be a free for all that people can just call someone else's thing a cult or evil or, you know, that kind of thing? So yeah, what do you guys think?
Well, I mean, the Jews have been doing it to us forever, so.
Okay, so basically, if someone does something bad, we should. I would say that it's always better to just have the intellectual discussion. Like, for sure, no one's worldview should be like protected in a bubble off limits, right? I think that's what's cool about this place. But it should definitely focus on specifics about the belief. Like, oh, your belief says this. Well, this is why I disagree with that. Or like Jeremy's question is a good example, right? Specific. So that's my opinion. Like a specific intellectual exchange of disagreement, I think is dope. And I don't think that like gaslighting or like personally berating someone on like this meta about their religion is good. I think that sucks, and it's basically a personal attack. So that would be my suggestion. It is basically what you're saying about like kind of extending the personal attack into that, but it actually already does cover it, right? If you're saying like, well, no, I guess it doesn't. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I would say personally, yeah, I think if you're attacking the belief system as a meta, and like kind of personally attacking the person with it, then maybe that's not ideal. I think it should be more like intellectually specific.
Yeah, it's got to be a free for all, man. And it's got to be a free for all because inevitably what happens, and this is exactly as I see it, what happens is that somebody says, well, you believe this, and they're quoting the text because someone identifies as a member of that whatever. And and so when, you know, and then so, you know, is that a personal attack? Or, you know what I mean? Like, you know, you can't fucking try to mitigate that. But I also think like it's incumbent, and it's, remember, don't forget, manners are a very good way to judge somebody. So when someone comes in and they say, you know, they attack you, or you know what I mean, for versus like, let's say the scripture versus whatever it may be, you know what I mean? One should have the dignity to either recognize that this person is being childish in their debate tactics, or and therefore act appropriately. You know what I mean? And then also, you know what I mean? Try not to resort to what they're doing necessarily, or unnecessarily, rather. But it has to be a free for all, man.
I think Isa has some points there. I would say this, you know, just like he said, if you can't tell people you believe this because I read it in your text, because You might not know the context of what's being said. You might be taking something presumptuously as other men have said it, and it might be by hearsay. It might not be by a diligent study of the whole text to understand the context of what you're saying. So when people come in and they say things like, you live in a fantasy, or you believe this, without asking the person what they actually believe, I mean, this leads to straw men. This leads to just nonsense. It leads to wasting like 30 minutes. Address what's being stated about a specific text or a specific religion or a specific custom, whatever it may be, and then just reason it out among yourselves. Don't tell people what they believe. Ask them what they believe, because clearly everyone believes different things, man. And so the only way to get to an accurate knowledge is to, not waste any time. But there are things you could cut out, like, the insults and all of these type of things. You could cut those things out.
Oh, that's why I'm here, bro. You can't do that to me, dude. Come on. That fucks up half my game, bro.
Yeah, I know, man.
Can I
have
talk
a day
next?
for insults. One day for insults. How
Who's
about
next?
that?
Can I talk
Who's next? Yeah, go ahead.
Fine. Yeah, I'm in agreement with Isa. I think that we should have room to express ourselves. Even vulgar language, I don't necessarily agree with. I don't use vulgar language myself, but if others want to use it around me, I have no problem with that. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean that we should ban it, right? I think that freedom of speech is essential in this platform. We need the stage where we can all express ourselves, right? And I didn't mind SE at all. Like, honestly, like, it depends what you want out of this. Do you want something engaging where people aren't limited in their vocabulary or the way they express themselves? If they want to use ad hominems, if they want to use strawmen, that's on them. You can call them out, right, on the public stage, but they're manifesting, you know, uh their lack of wisdom. It's manifesting in their arguments. So let that roll. You know what I mean? People in the crowd that are listening, the audience that's listening, we can see through that stuff. We can see the odd hominems and the straw men and the false equivalencies and the appeal to authority and et cetera, et cetera. Let that flow. I have no problem with people hating on what I believe, bro. Just don't censor me. Like, if I'm gonna read a verse to back up my statement, let me read that verse, though. You know what I'm saying? But you can call me out for being a Jew lover or whatever. If SE calls me a Jew lover, I'm gonna laugh. Like, I'm not gonna get offended. Like, I got a thick coat. You know what I'm saying? Or a thick skin. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, who's next?
Let me say something if I can.
Go ahead.
So this is very fascinating for me, right? Because I know a lot of people, this is very emotional for them, and yeah, it really gets under people's skin, right? Me, the way I see it, if you can't, this is the way I see it, right? Literally, if you can't take the heat, you know the rest of it, right? If you want to bring up a subject, right, the way I see it, regardless of what it is, we're supposed to be here like we're supposed to be truthers, right? So I handle religion just like any other subject. That's the way I see it. So if there's limitations on that, I mean, what are you going to limit? Like, I understand personal attacks, I understand interruptions, but if you're going to limit religious talk, then you might as well just ban religion at all.
Well, let me just clarify what I was saying real fast. So I'm saying, like, if a baller comes in here, right, and no matter what specific argument you give them, they say stuff like, all flat earthers are the same. It's just some belief to make you feel special. And you're like, bro, I'm talking about the absence of physical, tangible, geometric curvature. All flat earthers don't know how to do math. They just have this fairy tale belief online that they all believe in this one thing. And like, you just keep on trying to get to specific. Like, I think
It's
that
so
we
funny that
normally step in,
they do that every time too.
and we normally step in eventually,
You're so
right? And we're
right,
like,
dude.
all
It's
right,
just so funny.
we're like, all right, bro, like, can you respond to his actual point? Because if not, we're just going to sit here and listen to their like repetitive,
Yo, but
generalization over and
literally,
over.
with it, it's been killing them for 7 years though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, I see
like
both
don't
sides.
like like with like get out of the way when your enemy's destroying himself.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know what I mean? Like,
I see
don't
both
stop
sides.
your enemy from destroying themselves. 'Cause that's what they're doing. It's hilarious,
Yeah.
dude. I was in Demon Stride's place
You
yesterday. And
you were
this one
saying
dude was
though,
all
what's it?
oh, it's just so funny. So funny, dude. Keep going. Forgive me.
No, no. If anyone else want to give their take, I think we're just trying to hear everyone's take on it.
Sure, I'll go. Um, if if this is just gonna be, usually like an open forum, I feel like it's got to be a free for all with the only rules just being decency and common sense manners. I think the only way you could want to imply more strict guidelines is if there was some sort of more specific goal being being tried to be reached, because then the rules have like something that they're anchored to, like then more specificity can be put on to the guidelines, because it would be defined by like, is this or is this not in accordance with a trajectory towards this goal. But if there is no goal besides let's all just enjoy ourselves and each other, then there's really no specific rules you can apply besides like don't be a dick.
I used to look at it like 10 minutes of carte blanche. Do you know what I mean? Like 10 minutes of, like, if someone used to come in, I'd give them 10 minutes of complete carte blanche. They could almost say and do whatever. And if they offended me within that 10 minutes and it built up, it was just a wrap. But like at the same time, like it's got to be like truly offensive shit, because people are coming here and they hold all kinds of opinions. So, what a cool thing, man. And also too, I was over hanging with the ballers, whatever, and I don't know. I don't want to necessarily bring it up publicly. We don't have to discuss it, but left lane getting a pass back would be cool, I think. But whatever. Don't even worry about. I like dude. He's all right.
Wow, I thought he
I would
left
say
voluntarily.
no. One more thing.
All right.
One more thing. I agree with a couple of things Lion said. You got to let people say what they're going to say, and if people expose themselves, they expose themselves for not addressing the topic. When people just, instead of addressing the question or the statement that was just made by their opponent or the opposition, instead of addressing it, if they just say, it's ridiculous and you live in a fantasy and all
Oh
of
shucks,
these
you're
things.
still sore at me, North. Come on, bro.
Bro, it's just, I'm just being honest, bro. If you
You know you're
waste
talking about
time,
me.
listen. Of course, SC Montreal. I'm talking about you. Is it such? We're not teenage girls, right? You're the only one who says it's a fan. I'm calling you out, but I'm
Okay,
calling
so call me
several other
out by my
people out.
name. Don't say
If
some
you let me
people. Be
finish,
a man about
okay,
it, bro.
man. Please stop getting triggered, bro. It's okay. You're gonna be okay.
I'm
You're
laughing
gonna be
actually.
okay.
It's funny to
SC,
me.
I don't know why you're letting it get you triggered, bro. Just calm down. So if SC comes in and SC says, bro, you just live in a fantasy, after I've just explained to him that he needs to address the statement or the question I just, had. And he wants to go on for 2 or 3 minutes and tell me that I believe in the Pope, which I don't, or tell me that I live in a fantasy, which I don't, or just, all of this continuous stuff to just waste time. Those things need to be stopped in their tracks. When someone's not addressing something and they just want to waste time, it's evident that they have nothing to refute either the claim or the question that they were asked with. I'm okay with them doing it every once in a while, but for it to waste time for like 30 seconds to a minute and then other people to come in and say, if I got a server and there's 30 people in the room and people keep joining and 4 people come in and say, bro, are you really talking about this again? I don't want to hear this, man. I'd rather talk about my friend's pecker or some stupid thing like that, bro. If people come in and say that kind of stuff, bro, you just kick those buffoons out, bro, because it's just ridiculous, man. You got 3 or 4 people complaining about what's being said when people are joining the server constantly wanting to get into the conversation. And to me, it's just, those are the things I see that need to be stopped in their tracks, man, because it's just a waste of time. That's what it is, in my opinion.
Are you sure I'm
I
the one
think
that's triggered, bro? Are you sure?
I
Yeah,
think your
I'm
contribution right there was
definitely
the
sure.
biggest waste of
Definitely
time I
sure.
heard tonight so far.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
like
He doesn't realize
everything
it.
you just said was worthless, to be honest.
Okay, so we're going to continue to do it then, right? So I just come in and I'm going to say, SE, you live in a fantasy, man. You tell me I believe in the I'm just going to go on for 30
Listen,
minutes about
you're
that.
not making it any
And that's what
better.
you want to do? That's what you want to do,
That
bro?
didn't make it any better. That's just an
Okay, that don't make it
extension
any
of the
better.
worthless
So
stuff
are
you
we
just
going to
said.
address what I said, or are we just going to say, I know it wasted time
No one
because I'm
wants
talking
to.
about wasting time. If I'm addressing wasting time, of course it's wasting time, bro, because it needs to stop. Don't you get that?
All
You
right,
don't
guys.
get that, bro? It's so
Let-
funny, man. You want to
this
turn
was
it
supposed to
around
be a
on me
way.
now. It's so funny, right? It's
All
so
right, it's
funny,
supposed to
right?
be like a
Well,
really
why are
chill.
you the zealous Christians, man? They're so triggered, man. They're so zealous. That's ridiculous, bro. I'm not triggered. You're triggered. It's funny. It's hilarious to me because it's so ridiculous. It's so
Hey, dude,
ridiculous, man, that
pass
it
the
doesn't
mic,
come from
okay?
a mind of
Pass the mic.
reason.
We're
It
done with
doesn't
you.
come from a
Okay?
mind of reason, and that's what's so ridiculous about it. It's hilarious, man. I mean, continue to do it if you want, but
All
it
right.
gets you nowhere.
All right. North, if you could, okay, thank you, dude. Thank you for sharing all that. So yeah, there's definitely some different viewpoints being shared. It is, there's a lot of factors to it. So would anyone else like to respond that hasn't spoken yet on this topic?
What is
Next,
the topic?
like Witsit was saying, next. That was cool. It was like keeping it.
What is the
Keeping
topic?
it going.
Gio, you should run for
All right,
freaking
let me
United
reiterate.
Nations chair, bro. I'm telling you.
Let me reiterate the.
I don't know how you do it.
Question. Let me reiterate the question, and then we'll start the lineup back. So, like, the question is, we kind of have a rule in here already that there's no personal attacks, right? We're discussing whether or not we should kind of emphasize an additional parameter of sorts where it comes to someone's personal spiritual belief. Not that it's off limits or critiques off limits, but should there be some emphasis on like the more of the personal attack about the spiritual belief, like, oh, it's just it's a fantasy cult and da 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 da. Should we like, keep an eye on that, or should it kind of just be a free for all? That's the basic question.
Yeah,
Anyone
but
has
not the
any-
person, right?
Regarding
Like
Judaism,
you're not insulting the person's belief. You're insulting the religion, I believe, is the question Gio asked.
Yeah,
Should that
Gio.
part be like iffy
Is it
regulated?
I think
Yeah,
you
how
should be
about there's
allowed to
no
insult
insult, whether
someone's
it's to
religion.
an
You know, I don't.
individual or
Oh, come on, man.
One at a time.
We're letting everyone respond to this, so everyone will have their chance. So there doesn't even have to be interruptions. So whoever goes, go ahead and lay it out. So Napalm or who was that? Nate? Either
Yeah, it was me.
whoever. I don't know who went
Napalm,
first.
Napalm, go for it, man.
yeah, I was just gonna say, I wouldn't think that it would be acceptable to insult the individual, obviously, and it shouldn't be acceptable to insult just the religion as a whole either, because people can take that as a personal insult. So you can talk about maybe the things you disagree with specific religions, or that you don't agree with X, Y, or Z, but to make attacks directly at the religion that are insulting, people can take that as an attack on them. So I would say that should be shied away from. Just stick to the facts and just having good.
Just articulated the question. Yeah,
Did he
Napalm, you
cut out,
articulated
or-
the question way. Yeah, just to clarify, he articulated the question way better than I did. So, in case anyone's wondering what the question is, that's the question. He
I
got
think
it
that's
properly.
downright un-American, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would say that there shouldn't be a problem with anyone attacking an argument, even if that argument is based on someone's religion.
Well,
I think we should just realize that you are not the religion. If someone understand that, number one,
And they cut
number
out.
two. Hello.
You're back. He's back.
You cut out for the last few seconds.
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, like you should be grown enough to understand that the person isn't attacking you. They attacking the idea of a religion, and they might have their reasons for being very strong in their attack. Maybe religion has affected them negatively in their personal lives. But the main point I want to make is like we come here and talk to each other every day. You know, like it shouldn't get to the point where it starts getting personal. You know, because you're gonna come back tomorrow and talk to that same person. You know. So I mean, sometimes we also just need to chill out and not always want a mod or someone to step in and handle the situation. You know, we're all adults. We could calm it down ourselves as well. You know, one of us just needs to not necessarily back down, but just take the tension out of the situation. That's all.
Let me ask you a
I
question.
think
So, how often should I speak with someone every day? Like, if I come in for 4 weeks and I say, I have two dogs, I have a collie and a German shepherd, and then someone comes in and says, North said he has five dogs. He has a Rottweiler, a Pit Bull, a Wolf, a collie, and a German shepherd. And I come back in and I say, no, I didn't say that. I said I had two. It's recorded. You can look at it. And they continue to do that over and over. Do you think you're going to have a conversation with that person, or are you just going to stop talking to them? So
Well,
in
I
my
would
mind,
say
I stop
no.
talking to
That
that person. In my
yeah,
mind, I stop talking to that person because they're not being honest about the discussions we've previously had. And I see a lot of that. And it's not just flat earthers on flat earthers or true earthers on true, or whatever you want to say. It's globe earth. It's all kinds of people doing these things. I would say you're not going to speak to that person. You can attack the religion and the thought and the ideology, attack it all day long, but to be dishonest and to waste time, that's the main things I want to be pointed out.
Uh, uh, the, the thing is,
I thought there was a question in there. I don't know.
Wait up, wait.
There's a lot of
Let me
statements there.
reiterate the question one more time. What we're gonna do is the people that haven't given their take yet is gonna give their take. So the question is, when people, we know we can't personally attack people in here. That's a rule. But when it comes to beliefs, it's deeply held convictions that people have. And if there's a discussion going on about that belief, obviously you can critique the specific argument about the belief going on, right? But should it be allowed for the person to just generalize and attack the belief system holistically, calling it a cult or just a fantasy or whatever? Would that be considered venturing over into the personal attack? That's the question. Should we stop that, or should it be a free for all in that sense? Right. So the question is, should it be held specific to the argument, the specific points about whatever is entailed in the convo, or should generalized attack on the belief or religion be permitted? That is the question. Whoever hasn't given their take yet, go ahead.
I say okay quickly. I think if you're going to bring a religious context into a discussion, quoting a scripture or a particular lens based on your religious belief, then the onus is on number one. You're bringing it into the forum, so anyone else who's in the room may or may not agree with you, and if they don't agree with you, then they do have the right to challenge that, in my opinion. So there's an equal onus on the religious person to be aware of that and not to get triggered themselves, because that often is what happens. Someone will say something, someone will quote a scripture, another person who is not of that belief or is of no belief doesn't want to hear it or that doesn't agree with it, and so they will respond, and then it escalates. So both parties actually contribute to the devolving, which ultimately, because we're all people, can end up being a bit personal or get nastier words can be used. So yes, to me, everyone should have every right to bring everything in, but they also got to be man enough to then stay calm and defend it if it's challenged. And the conversation, if we're all grown-ups and we all behave that way, should work out. Someone will either make a point and win or lose, or at the end of the day, they just agree to disagree.
I don't know if I'm not asking the question very
Amen.
well, but it's about the method of challenge. The question is, can the challenge just be a generalized attack on the belief, or does it need to be held to specific parameters of what the argument is about at that moment? That's the question.
Yes. Yes, specific parameters on what the argument is about that moment, and they need,
No,
they need to
I
address.
want to just generally say none of them have any evidence of anything. So why can't we just make that general statement? Just let SC have his attack on all of them not having anything. And you know what I'm saying? You'll never end out of an argument with them. I mean, yeah, forever.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what
I
we're.
like this guy. I like this guy.
We're
Now
discussing
that
like
made
should
a
it
lot
be
of
allowed?
sense.
Sorry.
I think
Should
it's
it be
fine,
redheaded?
and then
Should
it
it
just
be
comes.
done? Or good.
Yeah, I think it is fine. I just think it'd be about like at what frequency are you making these statements? Like if you say because I said so, because it's it's giving the same answer over and over again is always in bad taste. But like it's fine
Exactly.
coming
That's
in
what
here
I
and saying like, yeah, it is just about the frequency of how often you're saying the same thing. But there's nothing wrong
Right.
with
Like,
letting your
Yeah, but I mean,
your thoughts
there's
being
nothing
known.
wrong with SC coming in and saying, you're all the same and they all fantasies. If you don't like what he's saying, just don't engage. There's nothing forcing you to retaliate to whatever it is he's saying, even if it's a generalization. If you know that's his stance on it, that's what he says all the time. You've heard him claim a billion times that the Bible starts off with incense, and you feel that's not true. Just don't engage with him. Like no one says you have to fight him on it, right?
Yes, they
Well,
do.
just to clarify,
There is
the
an obligation. Let me just say,
incest
there's an
is
obligation for people who stand by and don't know what you believe. If SC comes in and says you believe this and you clearly don't, you don't keep your mouth shut, bro. You're obligated to the standard bys. If I put a red do-rag on and I go stand on the corner with the Bloods and little Susie rides by, Susie's gonna think I'm in the Bloods, and when she sees me gathering with the people next weekend, she's gonna be like, well, he was over there with the Bloods, so it must be okay for me to be with the Blood. No, bro, you have to call people out when they falsely accuse. You can't falsely accuse someone or that be done to you and you just stand by and others stand by as it happens. That's asinine
but
also.
all right, let me
I'm
clarify.
fine
That's a
with
bit
that.
of a
I don't
different
want
thing.
any special treatment. I don't want any special treatment. If you guys want to come at me with religion, bring it on, bro. No worries.
Wait,
But be prepared. That's all I'm
just to
saying.
clarify, so what you're talking about is a bit of a different thing. And I think everyone has kind of said the same thing, that you should be allowed to say whatever you want to. So if someone brings up a religion and you're like, I think that religion's fake, I think it's a fairy tale, I think that humans came up with different religions all over the place. Some of them have good things to say, but I think it's all just made up or whatever. No one cares, I don't think, that you say that. The question is, should it just be like used as a repetitive dismissal, or would that be venturing into just a personal attack? Like, I don't know if I'm not asking the question well enough, but it's like, I think we already have a moderation style for this question. That's my opinion. And that's like, if a baller came in and I'm talking about refraction, and the response is consistently not specific to refraction, it's just like flat earthers are on a cult. Eventually someone would step in and we would say that's basically a personal attack, right? We're asking, should that be extended over to religion, or should it just kind of be a free for all? And like, I don't know if I'm not conveying, or maybe I'm misunderstanding the question at this point. I don't know. Anyway,
Hey,
if anyone else
listen,
has
I got an
I
idea.
get you,
Like, look at it like this,
but
right? It's like if someone comes in and says, I really love this band. And then somebody says, nah, that band sucks and I could never listen to them for more than 2 seconds. It's like, if that's your position on the fucking thing, and someone's going to make like a nuanced point about whatever it is about the band, then that person has kind of like removed themselves from the actual conversation. I think
correct, that's what I'm
that's
saying.
okay.
They
Yeah, and I
should
think under
then step
you know
out
what
of
I
the
mean?
conversation if they're not engaged in the
Right.
specificity of the subject.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree
Can
with that definitely. Like, if your opinion is just like, oh, there's no way you could prove any of this on it, at that point, I feel like you're saying I'm bowing out of the conversation.
All right.
Yeah, I agree.
Can I add to that real quick? Can I just say that let SC talk his shit. I really don't care. Let Jeremy talk his shit. I enjoy when they engage us, right? Let them talk whatever they say. Let them say whatever they want to say. Just we gotta be vigilant that the circular attacks, right? That they don't continue to persist, you know, where you end up just like an unfruitful conversation where it's not like progressing, it's stagnant, and you just keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over again. Nobody wants to hear the same thing over and over again for 2 hours.
Well, that's what Gio's entire first point was, I think, right? So like, you know, it's like if someone brings up something I consider woo, and I'm like, oh, I don't see evidence for that, I think it's fake. But then two people want to keep talking about it, or they want to bring up specific evidence. I'm not going to just keep responding to them with it's all fake. It's all fake, right? Like that's all. I think that was the question. Like if someone does that with a personal attack, like what's it's a ginger? Why would I listen to him? And I'm like, okay, yeah, but you know, the intrinsic conjugate geometric expression as centrifugal divergence contributal, and they're like, but you're a ginger. No one cares what you have to say. Like eventually, Ahmad would step in and be like, dude, we don't allow that. So, to me, I think we already do have a rule about this.
Yeah,
right?
but
Maybe I'm
not
tripping.
insinuating
Is
that
is,
about
is
me.
that really what
Because
Essie's doing though?
hold
I
on,
don't
bro.
think
I
that's
didn't say anything about Essie.
No, I'm just saying. I hope you're not saying that I'm doing that, because when I might say, yeah, you believe in a fantasy, but then I give specifics after that. I don't just stop there. So, I mean,
yeah. I mean,
and I say I believe all religions are fantasy now. If you're an adult, you can't take a comment like that seriously.
No, it's not about taking the comment. What I'm saying is, if we, for
No,
example,
not you. Yeah.
if we were talking about slavery, right? You did actually engage in that conversation specifically with points. But if you were to jump in and just consistently say, "Why are you talking about a book that's all fake anyway?" And we're like, "Wait a minute, though. The discussion is specifically about slavery in the book," and you're like, "But it's all fake anyway." If you were to do that at that point, you would be effectively just kind of censoring the conversation by gaslighting the person's spiritual belief. And I think
Agreed, but
that was the question.
do you agree that the slavery conversation we had was fruitful? We discussed many things, right?
Yes.
Ownership, the jubilee, the 7 years,
Yep.
It's not like I just said, "Oh, yeah, it's fantasy," right? We went into detail, and I'm sure people learned during that conversation. Would you agree?
Definitely.
Yeah, I gotta say, Gio, I guess with the ultimate question, right? Think about this. I mean, we talk about how the globe cosmology is a spell. It's a cult belief. It's indoctrination. It detaches you from creation and the creator, and it's like this apathetic, nihilistic foundation, cornerstone for atheism. How it's basically like a cult belief where people don't believe their senses and believe whatever the authorities say. We do say these things in the conversation. I don't think anyone's suggesting that we forbid any type of like meta analysis. I think the question is about like it being repetitive. I don't think there's any argument to support forbidding it altogether. People should be able to freely express themselves. I think that the question is just like if it was to consistently be used as like a way to shut down the convo, wouldn't that effectively just be like personal attacks, right? Because it's their personal belief about like something as deep as spirituality.
Yeah, that's why that's why I use the term like spiritual warfare. Like it takes it more into that style rather than like the actual intellectual exchange level, of the actual information itself, or where there could be parallels or mirrors. Because like if it's more viewed in a sense that like let's say there's a garden and then like we're all throwing our seeds in the garden and then our seeds are growing in that sense and we're all able to kind of like connect in this way. So like in that perspective, if people are actually just sticking to like the actual information, even, I mean, if they don't agree with it, of course it's fair to say that. And when it comes to like just to use the terms like flat earth and globe earth, when it comes to that, I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of like, I mean, I think on this server, we tend to really more moderate for the actual personal attack stuff. Whereas if someone just says like something that they think the globe is ridiculous or whatever it may be, so, and that could be seen as someone's spiritual belief. So
exactly, yeah. So I think we kind of got to stay consistent with that, right? If we're going to allow that with the globe, we got to allow that with anyone's personal belief. I think. I will just say this: I think good faith would dictate that if there's a conversation going on, and you personally disagree with a belief system someone has, articulate your disagreement. But if people insist on the specifics of their conversation, just allow it to organically unfold. Maybe don't shut it down because you've determined that it's fake. Because we talk about a bunch of fake stuff in here. We talk about rockets flying through a vacuum, and we talk about people landing on Mars, and you know what I'm saying. So even if you think it's fake, maybe, yeah, I'm just saying, like, good faith would probably be like, just kind of let it happen. I'm like, oh, I'm going to bow out of this. I don't want to talk to Zanuck about Mars. You know what I mean? 'Cause I know that's how some people look at it. When people are talking about how they believe in the Bible, they're like, okay, well, look, what's it talking about going to Mars? You see my analogy here? But it's like, well, okay, just let what's it be crazy and believe in the Bible.
Exactly. Yeah. If you think someone's talking crazy shit, just don't engage. You know. If you
Yeah.
think they're being repetitive and not getting to a point, just disengage. I mean, you're gonna come back and talk to them tomorrow anyway. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tough when you run into somebody who's like always logically consistent and can bring light to like a conversation. But then when this subject gets them they become like a different person. It confuses who they're talking. They get confused. Like you're always so logical. You're always so open to ideas. Why is this one twisting you up? But we should all recognize that one twists them up and for a reason. Yeah.
Well said, Tanks. Well said, brother.
I would like to say this, guys. When we are speaking about a specific text, and this specific text has like so many different interpretations and thousands of different belief systems just built upon this one text. It's kind of hard to kind of broad brush people who actually read that text when there's so many of them, right? So the thing that would take the less amount of time would be to actually inform yourself on what the text says when you actually want to have a conversation about the text and not about the multiple denominations or multiple groups of people who say they believe in the text when clearly they cannot all believe in the text when they all disagree with each other and say they're agreeing with the text at the same time, right?
Yeah,
Is
because
that
you're
not
talking about, yeah,
reasonable?
for sure. Yeah, that's an additional kind of straw manning thing as well. And see, for that, it would make sense that if somebody said that to you, then from my understanding of what you're saying, that you would ideally want to have like a very tightly modded back and forth with that person. So I want to remind everyone